This girl is the first princess of the Berry Kingdom, named Larcy. Originally destined for a peaceful life, she had to marry in place of her captured sister, Nicola, becoming the empress of the cold-blooded Chariot Empire. She caught the eye of the Emperor of Chariot, but she refused him because she still trusted her motherland, only to be tortured daily in the dungeons. Now she regrets why she did not agree to be the Emperor's empress back then. After 10 years living in darkness, she was returned to her kingdom, only to be abandoned by her people. Even her own family considered her a traitor. Larcy could not believe that she, the one who saved the kingdom by marrying into the bloodthirsty empire in place of her sister, was now considered a traitor. It turned out that she was not the emperor's biological daughter. Before the empress and emperor married, the emperor had just become king, and the empress was his uncle's fiancée. Larcy's current powerful magic was due to her uncle and the empress transferring their strong magic to her, and her black hair proved that she was not the emperor's biological child. In the past, the emperor only acknowledged her as his daughter to exploit her powerful magic. Quite a while ago, when Larcy went to the battlefield to replace her sister Nicola, who had been blamed for everything by the emperor, she originally went to that kingdom to save her sister, but it was twisted into her leading troops into a provocative display of power. At this time, a blue-haired young man, her servant named Sang, approached Larcy's cell and tossed her a loaf of bread. Larcy did not want to die in such an unclear way, so she begged Sang to tell her everything. Before her execution, Larcy thought to herself that she regretted being so foolish, working like a slave for the people she called family, doing everything for the people of this kingdom, risking her life, only to be labeled a traitor. Before dying, Larcy vowed that she would not forgive those who had hurt her. Heaven never completely closes a door. Larcy opened her eyes to find herself standing in front of a mirror, brushing her hair. Larcy did not know what was happening. She was in her room and was being treated like royalty. There was even the blue-haired young man pulling up a chair for her. Larcy noticed that he looked younger than before her execution. At this moment, a servant poured water for her. It turned out to be Nicola's birthday. Larcy asked the servant what year it was according to the continental calendar. The puzzled servant replied that it was currently March 4th, 654. Larcy was surprised. It was 10 years ago, meaning she had been reborn 10 years in the past, still the obedient first princess. The servant read a letter sent from the Chariot Empire concerning the marriage of her sister Nicola. Larcy thought to herself that the letter did not directly mention second Princess Nicola. Perhaps the person they truly wanted was her. Larcy remembered how this incident had ruined her life. Now, reborn 10 years prior, she could still recall everything before her rebirth. Looking in the mirror, Larcy suddenly envisioned her tortured, imprisoned self in the dungeons of the Chariot Empire, causing her to recoil in fear. Larcy vowed to take revenge on those who had ruined her life. Returning to reality, Larcy told the servants that she was just a little tired, asking them not to tell her family as she did not want them to worry. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, panicked, saying the emperor wanted to speak with her. Larcy was not flustered. The emperor's message, which the servant was about to relay, already echoed in her mind. Larcy looked at everyone with a cold gaze. Clearly, everyone here knew the truth, but they remained silent. Very well, if you want to act, I will act along. Then, she turned and put on a cheerful expression, asking the servants to tidy her room. Larcy thought that if it followed her past memories, the king would reveal the contents of the letter. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Chariot Empire, wished to make Nicola, the second princess of the Berry Kingdom, his empress. In this kingdom, both Larcy and Nicola were princesses. If second Princess Nicola, her younger sister, became empress, she would be the empress of the Chariot Empire. But they did not know it was a trap for the Chariot Empire to take Nicola hostage. Larcy recalled the scene of being considered a traitor by her own people and subjects, thinking to herself, if you want me to be cruel, I will indulge you. At this time, the emperor, also Larcy's father, had gathered the whole family. He announced the matter of the letter. Larcy affirmed that she had truly returned to the past, as everyone here looked much younger. The emperor announced that the emperor of the Chariot Empire wanted one of the two daughters of the Berry Kingdom as his empress, surprising everyone. And the emperor decided to choose Nicola, who had just had her coming-of-age ceremony. The chosen one should have been Larcy, the first princess, but previously she had not protested. In the past, Larcy only wanted to support her sister, but now she knew that none of the people she valued were sincere with her. Unlike Nicola, who was always cherished, she was not valued. They were willing to send her to the battlefield to save Nicola. Larcy was still reminiscing about the past when everyone agreed with the decision. Seeing Nicola's contemplative expression, Larcy thought to herself, is she hesitant, afraid of losing this opportunity? Larcy decided to speak up, saying she disagreed with this, surprising everyone. Larcy affirmed that it was good for Nicola to be empress, but to be empress to that tyrant. Emperor Givon of the Chariot Empire was known as a cruel and bloodthirsty emperor. Larcy thought that at this age, Nicola would certainly be frightened by those words. Larcy continued to talk about Emperor Givon, making everyone afraid. Larcy knew Givon's cruelty was real, just by seeing how he treated his soldiers. Not only that, but he also had 6 concubines, and they often fought amongst themselves. If Nicola married him, she would be dragged into the dangerous world of the imperial harem. Larcy pretended to worry about Nicola. Larcy thought that in her previous life, Nicola had tried everything to escape back home. Just in the first month, Nicola had sent many letters back, the content being only about how His Majesty did not care. Everyone was trying to harm her, and she felt lonely. After thinking, Larcy declared boldly that she would marry the Chariot Emperor in Nicola's place. Larcy, a person who had never been considered for that position, was now willing to sacrifice herself for Nicola. Larcy regretted how she had constantly sacrificed for Nicola in her past life, only to receive that contemptuous smile in return. Upon hearing Larcy's offer, the emperor immediately agreed. He said there were necessary evils, reminding Larcy of his words before her execution in her previous life. Everyone immediately agreed, making Larcy feel disgusted. Because of this family, she had become a villainess. In May of 674, according to the continental calendar, Larcy successfully married Emperor Givon of the Chariot Empire. Larcy thought, I wonder if Givon's concubines are jealous. These matters are nothing compared to the 10 years of suffering in my previous life. After the priest finished reading the vows, Larcy and Givon kissed. Larcy thought to herself that she would definitely invade the Berry Kingdom. Chariot was an empire with a perpetually cold climate. Throughout its long history, Chariot had annexed numerous kingdoms, making it very prosperous. In the Berry Kingdom, fire magic was the characteristic magic. It was also the magic Larcy possessed. Each kingdom had its own unique magic. In the Chariot Empire, healing magic was reserved for members of the royal family who possessed the strongest magical power. In the Berry Kingdom, the emperor and Larcy's younger brother Eric possessed the purest power, while Nicola inherited her mother's magic, making it quite weak. Larcy, having the strongest magic in the royal family, was believed to be her uncle's biological daughter. Previously, the current empress had interacted with many noblemen and was later betrothed to the second prince of Berry, who had the strongest magic at that time. But in the end, she chose the first prince, the current emperor, as her husband. The former emperor of the Chariot Empire had many wives and therefore many children. The current emperor, Givon, possessed the most exceptional magic, so he became the heir and ascended the throne less than a year later. A war for the throne broke out in the Chariot Kingdom. It was rumored that Givon himself killed his father, the former emperor. After ascending the throne, Givon continuously expanded the Chariot territory. Givon had taken 6 stunningly beautiful concubines. The concubines of Chariot lived in the same castle and possessed very strong magic. Even if the empress position was filled, it could not shake their standing. Larcy thought to herself, how could a pragmatic person like Nicola survive in such a harem? After the wedding ceremony, Givon told Larcy that he would not interfere in the harem's emotional struggles, so she had to fend for herself. Then, he turned and left. Larcy thought that the only person she could say was on her side was Sang, the blue-haired servant who had spoken to her before her execution in her previous life. Larcy knew that bringing maids would be more convenient, but she was only allowed to bring one person. One person who would not help nor harm her. In her past life, there was only Sang, the servant. So Larcy only wanted to bring Sang when she went to the Chariot Kingdom, although she still did not quite trust him. Larcy asked Sang if he had any objections to her bringing him along. Sang simply replied that he had no objections. Larcy thought that in her past life she had not noticed that he seemed quite lifeless. He was a very capable butler in the palace, but not well liked. He always kept to himself, doing his work without interacting with anyone. That is why in her past life, when Sang met her before her death, he did not come with anyone. It could be said that there was no discrimination against anyone. Larcy suddenly remembered that since arriving in Chariot, she had not seen any maids. As an empress, she should have had at least 2 maids attending to her, yet there was not even anyone to clean her room. Larcy thought that in her previous life, when Nicola was married off, she also encountered the same situation. Even so, it was nothing compared to having to sleep in a tent or a dungeon. Larcy was determined not to live a life of resignation like in her past life. Larcy asked the servants outside to bring her water, but no one responded. Sang was about to speak, but she stopped him. Larcy approached a maid, startling her, and used her fire magic to threaten her into revealing why they were ignoring her. Larcy thought that the person behind this must be a concubine or the Empress Dowager. The frightened maid confessed that it was an order from a higher-ranking maid, so she could not disobey. Larcy ordered the maid to bring her water and then splashed the water on her as a warning. She thought that in her previous life, she probably would not have been able to do such a thing, but compared to what she had experienced, this was nothing. Larcy recalled how she had threatened and interrogated each maid, but each one gave a different account. Some said it was a concubine, others said it was a head maid. Larcy thought that since they all mentioned a head maid, she had her summoned. The head maid arrived, thinking to herself how troublesome the Empress was, but upon arrival, she was surprised to find Larcy's room in a mess. Larcy smirked and called her over. Larcy remembered how spoiled Nicola and her precious brother Eric were as children. They always wanted everyone to do as they pleased, or they would throw tantrums and destroy things. She always had to clean up their toys. Now she understood how satisfying it was to smash things. The head maid asked in a panic what had happened to make the room so messy. Larcy calmly stated that, as the head maid, she was irresponsible in not assigning anyone to clean. With an innocent expression, Larcy asked why everyone was ignoring her. The head maid, unafraid, shouted Larcy, Why did you make such a mess of the room? She thought Larcy was venting her anger by destroying things. Why is she like this on her first day? She wondered if Larcy was crazy and continued to yell. Larcy and Sang were taken aback by such a bold maid. With a triumphant look, the head maid declared that she was the head maid, managing all the maids and servants here, entrusted by the emperor. Her orders were the emperor's orders. She then told Larcy to understand her place. She was merely a decoration. She continued her sharp-tongued remarks, saying that none of the servants here wanted to serve Larcy, reminding Larcy of her painful past. She turned to leave, but Larcy stopped her. She told the head maid that, as empress, she would not allow a maid to insult her. Larcy challenged the maid to prove her claim that her orders were the emperor's. If you say so, then if the emperor's favored maid is injured, I wonder if his majesty will immediately come running to you. Then she grabbed the maid's hair and took out scissors, intending to give her a trendy new hairstyle. The head maid struggled, injuring her face and crying out in pain. She pleaded with Larcy to spare her. Larcy remembered that in her past life she had also screamed like that when being tortured. But Emperor Givon was a cold-hearted man. He did not even care about his own relatives, let alone a mere servant like this head maid. Then she brought the scissors down, styling the head maid's hair. After styling the head maid's hair, Larcy's room became much cleaner. Everyone in the palace was gossiping about this incident. They considered Larcy to be a very cruel person and shared fabricated stories about her, saying she wanted to usurp second Prince Eric's position, increase taxes on the people, all of it fabricated by Larcy's precious family back in Barry. They also gossiped that those of royal blood had characteristic golden hair representing their magic. Only Larcy had black hair, attributed to her cruel nature. At this time, the emperor's personal attendant informed Emperor Jivan about the incident with the head maid, but he did not care, demonstrating his indifference. In Larcy's quarters, Sang was reading her invitations to tea from the emperor's concubines. Sang said that attending to the emperor's concubines was also Larcy's duty, so she should host a tea party to meet with all of them. Larcy thought to herself, a concubine tea party? It seems I do not really need to attend. Anyway, I have to have dinner with the emperor tonight. In the letters that Nicola had sent back in her past life, she mentioned being mistreated in Chariot, so Larcy probably would not be welcome this time either. Larcy asked Sang if she should go to the tea party, but Sang only replied that it was up to her. Larcy recalled how in her previous life when she was imprisoned in the dungeon, Emperor Givon's concubines also came to humiliate her. She asked Sang who sent the invitations, and Sang replied that it was the fourth concubine, Elizabeth, causing Larcy's expression to change. In her past life, before Larcy lost her sight, Elizabeth had visited her and hurled terrible insults at her. All the concubines mocked Larcy with disdain, looking at her as if she were a caged animal. Even after she lost her sight, she was still treated with the same contempt. After thinking it over, Larcy immediately agreed to attend the tea party. At the tea party, the emperor's concubines were bad-mouthing Larcy, even comparing her to Elizabeth. Elizabeth exuded an air of elegance just by sitting there. They believed Elizabeth was the one truly worthy of being empress. At this moment, Larcy entered the tea party in a striking red dress. All 6 concubines looked at her with envious eyes. Then Elizabeth spoke up. She invited Larcy to sit down with a saccharine smile, reminding Larcy of her actions towards her in the dungeon. Larcy thought that among the concubines, only one had been kind to her, but perhaps she was not attending today. The concubines all put on a fake show of concern for Larcy, asking about her well-being and then questioning her about the false rumors they had heard. Larcy did not bother paying attention to their words. Elizabeth even scorned Larcy's black hair, claiming she was illegitimate. Larcy thought that a young girl like Nicola would surely not be able to withstand such attacks. Larcy finally spoke, frankly admitting that she was illegitimate. Then she turned and insulted Elizabeth, saying that if Elizabeth were pregnant, it would be no different from being illegitimate. Being a concubine's child was truly unfortunate, which greatly angered her. To retaliate for her scorn towards her hair color, Larcy even suggested that the child might not be born with platinum hair like Emperor Givon, and whether Givon would even acknowledge a concubine's child. This caused Elizabeth to slam her hand on the table in anger. Larcy simply smiled and left, calling back to boast that she would be having dinner with His Majesty tonight, further irritating Elizabeth. Elizabeth was so furious that she ran out of the party, vowing never to acknowledge Larcy as empress and to personally drive her out of the kingdom. Seeing the dining room being prepared for the emperor and Larcy's dinner, Elizabeth smiled slyly, saying she would help Larcy prepare tonight's meal. At this time, Larcy had just finished getting ready. She thought that since their marriage she had not seen him at all, but as husband and wife, dining together was unavoidable. The reason Emperor Givon wanted to marry one of the 2 Berry princesses was to hold her hostage. Larcy was determined to prove her worth to Givon by providing him with useful information, and dinner was the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, a servant brought her a letter from the emperor stating that he was waiting for her for dinner. Larcy suspected she was about to meet him, so this definitely was not the emperor's letter. She knew the true sender of this letter. Larcy remained calm. There's still plenty of time, so I will play along with her to the very end and see what she can do. When she arrived, she looked around but did not see anyone, nor anyone hiding. Suddenly, a bucket of paint was poured on Larcy from above. From above, Elizabeth pretended to accidentally spill paint on her. She even taunted Larcy, saying this white paint would make her hair look less unlucky. Jivan, watching from above, saw everything, but he did not care. Larcy calmly told Sang to prepare new clothes for her. At this time, Jivan was sitting in the dining room waiting for Larcy. The servants were gossiping about why Larcy was so late. Jivan thought to himself, how disappointing. I thought Larcy was a special girl, but it turns out she is just another weak woman. I suppose she is crying in her room right now. Just as he was about to return to his chambers, Larcy arrived, surprising him greatly. Larcy appeared with radiant golden hair, looking incredibly beautiful. He remembered that in his previous life, Nicola had also been doused with paint, but unlike Larcy, she had screamed and demanded to return to Barry. It turned out that Larcy originally had golden hair, but she always dyed it black. She had washed off the paint and the dye from her hair. Now, she no longer needed to maintain that black hair. All this time, she had dyed her hair black at the behest of the Emperor and Empress. They said she looked better with black hair, and if people saw her with golden hair, it would harm her. After being reborn, Larcy had kept her hair black while in Barry to avoid trouble. In the Barry Kingdom, golden hair was the color of royalty. Golden and platinum hair were signs of those with the strongest magic on the continent. No one in the Barry royal family had golden hair except for Larcy, so this hair color proved her worth. Suddenly, Larcy noticed the Emperor looked very surprised. Larcy remembered that in her previous life, it was Jivan who had healed her eyes. Jivan asked if she had just dyed her hair, but Larcy denied it, saying it was her natural color. Seeing Jivan's continued curiosity, Larcy said her family's rules forced her to dye her hair black, which puzzled Jivan. Larcy thought to herself, Jivan still does not know that I am the victim, so I can't be hasty. Larcy explained that Nicola and Eric had very weak magic, so their hair had not fully turned golden yet. Rumors said that Larcy's brother, Prince Eric, would inherit the throne, but because his magic was not as strong as Larcy's, she was forced to dye her hair black to hide her true power and support Eric. Larcy, with a look of honor, remarked that Jivan seemed very interested in her family. She said she was very happy to have dinner with Jivan with this appearance and thought that her golden hair complemented his platinum hair very well. Jivan, after hearing this, fell into deep thought, causing Larcy to hastily explain that she had not intentionally tried to become his ideal type. It was just that she believed she was worthy of being empress and considered herself the most noble among Jivan's women. Hearing this, Jivan became furious, thinking she was too arrogant. If she crossed the line as empress, she would die by his hand. Larcy was not afraid because if he killed her, Jivan would lose a valuable source of information. Then Larcy mentioned the name Kong Sun, the name of the largest merchant ship in the Chariot Empire. This ship traveled through many different kingdoms to trade goods. Because the Chariot Empire was located in a cold region, its resources were not abundant, making trade very important. Larcy assured Jivan that within a month, the Kauri Kingdom, an ally of the Barry Kingdom, would attack this ship, and they would steal all the goods on board, leaving all the sailors dead. The Chariot Empire would face a shortage of essential supplies. Buri had secretly colluded with Kari in this attack and helped Kari cover it up to benefit their own kingdom. Larcy knew this because, before her marriage, she had overheard a conversation between the Emperor of Barry and the Emperor of Kari discussing the matter. Clearly, her father knew that Nicola was about to be married to the Chariot Empire, but he still deliberately went through with it. Larcy remembered that at the time she had intended to say more, but Eric had interrupted, saying that their friendly relations with Chariot were merely superficial, then turned and said that Larcy had not come up with this plan. It was actually just out of pity for the Kari Kingdom because they were in need. The Emperor of Barry hypocritically said he was very proud of her for devising this plan and then feigned distress, saying he only did this to the Chariot Empire out of necessity. Remembering this, Larcy felt foolish. In the end, the Chariot Empire would not know who had truly devised the plan. In her past life, the Kisen Kingdom had borne the full brunt of the blame because the ship's wreckage was found on their shores. They were not only occupied, but also forced to pay a huge sum in damages to Chariot. Jivan had managed to control the situation and minimize the losses, so the case remained unsolved back then. Of course, all the credit for covering up for the Kara Kingdom went to the Emperor and Eric. Returning to the dinner, Jivan suspiciously wondered if Larcy was trying to extract information from him. Larcy explained and told Jivan that the ship would be attacked in a month. She had precise information about the date, time, location, and the ambush itself. To gain Jivan's trust, Larcy allowed him to test her by seeing if the ship was indeed attacked. That way, he would know if she was useful. Jivan thought that he also needed to prove Larcy's worth. Larcy also thought that all the information she had from Barry and her past life were her weapons for survival. Jivan wanted to ask Larcy for more information, but she only said that she would tell him when the time came. Jivan agreed to trust Larcy and asked her for the exact time and location of the ambush. If it was, as she said, he would acknowledge her. Because the Kung Sun ship was the main source of materials, it was extremely valuable and could not be allowed to come to harm. But if Larcy's information was incorrect, she would be thrown into the sea. At this time, Elizabeth was furious. She had not expected Larcy to have golden hair and to make a deal with His Majesty. She shouted at the servants, demanding to know what the deal was, but no one knew. Elizabeth was angry, thinking Larcy had deliberately dyed her hair black to mock her. Larcy was reading a book. She thought that the next dinner would be a month from now. Until then, she had to be very careful. Suddenly, she received a letter torn into pieces. She asked the servant, but the servant did not know either. Larcy thought to herself that this letter was from Barry. The first few lines were just inquiries about how things were in Chariot. Not wanting to read the letter, Larcy told Sang to throw it away. Since it was already torn, she did not need to tear it herself. Larcy recalled that in her past life, Nicola had also complained about receiving torn letters, and the culprits were among the concubines, with Elizabeth being the primary offender. With that thought, Larcy asked when she would see Elizabeth again and learned it would be at the end of the week. It was a nobles' party, so presumably all the concubines would be there. Larcy decided to attend, thinking to herself, "Let us see what a concubine like Elizabeth can do to me." At this time, in the greenhouse, the third concubine, Sasa, was drinking tea. Even a layman would have to admire it, a greenhouse that was no different from a garden. While enjoying herself, Larcy spotted third concubine Sasa. She approached, startling Sasa. Sasa was puzzled because Larcy usually had black hair, but now it was golden, making her unrecognizable. Sasa politely greeted Larcy with a hint of fear. Larcy recognized her voice as very familiar. Larcy wondered why Sasa, the third concubine, appeared so timid, then reassured herself that Sasa was just pretending and she should not be so trusting. Larcy asked Sasa why she was so shy. As the emperor's concubine, she must have some talent. Sasa was startled and quickly explained that she became a concubine due to the diplomatic relationship between her homeland and Chariot, not because of any particular talent. Larcy thought that even if Sasa was pretending, she could still gather some information. She put on a friendly demeanor and invited Sasa to have tea with her. Sasa seemed to have a refined palate. She kept praising Larcy's tea, saying it would be even better with Bailin, making Larcy curious about what Bailin was. Sasa explained to Larcy that Bailin was a popular candy in Chariot. She was surprised Larcy did not know about it. Larcy remembered that she was not familiar with such things because, while in Barry, she had never attended social events or tea parties. Embarrassed, Larcy resolved to learn more about these things. Seeing Larcy's embarrassment, Sasa, with a worried expression, said she had not meant to find fault with her. Larcy asked Sasa to tell her more about Givon's other concubines. According to Sasa, most of the women who became Givon's concubines were there for political purposes. There were concubines who yearned for the empress's position, but the emperor did not care. Many young women had tried to get close to the emperor, but all met tragic ends. Only women of value were allowed near Givon. Before Larcy arrived, the closest to the empress's position was Elizabeth. As for the sixth concubine, she was the latest addition to the harem. Sasa continued, her voice trembling, saying that ever since an incident involving a concubine trying to monopolize Givon, no one dared to do so again. The sixth concubine was the most powerful because she was currently the most valuable. Therefore, Givon had granted her certain authority within the palace, and anyone who wanted to approach him was obstructed by her. Larcy wondered why she had not seen any action from the sixth concubine yet. Is she still observing me? Has she noticed Elizabeth's actions? Larcy asked Sasa about Elizabeth. Sasa said that Elizabeth was always jealous of the other concubines. To get closer to the empress's position, she had employed many schemes, such as building her own faction. Sasa said she had no intention of becoming empress, but Elizabeth would not leave her alone and sincerely advised Larcy to be careful. Larcy asked Sasa if she intended to harm her. Sasa replied that she was merely a concubine and would not dare to oppose Larcy. Then Sasa said that she had not belonged in this place from the beginning. Upon hearing these words, Larcy was surprised as if she had remembered something. She reached out and touched Sasa's face, gratefully thanking her. It turned out that Larcy had recognized the only concubine who had been kind to her when she was blind and imprisoned, Sasa. In her past life, although Larcy had treated Sasa like an enemy, Sasa, like an angel, had always been kind to her, even gently praying for her. Larcy thanked Sasa, making Sasa feel that something about Larcy had changed. Larcy thought that after eliminating all obstacles, she would formally invite Sasa to her own tea party. At a duchess's party, everyone was gossiping about Larcy, about her golden hair. The closer the hair color was to silver or gold, the stronger the magic, which greatly annoyed the concubines. At this moment, Larcy appeared, causing everyone to gasp in awe because they had not expected her hair to be truly golden. Everyone praised her beauty. Elizabeth, standing nearby and overhearing the compliments directed at Larcy, was incredibly jealous. She opened her mouth to mock Larcy. Larcy ignored her sarcastic praise and humbly replied that since today's main character was someone else, she had dressed simply and plainly. She even thanked Elizabeth for the compliment. Then, Larcy turned to greet the Duchess, but Elizabeth tripped her, almost causing her to fall. Larcy thought, the concubines are allowed to attend tea parties too? Then she smiled as if aware of their schemes. At this time, the Duchess came out to greet Larcy. Larcy greeted her with a bright smile. The concubines, not being greeted, were very annoyed and could only sit and badmouth Larcy to vent their frustration. Elizabeth sat biting her nails. Larcy approached to talk to her, causing her to stop biting her nails. Suddenly, a concubine screamed, but Larcy covered her mouth with her hand. It turned out Larcy had ground her high heel into the concubine's foot, causing her to cry out in pain. Elizabeth, exclaimed Larcy, "Stop. How can you be so violent?" Larcy smiled triumphantly and replied that she just wanted to teach some foolish women here a lesson. Then remarked, "You have the guts to push me, but not the guts to admit it." Larcy turned away disdainfully, saying that even if Elizabeth formed factions or changed her tactics, Jivon would not even glance at her, because you are just a useless concubine. Elizabeth, humiliated and enraged, yelled at Larcy to shut up and threw a shard of glass past her face. Forgetting that she was at a party, Elizabeth continued to curse Larcy. Enraged, Larcy slowly picked up a knife from the table. Other concubines fled in fear, knowing Larcy was serious. But Elizabeth remained, provoking Larcy to stab her. She was still shouting that Larcy would not dare, believing that she was Given's favorite, when Larcy swung the knife, tearing her dress. This forced her to lie down to cover herself. The other concubines screamed in fear, drawing everyone's attention. Larcy looked at her and insulted her, telling her to look in the mirror and tell herself to shut up. Larcy said that while Given was indifferent to her, he would not protect a concubine like Elizabeth, and she would protect herself. Larcy remembered that this scene was no different from how she had been humiliated in the dungeon in her past life by Elizabeth and the other concubines. This time, it was Elizabeth's turn to pay the price. Larcy continued to humiliate her. Elizabeth could only clutch her torn dress to avoid further exposure, humiliated. Everyone around laughed and said she deserved it for provoking Larcy. She had to slink away, unable to say another word. Larcy then looked at the sixth concubine, Camilla. She was sipping wine and mocking Larcy, not a bat, but a fearless cat, huh? At this time, Jivon was sitting in his room, receiving news that Larcy was also attending Duchess Dan's birthday party today. He wondered how Larcy would act in front of the concubines. Her image suddenly flashed in his mind. When Jivon arrived at the party, he was surprised. The party was still going on, yet everyone had already left. Jivon caught a glimpse of Elizabeth being escorted out of the party in fear by servants. He asked what had happened. A servant was about to speak when Jivon angrily interrupted, "Who allowed you to speak to me?" At this moment, a guard whispered in Jivon's ear, recounting the incident. Jivon was very surprised. He looked at the departing carriage and thought to himself, did Larcy cut her dress to retaliate against Elizabeth? He smiled, thinking Larcy was truly crazy. He had witnessed many women trying to get close to him, but they would immediately give up in fear after a mere threat. Jivon affirmed that Larcy was no ordinary woman. He wondered how Larcy would have reacted if he had appeared at the party. Jivon approached Larcy. She was surprised to see him. Jivon asked what had happened, and she simply replied, nothing. She even boasted that everyone had welcomed her. Jivon asked her about Elizabeth's torn dress. Larcy smiled and said, "You already know." Jivon was stunned, then asked why Larcy dared to touch Elizabeth. She is the daughter of the Count's family, controlling 70% of the trade with our neighboring country, Dulan. Dulan and Chariot were originally rival kingdoms. Because of that stubborn king, they had refused to establish diplomatic relations or trade with the Anete kingdom. This was the only way, Jivon said angrily. If the trade with the Count of Dulan ends, our link with the Dulan kingdom will disappear. Hearing this, Larcy lowered her head and apologized to Jivon with a pitiful expression, but a moment later, her expression changed to a triumphant smile as she said, "You do not need them anymore, because you have me now." The people around were frightened because the wound on Larcy's face would not stop bleeding and tried to bandage it. But Gavon swatted their hands away. He said sternly, "You are so arrogant. Do you want me to pass judgment right here?" The surrounding people were terrified. Jivon also said that he had not seen any value in her yet. Larcy asserted that it would not be long before he acknowledged her worth. Then she smeared the blood from her wound onto Jivon's lips, softly saying, "You just have to wait until then." Larcy was sitting in a chair, having her wound treated. She thought to herself, the healing magic in the Chariot Kingdom is quite good, even though it is not a country specializing in healing magic. Sang was wiping a vase, thinking about how Larcy had paint poured on her head and had been harmed many other times. Sang could not believe how strong Larcy was. Larcy looked at Sang through the mirror and said, "If you are injured, you can tell me. I will have someone treat you." Sang simply bowed his head and said he was fine, that he could handle his own injuries. Sang remembered that speaking of injuries, the teddy bear Larcy carried around was quite damaged. He asked Larcy if he should fix it or throw it away. Larcy interrupted, telling him to fix it himself. Then she turned and asked him if there had been any movement from Elizabeth after the party. Sang said she had not done anything unusual. According to the maids, her daily tea parties had been discontinued. Larcy thought to herself, she could not take it already. How boring. Now she should focus on appeasing Givon's anger rather than worrying about her. Larcy wanted to deal with 2 or 3 more concubines, but just dealing with Elizabeth had already angered him. She decided to lay low for a while. One of her weapons was her memories of the past 10 years. Although she was exploited in her past life, she was also very knowledgeable about continental affairs. While imprisoned in Chariot, she had been involuntarily cut off. But after returning to Barry, thanks to Sang, she had caught up on almost all the events. Larcy suddenly turned and thanked him. Sang, surprised, thought she was thanking him for fixing the teddy bear, so he said he would fix others for her as well. Larcy thought to herself that she had a lot of information and events related to the future of Chariot. Chariot was feared by neighboring countries and was always at the center of news. In particular, the current emperor Givon was a nightmare due to his cruelty. He had many concubines for diplomatic relations. Among them, Elizabeth's Dulan kingdom had a poor relationship with Chariot from previous emperors. The former emperor of Chariot was a tyrant. He had probably wanted to conquer the Dulan kingdom many times, and before Givon could establish friendly relations with Dulan, the king of Dulan. While thinking and rummaging through the pile of teddy bears, Larcy saw a doll shaped like the king. She remembered the event of the Dulan king's death in her past life. If Larcy used that event well, she could forge a diplomatic relationship stronger than Elizabeth's existence. Larcy asked Sang to request permission for her to leave the palace after he finished fixing the teddy bear. Sang readily agreed. When he turned to look at Larcy, he unconsciously smiled. At this time, the guards were informing Givon about another disaster in the Kisin kingdom. To deal with the shortage of goods, Givon needed to find a new trade partner. The Annetta family kept inquiring about the sixth concubine, Camilla. Givon told the guards to find more goods, regardless of friend or foe. Givon sat down. Larcy's image involuntarily appeared in his mind. He remembered her smearing blood on his lips. Givon laughed out loud. At this time, Givon was asking Larcy about leaving the palace. Larcy had not expected to be summoned like this. Givon thought that the place Larcy wanted to go was the Dulan kingdom, Elizabeth's home kingdom. He knew this could not be a coincidence. Givon asked Larcy what she was doing in Dulan. Every time he got angry, she always wore that calm expression. Larcy smiled and said she planned to stay in Dulan overnight, but if her work finished early, she would return immediately. Then she asked for permission and turned to leave, but Givon demanded to go with her, surprising her. Seeing Larcy's apparent tension, Givon asked what was wrong. Larcy pretended to be happy that Givon was accompanying her. A guard hastily told Givon that he already had a prior engagement, a party to attend, but Givon did not care, saying that his schedule was his own to decide. The guard fearfully apologized. Larcy thought to herself, I can't believe Givon wants to go with me. She wondered why he wanted to go, what his intentions were, but then Larcy smiled, thinking it was a good thing. She knew that thanks to this, she would be able to get closer to Givon. The news that Givon was leaving the palace with Larcy reached Elizabeth, infuriating her. Everyone was gossiping about how Givon leaving the palace with Larcy sounded like a honeymoon because Givon had never gone out with a concubine before. Everyone thought he had genuine feelings for Larcy. At an inn on the outskirts of the Dulan kingdom, Larcy was surprised that she and Givon were sharing a room. She asked Givon, "Is this our bedroom?" A servant replied that Givon had requested a bedroom for the two of them. Larcy was stunned. Givon asked if Larcy was dissatisfied. She stammered, "Why is it like this?" Larcy thought to herself, "Why, I thought I would have my own room." But sharing a meal and now a double bed made her blush. Ever since they arrived, Givon's gaze had been strange. Larcy glanced at the clock. Givon remarked that she seemed to have been looking at the clock for a while. He thought to himself, "Indeed, this is not the trip I anticipated," but it seems Larcy did not meet anyone at the inn. Givon had the entire inn investigated, but there was no trace of Barry. Clearly, Larcy had something planned. He looked at her and asked, "Sang seems to always be by your side." Larcy replied, "Of course he is my only male servant." Givon asked, "Is he the man you brought from Barry?" Larcy smiled and said, "Are you jealous?" Givon thought she must be drunk to speak like that. Larcy thought, how could he be jealous? Larcy told Sang to prepare the carriage. Givon asked what she was doing. Larcy simply said she had some business to attend to and told Givon to rest, that she would be back soon. Givon suddenly grabbed Larcy's wrist, pressed her against the wall, and said, "We have not slept together yet, have we?" He pushed her onto the bed and loosened his tie. Larcy remembered a similar incident in her past life. Nicola, despite the guard's warning that Givon was busy, had barged into his room. She was thrown out, but she stubbornly cried and apologized for not being able to dine with him the previous night because she was upset. So upset that her tears would not stop falling. Nicola wondered how Givon would react. Then she added that she longed for him, even though she might be harmed by Elizabeth. She saw that Givon did not seem to care, so she revealed her body seductively, making the guards blush. She thought Givon would like it, but he grabbed her hair and said, entering without his permission would be punished. He scornfully told Nicola that without strong magic, prancing around in front of him made her no different from a harlot. Then he sent her back to the palace. Back in the present, Givon said to Larcy, "Since we are husband and wife, we should enjoy tonight." She wondered, didn't he say he would not care about me? Larcy looked at the clock and told Givon about his schedule for tomorrow, but he did not care. Givon said, "You are worried about schedules while we are doing this? If you miss this opportunity, there might not be another." If this happened, Larcy could live on without having to prove her worth. And if Larcy gave birth to a successor, she could solidify her position to stay by his side. Larcy secretly thought about succession. That's right. One can only be strong if they are their own master. It would be good if Givon thought the same way. Larcy recalled how she had refused Givon's proposal to become empress in her previous life. If she had agreed back then, maybe she would have lived a little longer. At least she would not have had to suffer the pain of having her eyes gouged out. But she realized it too late. Larcy thought to herself how foolish she was in her previous life. Now, there is no turning back. Larcy told Jivon that she thought their child would definitely be very proficient in magic. But I am not that valuable. Larcy apologized to Jivon and stood up. She turned her back, put on a black robe, and advised him to go to bed early. When I am in the mood, I will stay with you. Jivon, having been rejected, sat on the bed, lost in thought. He thought about Larcy's words. He adjusted his tie and said, "Are you saying you are that valuable?" Larcy sat in the carriage, recalling what had just happened. She blushed and thought to herself, I have accepted this man. It is not like such things do not happen in this world. Remembering her past life, Larcy closed her eyes and blushed. Jivon's hands were so warm. Even so, Larcy knew that her choice was not wrong. Moreover, what Jivon wanted was indeed her powerful magic. At that moment, Sang suddenly knocked on the window and asked Larcy, "Can we stop the carriage for a moment?" They were almost there, but there was a slight problem. Larcy asked Sang what the problem was. Sang said they had arrived at the Hasi Bridge. A carriage was being surrounded by bandits. It seemed like it had just happened. On that carriage, the people inside were screaming in fear and promising money to the bandits. Sang said he would call the guards or wait until the bandits left. Suddenly, Larcy got out of the carriage. She smiled and approached the other carriage. At that moment, a bandit was about to attack the people inside. Suddenly, his whole body burst into flames like a torch. The other bandits did not know what had happened. They turned around to see Larcy using her magic to burn them. Larcy remembered her previous life. Back then, she had personally set fire to the soldiers in the chariots. However, she had not expected her magic to still be so strong. She had eliminated all the bandits. Seeing her like this, Sang was very surprised. The last time Larcy had been able to use her magic so freely was about 2 months before the end of the war. In her previous life, news of the carriage robbery at Hasi Bridge had spread throughout Berry. They had predicted the carriage's departure time. Not long after, the bandits were all caught. Larcy thought to herself that the attacked carriage belonged to someone from the Dulan kingdom. Larcy approached the owner of the carriage and said, "That was dangerous just now." The person in the carriage commented on how young she looked. Larcy said she happened to be passing by and heard the cries for help, so she came to help. The person in the carriage repeatedly thanked Larcy. Larcy looked at the two people in the carriage. She wondered who they were, as they felt familiar. It turned out to be the king of Dulan, but strangely, the person accompanying the king was not the queen. Larcy remembered that in her previous life, the king of Dulan had died in the carriage attack. The queen was incredibly furious. So the king of Dulan was having an affair with this blue-haired woman. The king desperately tried to explain, saying Larcy had the wrong person. He was not the king. But Larcy said she was the first princess of the Berry kingdom. She had met the king of Dulan several times through the king of Berry. The king fearfully looked at Larcy, recalling how Princess Larcy, despite her outstanding talent from a young age, had been known as a villainess for a long time. But compared to the person standing here, was not she completely different? The king looked at Larcy's clenched fist in anger, thinking that even though Larcy was his savior, seeing this situation, he could not fight against her. Larcy remembered that in her previous life, the Dulan king had died along with several other officials. When the news of the king's assassination and a carriage attack spread, it became widespread across the continent. The Dulan king said he heard Larcy was now with Chariot. Larcy confirmed she was currently with Chariot, and she countered by asking him if the Queen of Dulan would be able to accept this truth. As a member of the royal family, Larcy could not pretend to be ignorant. The king and his lover hurriedly begged Larcy to keep a secret. With a contemptuous expression, Larcy said, "Isn't it true that my father and he have a close relationship? Let us see. I am now with Chariot. But if Chariot and Dulan have a close relationship?" She demanded they sign a contract right there. Larcy wanted to replace Elizabeth's role. At this time, Jivon was sitting on the bed reading a letter. Larcy returned, surprised that Jivon was not asleep yet. Jivon asked where she had been, but Larcy just said she went for a walk. Jivon sulked. "Are you saying a walk is more important than a night with me?" Larcy immediately explained, "That is not true at all." Larcy told him she happened to run into the king of Dulan, so she stayed to chat for a bit. It was not about trade or diplomacy, but the Dulan king wants to become close with the Chariot kingdom. This is proof of that. Larcy showed Jivon the letter the king had personally written. Jivon thought to himself that the king of Dulan had personally written this letter. Larcy told the king that if they met again, she would definitely treat him to a lavish meal. Jivon wondered how she could do such a thing. Larcy stroked her hair and said she just happened to meet him. Jivon was thinking about how the king of Dulan still held a grudge against him, and he did not want to negotiate with him. Before he could finish his thoughts, Larcy pressed herself against him, seductively provoking Jivon. Larcy had previously told Jivon that she would stay with him when she was in a better mood. Still close to Jivon, Larcy seductively said that she was really happy right now. "Let me serve you." Jivon remained silent, intently watching Larcy's face as it drew closer. The next morning in Chariot, Larcy was brushing her hair in front of the mirror. She recalled last night. When dawn broke, Jivon acted as usual. He was not embarrassed nor affectionate. Larcy remained silent throughout the trip. After all, Jivon had 6 concubines, so he probably just wanted to see Larcy's reaction. But there has been some progress. Larcy covered her face in embarrassment. If not, She wondered if Givon would have noticed her trembling, or if he noticed it already, hence his expression. Larcy wondered, embarrassed. The scene of her being tortured in the dungeon flashed through her mind again. She was curious if Givon remembered how he had tormented her in their past life. Larcy lay tiredly on the chair. She asked Sang to tie her hair for her. Larcy thought to herself, it seems the letter from the Dulan Kingdom is worth something after all. It will be the premise for a friendship treaty between the Chariot Empire and the Dulan Kingdom. Larcy had promised to send a party invitation to the King of Dulan. If I had directly conveyed the message to Dulan before, it probably would not have been successful. Larcy looked out the window and asked the maid what all the commotion was about. It turned out that Elizabeth had to return to her country this morning. Down below, Elizabeth was struggling as the guards took her away. She believed that no matter what she did, Jivan would forgive her, and screamed, refusing to return to her country. The concubines were frightened as Elizabeth continued to scream. She said she belonged to His Majesty, and who dared touch her. The guard said he was just following Jivan's orders. Those words stunned her. Jivan no longer needed to consider the relationship or trade with Dulan, so Elizabeth was sent back to her country. Elizabeth did not believe it at first, but she was still forced into the carriage and sent back. The concubines were scared. They seemed to know that would be their fate if they dared to go against Larcy. Larcy had seen everything from her room. She looked down with disdain. So I have taken care of the fourth, loud-mouthed concubine. Jivan was also sitting in his room. He was thinking about the Dulan king. Saucy had appeared when the carriage was attacked, as if she had known everything beforehand, not just passing by chance. She had dealt with the robbers with her powerful magic, and while the king of Dulan wrote a letter wanting to befriend Chariot, she had made a few threats. Jivan thought there was no way it could be a coincidence. The king should have been with the officials in the palace. Jivan decided to investigate whether the robbers were wanted criminals, the Dalan King's scandal, Larcy's rescue, the threats, and the friendship treaty. The Dalan King's letter stated that he wanted a friendly relationship with the Chariot Empire and to promote trade and diplomacy. Jivan laughed. He said to himself, an invitation to a banquet from the Dulan Kingdom. If that happens, I will attend with Larcy as husband and wife. Jivan looked expectant. Then suddenly, many images of Larcy flashed through his mind. Remembering last night, Jivan blushed too, his heart clenching in embarrassment. Since Elizabeth was expelled from Chariot, every morning someone sent the body of a cat to Larcy's palace. Although there was no sender's name, the contents of the box were always the same. The servant trembled and asked Larcy what to do with the cat's body. Larcy simply said to handle it as usual. Larcy asked the maids around her, I do not like eating cat meat, but should I try cooking them? The maids whispered to each other about the cat. Larcy watched them, thinking that whether it was the body of a cat or a person, she was used to it from her past life. Larcy told herself she could not let a life go to waste like this. In her previous life, she would tremble at the mere sight of blood. War can numb people in many different ways. While imprisoned, there were always rat corpses beside her, and after returning to Barry, she was pelted with animal carcasses by her subjects. Larcy guessed that the sender of the cat corpses could be the other concubines. The news of her leaving the palace with Givan had already spread everywhere. Someone in the palace must have thought that she was the one who instigated the emperor to send Elizabeth back to her country. Larcy decided to monitor the situation for now. Larcy was having breakfast. She only took one bite. Then, she ordered the servants to call the chef and the maids who brought her the food when everyone who made her food arrived. Larcy said she wanted to hear their opinions on the salad she had just eaten. After they finished eating, they all had unpleasant expressions. Larcy allowed them to spit it out. Everyone was nauseated, their tongues feeling as if they had been poisoned. Larcy said they would be fine if they drank some water. Then she approached the head maid and asked if she was the culprit. She had already suspected it was her. Maid fearfully begged Larcy for mercy and confessed that she was forced. The maid wondered how Larcy knew, because the person who gave her the poison said it was a deadly poison. They also said that if Larcy died here, no one would stand in her way. Larcy pushed the maid against the wall, shoved the salad plate into her mouth, and forced her to eat the entire plate. After eating, the maid fainted. Larcy felt insulted. Who would try to kill her with such cheap poison? Sang said if Larcy wanted, he would find out about some high-grade poisons for her. Larcy thought that it was not a highly toxic poison, probably just meant as a warning to her. If she swallowed that poison, the maid would not wake up for a while. When Larcy was young, her parents made her study and train repeatedly to develop poison resistance. Now that she thought about it, it was probably just to make her a poison tester for her siblings. She did so much for the country, yet she was only considered a traitor, making her more susceptible to poisoning than anyone else. Larcy knew this poison was not the instantly lethal kind because the taste was quite noticeable. Larcy wondered which concubine had a close relationship with the head maid. Besides Elizabeth, who else? She recalled a servant mentioning that the sixth concubine, Camilla, was very sensitive to anyone getting close to Jivan. Larcy immediately knew who was behind the recent actions. Jivan heard the news that Larcy had been poisoned. He inquired and learned that Larcy was fine, but the head maid, who was considered the culprit, was unconscious. Jivan laughed, his amused expression frightening the guards. Could this icy person actually laugh? Jivan caringly said that after the investigation, they should deal with the headmaid and have the royal physician examine Larcy. The surrounding guards were surprised and scared because the emperor was usually indifferent to the empress, but now he even cared enough to call the royal physician for her. Seeing Jivan's discomfort, the guard did not dare ask any further questions and quickly apologized. Larcy was also surprised after learning that Jivan personally called the royal physician for her. She thought she could resist poison, not to the point of needing treatment. While imprisoned, she was forced to drink poison several times but still did not die. Now she wondered if it was the sixth concubine, Camilla, who was behind it back then. Silently apologized to Sasa for suspecting her in the past. At that moment, the royal physician cast a spell on Larcy, saying it was a healing spell. Larcy praised the royal physician's considerable magic power. She thought that with such strong magic, this person must be from the royal family. The royal physician humbly said that the only person who could help Givan was Larcy, considering her a treasure of the empire. Larcy turned and asked Sang if he had ever been sick. He replied that he had. The people who made Larcy's food trembled and asked what they should do. They fearfully thought to themselves, afraid of being punished like the head maid, because they were also irresponsible for not paying attention while the head maid poisoned the food. Larcy apologized for calling them and forgetting about them. Then she rewarded each of them with a bag of money for making them eat poison. Everyone was surprised that they were not punished, but were rewarded instead. Larcy even generously invited them to the treatment room. They rejoiced and repeatedly thanked her. Larcy thought to herself, punishment and then reward, that is the basis of imperial studies. If it were Nicola who dropped all her studies, she definitely would not understand this principle. Larcy looked at the people who had just been rewarded with joy. She smiled unconsciously. Ixtan, thanks to this incident, the malicious rumors about her had lessened. At this moment, the sixth concubine, Camilla, wrote a letter inviting Larcy to dinner. After Larcy finished reading the letter, she immediately turned and asked Sang if he knew how to use a needle and thread, thinking that it was time for her to take the stage. At this time, at Camilla's castle, Larcy and Sang had arrived. Upon entering, Camilla appeared. She cheerfully greeted Larcy and invited her to dine. She also added that Larcy should rest assured as she would not poison the food. Camilla also inquired about Larcy regarding the poisoning incident and even expressed relief that Larcy was not poisoned. Because if Larcy were, there would be a big problem, since Givan cares a lot about Larcy. Camilla believes that Elizabeth being sent back to Dulan was also Larcy's doing, and even asked Larcy's secret, how she pleaded with Givan to have Elizabeth expelled. Larcy affirmed that she did not do that, and she also did not need to plead with Givan. She could handle those who got in her way herself. Camilla, with a smiling face, introduced herself to Larcy, stating that she came from a Marquis family in Chariot, so she enjoyed befriending the aristocracy. She also kindly offered to help Larcy dispose of the cat corpses and could help her turn something else into a corpse as well. She said that those who opposed her family would be erased without a trace, as if implicitly threatening that if Larcy dared to touch Jivan, she would be dealt with. Larcy was not worried at all. She thought it was ridiculous. Her body had been trained through war. If Camilla said that her family could erase without a trace, then could they handle her precious family and bury? Larcy smiled and told Camilla that after becoming a person of Chariot, she had cut ties with her family. Camilla asked who the servant beside Larcy was. Larcy explained to her that Sang was a male servant she found outstanding, so she brought him along. Upon hearing this, Camilla thought that Larcy bringing Sang along was not actually because of his excellence, but because of his appearance. Larcy said she only needed her husband, Givan, and that was enough. Camilla, with a cunning expression, said that the harem was very crowded, and she believed Givan was a man who enjoyed novelty. Larcy thought, as expected, was that one of the reasons Givan wanted to go out. Larcy told Camilla that she heard that no matter how many concubines Givan had, he was not interested in that sort of thing. But she did not think so, and then Larcy asked Camilla's opinion. Camilla said that she had never spent a night with His Majesty. Larcy recalled that since she arrived, she had never seen Jivan go to Camilla's place. She remembered her wedding night when she was newly married. Jivan did not even bother sleeping with her. Larcy was surprised that Camilla had been married into the palace for so long, but had never spent the night with Givan. Then she added fuel to the fire, saying she heard that women who do not experience that will quickly lose their beauty, making Camilla tremble with anger. Larcy thought, of course, what she just said was made up, but Camilla's mind was only that much. Larcy added that with each passing year, beauty would fade terribly. She still held the title of Empress, but Camilla was just a concubine. If she did not take advantage of the opportunity, then when her youth faded. Just as she was about to say more, Camilla, too irritated, told Larcy to be careful with her words. Larcy remembered that today she also had a gift to reciprocate Camilla. As soon as Camilla saw Larcy's gift box, she was frightened because it was identical to the box she had put the cat corpses in. Camilla tremblingly opened the box, but inside was only a stuffed mouse. Larcy brought up the fact that recently someone had been sending her gifts. It seemed they wanted to say she resembled a cat, which was why they sent her so many cat corpses. Therefore, Larcy wanted to give Camilla a doll that looked just like her, which was this stuffed mouse. Camilla was angry because she knew Larcy was mocking her, implying that cats eat mice. When leaving, Camilla invited Larcy to have a glass of wine, assuring her that she would not poison it, so Larcy should not worry. and immediately took a sip to reassure her. She said she looked forward to supporting Jivon with Larcy in the future. As Larcy reached for the glass, she quickly poured the wine over her head. She also said it would be a waste to let Larcy drink this wine. She thought Larcy should be grateful today that it was red wine and not blood. Camila tried to turn away, but Larcy grabbed her wrist and held her back. Larcy said if she had received a glass, she should reciprocate. Then she pushed her entire body into the water barrel next to her. She added that if Camila liked drinking water so much, she should drink to her heart's content. Larcy's sarcasm made Camila so angry she could not speak. At this time, Jivon had received a letter from the King of Dulan. Larcy thought that the King of Dulan had sent the invitation just as they had agreed. With this, her value would be clearly demonstrated. Larcy was the one who initiated the negotiations, so she had to go. It was important to understand what was going on. It turned out that what Larcy was wondering about was that Jivon did not allow her to bring Sang to the King of Dulan's palace. When Larcy and Jivon arrived at the palace, the King of Dulan warmly welcomed them. He said he was very surprised to have met Larcy by chance while on inspection last time. He spoke so fluently that Larcy thought he was reading from a script. The King of Dulan said he wanted Chariot to forget all past grievances to build a good relationship between the two countries, and generously allowed the opening of a land port to promote trade. Larcy thought thankfully this king was intelligent, then glanced at Jivon to see how he would respond. Jivon thanked the King of Dulan and shook his hand with an impassive face. As they were leaving, many servants and guards gossiped about Jivon and Larcy, making her think that it was indeed impossible to ignore the previous discord. For a kingdom constantly attacked by Chariot like Dulan, such a reaction was natural. Even if it was the king's decision, they could not easily accept it. Larcy was used to hearing bad things said behind her back, but to dare speak ill of Jivon was too much. Larcy did not expect Jivon to not be angry at all. Perhaps he was too used to it. Emperor Jivon was known for being cold-blooded, having killed his own father. The previous emperor was also a figure who constantly harassed neighboring countries to dominate the continent, and he was not a good emperor. Therefore, everyone used that as an excuse, claiming that Jivon was the son of a demon, and no matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not. Larcy could not stand it anymore. She told those who were speaking ill of Jivon that they could say whatever they wanted directly to her. She could hear everything. The people around her were frightened and did not dare speak anymore, immediately apologizing. One man tried to introduce himself, but Larcy called him rude and gave him a blast of fire. Jivon recalled the behavior of his concubines when they heard him being bad-mouthed. They only offered comfort, but none dared to act like Larcy. He turned to Larcy and asked if she was trying to win his favor, but Larcy replied frankly, saying it was a wife's duty and she would take responsibility for everything. She also gently said that Jivon did not need to worry because she was too used to this. Larcy thought that was the only reason Jivon felt sympathy and parted ways with her. Larcy, with a sly expression, touched the face of the man she had just burned, saying that if she wanted to win Jivon's favor, she would have cut out their tongues and burned them right there. The remaining men, seeing that, were frightened and apologized repeatedly, claiming they were drunk, which was why they spoke like that. They begged Jivon to spare them for the sake of the relationship between the two countries. Jivon burst out laughing after hearing this. He said he did not even have the right to be angry and then turned away. Larcy was sitting in the reading room, with Sang working beside her. The story of the friendship agreement between Chariot and Dulan had spread throughout the continent. The recent minor commotion had been handled by the Kingdom of Dulan, with the reason given as the price to pay for disrespecting guests. Larcy thought, honestly, it would not be strange if those who badmouthed Jivon were executed. The spread of the news lessened the malicious rumors about Larcy. The servants she had previously rewarded competed to help her. Currently, there were no more cat corpses being sent. Larcy, amused, even considered sending rat corpses to Camila. Sang, not realizing she was joking, even said he would catch some in the kitchen. Next week, Kung Sun's ship would dock. It seemed Jivon would be going along, so Larcy had to think about a new plan, a truly thorough plan. At this time, Camila was extremely angry that Larcy had gone with Jivon. She angrily said, what was so great about diplomatic relations with Dulan, such a powerless country? She thought. She heard that during that visit to Dulan, Larcy even injured a young nobleman. This was clearly wrongdoing, but Jivon did not give Larcy any punishment. If it were Jivon normally, Larcy would certainly have been punished for disrupting the negotiations. No matter how valuable Larcy was, there should have been some change. She wondered why Jivon had forgiven Larcy. The more Camila thought about it, the angrier she became. She believed Jivon truly had feelings for Larcy. Camila had not even spent a single night with Jivon, yet Larcy had it so easily. She was determined to kill Larcy at all costs. But this time her opponent was the Empress, and she was at a disadvantage, so she could not leave any evidence. Suddenly, Camila saw Sang's profile. She began to investigate his identity. Sang was the sixth son of Viscount Benny in the Kingdom of Berry. He had been sent to the castle because his family was facing financial difficulties and had almost sold all their property. Compared to his outstanding abilities in various fields, he completely lacked sociability. 4 years ago, he became a servant of the Crown Princess of Berry. Rumors of a personal relationship between him and Larcy remained unconfirmed. In general, Sang was just an ordinary servant. Camilla still did not believe Sang was just a male servant accompanying Larcy. She thought that as a man brought to another country, he was even young and handsome. Camilla gave a cunning smile as if she had thought of a plan. At this time, Larcy was waiting for Sang to bring her tea, but he was nowhere to be seen, although the maids had prepared it right away. The tea that Sang brewed was still the best. Larcy thought she brought Sang to Chariot to repay him for his past life, not expecting too much from his abilities. Sang must have been surprised to be chosen to accompany her to Chariot, as he was not someone she regularly interacted with. Larcy praised Sang for being good at cooking and sewing, and also very handsome. He also never interfered too much in her affairs. While it was quiet, a servant rushed in to inform Larcy that someone said Sang was seriously injured. At this moment, Kalina was standing in front of a mirror, her face covered in a large streak of blood. Looking in the mirror, she smiled with a cruel expression. Sang was badmouthed by the surrounding servants, who said that he had always been rumored to have that attitude because he came from another country and was of royal blood. Sang thought he had never thought he wanted to smile. He thought, unlike him, Larcy always smiled at everyone, but she was not that different from him, because she did not receive any rewards either. He was just being used while looking helpless, slowly corroding, just like him. At this moment, Larcy was rushing to Sang's side. The surrounding physicians were stopping her from seeing him. Sang had woken up, but his face was no longer as handsome as before, as there were 2 scars running from the corners of his mouth to near his ears. Despite being newly injured, he did not seem worried. Sang apologized to Larcy and was about to go prepare tea for her. The physician stopped him, telling him to rest. The wound had been stopped with healing magic. There was no major problem in his life, but because the wound on his mouth was quite deep, it might leave a lifelong scar. The physician also apologized for not being able to heal his scar, but Sang did not seem too sad. He said, if it were not for the physician, he would not have woken up so quickly. At this time, Larcy told Sang that he did not need to prepare tea anymore and asked him what had happened. Sang recounted that while he was bringing tea to Larcy, he encountered Camilla and 2 of her guards. Camilla called Sang over, but he refused because he was busy. Even though Camilla said she had something to tell him, he still refused, but he was restrained by Camilla's 2 guards and beaten. Camilla said that even during dinner, Sang was not cute at all. It was a pity for his handsome face. With that said, she said she would make him cuter and told him to tell Larcy that she had warned him. As she spoke, that cruel woman ordered her guards to slash Sang's mouth. Everyone around who heard his story was frightened. They thought Larcy probably would not know what to say. After all, Sang was a servant brought from her homeland. She must be very shocked. Larcy touched Sang's face, praising him for being cool, which surprised him greatly. Larcy cupped his face, exclaiming that even with the injury, Sang was still so handsome. He truly was unique. Larcy said even with his current appearance, she was still very satisfied, then turned and told Sang to rest. Sang called after her, asking about the tea, but Larcy said she did not need it now. If it was about tea, she would drink it at Camilla's residence. Jivon was informed by a servant that Larcy was going to Camilla's residence. Camilla was sitting relaxed on a chair, drinking tea. She thought unexpectedly. Sang did not resist at all. Perhaps he was afraid she would harm Larcy, which was why he was like that. Camilla gave a cruel smile. She thought this was not a pleasant thing to think about. Even though she had slashed Sang's mouth, at that time, he still did not seem afraid at all. Camilla said Sang was truly Larcy's dog. She considered Sang a plaything with only a face worth looking at, now turned into a monster. Stout Larcy must be afraid of her now and would not dare touch her anymore. At this time, there was a commotion outside, with many screams. It turned out that Larcy had used her magic to burn down the door to Camilla's room. She showed no fear and said if Larcy had knocked, she would have opened the door for her. Camilla covered her mouth, laughing, saying she had heard about Sang and thought it was because of Larcy's stupidity that Sang ended up like that. With that level of injury, Jivon's magic would heal it, but Jivon was famously known for not using his magic on others. It would be even more absurd if he used his magic on a servant. Larcy did not bother listening to her, continuing to approach her, even as she claimed to be the only concubine with the purest bloodline among the concubines. She considered herself the one Jivon cherished the most. If Larcy dared to touch even her fingertip, she would be expelled from this castle, while Camilla was still screaming. Larcy touched her head, and a flame ignited. She was terrified. Camilla shrieked, but Larcy did not care. She put 2 fingers in her mouth, saying, "The face is here, right?" At this time, a group of Camilla's subordinates rushed in to rescue her, but Larcy immediately blasted them with fire. Camilla trembled, sitting on the ground while Larcy smiled, looking at her. She recalled the years of torture in the dungeon. She had also been tortured and humiliated by the concubines. Looking down, Camilla's face now had a burn mark right in the middle. Larcy smiled contemptuously, saying she looked dirtier than a sewer rat. Now it was Camilla's turn to pay for her actions. With that said, Larcy was about to give her some more cosmetic surgery when Jivon arrived. Jivon asked Larcy why she could go this far. What was she thinking? Larcy tossed her hair, saying, "Please do not mind, Tizon. It is just the cute jealousy of a wife who loves her husband too much." Camilla was about to flee when Larcy held her back, burning her face, and said she was just an insignificant concubine. How could she bother Jivon? Camila crawled towards him, but he ignored her and went to Larcy. At this time, the news of Camila's injury had spread. After this incident, everyone's assessment changed once again because Larcy had protected her servant. At the infirmary, Sasa went to visit Song. Sasa asked him what he thought about the future. She thought, encountering such things and being left with a lifelong scar, it would not be strange if he ran away. Sang said he wanted to return to Larcy's side as a servant. Sasa was surprised that Larcy was so cherished by her servant. Sang, with a sad expression, said he had nowhere to go, so he had no other choice, but he could not work for the royal family with his current appearance. Sang worried that if Larcy saw him as a hindrance to her work with his appearance, would she abandon him? Sasa thought Larcy was very friendly to the servants, and even to her. As empress, Larcy had made many contributions. Currently in the castle, she was also a warm-hearted empress. This time, Larcy had also acted personally for Sang. Sasa assured Sang that Larcy would never abandon him. Sang recalled Larcy's actions towards the servants. He thought Sasa seemed to have misunderstood something about Larcy. Sang, said he, greatly respected Larcy. He remembered Larcy as a busy, exploited princess who could go anywhere with her own strength, so he wanted to stay by her side even more. Sasa was very touched. She asked Sang if he did not think of Larcy as a woman. Sang said wherever he went, he was just a servant, but Master Larcy was more than anyone else. Larcy was in the flower garden. She kept thinking that just by going to the flower garden, she could meet Sasa, but she still could not find her. Disappointed, when she returned to visit Sang, she met Sasa there. Seeing Larcy, Sasa immediately bowed politely. Sasa said she came to visit Sang and was about to leave, but Larcy happily invited her to stay and thanked her for visiting Sang. Larcy asked about Sang's condition. The physician said his condition was stable and he could be discharged tomorrow. Larcy invited Sang to return to her side as a servant, which made him extremely happy. With that said, Larcy even diligently fed Sang. Sasa was surprised when she saw Sang's scar. Larcy thought, as Camila said, if it were Givan's healing magic, even a wound like Sang's could heal quickly. But Givan was not the one who treated Sang. Larcy wondered if she could ask him to treat Sang if she got a little closer to Givan. Then she sighed, thinking that even with the injury, Sang was still so handsome. Larcy did not know if it was because she was used to the battlefield. She thought her preferences had changed. Sasa asked if Larcy would attend the 3-day spring welcoming festival in the village tomorrow. Although it was not as grand as a royal event, it was a quite famous village festival among the people, and this would probably be Larcy's first time participating in a festival of chariot. Larcy thought, not only in chariot but also in berry. She had never participated in one before. Larcy felt this spring festival was somewhat familiar. It would be safer to stay in the castle, but even for the future, it would be better to go out. Then she agreed to try participating tomorrow. Sasa told Larcy that there were many delicious pastries there that she had mentioned at the tea party last time, so Larcy should definitely try them. Larcy recalled the tea party at the greenhouse that day. She had not known about the traditional candy, but knowing this and that was not a bad thing, and she agreed with Sasa. In Jivan's office, a guard was informing him about the letter of protest from Duke Dinky, Camilla's father, that had been sent. Several other families had also criticized Larcy's actions that harmed Camilla. They even said that if no punishment was given to Larcy, they would completely sever ties. The guard speculated that Duke Dinky had put pressure on the nobles. The guard worriedly asked Givan what to do, as they could not ignore Larcy, but Givan nonchalantly said to leave it be, as there would be a result in 5 days anyway. He told the guard to focus on preparing for the voyage instead. Jivan smiled, thinking he was not angry because it was Larcy's adorable concern. Jivan mused that Larcy took revenge on Camilla because she had severely injured Sang. In the kingdom of Berry, the king, her father, was very puzzled as to why Larcy had not replied to his letters even once. He was trying to send a letter to Larcy. Eric said, was not it that Larcy's communication with the outside was being controlled, or was she so busy that she could not reply to Barry? It turned out the king was worried because Larcy not replying to his letters meant he could not get information on Chariot, and then added that Larcy was indeed as useless as before. Nicola was still laughing, saying was not it possible that Larcy could be sent back? She heard that recently in Chariot, a concubine, Elizabeth, had been returned to her country. They gossiped that Larcy was probably sitting in a corner, crying in fear and unable to do anything. At Larcy's palace, Sang had returned. Everyone was surprised to see Sang back at work. They gossiped amongst themselves, knowing that the Empress was very generous, but the wound on his face was still quite scary. Larcy said she would probably have to leave the palace soon and told Sang to get ready. The servant looked surprised and asked if Larcy was really bringing Sang along. Larcy thought there would certainly be gazes directed at them with ill intent. For the time being, Larcy told Sang to cover his wound since they were going out. At this time, Jivan had also relayed his message to Larcy that she would be allowed to leave the palace. Jivan thought Larcy was going out with Sang again. There must be something to restore Sang. Larcy was strolling down the street, silently thanking Jivan for allowing her to go out, but she did not expect it to be to this extent. As if fearing Larcy would run away, Jivan had many guards following her and Sang. Larcy excitedly searched for the popular Chariot confectionery stall that Sang had pointed out to her. At that moment, Larcy was called over to a cake stall. According to the stall owner, eating one would improve a couple's relationship. It seemed the vendor thought Larcy and Sang were a couple. Larcy thought, as expected, covering the wound was very reasonable. Larcy asked the vendor if it was true that eating one would improve a couple's relationship, but Sang was just her servant, and her husband was busy with work. However, Larcy still took two. At this time, Larcy noticed the street was very crowded. She remembered when she was the crown princess of Berry. That time was also the spring festival. Eric and Nicola were able to go, but she had to stay home. Sang asked where they should go next, and Larcy excitedly pointed towards the girls holding flowers, curiously asking Sang about them. It turned out to be a spring festival tradition for women to give flowers bought at the festival to their loved ones. Larcy gave Sang a candy she had just bought, but Sang refused as it would cause chaos if people saw his wound. Seeing that Sang would not eat it, Larcy gave it to the guard accompanying them. She turned and said she wanted to eat something sweet. It had been a long time since there was a festival, so she had to enjoy it. Then she told the guard that he could come along. Her beautiful appearance made them blush. Larcy ate a traditional chariot pastry. She thought this pastry would be really delicious with tea. In her past life, she was not even allowed to go to the festival or even step outside the castle. Because Larcy had a poison-resistant body, she could eat and drink freely. Larcy remembered a notice posted on the bulletin board. She looked over at a puppy vendor. The vendor said he also had guard dogs in his shop, which seemed very suitable for the delicate Miss Larcy. Larcy thought, was she delicate? Although she could protect herself. They think about the possibility of Sang being targeted again. Having an additional guard dog would not be bad. She remembered the guard dogs being very active on the battlefield because, with humans, there was no way for them to betray. At this time, the street was in chaos because the guard dogs had rushed out. The dog vendors hurried to catch them. Larcy asked if the dogs had been trained. The vendor said they had all been trained. Originally, they were trained to be guard dogs for noble houses, but because of their ferocious temperament, they were returned. The dog vendor said he was planning to sell them to the military for transporting goods. Larcy recalled her past life, imprisoned in the dungeon, no different from these guard dogs. Larcy approached the dog vendor and said she would buy all these guard dogs for double the price. Larcy was tired of seeing dog training on the battlefield. Two dogs were about to attack Larcy when she used magic to keep them from getting close. Larcy tried not to hurt the two dogs with her magic. Larcy ordered the two dogs to sit, and they immediately obeyed, making Larcy happily withdraw her magic. As promised, Larcy bought the guard dogs. The dog vendor thought that Larcy having fire magic showed that she was no ordinary person. Larcy was looking for something to give to Sasa. She saw the girls chatting happily. Larcy remembered how, in the past, on days like these, she would be alone in the castle. At this time, there was a man who appeared to be the culprit behind the dog release incident. He was very frustrated that even after releasing the dogs, they were still caught. He thought that if he could cause a little more chaos in the neighborhood, he could have brought more gunpowder. He thought it was okay. With so many people, no matter what damage was caused, it would not implicate him. When he turned, he immediately saw Larcy standing there. Larcy was delighted to have found the person who opened the dog cages. She said he wanted to play with fire at the corner of the backstreet shop. Even if he did, he was too stupid. The dog releaser was scared and asked how Larcy knew he was the culprit. He picked up a match, about to light the explosives so this would not get out. Larcy was quicker and snatched it away, and he was captured by the guards. Larcy remembered her past life, and at this exact time, a tragic story was published in the Berry newspapers. The street fire occurred during the spring parade. Suspected to be a terrorist attack, the damage was extensive, and the street was so crowded that it was difficult to extinguish the fire, ultimately causing countless casualties. This was also the reason Larcy knew who the culprit behind the dog release was. Larcy thought, looking at the situation, it seemed this was indeed a terrorist attack. The culprit looked at Larcy, yelling that it seemed she was also a supporter of that foolish Emperor Givon. He questioned how Givon could put such an empress in chariot, unaware that such an empress was Larcy standing right in front of him. He declared that today was the start of the attack, and also claimed that Givon not only brought a pig and dog back as a concubine, but also put someone from Berry as empress. Larcy thought this man was truly a nationalist. He was so foolish. Chariot having a foreigner as empress was not uncommon. To ensure the safety of the country, marrying a woman from a family with powerful magic was not something that only happened in Chariot. The previous emperor certainly did the same. More importantly, the Princess of Berry was used as a hostage. The dog releasing culprit was still rambling, claiming that he was right to use revolutionary flames to destroy the emperor's regime. Hearing this, Larcy used her magic to threaten him, asking if he wanted to play with fire that much. Larcy said, if he caused chaos now, it would be very troublesome. Even if the fire started as planned, his revolutionary calls and intentions would not reach anyone. If he wanted to set a fire, he could only burn himself. At this time, Givon also received news that both the guard dog incident and the gunpowder incident were resolved by Larcy. Givon thought that Larcy was not someone who would be satisfied with just a terrorist attack. Givon asked where the culprit was. The guard said he was being treated because Larcy had burned his face. The guard gave Givon a bouquet of flowers that Larcy had sent. Givon just glanced at it and told the guard to put it on the table. Givon looked down below. He saw Larcy walking with Sang. Larcy had arrived back at her residence and asked the servants where the two dogs were. The servant said because they were a bit unruly, she had isolated them in the garden. Larcy thought, although they were trained dogs, retraining them would be better. Larcy turned to Sang and told him to deliver the flowers. She said to take one bouquet to Givon and the other to Sasa. Larcy decided that after changing her clothes, she would go to the garden to visit the two new dogs. When Larcy went down to the garden, the servant, looking at the two dogs, said that since they were fierce dogs, special measures were taken, namely, preparing food with sleeping pills. Larcy told the servant to open the sleeping pill cage and let the two dogs out. Then she entrusted the two dogs to Sang and said she would train them, and Sang should take care of them. Larcy saw that Sang did not seem to like the two dogs, so she asked him if he did not like them. Sang worriedly asked if these two dogs were meant to replace him. Larcy burst out laughing, patting Sang's shoulder and saying it was all to protect Sang, including the two dogs. Sang said he could protect himself. Larcy ignored him and turned to name the two dogs. She asked Sang for his opinion, but he said he wanted to name them Mong Mong and Deng Deng, making Larcy decide to name them herself. Larcy thought since both were male, she should name them Eric and Anvin, the names of her brother and father. Or, if gender did not matter, she could just name them Eric and Nicola. But Larcy knew she would inevitably develop feelings for the dogs, so she could not name them that. At this time, Givon's guard said that Givon was summoning her. When Larcy arrived, Givon said if it was related to the fire incident, she should terminate the contract with Sang. If she needed to pay, he would pay for her, or else he would arrange a suitable position for Sang, even at the castle, except for the position of Larcy's personal servant. Larcy curiously asked for the reason. Givon said it was because Sang's injury was not suitable for the appearance of an empress's personal servant. Givon frowned, saying it was unpleasant to look at. The guard standing next to him thought that with Givon's healing magic, the wound on Sang's face would disappear without a trace. Larcy said seriously that she refused because Sang was brought here specifically to be her personal servant. Moreover, this injury was caused by Camilla's actions. If he was injured, could not it be hidden? Then, approaching Sang, she put a dog muzzle on him. Witnessing this scene surprised Givon. If she did that, the wound would not be visible anymore. More importantly, would not it suit her bad reputation better? Larcy said, if even this appearance was not suitable for a servant, she could call Sang a pet. Larcy even boasted to Givon that she had bought pets. Compared to them, Sang was still more outstanding. Givon laughed out loud, saying she was crazy. His laughter frightened the guard beside him. Givon rested his chin on his hand and asked if Larcy wanted to make others laugh. Larcy, with a charming expression, said the only limit was Givon. There were 4 days left until the Kungsun raid. As Sang and Larcy were returning to their residence, the surrounding servants gossiped about Sang wearing a muzzle. Larcy turned to Sang and said the muzzle was specifically for dogs, so it must be inconvenient for him to wear it. Larcy said she had ordered a muzzle that fit him better, so he only needed to endure a little longer. Sang thanked Larcy. He recalled the moment in Givon's room when Larcy refused to let him go. At this time, Larcy was training the two dogs. She named them Tichi and Sachi. The called dog trainer was surprised because Larcy was very familiar with training. Larcy thought, it would not be bad to teach them to attack and bite whenever they saw a concubine. More importantly, why was Givon so happy yesterday? Larcy did not expect Givon to notice Sang's wound. She wondered, could Givon be jealous of Sang? But she immediately dismissed the thought. The next day, the guard said the port departure was proceeding smoothly, so Larcy could gradually reveal her position. Larcy waved her hand and said the ship had to move according to her wishes, so she wanted permission to board and told the guard to convey the message to Givon. Larcy thought if they wanted to attack Chariot, the chance of failure was low, but it was still unclear what weapons the opponent had. For 100% success, she should take charge directly. Givon also learned that Larcy wanted to board the ship. The guard said it seemed Larcy had no intention of sharing information with Givon. Givon wondered what Larcy was planning this time. Givon looked down and saw Larcy's dogs. It seemed that today, Larcy started training the dogs in the garden next door. At this time in the garden, Larcy was chasing after Sachi because she had accidentally thrown the toy too far. Unintentionally, the dog ran close to where Givon could see from above. Givon looked down from above and told the guard to forbid Larcy from training dogs in the garden next time. Instead, have her train them in a location where he could see from above. The guard thought the location Givon could see was the place he could see from his window, where even servants were restricted from going to allow for observation of the surroundings. The guard was about to inform Larcy when Givon called him back. Givon said he would also be going on the upcoming voyage with Larcy. The guard wondered how Givon's mood had changed so much. On the day of the ship's departure, Larcy and Sang waited for the ship. As they were about to leave, they were surprised that Givon was also going. Givon, fearing Larcy would misunderstand that he was going because he wanted to be with her, said that although the ship was about to become garbage and drift away, as if denying Larcy's prediction was wrong, then, approaching Larcy, he touched her face and said, if it was all a lie, he was looking forward to seeing Larcy fall into the sea. Larcy thought she could not understand what Givon was thinking lately. A few days ago, when she was forbidden from training in the garden, she thought she had done something wrong. But unexpectedly, Givon allowed her to use an even more beautiful place, but he could see her. She secretly worried if Givon was planning to get rid of her. Larcy's value was as a hostage from Barry, although she had shown Jivon that she had more value than that, and today was a marker of her worth. When the ship departed, it suddenly rocked violently. It turned out to be pirates. The pirate leader ordered his crew to capture everyone on board and transfer all the goods. At this time, the leader found the place where the goods on the ship were stored. He turned and asked an officer from the Capricost kingdom if he had shared as promised. The Capricost officer triumphantly said, of course. He did not dare to determine the value of the goods transported by the Kung Soon ship, but his Capricost military funds were completely sufficient. The officer believed that soon Chariot's power would decline, and Jivon would also fall to the bottom, and his Capricost kingdom would lead the continent. If it were the route the ship was currently on, it would not be noticed by other countries. Just sinking the ship would prevent other countries from discovering it. Suddenly, there was commotion outside because another ship was approaching. It turned out Larcy and Jivon were not on the Kung Sun ship, but on a different one. The guard told Jivon that the people on the ship were indeed Capricost officers. Everyone was surprised, not expecting Capricost to do such a thing. Everyone murmured that it was just as Larcy had said. It was difficult to determine the location out at sea like this. Jivon wondered where Larcy had gotten this information. At this time, the pirates on the Kungsan ship were in a frenzy, preparing to attack Larcy's ship. On Larcy's ship, seeing this, everyone was worried about counterattacking because it could damage the Kungsan ship. At this moment, Larcy spoke up. She told Jivon that she had not fully demonstrated her worth yet. Then she turned towards the Kungsan ship and told Jivon to engrave every moment with his eyes. Larcy climbed onto a small boat by herself. The guard asked Jivon if it was all right to leave Larcy alone on that small boat, but Jivon, without any worry, said Larcy would be fine. Sang knelt down, touching the coat that Larcy had left behind. The guard thought all the information Larcy had provided was true. Jivon had no reason to kill Larcy. Initially, Larcy was appointed Empress to be used as a probe for a potential invasion of Barry one day. If Larcy died now, on the contrary, the situation would be even more difficult to handle. But why did Jivon seem to be enjoying this so much? At this time, Larcy had climbed aboard the Kungsan ship. The pirates immediately surrounded her. Larcy thought to herself, compared to when I faced the chariot army in my past life, this is nothing but a mosquito swarm. Jivon watched from afar, thinking to himself, every single movement and expression of Larcy, I will engrave in my memory. Larcy used her fire magic to deal with the pirates. They screamed in fear, believing that Larcy's fire magic would set the entire ship ablaze. However, they quickly realized that Larcy's flames only targeted them, leaving the ship unharmed. She declared, first, I must reclaim the Kungsun. Larcy pondered what Jivon wanted from her. She concluded that these pirates were meant to serve as proof of her worth. They would have to accept becoming her tools. Larcy thought, indeed, my magic is growing stronger. It is not due to my emotions, but rather, the more I fight, the more my magical power increases. The pirates scattered in chaotic fear. Capricost tried to stop them, as the supplies had not been moved yet. He received a swift blow from Larcy after handling the pirates. Larcy turned to thank those who had fought to protect the ship. They were astonished by her gratitude. Then, Larcy jumped into the small boat and returned to Jivon's ship. She mused, their escape is actually a help to me, as the pirates who jumped into the sea will become fish food. As Larcy was about to leave, she suddenly noticed the cannons above were still there. She had inadvertently overlooked them. Larcy immediately climbed back onto the ship, thinking, these pirates are persistent. Did they really think I would leave them be? The pirates above spotted Larcy. They were instantly met with a blast of her fire. The remaining pirates, in sheer terror, blindly threw rocks and fired their guns at her. Larcy was hit. She thought, at this point, I can't waste any more time. Seeing Larcy injured, Jivon was filled with worry. The gunmen aimed to finish Larcy off. Larcy thought, I have to stop them from using the cannons. So she used her magic to restrain them. The fire reached the gunpowder barrels. The pirate ship exploded. Larcy was thrown into the sea. On Jivon's ship, everyone was consumed with fear and worry. Uncertain of Larcy's fate, their own ship appeared to be safe. As everyone anxiously waited, Sang spotted Larcy. She was lying on a piece of driftwood near the ship. Larcy regained consciousness on the driftwood. She thought, I am a confident swimmer, but not with a gunshot wound. At least the pirate ship is sunk, and the raid leader is now a corpse. This should prove my worth to Jevon. Lost in thought, Larcy succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. While unconscious, Larcy recalled the false praise from her parents. They constantly lauded her, calling her their pride, along with Nicola and Eric. Even when she was executed in her past life, she was deemed a worthy sacrifice. Larcy was rescued and brought aboard the ship. Her body temperature had dropped from being in the cold sea. The people around her discussed Larcy, amazed that she was caught in the explosion without any burns. They speculated that the explosion, being caused by her own magic, protected her from harm. The bleeding from Larcy's gunshot wound would not stop, even with healing magic. As everyone worried, Jivon approached Larcy. He reminisced about their time together. Then, he used his magic to heal Larcy's wound. Larcy awoke and slowly sat up. Everyone was surprised that Jivon had used his magic on someone else. Larcy was momentarily confused. In Barry, the king was deeply troubled by Capricost's request for assistance in covering up the Kungsun raid. He was exasperated. It has already been discovered, and they still want to hide it. How can they, with the officer's body still in chariot? Prince Eric interrupted. mentioning that even Lady Verbest and Lady Selena were pleading for help. They are both such beauties. It is a shame to cut ties. The queen remarked that Eric was quite close with the ladies of Capricost. The king urged Eric to help their kingdom. Eric replied that he had already asked the other side to find someone else. The king slammed his hand on the table. If it is not handwritten, it means nothing. We must convince Chariot that Barry has nothing to do with Capricost, Eric pointed out. They have Larcy and Chariot. We will have to rely on her anyway. The queen mused. Send a letter to Larcy. If she does not even reply, what can we expect? The king was stressed. Chariot eliminated the officer much faster than anticipated. If Barry does not quickly prove its non-involvement, mid-sentence, Nicola rushed in, asking, haven't you found replacements yet with 5 intelligent people? We can resume operations. The queen replied, we have a few, but this position handles state secrets. We can't just increase the personnel. Nicola mentioned Larcy, wondering if she had left behind documents revealing weaknesses before leaving. Eric grimaced. Even if it is a different country, it does not matter. Find replacements quickly. Suddenly, Nicola clung to Eric's arm, asking coquettishly, brother, does this dress suit me? Eric instantly brightened, saying it looked perfect. It turned out the dress was specially chosen for tonight's party. Overhearing his children, the king held his head in his hands and sent them away. Meanwhile, Larcy was reading. Her wound had fully healed, but Givon insisted on continued treatment. Yesterday, on the Kongsun, they had removed all the troublemakers and identified the officer's body. Larcy had not seen Givon since. Larcy touched her head, thinking, I can't believe I let Givon see me injured. I underestimated guns. I should have just burned everything down, saving myself the trouble. Givon's guard entered, relaying a message from Givon. Outside, Sasa was about to visit Larcy when she saw Givon's men. She wondered, are they here to check on Larcy's wounds, but why 4 of them? Peeking into Larcy's room. She was surprised to see it filled with flowers sent by Givan. She thought, perhaps Larcy has won Givon's affection. Larcy thought, I am not ready for the consequences of letting Givon see me in such a state, but so many flowers. Is he trying to buy my silence about him, using his magic on me? Larcy cautioned herself, don't get your hopes up. The flowers might not be just a get-well gesture. Sasa told Larcy about the morning's rumor. The 6th wife, Camilla, had returned to her family, the Duke's house. Suddenly, Camilla, her face bandaged, stormed in, furiously demanding, how did you get Givon to heal you and not me? Camilla raged. Don't think you will get away with turning the Duke's house, my family, against Given. Duke Badado, like all the other nobles, won't. She stopped mid-sentence, recoiling in fear and insulting Larcy's dogs for their ugliness. Servants dragged Camilla out, ignoring her struggles. Another concubine who defied Larcy had been sent back to her family. Larcy smiled, silently bidding farewell to Camilla, the former 6th wife. Larcy thought Camilla mentioned Duke Badado before leaving. She recalled the night before her execution in her past life, when Sang had told her. At that moment, in Duke Badado's mansion, feeling sorry for Camilla, he decided he needed to deal with Larcy to bring Givon to his senses. Larcy had gathered a substantial amount of information on Duke Badado's territory and Duke Dinky's, which was also Camilla's family home. Larcy thought Badado. I definitely remember hearing that name in my past life. Nicola's first letter after becoming empress, the banquet at the Badado ducal residence. Nicola was invited and a minor incident occurred there. A servant handed Larcy an invitation from Badado. Larcy recalled the banquet Nicola attended later. Camilla's influence must have been considerable. Duke Badado seemed to host regular parties, and this time it was a large-scale masquerade ball. Larcy decided to attend that night. Duke Badado, the ducal family operating the largest hospital in the Chariot Empire. The current head was Donet, the highest medical authority, not only a brilliant businessman, but also a skilled physician. Medicine was the field studying illnesses incurable by restorative magic. Larcy remembered the physician who examined her was also from Badado. Their research papers were impressive for a family with foreign ties. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on Larcy's face. She sipped her tea as if everything had fallen into place. Givon sat in his room, lost in thought. His body had clearly reacted for the first time. He could not recall ever willingly saving someone's life. He pictured Larcy using her magic, wondering, could such potent magic come from bloodline and talent alone? Smong closed his eyes. How many times had he faced death? After countless farewells, the final encounter was the hell of exploited magical power until death, he mused. Perhaps Larcy is similar to me. Witnessing Larcy's magic, Givon acknowledged her potential to defeat him was significant. What kind of life has she lived? Givon, the emperor of a mighty empire, found it unbelievable that he was captivated by a woman and feared death. How intriguing. After dining with Givon, Larcy thought, not only did he not punish me, but he invited me to dinner. She suspected he wanted to ensure her silence about him using his magic on her. The sheer quantity of flowers and the extravagant dinner were unlike anything she had experienced before. Jivon asked Larcy how much she knew about the situation's resolution. Larcy replied that she had heard about it, thinking, that is the price of attacking the Kungsun. With the discovery of the officer's body, Capricos could not escape Chariot's retribution. Despite the Capricos King's claims of it being the officer's rogue action, 1/3 of their territory and substantial compensation were ceded to Chariot. Jivon stated that the Kungsun's supplies were secured, and Larcy had proven her worth as promised. He inquired how she had predicted the attack. Larcy paused. She revealed Barry received a request from Capricos. If Capricos attacked the Kungsun, Barry was to assist by covering it up. Jivon assumed Larcy was also involved in the conspiracy. Larcy immediately denied it. She clarified, Barry only received the request. I do not know if they actually helped Capricos, as there is no way to verify. Jivon interpreted this as a possibility of Barry's involvement. Larcy simply stated that, if a trial was necessary, he should proceed. I am now a citizen of Chariot, but as a former key figure in Barry, I can't claim complete ignorance. Consider this information shared as your wife. Jivon expressed his confusion about Barry abandoning Larcy. She was ostracized and labeled the Bat Princess. Rumors accused her of causing political turmoil in Barry, despite being treated like an animal. Larcy had dyed her hair and concealed her immense magical power for her family. Larcy explained these were necessary measures. She was framed for the royal family's crimes. She was a sacrificial lamb, unaware of when she would be discarded. Realizing this at my age is truly humiliating. Larcy vowed to herself, I will not forgive those who hurt me, Jivon thought. Her immense magic makes her all the more valuable. He sensed a similarity between their circumstances. After a moment of silence, Jivon decided on a reward. He invited Larcy to name her desire. Larcy sat composedly on the golden chair, surprised by his offer. Not just the Empress, but the surrounding servants were stunned. Is this really our emperor, they wondered? Jivon speculated on her wishes, a castle, the dismissal of all his concubines. Ethan thought, if she does not want even those, does she desire my throne? Observing Larcy's unchanging composure, he concluded, with this woman, anything is possible. Larcy interrupted his thoughts with a slight smile. She stated her desire as if it were the most natural thing, the world. Jivon could not hide his astonishment. Larcy extended her delicate hand towards him. I want it all, with you by my side. Her slender fingers curled into a fist. Jewels, castles, Barry, all insignificant. Opening her palm towards him, she continued, the emperor will support me. As empress, I offer everything in return. Jivon regained his composure, gazing at the beautiful Larcy, promising to make the world his. Larcy vowed to crush anyone who dared to taint him, reducing them to ashes. Then, she would become his gentle flame, her words stirring his soul. Raising her wineglass, Larcy declared, therefore, I desire your acknowledgement, sealed with a kiss, a dominion extending beyond Chariot, across the entire continent. The stunning Larcy faced Jivane, proclaiming herself his one and only empress. Silence descended, a stillness unbroken by even the clinking of tableware or a breath. Jivon's soft chuckle broke the quiet. He raised his glass, a smirk playing on his lips. Even if you had not said it, I would have thought the same. Larcy blushed, either from shyness or the wine. I hope you will always hold my hand gently as we move forward. Larcy strolled through the palace. The servants buzzed with excitement, for Larcy was the only empress recognized by Jivon. It was even said that Jivon had taken her to the proceedings regarding Capricos' ceded territory and compensation. Jivon was discussing the masquerade ball that evening with Larcy. Larcy was surprised he had also received an invitation. Jivon remarked, you know Badado has close ties with Camilla's Dinky family. You should not go alone. Larcy was pleased by his concern. Jivon thought, she is capable, but I still worry. Larcy pointed out his busy schedule, doubting he could attend. Jivon confirmed his inability to attend due to the Capricos trial. He glanced at Sang. Will you take that mutt as your escort? He teased. Larcy shook her head, stating she would wait for the carriage with her guards. At the ball, everyone was talking about Larcy. They remarked on how highly Jivon regarded her. It is natural for her to have everything since she is so beautiful. Larcy thought that the atmosphere in the ballroom was not bad. She saw Badado inviting Jivon to the party, and there did not seem to be any particular animosity. At this moment, Badado appeared. He approached and respectfully greeted Larcy. Larcy asked him if he was the one who sent the invitation. He introduced himself as Donet Badado. Donet said that Larcy is Chariot's only flower, the only person who made Emperor Gavon, the head of the empire, a doting husband. Larcy thought to herself that this man is the Duke of Chariot, the person Sang had told her about in her previous life, the man who placed a huge blame on her during the time she was absent from the battlefield. On December 10th, 656 of the Oceanic calendar, the Berry army attacked the village in the middle east of the Chariot Empire. Sang recounted that Donet had blamed Larcy, claiming the Black Dragon troop led by Princess Larcy attacked the place. All the villagers went missing. According to Badato's testimony in the previous life, it was concluded to be the crime of the Black Dragon Troop commanded by Larcy. Larcy, having just finished the glass of wine offered by Donnet, immediately fainted. Afterward, she was taken by him to a basement below the party where many people were imprisoned. He said that Larcy's limbs would be powerless for a night because she drank the poisoned wine. Then he looked over at another man lying on the bed. He showed a perverted expression and took out a knife. He said he could not resist the desire to dissect each layer of a berry person's flesh. Larcy, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up, surprising him. With a flame in her hand, she thanked him for bringing her to his real feast. Donnet was astonished. He tremblingly asked Larcy how she could wake up, because even if the poison was neutralized at that time, it would be impossible to move for half a day. If the poison was not neutralized, it would take at least 24 hours. But how could Larcy wake up so quickly? Larcy still took a sip of the poisoned wine. She licked her lips, praising the poison he gave her as a rare one. Larcy thought to herself that the poison had no effect on her. She had something to check, so she pretended to be poisoned. Oh well, by the way, although Larcy had prepared beforehand, she did not expect it to be this bad. Larcy pointed at the man lying on the bed and asked Donnet if he was dead. She thought to herself about Duke Donnet and Nicola's letter that she had read in her previous life. Nicolas said he was also invited to the party by Donnet. But after the party ended, the servant who accompanied Nicolas also disappeared, and Nicolas had no one by his side. In the end, he had to return alone, and the servant mysteriously disappeared. The letter contained a wish to send a new servant, but why was Nicolas so foolish? At that time, Larcy only thought that the servant could not stand life in chariot and ran away. But it does not seem to be the case. They were kidnapped by this man. Larcy remembered Sang also told her in her previous life that all the people in Donnet's Middle Eastern village in Chariot mysteriously disappeared. And according to Donnet's testimony, it was the crime of the Black Dragon Troop led by Larcy. Larcy knew that because she was not the culprit. Naturally, someone else attacked Donnet's territory. Donnet's recent research mainly related to anatomical studies, even including topics on the interaction between magic and the physical body. Donnet tried to dissect a berry person with innate magical power, but he probably could not stand the madness and even turned the people in his territory into research subjects. And the living specimens were transferred from Dinky's family, Camilla. Donnet told Larcy to rest assured. The man lying on the bed was a personal specimen he received. The people he locked in cages were just death row inmates who had been handed over. Hearing that, the people trapped in the iron cages screamed in fear, saying they were not criminals. They were kidnapped by the Dinky family. Larcy thought these people were wanderers, possibly refugees from another country. Larcy said that whatever it was, the fact that Donnet tried to use her as a specimen would not change. Donnet denied it. He said Larcy was the only woman recognized by Given. He just did not want to have a deep conversation about his research with someone like her. Larcy said, if he said so, did he have to poison her? A smart person would have prepared an excuse sincerely. Larcy stood up, using her magic as she walked, and said that from the moment Donnet was discovered by her, it was over. His experiments and plans would all be destroyed by Larcy. Then she used magic to burn the prison cages so that all the trapped people could escape. Donnet regretted that Larcy was a rare specimen. He admired her unimaginable magical power. Larcy interrogated Donnet, asking who commissioned him to target her. Donnet said had not he already said it, the people trapped in the cages were captured by the Dinky family. They were like a deposit inside those locks. Larcy said with a serious expression that Donnet spoke too lightly. Donnet pushed the shelves containing the poisons, saying from the moment Larcy was not poisoned, no matter what reason he gave, it would not make any sense. In that case, there was no other way. Larcy would have to die with him. Saying that, he threw the key on the ground and crushed it. Larcy was surprised. She thought that Donnet had knocked over several bottles of poison, so either she would die from the poisonous fumes or be burned to ashes. Those who wanted to get out screamed in fear because of the 30-centimeter thick locked door. Larcy set Donnet on fire. He was not afraid at all but laughed maniacally. Larcy thought to herself that even scum like Donnet was a key figure in Chariot's medical community. If Donnet was lost, the medical world would stagnate and Chariot would lose national interests. Thinking so, Larcy stopped burning Donnet. She said that later he would have to tell her in more detail about the Dinky family. Hearing that, Donnet laughed loudly and immediately fainted. Larcy looked at her watch and thought to herself, it is about time. Larcy tossed her hair and walked up the stairs step by step. In the end, she was safe and sound. The very foundation of medicine will affect the common people. So killing Donnet is not a good solution. At this moment, outside in the carriage, Sang was looking at his watch because he had not seen Larcy for a while. Seeing that, the guards immediately rushed into the party to search for Larcy. Sang remembered that before Larcy came here, she said if Sang did not see her return by a certain time, he should immediately run inside. Below, in the basement, the people captured by Donnet ran up from the basement. They fearfully explained they were just captured by Donnet. They told the people at the party about the evil Donnet and the Dinky people. The guards asked them how they escaped. Then they learned that Larcy had burned the prison with a huge flame and she was still inside. Larcy at this moment came up from the basement, safe and sound. Larcy smiled and told the guards to immediately arrest Donnet. There is a secret operating room below. The suspect conspired to murder the Empress and conducted illegal experiments on human bodies. She did not know if there were any other suspects, so she had this mansion sealed off. She instructed the guards to handle it politely because the people at the party were all from the aristocratic class. Larcy said mysteriously. First, let them enjoy this ownerless party. She would observe the surroundings. Larcy thought to herself that it seemed there had not been any hasty attempts to escape. She glanced at someone in the party. He was inviting her to dance. He complimented Larcy on her beautiful blonde hair. Larcy politely declined, saying she had an appointment with someone else, and immediately left, but wherever she went, men invited her to dance. Larcy thought that this was the first time she had been to a place like this, where people did not know each other's identities, so it was easier to strike up a conversation. If she had known she would be invited so much, she would have dyed her hair black. Larcy was about to refuse the group of men when she suddenly saw that familiar platinum hair. It was Gavin. He was also at this party, which surprised Larcy. It turned out Givon had been there since the beginning of the party. He went to look for Larcy but could not find her. While searching, he saw the guards rushing in. After that, he saw Larcy coming up from the basement and heard everything. Givon thought to himself that something must have happened. He saw Larcy from afar, surrounded by men. So Givon approached and marked his territory with her. Larcy was surprised that Givon was also here. Givon calmly said he thought Larcy had been caught up in some kind of incident. He asked her what was going on. If the guards had been mobilized, it was not a trivial matter. Larcy thought to herself, did not Givon say he was busy? Larcy asked Givon curiously, with a charming expression, if he was worried about her. Then Larcy told Givon about what had just happened. She glanced over at the guards carrying the unconscious Donette out of his illegal operating room. She told Givon not to worry because he was not dead yet. Givon asked Larcy how she knew about it. Larcy said mysteriously that there was nothing she did not know. Then she put her hand on her chest and sincerely said all her merit belonged to Givon. He had discovered the truth about the human experiments and bestowed mercy on the wanderers. For ruling the common people, this was a very useful reputation, because the love of the people also meant loyalty. Larcy remembered the loyalty that the people of Berry bestowed upon her, the boisterous cheers and animal carcasses when she was beheaded. Givon suddenly took Larcy's hand and kissed her, which surprised her. He said it did not matter. And he put his hand on Larcy's head, saying it was fortunate that she was safe and sound. Witnessing this scene surprised everyone around. In a corner of the party, a woman was watching the scene. In her previous life, after being imprisoned for 10 years in the Chariot Empire, Larcy was released back to her country by Givon. The guards were very worried at the time, but he said it was okay because even if Larcy was locked up, she would not be subdued. He looked into Larcy's cell and said it was a pity, if only she had agreed to be his wife at that time. But Larcy angrily retorted, anyway. He needed her information. Other than that, he had no reason to want her. He looked at Larcy and said his proposal for her to be his wife was sincere. No matter how great his magical power was, he still could not fight with healing magic. Unlike Larcy's flames, the only thing that could protect him now was the throne. Barry's information was of no value to Chariot. This was like little Nicola, who had almost no power. What Givon wanted was not Barry nor Larcy's body, but the flames that would burn his enemies without a trace. He looked at Larcy of the previous life, seeing her say nothing. Givon only said she just needed to confirm it with those eyes. Givon recalled when his father tortured him. He thought that was the end for fools who had no choice but to exploit those with immense magical power. Back to the party scene. Larcy was still surprised that Givon had taken the initiative to kiss her. Outside, the wanderers kidnapped by Donette shouted loudly. They yelled at the guards for not letting them out. Seeing that, Givon pulled Larcy's hand. He said it was none of their business. Larcy was still surprised when Givon turned around and offered his hand for her to hold. Larcy understood that Givon wanted to dance with her, so she cooperated with him. The next morning, news of the arrest of Donet's Bedato family and Camilla's maternal Dinky family spread everywhere. They discussed among themselves that Givon was the one who directly rescued the harmed commoners, who were captured by Donette, and that he even intended to assassinate Empress Larcy. Donet's mask was removed. As expected, the Dinky family was behind it. Larcy was leisurely sipping tea. She thought to herself that although she had not heard about Donet's handling yet, at least Camilla's Dinky family had completely collapsed. Larcy recalled the scene of Givon spontaneously kissing her at the party yesterday. He said that he felt fortunate that Larcy was safe and sound. This made Larcy wonder what Givon's intentions were. Sang told her that the amount she paid him was indeed a lot. He only collected information about the two families, Donet and Dinky. Larcy said indifferently for him to take it. It was just a reasonable amount. She thought to herself that the payment she gave him was precisely because, in her previous life, Sang had told her about the news during her years of imprisonment. Larcy silently thanked Sang. She thought Sang had been hurt a lot because of her in this world, so she had to take responsibility. Larcy asked Sang if he had thought about where to use that money. Sang simply replied that he had not, making Larcy shake her head in exasperation and say she would go out with him. On the street, Larcy cheerfully said the wind made her feel good. Larcy turned to Sang and said it had been a long time since she had been outside, so let us go look around. If he wanted something, he should pay attention to it, like a hobby. Larcy asked Sang if he had any hobbies or liked anything, but Sang just said he did not have anything special. Larcy pointed at a clothing store and said, What about clothes? Sang said his clothes were already provided. Larcy was about to move on, but Sang went into a pet store. Larcy thought to herself that the muzzle Sang was wearing was a specially made product for humans. Actually, Sang preferred the ones for dogs. Sang spoke up, saying he wanted to buy new collars and leashes for the two dogs, Sachi and Tichi. Larcy said that their current collars and leashes were still new, but Sang did not care. He picked up two collars and thought these two suited Sachi and Tichi better. Larcy said, if it was for Sachi and Tichi, Sang did not need to buy them. But he ignored her, saying he wanted to buy them, making Larcy speechless. Larcy asked Sang if he really liked dogs. Sang said Sachi and Tichi were the first two dogs he took care of. Larcy thought Sang had feelings for her two dogs as their owner. Was this what empathy with animals was like? But Larcy did not care anymore because as long as Sang was happy, that was enough. Sang seemed very pleased. At this time in the palace, Jivon was doing his official duties when he suddenly said he wanted to get some fresh air in the garden. His butler and guards were worried. Jivon's butler thought to himself that the thing that made Jivon's progress slower and more complicated than usual was Duke Donnet or the Dinky family. Jivon wondered if it was not them. Then was it because of Larcy? Unable to take his eyes off her in his mind. While working, he only admired the bouquet Larcy gave him. Camilla was extremely angry at this time. The Dinky family had collapsed. Not only the Duke's house, but even the other nobles who had supported them from behind until now had no answers. Even Givon did not care about her life or death. Camilla kept thinking about Givon. She thought even if she successfully hid in the castle, she could not go to Givon's palace. She suddenly remembered someone and said, if it was that man, he might be able to help her. It turned out that the man Camilla mentioned was the blue-haired royal physician named Ilya who had treated Sang. Camilla wrote a letter asking to see the emperor, but he refused. Camilla screamed, begging him to treat her face. She also said that even before she was expelled from the palace, she had asked many times, but he still ignored her. Camilla also said she had not harmed him in any way. He silently remembered the scene of Sang's mouth being cut by her. He calmly said, did Camilla know he had to treat the consequences of her jokes? But Camilla stubbornly retorted, who told you to treat them? She impatiently said, if you can't treat me, then help me meet Givon. Pulling out a gun to threaten him, Ilya said, if you want to meet Givon, you can do it yourself. Camilla trembled and cried, pointing the gun at the royal physician, saying, look at me directly. The only one suitable for Givon is me, not Larcy. She said she had sent letters to all the members of the imperial family, including Ilya. She continued screaming, Larcy is crazy. I am the one who is fit for that position. She declared that she had sent letters to all the members, so Ilya's siblings also received them. It turned out the royal physician was Givon's younger brother, which was why he possessed powerful healing magic like a member of the imperial family. While Camilla was threatening the royal physician, the imperial guards arrived and arrested her. Ilya pondered, thinking, she sent letters. This is troublesome. Ilya told Givon everything. He said he did not expect Camilla to send letters to everyone in the imperial family. The Dinky ducal family had close ties to the imperial family, so they knew the whereabouts of the imperial family members. Most ignored it, but the content of the letter sent to him was different. At this time, Givon's butler said Larcy requested an audience with him. She said there was a letter sent from Her Highness Layla. Hearing this, the royal physician held his head because that was the letter he received. In short, Layla would be visiting the Chariot Empire soon, so she asked Ilya to convey the message to Givon. What the royal physician wondered was why Empress Layla did not send it directly, but through him. Larcy thought to herself she did not expect Ilya to be here as well. Ilya, explained Her Highness. Layla was Givon's older sister. She had married into the Kobion Empire, but when her husband, the Emperor of Kobion, passed away, she became Empress Layla, ruling the kingdom. Larcy thought, a female emperor, this bloodline is full of talented people. Ilya said, of course, there was still a cooperative relationship with Chariot, but Layla held animosity toward Givion. When Larcy went outside, she thought about the Kobion Empire. In her past life, they had a trade relationship with Barry regarding fuel, but she had never seen Empress Layla's face. Larcy held the letter and said it was all right. She was not afraid anymore. She decided to greet her properly. Finally, Layla arrived. Layla was the eldest princess among the emperor's many siblings, one of the first children the emperor and his lovers had, meaning she was Givon's older half-sister, Larcy thought, although it was her first time meeting her. But since Layla arrived, Givon's mood clearly was not good. What kind of person was she? Compared to the image Larcy had imagined, she felt completely different from Emperor Givon. Layla told Givon she had deliberately sent it for Larcy to see, but what a pity. Larcy thought to herself, so she deliberately did not send it to Givon to create an excuse. Layla said, is this Larcy? Then she waved her hand. Larcy's entire body was drenched by her magic. She proudly showed off that it was magic that connected space with distant objects. Layla asked Larcy if being wet like that was cooler. It was a bit inconvenient because moving creatures could not be transported, but it was useful magic, was not it? She cheerfully said it would be awkward if Barry's flames burned her dress. Larcy wiped her face and said, please do not mind. She thought to herself she could have avoided it, but the other party was both Givon's sister and an empress of an empire, so if she obediently endured it, there would not be any gossip behind her back. Larcy said Layla was not only using Chariot's restoration magic, but also Koroan's spatial magic. She thought it was strange that Chariot's royalty could use Kobion's magic. Did her subordinates lend her their power? Layla turned around, saying, "Drop that way of addressing me. It gives me goosebumps." Layla told Larcy to go change her clothes and come back. When they entered the palace, Layla asked Jivan if he had decided to officially recognize Larcy as empress. From the Dinky family, she received a letter saying that Larcy was a rotten woman and Jivan was being deceived. Last time, she intended to listen to Donet's story at the ball, but unexpectedly, she saw the scene of Jivan kissing Larcy. It turned out that the woman standing from afar watching Jivan and Larcy was Layla. Jivan thought to himself, Layla sought out Donet to hear news about him. Layla could not have acted for just that reason. Layla said she was very curious about what kind of woman Larcy was. It turned out she was just a brat with perverted hobbies, which stunned Larcy. Layla thought that even if there was wind, Larcy might be so weak she would be blown away. So Larcy said, "Do you want to try it once?" Larcy smiled and said, if it was swordsmanship, she knew how to use it, so they decided to have a sword fight. Jivan sat beside them thinking, this is bad. At the arena, the winner was Layla. Layla said it seemed to be true that Larcy knew how to use a sword. Defeated, Larcy thought to herself. There were not many people in the city with this level of swordsmanship. Layla also thought, if Larcy really used flame magic as rumored, she said while sweating. Larcy stood up and said she was completely defeated, thinking she did not expect Layla's ability to be this strong. Kobion Empire, Revolution. She suddenly remembered the two keywords from the article she read in her previous life. Larcy then called Layla aunt, which startled both of them. Layla angrily said, although she told Larcy not to call her sister, Layla thought it would be better to address her more intimately. Jivan fearfully turned his face, trembling. Layla shouted, Larcy, call me sister. Larcy smiled, thinking who was the one who could not vent their anger. Larcy was soaking in the bathtub, thinking she had done what she needed to do. Should she go for a walk with the dogs? She really did not expect Layla to be so good at using a sword. Larcy was surprised that Layla fought her seriously without any sign of teasing. Larcy did not remember meeting Layla during her imprisonment in her past life, but if it was Layla, even if she did not look into her eyes, she could not remember. A person unrelated to her past life's world. At this time, Layla was very annoyed by what had just happened. Jivan asked Layla why she came here, and why she went to Donet's mansion, as well as her visit to the Empire. Layla's curiosity about Larcy was probably just an excuse. Layla thought it did not matter. Larcy was not here. Layla said, if Jivan had noticed, there was no other way to say it. Now let us put aside useless matters. It seemed there was currently a revolutionary movement in the Kobion Empire. Because the leader was cautious, arresting him was proving difficult. To restore support, they suggested setting up free medical facilities, so she tried to respond to the invitation of Donet, a prominent figure in the medical community. But it seemed she could not meet him. Jivan asked. So what? Layla said simply that Jivan had to take responsibility. Let her borrow Ilya. If it was Chariot's doctor, the effect would be better than having a decent medical facility. Otherwise, send the Chariot army to suppress the revolutionary forces. Jivan said. Are you crazy? Layla said triumphantly. How dare you speak to me like that? Layla added that the barren land of Chariot only had a fuel self-sufficiency rate of less than 30%, and Layla's Kobion mostly relied on self-renewal. From the beginning, Jivan had no right to refuse. If Jivan obediently accepted her request, she would recognize Larcy as the official empress. After all, that was the superficial reason. The butler standing nearby thought, whether in the past or now, Layla always acted arbitrarily. As long as Layla found a small reason, she would make an unreasonable request as if she had been waiting for a long time. But if she raised the issue first, it would be difficult for Jivan to refuse. At this moment, Kobion's guards rushed in from outside. They anxiously said that just now an urgent message from the Kobion Empire arrived via spatial magic. From the revolutionary forces, Kobion's army set fire to the village church, leading to riots. The common people were attacking the castle with revolutionary flags, demanding the empress be handed over. Prime Minister Abo of Kobion had also declared surrender. Layla was furious. She shouted, who ordered the burning of the church? I did not give anyone the authority to mobilize the army. Jivan spoke up. Do you need to hear more? Layla, perhaps you should return to Kobion now. It would be better. Layla angrily retorted, if I return now, would not I be beheaded and hung at the city gates? Jivan said with a serious face. Layla, you understand now. He had no reason to continue the conversation, and Layla would lose her status as empress. If Jivan covered for Layla, he probably would not receive the fuel supplied by Kobion. Instead, shaking hands with the revolutionaries and handing over Layla would likely secure a better deal. Saying that, Jivan waved his hand and said he would see Layla off happily. Immediately, Chariot's guards rushed in. Layla picked up a cup. She threw it at Jivan, calling him a fool. Even you, Jivan, want to sell me to Kobion? Jivan retorted. Is that sisterly affection what you expected? If you did not have any ability, I would not treat you like a human. Initially, Layla also had the intention of killing Jivan. Watching from below, Larcy knew Layla and Jivan were arguing. Jivan was injured at this point. He was using his own magic to heal himself. Layla cursed Jivan, believing that if he had not been born, her magic would be stronger. Chariot would belong to her. If it was the aptitude to be an emperor, she had enough. If Givan betrayed her, she would behead him right here. Then she rushed towards Givan, saying she would seize the throne of Chariot. But Larcy arrived and used her fire magic to stop Layla. Larcy's flames surrounded where Jivan stood to protect him. Larcy said triumphantly, "Layla, you are truly scary." She apologized to Jivan for being late. Larcy was furious when she saw Jivan bleeding. Layla was still about to swing her sword when she discovered it had been broken. Larcy said, "You want to manipulate Jivan that much, even if your empire turns into a sea of fire?" Jivan looked at Layla surrounded by flames. He also remembered when Layla wanted to kill him. He also looked like that. Layla was finally imprisoned. She grumbled, thinking it was worse than the rumors, and complimented Jivan on having a good weapon in Larcy. Jivan, now sitting in his office, told the butler to take Layla back to Kobion immediately after the preparations were complete. Larcy thought Givan's wounds had completely disappeared. The reason Larcy never met Layla in her previous life was because the trade between Barry and Kobion began after the revolution. After the war ended, Kobion only then traded with Barry. Larcy thought the king also knew Layla was an unusual empress. At this time, Layla's guards told Jivan that they could not bring Layla back using teleportation magic, even her body. The guards worriedly said the only things that could be teleported were inorganic objects. They had hoped Layla could return quickly, but it was not possible. Jivan said if Layla was not returned quickly, Chariot would be in trouble. If Kobion collapsed, there would be a problem with the fuel supply. Larcy thought to herself that was right, even in her past life. After the revolution, the Kobion Empire reorganized the oil trade and put it up for auction. The king of Barry also aimed for that, but the results were not good, and the same was true for Chariot. Finally, the waiting situation dragged on until winter. Many people in Chariot died from the cold and lack of fuel because they could not make the decision to go to war, the biggest weakness of the Chariot Empire. Layla would lose her life, but it would be awkward if she died in Chariot. Larcy asked Givan what he thought about Layla, but he just said he did not have any thoughts. Whether she lived or died, he did not care. Hearing that, Larcy gave a sly smile and said she was relieved. She surprised Givan. Larcy said she had a plan and some useful information. As a reward, could Jivan leave it to her once? In the cell below, Layla was sitting in deep thought. Larcy walked to the cell door, startling her. Layla angrily asked Larcy what she was going to do. Larcy said, "Good thing your personality is still as unpleasant as before," and called her aunt. Anyway, Layla was about to return to her country. In the Kobion Empire, the people there were praying in front of the burned church. They clasped their hands in front of the shrine in grief, saying this was not something humans would do. The bodies of the orphan children and nuns had not been found yet. The imperial soldiers seemed to be enjoying themselves. At this time, Layla had returned to Kobion. The people around were scared and shouted to each other to let the children hide, absolutely not letting them see. They pointed at Larcy because she was not Layla. It turned out she also came here, and they murmured among themselves because the real Layla was in the cage. Larcy put her finger to her lips, telling them to be quiet. Larcy introduced herself to them as Empress Larcy of Chariot. She heard about the revolution, so she came to hand over Layla. The people rejoiced and cheered because the Chariot Empire sided with them and opened the way for Larcy. At this time, there were two men. One was the Prime Minister of Kobion. The other was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, talking to each other in a basement. The leader said Layla clearly knew she would be beheaded if she returned, but she still returned majestically. How foolish. He decided to leave the warehouse when things outside calmed down. As he was preparing to climb out, the basement door suddenly opened. Unexpectedly, it was Larcy who opened it. The surrounding people curiously came to watch. The leader's voice trembled, not understanding what was happening. Larcy cheerfully said, how could he know what was going on since he was hiding in this basement? The leader was dragged out of the basement, shouting and asking Larcy what she was doing. Larcy said he could rest assured because she was on the side of the revolution. The guards pointed at the prime minister in the basement, saying the people here would bear witness, as well as the prime minister in the basement. Larcy cheerfully said she came here to directly hand over the empress who ordered the burning of the church. The prime minister was pulled up from the basement, shouting and scolding. The people around murmured to each other that it was clear the prime minister was on Layla's side, but why was he now with the leader of the revolution? The guards in the basement shouted up that there were also revolutionaries down there and they had been subdued. Larcy turned to the people around and said, "See, citizens, this is the truth about the Revolutionary Army." The guards also found chests of money in the basement with the church's markings on them and imperial army cloaks, but all were fake. Meaning the Revolutionary Army that the people trusted and followed to overthrow the imperial court was the real culprit behind the church burning. The leaders still stubbornly insisted they should not believe it. It was just a trap set by the empire. The monks and wandering children were also rescued. They said that the Revolutionary Army captured them and intended to sell them into slavery, and it was all caused by the Revolutionary Army. Overwhelmed by the people's gossip and curses, the leader, ashamed and enraged, snatched a sword and stabbed a guard, injuring him in the stomach. At this time, Layla appeared. She said to the revolutionary army, "What you want is not Larcy, it is my neck." Then she pointed her sword at the leader, frightening him. Larcy calmly said, "I am enough on my own." "Layla, you do not need to come here and show off." Layla told Larcy to shut up. She did not come here to save Larcy. If she did not deal with these guys herself, she would not be able to sleep soundly. Layla kicked the revolutionary leader in the face. Then she turned to the prime minister and said she could not believe the nobles were colluding with the revolutionaries. She still remembered the prime minister's expression when he demanded she be handed over to the revolutionaries. Thinking back now, why had not the investigation progressed? Then she stabbed her sword straight into his shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Hearing that, Layla said she would not let him die peacefully. Then she kicked him a few more times, saying he should be the one standing on the scaffold. The revolutionary leader also scrambled to his feet. He picked up a nearby sword and charged forward, but he was stopped by Larcy's flames. Seeing that, Layla prevented Larcy from approaching. Larcy said, "Don't worry, Layla. I won't steal your part." Then she touched the prime minister, causing him to burst into flames. She said, "From now on, revenge had to be done oneself for it to be meaningful." The truth about the Kobion Empire's revolutionary army was brought to light by the captured nuns and orphaned children. The church fire was indeed a play staged by the revolutionaries. They planned to steal all the donations and sell the children to slave traders. In her past life, Barry maintained a close relationship with the prime minister of the Kobion king. Larcy thought to herself this was the first time she would heard about the true nature of the revolution, but she was not in a position to speak out against the Kobion Empire, a country that traded valuable oil. Layla was also executed shortly after. Power struggles were not uncommon. Layla asked Larcy how she knew about the revolutionary army and the prime minister. Larcy thought, fearing someone would say they were not sisters or something because their way of speaking was exactly the same. She smiled and put her hand to her lips, saying it was a secret for Givan alone. So even if it was Jivan's sister, she could not reveal it. And Layla was not from Chariot. She was the Empress of Kobion. The surrounding people cheered and thanked Layla. They said, although the former emperor had passed away, Layla still led their empire alone until now. Layla recalled the past. After intending to kill Givan when he was lying in his sickbed, she worried about him and decided to cut her long hair. Larcy thought she had no reason to resolve the revolution, but because Layla was falsely accused, she helped. Larcy felt like she was back in her past life when she was executed. She thought she alone had to endure it. At the incredibly luxurious sunlit castle of the Berry Kingdom, a voice suddenly wondered, what in the world has happened? In a room, the king and queen appeared displeased as they read the news about Empress Larcy of the Chariot Empire having solved the fuel problem. That infamous empress of the Kobion Empire has acknowledged the oil transfer. That renowned empress has turned Emperor Chavon into a loving husband and gained the support of the entire Chariot Empire. The king read the news about his beloved daughter with a cold, annoyed expression. There must be some misunderstanding. How could that icy emperor possibly like her? As expected, Nicola should be the one to get married. The two siblings, the prince and princess, chimed in upon hearing the news. But it seems the deal between Larcy and the Kobion Empire is real, the queen mother said worriedly. The two siblings immediately retorted, she is clearly being used. What does she have to offer besides work? Why is father so worried? Princess Nicola gently held her teacup and inquired. The queen mother, with her elegant and noble demeanor, now looking slightly tired, slowly replied to her daughter, because work is inherently busy. It is because Larcy is not here. Moreover, what is with the Kobion Empire suddenly sending a letter? A letter? Prince Eric asked in surprise. It seems she has heard that our Berry Kingdom intends to cooperate in this revolution, the queen replied. Hearing this, Prince Eric also panicked. Could it be that there will be interaction with the prime minister on that side? They recalled the transaction between Larcy and the empress. Larcy's beautiful appearance suddenly surfaced in their minds with an indescribable anxiety. Larcy, did not she say anything to that empress? The old king exclaimed with a serious expression. Instead, should not we slowly find a replacement first? It is a pity father can't rest properly. Princess Nicola, seeing the tense atmosphere, innocently wondered. Seeing this, Prince Eric smiled and confidently said, don't worry about that, because I have discovered something very good. I have heard something quite interesting from Gina, the third princess of the Viso Kingdom, who is also my lover, Prince Eric began, sitting with his arms crossed and a smug look. Seeing this, Princess Nicola smiled. Father can finally feel more at ease now. Thank goodness. It was unknown what this cunning family of four was plotting, while the image of a girl with black hair and bare shoulders appeared fragile. A slender hand in a discreet glove slowly lifted a warm cup of tea. It is truly an honor. I did not expect the Empress to attend the tea party, the lady said cheerfully, looking towards the beautiful Empress Larcy, her long white gold hair and captivating eyes. Thank you for inviting me. It seems you have put a lot of effort into the tea party and the pastries. Empress Larcy smiled her thanks with exquisite snacks and beautiful teacups on the table. Being recognized as Empress, the invitations from high society are increasing. Everyone seems to have goodwill towards me. Larcy observed the people before her and thought to herself, but except for that letter, it does not seem to be benevolent at all. It is the letter sent from Nina Alen Sokai. She claims to be the emperor's second consort. She identifies herself as the second consort, and the content seems friendly. Larcy recalled the content of the letter while sipping tea with the ladies and remained wary. But who knows if she is like Camilla, so I can't be careless. Ah, right. Larcy suddenly put down her teacup and smiled, asking the ladies at the party. Are you all close to consort, Nina? Larcy asked while calculating in her mind. First, I need to gather clear information. Hearing Empress Larcy's question, the ladies and young misses at the party were slightly taken aback and answered with worried expressions, the second consort, right? Seeing this, Empress Larcy nodded slightly and continued. I heard she often holds parties, so I wondered if you have ever been invited. Oh, of course. Sort Nina is known for liking parties. The ladies hesitantly nodded and replied. Empress Larcy took in all the expressions and reactions of those present and pondered, but she did not say anything further. Seeing the Empress's silence, the ladies spoke up. We are so grateful that she always sends invitations. It is an honor, is not it? But due to scheduling conflicts, we could not attend. It is rare to be called. It is truly a shame. The ladies forced smiles and mumbled, making Larcy wonder, what a strange atmosphere. Of course, the only Empress we support is you, Larcy. Larcy's eyes flickered, unsure which lady had spoken. Although the second consort's letter says anytime you are free, I should observe the situation a bit more first, Larcy thought to herself. But before that, Your Majesty. A girl with short brown hair, seeing the awkward atmosphere, steered the conversation in a different direction, causing everyone to look at her. At the party my brother attended a few days ago, he heard a rumor from the second princess of Berry. It is said that the Berry Kingdom is Your Majesty's homeland, is not it? Bure Nicola, Empress Larcy thought, but she smiled and replied, That is right, it is my homeland. I am curious, what rumors are there from the Berry Kingdom? The short brown-haired girl hesitated for a moment after the Empress asked, but then recounted the story. As the girl narrated, the scene shifted to Princess Nicola, laughing and talking with two young men. So, this time, we hired a new secretary, and because they are a foreigner, we are a bit uneasy. But they are very capable. The princess proudly boasted about her family's mysterious secretary. The two handsome young men, with bright smiles, continuously complimented and flattered the princess. You are so cute today, too. Of course, it is a secret who that person is. Right, this is still a secret, so everyone must keep quiet, Nicola instructed the young men. Saying that makes it impossible to keep one's mouth shut, Larcy thought, tiredly raising her hand to rub her head after hearing the story. Before hiring a royal secretary and then spreading it around like this, the few times Barry's information was leaked, it probably was not Nicola's fault, right? Larcy pondered while recalling past information leaks. Despite the myriad thoughts in her mind, Larcy still smiled and joked with the girls. It seems like they are exceptionally talented. I am so envious. More importantly, that secretary keeps bothering me. Nicola can't keep a secret. At this rate, it is strange not to know what kind of person they are. The Empress, lost in thought, gracefully raised her teacup for a sip. The X day of the X month of the XXX year, according to the continental calendar, a new secretary from the Vaso Kingdom. As if she suddenly remembered something, Empress Larcy was utterly shocked. Her eyes filled with trepidation. The scene shifted to a sparsely furnished room with a girl in a simple white dress, looking frail and delicate, sitting worriedly about something. A sudden knock on the door startled the girl, who seemed quite frightened. Yes. The girl stood up, looking a bit shaky and anxious, and at the same time someone opened the door and entered, saying, Please help me. In the dark dungeon, someone's soft humming echoed. Slender hands held test tubes containing strange solutions, mixing with the cheerful, enjoying singing. A man with long black hair sang and danced while admiring his test tubes filled with the divine liquid. You seem very happy, Badado, Emperor Givon's cold voice suddenly interrupted the singing. Emperor Givon walked to the cell door, coldly looking at the man locked inside. The man, seeing the emperor arrive, did not even look, only smirking. I did not know you were here, Your Majesty, he greeted casually and mockingly. Being emperor seems quite boring, does not it? Hearing Badado's words, Emperor Givon replied, I am wondering how to deal with you. Why are not you merciful, Your Majesty? Aren't we living under the same roof, Badado? Unfazed by the emperor's threat, teased and joked? Or is it because we are living under the same roof that you are wary, Your Majesty? The truth is, the empress you adore is living with me in the same castle, Badado continued. If you still have time for nonsense, get your hands dirty. Keeping you alive temporarily is only for research purposes, Givon said coldly, looking at the madman in the cell. Your hesitation to speak has not changed, whether it was before or now. Though it used to be cute. You mean when I was still the late emperor's royal physician? Emperor Givon also recalled the past. Badado continued, at that time, you became a treatment tool, as the late emperor desired. Your hatred for others was the only emotion that suited you then. You never even naturally thought about wanting something. And it seems that aspect has changed quite a bit now, has not it? Badado said, while looking at the test tube in his hand. Before the worried gazes of the servants, the king asked again, What are you talking about? Don't you know full well? Why ask again? Empress Larcy, the one-of-a-kind woman you only obtained after taking control of the empire. Hearing this, King Givon's eyes became serious, incredibly dangerous, and cold. Madman locked in the cell gently shook the test tube in his hand and thought, No matter how much you deny it, she is definitely different from the women you have known before. The king was silent for a moment before speaking. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? That woman's usefulness, the king was interrupted by the madman. I want to see her again. Her magic is incredibly powerful, beyond belief. Her arrogant, free-spirited demeanor, controlling the flames fiercely like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Isn't it a bit of a waste to give her to the late emperor's tool? Badato continued, his eyes somewhat crazed and mysterious. That day, she was not supposed to be an experiment. I should have made her mine, he taunted, looking at the emperor's face. It seems prison is too comfortable for you. Madman's reactions and crazy actions made the emperor somewhat indignant, his voice turning colder. The handsome servant standing beside him worried silently. This madman repeatedly uses the empress to provoke the emperor. After a moment of silence, the emperor turned and left, ignoring the madman. All right, no need for execution. Using you as a research tool for life is not bad either. Badato, imprisoned in the cell, silently watched the king leave, but he did not say anything. In the castle's royal garden, with vibrant flower clusters blooming under the beautiful sunlight of the clear blue sky, Empress Larcy sat pensively at a table laden with picturesque snacks, deep in thought. Her eyes were beautiful, seductive, and mysterious like two sparkling reddish-pink rubies. On January 1st, 1111, a new secretary arrived from the kingdom of Verso. The secretary, it was said, told Larcy that they had been hired not long after she joined the war. Although things were different now compared to back then, perhaps they were looking for someone to replace Larcy, because this was not a job Eric or Nicholas could handle. But one thing was that on the day of her execution, she had not seen anyone who looked like that present. It meant that person was being exploited from behind, just like she had been. The people in Barry were no longer relevant, but if that person was being treated like Larcy was back then, it bothered her that the Empress suddenly spoke, interrupting Larcy's thoughts. Are you worried about something? Your complexion has not looked good for a while. A beautiful girl with sky blue hair, asked the Empress worriedly. Larcy was startled, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled reassuringly. I apologize for making you worry. Empress Larcy's eyes dimmed slightly as she looked at the teacup in her hand and calmly asked the girl, Sasa, if it were you, what would you do if? Empress Larcy asked, recalling the scene of herself locked in prison. What if Sasa were locked up like that? It is nothing, Empress Larcy suddenly stopped asking and sighed inwardly. What was I even going to ask her? Why bother asking? The answer is already predetermined. The Empress looked at the girl and thought to herself, could you recommend some more delicious sweets? The ones from last time were very good. Larcy smiled, shifting her attention to something else. Sasa, seeing that the Empress did not want to continue the conversation, tactfully dropped the subject. Of course, Your Majesty. The scene shifted to a night sky with pouring rain in the kingdom of Verso. Under the cold rain, the frail figure of a brown-haired girl was quietly walking step by step. It was unclear why such a frail girl was drenched in such a cold and violent downpour. In the luxurious hallway of the magnificent palace, Emperor Givon walked silently with an angry expression, causing the servants and aides to worry. He is still as hateful as ever. Let alone talking, I do not even want to see his face anymore. Emperor Givon thought, recalling the mocking face, always with a mysterious smile, of that man. Whenever he is around, I can't stay calm, he lamented to himself. I used to be so weak, so tired. I diligently persevered, continuously using healing magic, and at that time, that Barato was right there. He witnessed my miserable and exhausted state. I do not want to interact with him too much because it will remind me of that time, an unpleasant past that I can't shake off. The Emperor's angry demeanor worried the attendant following him. Your Majesty, where are you going? I can't believe I let him back into the castle like this, he thought, but his eyes suddenly flickered as he saw something. Your Majesty, a woman's soft voice called out, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. The Emperor seemed stunned when he saw who was approaching. It turned out to be Empress Larcy, incredibly beautiful in a sparkling dress. Something happened, Empress Larcy asked worriedly, noticing Emperor Givon's unpleasant expression. Why are you here? Faced with Empress Larcy's question. The Emperor seemed stunned and silent for a moment. The Emperor replied, I am returning to my room. But something seemed amiss with this answer, which surprised the Empress. A flicker of worry crossed the Emperor's eyes, as if he was trying to hide something. The aides who always attended him and the maids in the castle, seeing this scene, secretly broke out in a cold sweat. While the Emperor was in turmoil with his thoughts, the Empress, without further questioning, took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his brow. The intimate yet beautiful scene, coupled with the beauty of the two, was like a painting that anyone would admire. A drop of sweat rolled down the Emperor's cheek, and his eyes were slightly stunned. It is just the right time, Empress Larcy suddenly said. It is the perfect time because I have a request for Your Majesty. If it is all right and there is nothing else, could you come to my room? The Empress asked gently while wiping the Emperor's sweat. Emperor Givon was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. Seeing this, the aides seemed startled and surprised. In the luxurious room, with sweet snacks and warm tea, I heard there is an exceptional talent in the kingdom of Verso. Emperor Givon asked first. Empress Larcy gently nodded. Yes, if Barry has their sights set on them, they must be someone worth employing. I can guarantee that, so I want us to recruit them before Barry snatches them away. Empress Larcy replied with a smile. Ratri sat quietly on the intricately carved chair in his pristine white attire, his face calm and collected, a stark contrast to the slightly worried expression he had in the hallway earlier. This sight also made the aide breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, His Majesty has regained his usual composure. He has calmed down since meeting the Empress. Looking at Empress Larcy's beautiful face, Ratri said, Now, I have no intention of doubting the information you have obtained. An invitation to the banquet will arrive, and you can accompany me. Seeing the Empress's slightly puzzled expression, the Emperor explained, It is an invitation to the banquet from the Kingdom of Verso. The aides were once again surprised because the Emperor had just said this morning that he would decline the invitation. Empress Larcy was slightly taken aback but thanked him. Thank you. In her mind, she thought, could it really be this simple? Isn't this proof that I have been recognized as the Empress? The blue-haired aide who was always behind the Empress was also deep in thought, as if pondering something. We will depart next week. This time, I will allow your pet to come along. Emperor Givon said, looking at the attendant behind Empress Larcy. This look and statement surprised the blue-haired butler. The Emperor looked at the attendant, paused, and then complimented. The tea today is not bad. Proceed with the talent search as you see fit, Empress. Seeing how agreeable Emperor Givon was today, Empress Larcy smiled. Thank you for trusting me. I promise to bring good results. The Emperor's beautiful, slender hands, encased in pristine white gloves, reached out. He gazed intently at Empress Larcy, his eyes deep and filled with something difficult to express. Even if it is just words, Emperor Givon suddenly spoke, uttering cryptic words that startled the Empress. I have never even thought I wanted something so naturally. It seems that person has changed a lot, he thought, remembering the words of the madman in prison. These thoughts made his eyes narrow slightly, but then he placed his hand over Empress Larcy's. The Emperor slowly took her hand, much to the Empress's surprise. He held her hand against his cheek intimately. The Emperor felt the warmth from her hand and quietly closed his eyes. The unpleasant past resurfaced once again in his mind, with those from his past who were always full of malice towards him. Your Majesty, Empress Larcy's voice brought the Emperor back to reality. The Empress's face was flushed, seemingly embarrassed by Emperor Givon's intimate gestures. It was only then that the Emperor realized what he had done, his eyes widening in surprise. The maids and attendants nearby gasped, frozen in place. In the Kingdom of Verso, with its beautiful blue sky and neat, orderly streets. In a luxurious and sturdy carriage, the Emperor and Empress Larcy arrived in the Kingdom of Verso as planned. Empress Larcy glanced at the Emperor as he admired the scenery through the window. The Emperor has not met with me privately since that incident, Larcy thought, calling the surprising scene of that handshake. When the Emperor held my hand against his cheek, I wondered what was going on, or if he was trying to check something. Empress Larcy's attentive gaze caught the Emperor's attention, and he looked back at her. Being caught staring made the Empress blush, but she continued to think. Besides, even if I ask what is wrong, His Majesty will just say it is nothing. But he keeps looking at me. It might be more comfortable to be openly scorned like before. I wish he would say something, Empress Larcy mused, glancing out the window. Is something bothering you? The Emperor's deep voice startled the Empress. She was taken aback but quickly smiled and replied, No, Your Majesty. But in her mind she thought, Don't do that suddenly. You startled me. Larcy looked out the window and exclaimed, Using this route, the capital city really is similar to Chariot, yet different. Under the Emperor's attentive gaze, the Empress continued, There are so many buildings with styles I have never seen before, and the shops also have very cute architectural designs. Hearing this, the Emperor asked, Then shall we stop by and take a look? This suggestion from Emperor Givon surprised the Empress once again. Just then, a servant's voice called out from outside the carriage, Your Majesty, we have arrived in the capital a little earlier than expected, but should we proceed directly to our accommodations? In response to the aide's question, the Emperor said, No need. I will take a look around, so prepare yourselves. Yes, Your Majesty, the servant replied, surprise evident in his voice. After all, apart from official duties, the Emperor had never shown interest in such things before. Even Empress Larcy was extremely surprised and wondered, could it be that he is actually going to visit those places? He's even going with me, the Empress thought. But she still stepped out of the carriage and followed the Emperor. It is different than usual, so I'm a little surprised. Pure sightseeing with no other purpose, she thought as she watched Ratri extending a hand to help her down. This is like those images from the past. She took the Emperor's hand and stepped out of the carriage, but in her mind, she thought, no way. This scene is like a date. It is making me so awkward. His arm is probably firm, right? Is this really a date, Larcy thought frantically, as she stealthily glanced at Ratri, who had been calm all this time. So embarrassing. The Empress's embarrassment caused her beautiful flower-like face to flush slightly. The two of them, arm in arm, strolled down the street, looking like a couple full of affection, intimacy, and happiness. Empress Larcy suddenly noticed a shop on the side of the road and wondered, is that a bakery? Oh no, it is a blacksmith shop, although it does not seem to be operating at the moment. All the buildings have meaning, the Empress thought as she observed and calculated. A rare smile graced the Empress's face. Suddenly, the voices of passers-by caught the Empress's attention. Two girls were walking and chatting with each other. The mansion next door has decided to recruit staff, so... Their words suddenly trailed off, then they exclaimed with delight as they saw the Empress and Emperor. Did you see that just now? What a beautiful woman, and the man beside her is so handsome too. Their mention of recruitment reminded Empress Larcy of her purpose for coming here. That is right. It is rare to arrive in the capital this quickly, so I must take advantage of this opportunity to find clues about the new secretary. As she pondered, she noticed a large, beautiful building by the roadside and could not help but exclaim, "This bookstore is really large." Your Majesty, can we go into that bookstore? The Empress pointed to the building and smiled, consulting the Emperor. He nodded. All right, not only was the exterior a grand and luxurious structure, but the bookshelves and display cases inside were also ornately decorated. The bookstore employee, upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, asked in surprise, "Ah, are you talking about Korla?" Seeing this, Emperor Givon could not help but think, not shopping, but investigating. The bookstore employee continued, "She is indeed a smart child, but she was expelled from the royal palace despite her hard work. It is quite pitiful. It seems she is going to another country this time." Empress Larcy smiled inwardly. As expected, a regular customer of the bookstore. "I have come to the right place," Iflada continued in a low voice. "Originally, it seems someone interfered so she could not work anywhere in the royal palace. Now she is desperately trying to make a living in the red light district." "Ah, well, just pretend you did not hear anything." I'm Fang, but the employee realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Red Light District, Empress Larcy was surprised to hear that the girl had gone to such a place to make a living. Emperor Givon also found this information strange. A former palace employee in the Red Light District. He pondered, flipping through the pages of a book. His eyes suddenly became deep and unreadable as he came across an image of two rings in the book. On the street, Empress Larcy, arm in arm with the Emperor, smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I have heard the necessary information. Anyway, I suppose the task can be handled well." The Emperor did not reply, just silently observed the surrounding streets. "Where are you going?" Empress Larcy, who was chatting cheerfully, suddenly asked as she saw the Emperor turn into a shop. She followed him. Welcome, the employee of the jewelry store, with its dazzling and elegant items, greeted them. At that moment, the Emperor suddenly asked, "You sent me flowers before, did not you?" This question reminded the Empress of the previous occasion when she was strolling through the festival and was curious to see so many young ladies carrying so many flowers. The guard explained to her that it was a spring festival tradition for women to buy flowers at the festival and give them to the person they loved. Empress Larcy seemed curious and thoughtful upon hearing this. Afterwards, two guards brought a beautiful pot of flowers to the Emperor and said, "The Empress sent these to you, Your Majesty." At that time, the Emperor just remained silent and accepted the flowers. Back in the present, at the jewelry store, the Emperor continued, "Do you know the meaning of giving flowers during that festival?" Hearing this direct question, the Empress blushed slightly but replied, "Of course I heard it from the guards." The Emperor said, "All right, if that is the case," then he gazed intently at the items before him. They were exquisite, precious, and sparkling pieces of jewelry inlaid with gold, silver, and gemstones. Among them, a bracelet with ocean blue gemstones radiating a beautiful light caught the Emperor's eye. No need for useless explanations, she will wear it right away. The Emperor, with a cold demeanor and intimidating expression, looked at the employee and spoke. "I apologize? You know even better than I do." The terrified jewelry store employee quickly replied. Seeing this, the Empress inwardly sighed. The Emperor shops and chooses without hesitation or needing explanations about the products. She looked at the employee who was about to explain the value of the bracelet in detail, but was interrupted by the Emperor. Truly the style of royalty. So the Emperor followed me, and it is fortunate that he is enjoying his shopping. Empress Larcy tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and thought, but suddenly, the Emperor's voice interrupted her thoughts, startling her. "Give me your hand." "Yes, Your Majesty." Before the Empress could react, the Emperor took the bracelet with blue gemstones and came to her side. As Empress Larcy looked on in surprise, the Emperor took her hand. He then placed the bracelet he had just bought on her delicate white wrist. The bracelet sparkled under the sunlight against her fair skin, making her hands more beautiful than ever. Emperor Givon gently placed his hand on the Empress's cheek and seriously instructed never take this bracelet off. He then turned and left before Larcy could react, leaving her to gaze at the bracelet she had just received. Time quickly passed and night fell with a beautiful starry sky. The luxurious and delicious dinner was quickly finished by the Empress and Emperor. At the dining table, the Empress smiled at the Emperor and said, "It is time, so we should go to the red light district, should not we?" She took a napkin to wipe her mouth and thought, "I can't believe we even had dinner together, and we are even sharing a room." Then she asked the Emperor, "Can I bring 2 or 3 escorts?" In response, Emperor Givon said, "I am going too," which surprised Empress Larcy. "No, that is not necessary, I knew it," the Empress thought. The Emperor was puzzled by the Empress stopping him from going along. "Why? If Your Majesty goes to the red light district, you will stand out," Larcy explained softly, but inwardly complained, "Even if you disguise your identity, if you walk around with that handsome face, Of course people will approach you. That does not sound like something you should say, the emperor retorted. Because I am a woman. Empress Larcy was also pressed with questions, making her exasperated. What does he suspect at this point? Then there is only one last resort. The empress's next words stunned the emperor, his eyes widening. She smiled beautifully at the emperor and said, what kind of crazy wife would bring her husband to the red light district? This final tactic of the empress seemed extremely effective. She was able to go out with a bunch of guards around her, making her sigh in relief. Finally, I have managed to stop him from going, but she recalled the emperor's instructions at the dining table. Remember, never take off the bracelet? Larcy looked at the bracelet on her wrist and wondered, what does it mean? Could there be some kind of tracking magic in this bracelet? Please, even 30% would be enough. The desperate voice of a girl in the nearby courtyard caught the attention of Empress Larcy and the guards. Please pay up front, the frail girl in a thin, flimsy shirt pleaded, bowing. I left the shop and paid the fine, so I have no money left. Responding to the girl's pleas was the cold voice of a man. What do we care? Endure it yourself until we depart. Don't you feel shameless for making us wait for an answer until now? The man speaking was Prince Eric. Prince Eric's appearance surprised Empress Larcy, who hid to listen. Then please take me to Barry right now. If you go to Barry, you can treat my brother, right? The girl continued to plead tearfully, but Eric only shook his head. Not today. Unlike you, royalty is quite busy, so I came here today to urge you on. Hearing Eric say that, Empress Larcy coldly thought, looking like that, he is definitely going on a date or to a party. What is he busy with? Follow the original plan? We will depart in 3 days, Prince Eric declared coldly, leaving the girl in despair. So that is it? Empress Larcy watched Eric leave with the girl kneeling there, crying helplessly, and thought. The guards who witnessed the scene were also annoyed, muttering amongst themselves, what the hell, that man is too heartless. But before they could finish, Empress Larcy's guard interrupted. Careful what you say. That person is the crown prince of the Berry Kingdom. Realizing Eric's identity, the guards were startled. Then that woman is. Hearing the commotion from the guards, the white-clad girl sobbed and cried out, who is there? Please help me. Just buy me for tonight, the pitiful girl pleaded as she approached the group. I urgently need money to help my brother through this difficult time. So just buy me for one night, the frail girl, abandoning her pride, begged. Empress Larcy nodded in response. All right, I will buy you, Empress, Larcy said, looking at the girl with a smile. But I won't buy you for just one night. First, can you tell me about your situation? In the small house where the two sisters lived, the girl softly recounted her story to Empress Larcy. She'd been expelled from the palace and lost her home. After several medical examinations for her brother, she had used up all her savings. The pitiful girl's name was Korla, the former palace secretary of the Verso Kingdom. It was said that a newly appointed general had constantly courted and harassed her. And because she repeatedly refused, he retaliated by falsely accusing her. As a result, she was expelled from the castle with a hefty fine. The Berry Kingdom promised to treat her brother in exchange for her being hired as Berry's private secretary. They said that her brother could not stay with Corlo because of the remote location of the facilities. Her brother is probably a good bait, Empress Larcy thought as she listened. From sending her brother to a remote location to whether they actually have the right treatment, it is all very suspicious. The Empress looked at the girl and said softly, I can help you escape this life right now. And of course, the two of you do not need to be separated. To the sisters' astonishment, Larcy promised, I promised to provide better treatment than Barry. Seeing the confident woman before her promising to treat her brother, the girl could not help but ask, that who are you? Empress Larcy smiled beautifully. She gestured to her guard. I am the Empress of the Chariot Empire, Larcy Babena. The Empress's noble and unexpected identity made the girl's eyes widen in shock. Chariot, the medical powerhouse. Let's go somewhere else right now, the Empress said, looking at the girl. Let us leave this place immediately, along with your brother. In the luxurious mansion where Emperor Givon was temporarily staying during his visit to the Verso Empire, the handsome emperor sat quietly on a chair, deep in thought. I am very bothered and confused. I have never had these feelings and anxieties before. Since when did I worry about her? Me, I already knew that woman was not ordinary. A beautiful woman, but harboring something incredibly mysterious. The emperor thought, recalling Empress Larcy's beautiful image and captivating eyes. It seemed that our emperor had been struck by Cupid's arrow, causing him some distress. Why do I keep remembering that time? I did not expect this. I did not expect to become this strange. The emperor wondered, but in his mind he worried whether the empress, having gone to the red light district, would be courted by other men. Indeed, the emperor had been hit hard by love, but a sudden noise interrupted Emperor Givon's thoughts. Your Majesty, a guard called out. Her Majesty the Empress has returned. Following the call, Emperor Givon saw the Empress approaching with a girl and a strange child. The girl, brought back by Empress Larcy, glanced at her surroundings and exclaimed, This is the most luxurious inn in the capital. Thank you for providing me with accommodation, but this place is too much for me. Seeing the girl's anxiety, the Empress smiled reassuringly. Too much, just feel free to use it. But seeing the girl's unease, Empress Larcy thought she is even humble. I can't let Barry take advantage of such a kind girl. In a beautifully decorated and well-equipped room with sparkling chandeliers, the Emperor and Empress's guards led the girl and her brother to rest. There is a bathroom next door? I will leave clothes here for you to change into, the attentive guard instructed. This thoughtful treatment made the girl dazed. Someone like me is really being treated like this. Recalling her past experiences, her current situation, and the Empress's help brought tears to her eyes. I can't believe you brought her all the way here, Emperor Givon said to the Empress in another room. Is she valuable enough to bring directly here? Hearing this, the Empress smiled. I could not afford to delay any longer. Emperor Givon caught the key point in the Empress's words. Delay? From what? That girl has caught the eye of Barry's crown prince, and the condition Barry offered was to treat her ailing younger brother. And for that reason, I brought her here directly. And of course, the escort knights witnessed it as well. The Empress and the knights nodded in agreement. Recalling the image of that debauched prince made Emperor Givon ask, that Prince of Barry, is he really your brother? I can't understand why he would not protect his own talent and would not support the treatment costs for his sister. If she is a hostage, it would not be beneficial to let the hostage die. Seeing Emperor Givon's confusion about her foolish brother, Empress Larcy replied helplessly, it seems he was in a hurry to go on a date or to a party. Her answer startled the guards who had witnessed the scene. Just for a date or a party, he neglected that girl. So, Your Majesty, I have a proposal, the Empress whispered to the Emperor. After listening, the Emperor praised, interesting. I should cooperate with you occasionally. Empress Larcy smiled. It is an honor. Witnessing the frightening smiles of the Empress and Emperor as they plotted against someone, the surrounding guards and servants silently prayed for the person being targeted. The Emperor and Empress smiled, discussing their plans, the clinking of their wine glasses punctuating their conversation. In the bedroom, Empress Larcy had bathed and changed into a long, flowing pink nightgown. The Empress looked like a newly bloomed rose, bashful under the beautiful moonlight. Emperor Givon also changed into his nightclothes, sat on the bed, looking at the Empress. Larcy blushed slightly, thinking, what about today? She recalled the scene where the Emperor had kissed her during their previous intimate night. The room's lights were turned off, plunging it into darkness, with only the faint glow of a bedside lamp. The Emperor closed his eyes peacefully, his expression softened, unlike his usual cold gaze. Larcy lay beside him quietly, but her heart pounded, her face flushed. She thought they would do something, but seeing the Emperor quietly close his eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Not now. Although his actions lately have been a bit strange, but suddenly, the Emperor's hand slowly reached towards Empress Larcy. The Empress was still thinking, surely, that at this time. Then her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the Emperor was not asleep, but was using his hand to brush her hair aside. The Emperor's eyes looked at her tenderly, and Larcy met his gaze with a blushing, embarrassed face, like a budding flower. Oh, the Empress gasped as she was embraced by Emperor Givon's strong arms. He wrapped his arms around her back and pulled her close. The intimate position, the close proximity, the warm embrace, and the sound of his heartbeat made Larcy blush even more. Hugging me, it seemed she had not yet reacted to this unexpected action from Emperor Givon. Larcy was stunned, feeling the warmth radiating from the handsome man before her. The Emperor's lips and chin gently touched her smooth hair, drawing them even closer. At the castle of the Verso Kingdom, the castle steward's welcoming voice rang out, welcome. Emperor Givon in a white ceremonial suit with a gemstone-studded brooch, and Empress Larcy, beautiful and elegant in a flowing evening gown with her long blonde hair cascading down, followed. Thank you sincerely for attending our Verso Kingdom founding anniversary banquet. The castle steward greeted the Emperor and Empress warmly. Is there another companion? Is that all right? Emperor Givon asked. The steward replied, of course, it is no problem at all. He looked around behind the Emperor and Empress and asked, where is your companion? But when he saw the girl in a splendid outfit stepping out of the carriage, he was stunned. The companion is that woman. The steward was astonished as he saw the beautiful girl in her formal dress and the sparkling gemstone necklace. That girl was Korlov. She had accompanied Emperor Givon and Empress Larcy to the banquet, while her brother was being carefully looked after by the Empress's steward. In the castle's hall, Empress Larcy, arm in arm with Emperor Givon, strolled intimately. Beside them was Secretary Korlo, but she seemed restless and anxious. Seeing the girl fidgeting like that, Empress Larcy reassured her, don't be so nervous. This place is more familiar to you. Secretary Korla, unable to hide her anxiety, replied softly, that is true, it is familiar, but I never thought I would walk this hallway again, Korlo thought as she walked with the Emperor and Empress, looking around. After that incident, terrible events unfolded unexpectedly. I did not think I would come back here, back to this terrifying and heartless place, and I do not want to come back ever again. But compared to those worries and unpleasant feelings, so they really are the Emperor and Empress of the Chariot Empire. Secretary Korlo looked at the Emperor and Empress before her, who seemed like a captivating divine couple. Just yesterday, I was still on the streets, begging people to buy me. I can't believe that everything has changed so suddenly and completely overnight, Korlo thought, looking at the luxurious and extravagant scene before her. Surrounding her were guests of royal blood or noble lineage. I never thought I would be attending the kingdom founding banquet today. The surrounding guests, seeing Empress Larcy and Emperor Givon, greeted them with surprised smiles. Long time no see, Your Majesty, Emperor Givon. Seeing the rumored Empress here with Your Majesty is truly admirable. Hearing this, Empress Larcy smiled softly, while Emperor Givon maintained his usual cold expression. Is that the one who receives 30% of Kopion's profits? How can she be so beautiful? Amidst the surrounding murmurs, in the distance, Prince Eric was flirting with beautiful women. Witnessing this scene, Secretary Korlo was also surprised. They have been surrounded by people in an instant, but what should I do? Even when I was still in the castle, I did not often attend banquets. The unfamiliar surroundings made Korlo extremely uneasy because she rarely attended such events. Suddenly, a man approached her from behind and asked, "Is something bothering you, miss?" startling Korlo. The man was also extremely surprised when he saw the girl before him. "What? You are Korlo?" He could not help but exclaim in shock. "How did you sneak in here?" The old man in green, seeing Korlo, shouted in alarm, attracting the attention of the surrounding noble guests. "Hey, is anyone out there? There is a weasel in here. Get her out. This woman is a criminal who was expelled from the castle," he shouted while calling for the guards. His words made Korlo extremely angry, and she turned around to slap the rude old man hard. "You are the one who falsely accused me? You unilaterally fired me. It's because I refused to have a relationship with you. You already have a wife, who is the dirty one here." Korlo's indignant words surprised the surrounding guests, who looked at the man. What are you talking about?" He panicked and pushed the girl, along with a question from his wife. "What is she talking about?" Secretary Korlo, pushed and losing her balance, stumbled backward but was luckily caught by Empress Larcy. Larcy's cold voice rang out, "Hold on, do you have some business with my companion?" The Empress stared coldly at the man with frightening eyes and asked loudly. Witnessing this scene, the man was also frightened and his eyes widened. "Empress of Chariot?" Larcy looked at him, gently stroking her hair and smiling. "She is Korlo, the former secretary of the Kingdom of Vershu. We have decided to hire her to work in the Chariot Empire, and she has agreed." Empress Larcy spoke with cold and dangerous eyes, former secretary of the Vershu Kingdom. Hearing the Empress's confirmation caused a stir among the surrounding crowd, and Prince Eric, attracted by the commotion, also approached. "The former secretary of the Vershu Kingdom? Doesn't that mean Chariot is holding Vershu's confidential information?" "That is right. That is the hidden value behind this girl." Empress Larcy thought to herself, "Isn't that right, Your Majesty? She is our new secretary?" Larcy turned her head, looked at Emperor Givon, smiled, and asked, "That is right." Emperor Givon nodded in agreement and stepped beside the Empress. What is going on in the middle of the banquet? Amidst the murmurs of the guests, the official's wife, who had falsely accused Korlo, was questioning him. "How could you unilaterally fire her?" At this moment, Prince Eric also understood the whole story. He quickly and loudly said, "No, wait, don't be ridiculous. I hired that woman." But when he witnessed the scene before him, he was stunned. "What?" Sister. Prince Eric stammered as he saw his sister standing next to Korlo. Seeing her incompetent and useless younger brother appear, Larcy sighed inwardly. "He's finally here, huh?" Prince Eric's eyes widened in astonishment, with continuous questions popping up in his head. Her hair color is back, but more than that, why did she hire that woman? You just said don't be ridiculous. Who are you talking to like that? Emperor Givon's cold and angry voice rang out, interrupting Eric's train of thought. The Emperor of Chariot. Eric only had time to think that to himself before he heard Emperor Givon continue, "How dare you speak like that to my wife?" Prince Eric seemed to be frozen by the situation and only managed to call out sister before Emperor Givon coldly continued, his eyes frightening. "Where are you looking, boy?" Emperor Givon's frightening aura and sharp eyes, like those of a wild beast, startled Eric, causing him to fall back onto the floor in fear. Emperor Givon looked down at Prince Eric from above and coldly declared, "Korlo McGonagall has been hired by the Chariot Empire. If you want to become an enemy of Chariot, then continue." This cold and terrifying declaration from Emperor Givon sent chills down the spines of both the official and Prince Eric, as if they had fallen into an icy cellar. Contrasting with the horrified expressions of these two men were the confident, beautiful face of Empress Larcy and the relieved joy of Korlo. The old king's surprised and angry shout echoed through Barry Castle. "What? The secretary did not come here? What does that mean?" He angrily slammed his hand on the table, his face red, and asked his son, "I do not know either." Prince Eric scratched his head helplessly in reply. "We hired her first. Isn't that rude?" Princess Nicole, hearing this, whined in complaint. The king's angry voice rang out again. "She even agreed to someone else right away and rejected us. She will definitely regret making a fool out of Barry." "I think so too." Prince Eric agreed, but the problem is the other party is the Chariot Empire, ruled by that fearsome emperor. Hearing these words from Prince Eric made everyone in the room gasp. Chariot, the queen mother, who had been silent until now, could not help but speak up. "What do you mean? The only one who interviewed that secretary was you, Eric." Prince Eric was also frustrated. "That is why I said all the information regarding that secretary I heard from Princess Gina of the Vershu Kingdom. So there is no way Chariot would know." Hearing her brother say that, Princess Nicole also spoke up, suggesting, how about we ask Sister Larcy? What can someone who just cowers behind the emperor do? She is still silent and hesitant as always. Eric grumbled irritably, recalling the moment. From his perspective, Empress Larcy seemed weak and submissive, hiding behind Emperor Givon. That useless Larcy? Hearing this, the lazy king also slammed the table in anger and cursed. Even so, should not we at least try talking to her? Maybe she knows something? Seeing Princess Nicole repeatedly mention that woman, Eric became extremely annoyed and shouted, where do we have the time for that? If it were you, would you want to stay there? It is really difficult. I thought I could finally get rid of this burden. The queen looked at the stack of documents on the table and sighed. I heard we were getting a secretary, so I piled up a lot of work. What am I supposed to do with this mountain now? Why did Chariot suddenly... Look, more reports. Everyone was frustrated when they saw the servant bring in another pile of paperwork. The king, seeing this, angrily scolded. I clearly said to only bring the ones I absolutely need to review. This made the servant tremble and reply, yes, but these are just a small portion. Enough. As if he had endured too much fatigue, the lazy king angrily ordered, Eric, this is a royal decree. You handle the rest. I am tired. This is a good opportunity for you to train to be the next king. But the lazy king's decision left Eric horrified. I do not want to. I just need to find another replacement. The queen mother also smiled and chimed in. This is your fault for having your replacement snatched away. Yes. The king continued to order, if you want to find a replacement, you can. However, whether a replacement does it or you do it directly, you will be responsible for everything. Hearing this news made Eric freeze as if he had turned to stone, and son, you will also be grounded until you finish everything. The lazy king and queen left all the work to Eric and went to hold a banquet to change their mood. Princess Nicole, seeing this, quickly followed her parents. Mother, I will help prepare for the banquet. They all left, leaving only Eric calling after them. Eric stood silently, watching them leave. Anger and frustration surged within him. He suddenly yelled in anger and threw all the paperwork and documents into the air. The servants hurriedly picked up the scattered documents, their faces worried as the prince raged. Leaving the foolish Eric behind, the scene shifted to the castle of the Chariot Empire, where the maidservants stood in a neat line, welcoming the emperor and empress back. Curlo and her brother were overwhelmed by the luxurious and splendid scenery. So this is the Chariot Empire. The atmosphere seems a bit cold. Empress Larcy, seeing their reaction, chuckled. She was wearing a warm fur coat and turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, may I take Curlo with me? Emperor Givon looked at the three of them for a moment and nodded. All right. Watching Emperor Givon's departing back, Empress Larcy could not help but think, finally, nothing happened this time. Every night, it is just a normal hug and sleep, but Larcy remembered the emperor's quiet sleeping form and that intimate embrace. At the same time, she touched the bracelet the emperor had given her. He had told her not to take it off, but I feel like I have been treated with the utmost respect. Larcy, your face is so red. Are you okay? Curlo's concerned question startled Larcy out of her thoughts. She quickly replied, I am fine. Larcy turned around, blushing, and smiled at Curlo and her brother. Well then, shall we go? In a luxurious and splendid bedroom, with beautiful yellow flowers that would enchant anyone. Secretary Curlo exclaimed in surprise, wow, my brother and I can really stay in such a nice room. Empress Larcy, hearing this, asked, when you were a secretary in the palace, you were treated well, were not you? Curlo just chuckled and replied, because we lived outside the city. It was fine for me alone, but they said I could not bring my family, so I could only live outside with my brother. I see. Empress Larcy nodded slightly, her eyes flickering as she thought, she really is a kind girl, to the core. So different from that family. The family where I could only see their happiness, while I felt like an extra. If it is for my brother, I can do anything. I will do my best to become a strength for the emperor and empress, Secretary Curlo said with a serious look which made the empress laugh. Thank you. Then, first, I will introduce you to the place you will be working. All right, yes, Your Majesty. Then, you two, please rest for a while. Empress Larcy gestured for them to sit down and relax. As soon as I returned to the castle, I sent a message, so they should be here soon. Larcy looked at the two siblings sitting anxiously on the chairs and continued. Secretary Curlo, hearing this, asked in surprise, coming here, what do you mean? I am your new master. As soon as I returned to the castle, I informed them to come here. Empress Larcy said, while gently stroking the heads of the two dogs, Tichi and Sachi, in a beautiful garden, with a sparkling fountain and a myriad of flowers blooming in the sunlight. It was like a garden of paradise. Your Majesty, did you call for me? A girl named Sasha, with blue hair and clear eyes, asked in surprise. Curlo and her brother were both surprised to learn that their new master would be the third consort of the Chariot Empire. Third consort Sasha was also surprised when she saw the siblings and asked the Empress, who are these people? Empress Larcy smiled. I apologize for calling you here so suddenly, Sasha. This girl is Curlo. She used to be a palace secretary in the Virtue Kingdom. While Empress Larcy was introducing her, Curlo looked at the third consort and thought, she seems very gentle. Hearing the introduction, Sasha was surprised. Virtue Kingdom, seeing this, Secretary Curlo stood up and bowed. Pleased to meet you. The beautiful Empress Larcy, with a teacup in her hand, explained in a low voice, "It is a bit of a long story, but it is like this." The Empress then recounted the story, while Kurlo's brother played with the two dogs. "So, Kurlo will work as my secretary, third consort," Sasha asked. "What do you think? There is still room in your palace, right, Larcy?" Larcy continued. "Your Majesty, of course there is, but..." Third consort Sasha looked at the girl and thought, someone who sacrifices herself for her brother. "If it is work I can do, I want to help." But the consort hesitated and voiced her concern. Is it okay to have someone so capable working under me? Shouldn't she be working beside His Majesty or the Empress?" Third consort Sasha was about to say more, but was suddenly interrupted by Empress Larcy's smile. "It is because it is you, Sasha, that I wanted to ask this favor, because I believe you would value your people more. That way, I can be at ease." Empress Larcy said with a smile. The Empress's compliment was so sudden that Sasha was a little surprised. "Of course. Why, I can be a bit impulsive too." Empress Larcy looked at the worried girl and thought to herself, "Sasha, do not worry. I will take responsibility for her brother, so you do not need to be overly concerned." Receiving this promise from the Empress made both Sasha and Secretary Kurlo happy, their eyes sparkling. The two girls hurriedly shook hands in joy. "Although I still have many shortcomings, please help me." "No, it is me who should be asking for your help, third consort." Third consort Sasha's eyes suddenly filled with determination. She thought, since this girl is someone the Empress introduced, I have to support her well. Just as she thought this, Sasha was stunned by Kurlo's voice and rapid-fire questions. "So, I am very sorry, but what does Consort Sasha like if possible? Could you tell me about the relationship between your homeland and the Chariot Empire? If you are the third consort, your homeland must be very beneficial to the Emperor. And if Consort Sasha brings greater benefits in the future, it could strengthen your position even more than now." Before anything else, Secretary Kurlo had already started strategizing for Consort Sasha, leaving the third consort stunned, while Empress Larcy smiled and thought, no wonder Barry wanted her. From the third consort, Emperor Givon's doubtful voice rang out. "Yes. This is a list of spices imported from the etc. kingdom. It has been suggested that now is a good time to re-export some products to other countries as market prices are rising." The aide explained as he handed the documents to the emperor. "Is this the influence of that secretary?" Emperor Givon held the documents and thought about the reasoning. From the means of trade to the distribution methods for each export target. Even if it is implemented immediately, there should not be any problems. Emperor Givon carefully read the documents he received and made his assessment. When she said she would assign the secretary to the third consort, I was very surprised. Unlike the other concubines, she has never done anything related to me. The emperor recalled the third consort's timid demeanor. Should I entrust this to her? She is the former princess of the etc. kingdom. Amidst the expectant gazes of his aides, Emperor Givon thought long and hard. Finally, after a while, he made his decision and ordered his aides convey to her that if she makes a great contribution, she will be greatly rewarded. In a luxurious room with a magnificent chandelier in the imperial palace? Your Majesty, I apologize for summoning you. The voice of the royal physician echoed. Opposite him was the beautiful Empress Larcy. I wanted to inform you about something related to Secretary Kurlo's younger brother, Lucat McGonagall. The royal physician, with his long blue hair, slowly stated his reason for being there. As the royal physician, I have been monitoring him for the past few days along with other physicians, but even though Chariot is a medical powerhouse, it may be difficult to completely cure his illness. The more the Empress listened to the physician's report, the more worried she became. It can't be helped. We may be able to maintain digestive functions, motor skills, language, and breathing, but it is unlikely he will fully recover. The physician was also regretful and disappointed to have to deliver such unfavorable news. The boy's serious condition made the Empress sigh. Oh dear. I did not expect his condition to be so severe. Larcy thought to herself. Your Majesty, perhaps you should discuss this with His Majesty. The royal physician suddenly suggested. This suggestion from the physician startled Larcy. Tell the Emperor. In another room, Emperor Givon's. I did not expect it to be such a complicated illness. The Emperor, after hearing the story from the Empress, sighed. Empress Larcy nodded in agreement. I did not expect it either. I have heard of incurable diseases that can't be cured with magic, but the Empress did not say anything more, only staring intently at the handsome Emperor before her, and thinking, with the Emperor's magic, there might be hope. Yvonne also understood why the Empress was telling him these things. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, just a child, someone unrelated to me, he thought as he looked at the Empress's worried expression. Past scenes of healing magic and the present situation seemed to give the Emperor a headache. He remained silent for a long time, his expression troubled. But after a while, the Emperor stood up and agreed. Let us go. That secretary might be very useful in the future, so let us go. To Empress Larcy's surprise, Emperor Givon said this gently. Larcy had not expected the Emperor to agree so easily, leaving her stunned for a moment. In a dark tunnel with stairs leading down, the Emperor, Empress, and aide were descending step by step. Empress Larcy wondered as she walked under the castle. What could be here? The emperor led Empress Larcy to the cell where the mad magic potion brewer was imprisoned. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the man inside gave a mocking smile and said, "Oh my, what wind has brought you here, my dear emperor?" He turned to look at the emperor and empress beside him. "It has been a while, Empress Larcy. I trust you are well. It has been a while since I have had the pleasure of greeting you, my beautiful empress." The man, Barato, bowed. "I thought I would not see you again." "This is truly an honor, your majesty." Larcy, looking at the man locked in the dungeon, could not help but sigh inwardly. Barato, although I have not heard of his execution, I did not expect him to be here. The curious empress turned to the emperor and asked, "Your majesty, what is all this about? You there?" Kifon suddenly ordered his aide, "Explain." The aide was startled, but quickly regained his composure and explained. Donut Barato agreed to conduct medical research in the basement in exchange for his life being spared and prolonged. Because he is a key figure in our medical powerhouse, His Majesty had to use special measures, even though he wanted to execute him immediately. Barato became a royal physician not only through magic, but also through his genuine skills. Hearing the aide's explanation, Givon glared angrily at the imprisoned man. In the field of medicine, no one on this continent can surpass him. If he can't cure this boy, it is over. The emperor looked at the empress and said, "These secrets of the Chariot Empire shocked Larcy," and she thought, "So he?" To treat Kurlo's brother, he deliberately introduced this man to me, to the point of revealing such an important secret. Barato in the prison cell, witnessing the conversation between the two, stroked his chin and said, "Just as I predicted." With discerning eyes, he thought, "Although I did not expect to see Empress Larcy again like this, but, Your Majesty." The man suddenly called out, "Has everything been all right with you?" He smiled at the empress and asked with concern. The empress smiled back. "Yes. This is the first time we have met since then, former Duke Barato." Barato smiled. "You can call me Donut if you would like, for old time's sake." In return for his teasing, he received a glare from Emperor Givon. "I did not expect to be graced with your presence like this. I am so overjoyed I do not know how to express it. Ever since the day your immense magic power scorched my chest, it feels like you have stolen both my body and my heart. And while it seems His Majesty desperately does not want us to meet again," hearing these words from Barato, Larcy was surprised and thought the Emperor, "I did not expect him to change so quickly." Barato said, looking at the cold man before him, "Indeed, you are truly special, able to sway the Emperor. I know because I have spent a long time with the Emperor." Hearing this, Larcy could not help but widen her eyes. "Is that so? I thought he was a female physician." Not wanting to hear any more of this man's nonsense, Emperor Givon interrupted in a cold voice. "So, will you heal him or not?" Barato smiled and replied, "It is not a matter of whether I can or not." He smiled as he paced around the cell. "I have no right to refuse, do I, Your Majesty?" After a moment, he returned to the topic and requested, "First, I need to see the specimen, no. I must examine the patient before I can say anything, right?" In the dark but seemingly well-equipped dungeon cell, filled with vials, test tubes, and even bookshelves, Barato's domain. Kurlo's younger brother was brought down for Barato to examine and treat. He carefully and meticulously examined the boy's body. In the sunless dungeon, time and space seemed to stand still. After a while, Barato finished his examination. He patted the boy's head and said, "It is such a pity. If it were before I was brought here, this boy would have been a wonderful research subject." Barato's distasteful demeanor made Empress Larcy retort coldly, "It seems you are quite pleased with your burns. If you try anything funny, you will regret it." Larcy warned coldly, "I am just joking, Your Majesty." Barato smiled softly. He looked at the Emperor and Empress before him and added, "And this is from the bottom of my heart. There is no better research subject than you, Your Majesty." Barato spoke in an assertive tone, his deep eyes seeming to want to dissect the woman before him to satisfy his dark curiosity. Larcy just smiled. "I will take that as a compliment." "Of course, Your Majesty," Barato said as he picked up a long syringe. "So, if I can successfully treat this young man, may I receive some of your bodily fluids, Your Majesty? And if it is blood, it would be many times better." Barato pointed the syringe towards the Empress. "I can take it right now, even," he said as he stepped closer to the Empress. He took her hand and said, "I promise to dedicate my every breath to curing this young man." Suddenly, another pair of strong hands grasped Barato's, pulling it away. The Emperor's cold voice rang out. "What do you mean by that?" "You will treat him, right?" the Emperor said, placing his hand on Barato's head as if petting a dog. Barato did not say anything, only smiled. "Ah, are you this jealous? When you were young, even if you did not like it, you still endured it. It was very cute," he said as he turned to treat the boy. His Majesty watched him and muttered irritably, "How ridiculous." "So, what is your answer?" Sensing Emperor Givon's anger, Barato gave a triumphant smile. "You have already seen my answer, Your Majesty." The scene shifts back to the previous life at Berry Castle, where the story took a different turn, and where Kurlo and her brother's situation was undoubtedly not good. Faced with the lazy king's question of whether the boy could be cured, the castle physician replied, "According to the doctor's diagnosis, Lucat's disease is incurable. Even if we prolong his life, it will only be for another 6 months at most." Hearing the physician, Prince Eric said coldly, It does not have anything to do with us. As promised, I took him to Barry's best hospital, and I never said we would cure him completely. The despicable king and queen nodded and laughed in agreement. That is right. Anyway, they won't be able to see each other again because of the rule against allowing unrelated people into the palace. As for the older sister, we can just tell her that her brother is battling his illness at the hospital. Let her work diligently for us and stay out of trouble. And that boy, well, it is up to fate, is not it? What can we do? Back in the present life, in the dungeon, Secretary Curlo was utterly shocked and in disbelief at the scene before her, tears of happiness welling up in her eyes. I can't believe Lucat's illness could be cured so quickly. Seeing this, Barado smiled and explained, while he is not completely cured, the root cause of the disease has been eliminated. As long as he takes the prescribed medicine regularly, he should be fully recovered in about 6 months. He can live a normal life now without any problems, he said, gently stroking the boy's head. Curlo was overjoyed that her brother was recovering and chirped, Thank you. I will make sure he takes his medicine properly. Hold on. Empress Larcy interrupted coldly. We will still have your prescription thoroughly examined, former Duke Barado. Barado simply smiled and said, Go ahead. It is sad that I have gone to such lengths and still not gained your trust. Larcy gave him a cold look. Of course not. How could we trust you? Curlo and her brother Lucat both smiled happily. Doctor, thank you. Every hospital we went to said it was incurable. Honestly, I had almost given up. Hearing their gratitude made Barado chuckle. Oh dear. It seems they were all incompetent doctors. He muttered sarcastically and disdainfully. Barado's arrogance annoyed Larcy, but she had to admit he was highly skilled. So skilled that Larcy was astonished. From diagnosis to surgery, it took less than a month. The surgery was successful and the condition has improved. The disease was treated with frightening simplicity. Larcy looked at the happy siblings and thought, a renowned court physician truly is different. Now I understand why His Majesty keeps him alive in this dungeon. He is truly valuable. Alive, he is worth more than a corpse. Larcy, a sudden voice interrupted the Empress's thoughts. Thank you so much. Curlo sobbed and thanked her profusely. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Thank you for recommending and finding such a good doctor for him. Hearing the words good doctor made Larcy recall Barado's creepy appearance and personality from the past. A good doctor, but she calmly replied, it is nothing. I promised, after all. The Empress's eyes shifted towards the siblings and then to Barado. More important than thanks is, I have said it many times, but I will repeat it again regarding Barado before the Empress could finish. Curlo understood and bowed. Of course, Your Majesty. My brother and I will never breathe a word of this to anyone. Good. Now, you two should go back to your room and rest. Curlo nodded and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. She led her brother away from the dungeon. Barado watched them leave, then turned to the Empress and smiled. That was an interesting experience. It might be helpful for future research. In return for his words, he received only a cold stare from Empress Larcy. Suddenly, the madman held out his hand and asked, So, where's my reward, Your Majesty? Larcy said nothing, only silently plucked a strand of her long, shimmering, pale golden hair. She placed the tiny strand in Barado's hand and said, You have worked hard. This is your reward, as promised. This stunned him. It's just hair. I wish it were blood. All right then. Empress Larcy turned and left the dungeon, thinking, if it were not for that perverted personality. As she and her guard turned to leave, they heard the Emperor's voice ask, Is it over? Seeing the Emperor waiting for her, Larcy said, Your Majesty, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Larcy's eyes widened as she assessed the handsome man before her. She thought, every time I go see Barado, he follows me. Meanwhile, the Emperor extended his hand and said, Let us go. I wonder if he did not want to talk to Barado as he did not enter the cell but just waited outside. She thought, but still took the Emperor's hand and thanked him. Her sudden thanks made Emperor Givon ask, What for? Thanks to this, that excellent secretary has become completely ours, so I wanted to thank you. Empress Larcy said softly, her face charming. Emperor Givon silently looked at her for a moment but said nothing. After a long while, he finally uttered a warning, Don't go down to the basement without my permission. Empress Larcy nodded in agreement. Of course, Your Majesty. In the sunlit room, third consort Sasha, with documents in hand, exclaimed happily, This is such good fortune. I heard Lucat has made an incredible recovery. Thank you for taking care of him too. Consort Sasha smiled and looked at the Empress across from her. To repay this kindness, I will also work hard. Curlo, standing beside her, smiled and said, As I mentioned before, after receiving the Emperor's approval, the goods will arrive in Chariot next month, and the new product distribution plan is almost complete. Seeing the secretary diligently and carefully calculating, third consort Sasha could not help but praise her. Thanks to Curlo's hard work, the conditions at the castle seem to be better than before, do not they? The secretary quickly added, especially since Barry's economy has been declining recently, so now is the perfect time. She seemed to realize her slip of the tongue and apologized. Oh, I am sorry. I have heard that Barry is Larcy's homeland, and I misspoke. Empress Larcy smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about it. I am the Empress of the Chariot Empire now, and I can't forgive what they did to Kurlo, so on the contrary, this is a matter between nations, so let us proceed without hesitation. Empress Larcy said with a meaningful smile, thinking, that is right. They are not worth bothering with. The scene shifts to a slender figure with distinctive pink hair. A special letter from this pink-haired girl had just been sent. It is here again. In her study, Empress Larcy received another letter with the characteristic mysterious black envelope. It was from second consort Nina, and the content was the same as before. She wanted to hold a party for a friendly exchange with the Empress. She expressed her eagerness for Empress Larcy, the guest of honor, to attend. Empress Larcy looked at the letter and thought, although I can appreciate both the goodwill and the challenge, but from the beginning, from the first invitation, I did not reply. Now it is time to make an appearance. Empress Larcy is so beautiful. At second consort Nina's party, Larcy's arrival caused a stir among the guests. Empress Larcy quickly became the center of attention, and she noticed that all the invitees were women, and it seemed the young ladies she met last time did not attend today's party. A sudden voice rang out, belonging to a woman in a short black dress with long pink hair styled in two pigtails, looking like a character from a manga. She waved to the Empress and called out, Larcy. I have been waiting for you here for so long. Second consort Nina Allensworth, greetings to you. The beautiful girl curtsied in a noble fashion. Do you know how happy I am that you accepted my invitation? The second consort said with a cheerful smile. Empress Larcy approached with a friendly smile and replied, thank you for inviting me, Miss Nina. Oh, Larcy, you flatter me. Just call me Nina. The second consort took Larcy's hand familiarly and said, you are the Empress, and we are just concubines. It was unclear whether her words carried any hidden meaning. She gestured towards the other ladies at the party and smiled. Tonight, it is just my friends, so please enjoy yourself, Larcy. Everyone's been eager to get to know you, so that is why it is all women, Larcy wondered. That's right. Let us have some fun, ladies. Actually, I sent an invitation to Sasha, but why did not she come? The second consort mentioned third consort Sasha, surprising Larcy. Seeming to notice Larcy's puzzled look, the second consort explained, Sasha rarely attends my parties. Not just mine, I have never seen her at any other parties. She seems quite shy. Hearing this, Larcy agreed. That is Sasha for you. So, if she had come, it would have been twice as fun. The second consort smiled happily, slightly regretting Sasha's absence. These words, whether genuine or not, seemed to stun Larcy slightly. Sitting on the sofa with a table full of refreshments, she pondered. How unusual. I thought the concubines were not close. Her thoughts were interrupted by the second consort's bright voice. You have a good relationship with Sasha, right, Larcy? You knew, Larcy asked back, and Nina replied, of course, Your Majesty. The second consort's overly direct answer left Larcy speechless. This girl reminds me of Nicola, so I am being cautious. The Empress thought, but I do not remember this girl doing anything to me in the past life. The Empress tried to recall those who had been malicious and tormented her in the past. Hearing the Empress admit to having a close relationship with Sasha, Nina suddenly smiled and said, that is wonderful. The Empress did not reply, just taking a sip of her tea, thinking, if she shows any strange signs, I will draw a clear line immediately. At this moment, the second consort leaned closer to the Empress, smiling sweetly, and asked, can we be friends, Empress Larcy? As the Empress stared in surprise, the second consort continued. If you are close to Sasha, it means you do not hate the concubines, right? You are truly a remarkable beauty, Larcy, and your butler is so handsome too. The second consort looked at the Empress and the butler, showering them with compliments. I have so many dresses that would suit you perfectly, like this one, for example. Wouldn't you want to wear matching dresses, attend parties together, and take pictures? Butler, do you want to join us for a photo? The second consort excitedly invited Empress Larcy. Your black hair at the wedding was beautiful, but your shimmering golden hair now is even more perfect, Nina. Her eyes sparkling and a cheerful smile on her face continued to praise the Empress. She looked at the other ladies and asked, don't you all agree? Everyone laughed and nodded. So, let us be friends. Okay. Nina smiled and extended her hand to Empress Larcy. Next time, let us all three of us, including Sasha, attend a party together, Your Majesty. The Empress, having listened to the girl, did not say anything, only reached out and took her hand. Dinner is ready. The night has only just begun. The second consort's clear voice called everyone to the banquet, and a plethora of delicacies were served by the servants. Larcy took a sip of champagne and frowned slightly, thinking, her voice is so loud and high-pitched, it is a bit irritating. Larcy looked at the girl who always appeared innocent and cheerful, and said to herself, I still can't quite grasp her. Suddenly, one of the ladies dropped a glass of dessert, causing her to panic. The second consort quickly reassured her with a smile, while the lady still seemed flustered, unsure whether she was more afraid of the second consort or the broken glass. Empress Larcy took it all in, but thought, it is not that hateful, though. With a glass of champagne in hand, Larcy leisurely observed the people around her. Late at night, with the stars twinkling in the sky, the continent had an unusual feel. Empress Larcy boarded her carriage and waved goodbye to Nina as the party ended. Second consort Nina and the other ladies also smiled and waved goodbye to their beautiful Empress. The carriage drove away from the mansion, disappearing into the night, and headed back to the Empress's palace. Nina's hand remained raised in the air, a strange smile on her lips. As the Empress left, the remaining ladies, especially the one who had dropped the glass, suddenly wore expressions of strange fear. "What are you doing? The party's not over yet." The second consort spoke in a sharp, clear voice, a mysterious smile on her face. She laughed as she let go of her hand, causing the strawberry cake to fall to the floor. The second consort's small feet, clad in black lace socks and doll shoes, stomped on the cake, grinding it into a mess. "It is rare for Larcy to attend a party, and you, a clumsy wench, dared to drop a glass." The second consort's sharp voice echoed coldly, causing the girl kneeling on the soaked floor to tremble in fear and stammer apologies. I am sorry. Second consort Nina, with her beautiful face and eyes hidden behind her pink hair, making it difficult to tell whether she was truly angry or amused, pulled flowers from a vase and said, "To make Larcy happy. To make her happy, tonight has to be perfect." "I said that, did not I?" Hearing this, the other ladies at the party looked frightened and worried. "Drink up, won't you?" the second consort said, a cruel smile on her face as she poured the water from the vase. Another girl helped Nina grab the red dress girl's hair, forcing her head back as Nina poured the water, soaking the floor. "You are friends with Nina. Can't you handle this tiny thing?" The second consort smiled sweetly, but it looked terrifying. Meanwhile, Empress Larcy sat comfortably in her carriage with her butler. Beside them was the night sky, the moon, and falling petals emitting a soothing fragrance. In his study, Emperor Givon rubbed his forehead and muttered the name, "Nina Allensworth." "Yes, Your Majesty." The aide quickly explained. "She has been continuously sending invitations to the Empress, and a week ago they became closer thanks to the second consort's welcome party. So far, there is nothing unusual." But hearing this, Emperor Givon rubbed his forehead, a habitual gesture. The Bulutu Kingdom, Nina's homeland, no country can surpass Bulutu in terms of oil resources and especially weapons. But the emperor recalled the information about the second consort in her country, narrowing his eyes. "But if she wants to get close to her, I should find a way to send her back to her country. Otherwise, I will deal with her now. Since there has not been a war in recent years, we have a surplus of weapons. Oil is not a problem, as Empress Larcy has already handled that matter perfectly." Emperor Givon pondered as he stared at the map of the countries on his desk. His finger pointed to a location on the map, seemingly a specific country. It was unknown what he was planning. The scene shifted to the luxurious royal garden, where the second consort's echoing voice rang out. She waved, smiling, and called, "Larcy." Empress Larcy, seeing the familiar figure and voice appear once more, sighed inwardly. She is here again. Almost every day since that day, but she is just here to visit, so it is fine. But these two do not seem to like her very much. Larcy noticed her two pet dogs, who always seemed wary and defensive around the seemingly innocent girl. At the tea table, the second consort looked curiously at Larcy's butler and said, "Hey, can you take off your mask?" Larcy wondered if Sang was uncomfortable, always being in that state. "I am so jealous. I want a handsome butler like that too," the second consort said cheerfully, like an innocent girl. Larcy was exasperated by her, and more importantly, unable to see Sasha, because she is afraid of the other concubines. Although second consort Nina seems to want to be closer to Sasha, no matter how I look at it, it does not seem right. There is something strange about this always smiling girl that bothers me. At the table laden with glittering refreshments, Nina asked again, "So, Larcy, at this point, we can call each other friends, right?" Larcy sipped her tea and replied, "That is right," thinking that there was no real harm in it. Seemingly sensing the nonchalance in Larcy's voice and demeanor, the girl puffed out her cheeks like a sulking child. "If you befriend me, you will benefit greatly. I may look like this, but I am the daughter of the Bulutu Kingdom's prime minister," Nina boasted slightly. Larcy calmly replied, "Of course I know that. Thanks to you, the daughter of the Bulutu Duke, Chariot enjoys access to Bulutu's military resources. If you ever need any weapons, Larcy, just tell me. My collection is quite impressive." Nina continued to cheerfully promote herself. Larcy seemed a little exasperated by the girl's boisterousness. Although she is noisy, the Bulutu Kingdom also possesses vast seas, so their value will increase in the future. Compared to Eliza and Camilla, she seems much better. From my past life until now, someone I can call a friend. Larcy sipped her tea, recalling the maids who always appeared cheerful in front of their masters. But in her past life, when she was imprisoned, they became cold and distant, their expressions full of disdain and disgust. The Empress's deep, captivating eyes lowered, revealing her long, curled lashes, as she placed the beautiful red teacup on the table. In the sunlit garden, filled with fresh flowers, second consort, Nina's cheerful laughter echoed. The scene shifts to the palace dining hall, where the Emperor and Empress were having dinner. "I want to get rid of a concubine," the Emperor suddenly declared. "I heard you have become closer to Nina, the second consort, recently." He looked at Empress Larcy and said, "She has a cruel hobby of harming those she dislikes. Many people approach her seeking benefits because she is the second consort and the daughter of the Bulutu Prime Minister, but at the same time, many know the truth and keep their distance. The emperor's words reminded Larcy of the three young ladies at the tea party who seemed very cautious and distant towards the second consort. So that is why they did not want to attend Nina's party. I think it would be safer to find a way to force her back to her country before anything happens. Emperor Givon said seriously as he ate. The emperor's reaction surprised Larcy, who thought nothing has happened yet and he already wants to take action. Although I am grateful for his concern, I do not know what happened in my past life. After a moment of silent thought, swirling the red wine in her glass, Larcy softly said, "It has not reached that point yet, Your Majesty. If I need help, I will tell you immediately." The Empress smiled beautifully and gently assured him she would seek his help if necessary. The Emperor grumbled, "Didn't I say concubines were unnecessary?" A faint smile seemed to play on Empress Larcy's lips. She looked at the Emperor with deep eyes and asked thoughtfully, "Are you more worried about me than the country, Your Majesty?" Emperor Givon averted his gaze but did not answer. His direction surprised Larcy. The Emperor remained silent, closing his eyes and finishing his wine. Thoughts raced through Larcy's mind. What does this reaction mean? He did not deny it. The butler and aides, witnessing this, exchanged glances, silently exasperated. The scene shifted to a mansion with a garden filled with beautiful, shimmering blue flowers like moonlight. Third consort Sasha was hiding in her room, trembling, as the second consort's voice echoed from the courtyard. "I know you are in there, so I have come." Sasha, Nina's loud, clear call made Sasha tremble in fear, clutching her head and crying. "Sasha, let us go out," Nina shouts in the middle of the night, annoyed even the guards. Larcy, let us go out together. The second consort, with her pink hair and Lolita fashion, appeared before Larcy once again. "Empress Larcy, I know a great restaurant." Faced with the girl's constant invitations, Larcy sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Her two dogs, as always, were wary and watchful of the seemingly innocent girl. "I am sorry. I am a bit busy today," Larcy said with a forced smile, feeling exhausted, but before she could finish, the second consort puffed out her cheeks in a childish pout. Why not? We have been visiting each other's mansions all this time. Is not that enough?" Nina gestured dramatically, feigning cuteness. Larcy was speechless. They had been meeting practically every day. The second consort maintained her pout, looking at the Empress. "It is always me who asks you to go out," she said in a forlorn voice, like a child with no friends. Seeing this, Larcy sighed inwardly. Come to think of it, Nina's eyes started to water. "It is always just me who wants to see you. I want to be closer to you, Larcy." This scene reminded Larcy of her younger siblings. Come to think of it, Eric and Nicola always went out together. Is that part of being a noble? Is it because we are friends? I did not have any friends in my past life, so I do not really know. Larcy wondered silently. "So, to become best friends with you, Larcy, I have prepared a secret date today." The second consort continued, a cheerful smile returning to her face. Larcy remained silent, just staring at her. "You are curious, are not you? Come on, I have also prepared plenty of guards." Nina's enthusiasm forced Larcy to agree. "Can you wait for me a moment?" Seeing the Empress agree, the second consort jumped for joy. "Yay!" Butler sang bowed and said, "Please wait outside until Larcy is ready." The girl cheerfully put her arm around the butler and agreed. "I will wait in the carriage." Larcy smiled, said goodbye, and told her she would see her soon. With that, the second consort turned and left the room, her face partially hidden behind her thick hair, looking mysterious. Suddenly, a sinister smile spread across her face, completely different from her previous innocence. In her room, Empress Larcy, as she prepared, sighed. "I wanted to go to the greenhouse to see Sasha today. Oh well, there is no helping it." On the bustling streets, with buildings boasting shimmering orange tile roofs, people hurried along in a flurry of activity. The second consort, Nina, warmly linked arms with Empress Larcy, pointing at a shop. "It is here, Your Majesty," she announced. Larcy followed her gesture, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she took in the restaurant. It was a small, unassuming establishment tucked away in an alley, seemingly simple and with few customers. Second consort, Nina smiled. "This is my favorite restaurant. If I ask, they will always say yes." Empress Larcy looked at the small restaurant, thinking to herself, I imagined with her demeanor, she would prefer grand, luxurious restaurants. Larcy glanced at the ever-smiling, cheerful woman beside her. "She is truly difficult to understand," she mused. "Here are the dishes you ordered," a waiter announced, carrying platters laden with delicacies, from lobster and suckling pig to roasted chicken, an extravagant feast that contrasted sharply with the restaurant's humble appearance. Empress Larcy, gazing at the spread, could not help but exclaim, as expected, "Come now, Your Majesty, you must eat plenty." Second consort Nina cheerfully invited the Empress to dine. She turned and offered a spoon to the butler. "You eat too, butler," Larcy thought. These are not words I should be saying, but this woman is far from ordinary. "Is it to your liking, Your Majesty?" Nina asked brightly. "It is quite good," Larcy replied, thinking to herself. "The food here is surprisingly delicious." "That is a relief. I only ordered what I like, so I am happy our tastes are similar, Your Majesty," the second consort chirped. "Dishes rarely had are all the more precious to prepare," the second consort finished, smiling. Indeed, Larcy nodded in agreement. Though not a food enthusiast, she found these dishes enjoyable. Suddenly, the stage lights came on, capturing everyone's attention. Second consort Nina rose with a smile. It is about to begin. I have prepared something special. She looked towards the stage where a curtain concealed the performance area and a waiter stood ready. Wait a moment, Your Majesty, Larcy. Nina's voice suddenly turned chilling as the curtains were drawn open. Have you ever eaten human flesh? Her eerie question echoed as third consort Sasa, bound and gagged, was revealed on stage. Empress Larcy gasped. Sasa, in the palace where the emperor worked, a messenger delivered a report that made him suspicious. The third consort, the emperor, looked at the messenger. Yes, Your Majesty. She has not returned since yesterday. Secretary Clow anxiously reported Sasa's disappearance. We do not know if something came up, but the servants are also worried. Last night, after second consort, Nina took her. Clow's words caused both the emperor and his aide to freeze. The emperor immediately turned to his aide. What is Larcy doing today, Your Majesty? Empress Larcy is currently out with consort Nina and a guard arranged by consort Nina. The emperor slammed his fist on the table in anger. As his aide and secretary Clow looked on in shock, he roared, "Mobilize the troops and find them immediately." His voice was cold and filled with rage. Bring the third consort and Larcy back here at once. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go right away. The aide quickly left the room. The emperor sank into his chair, fuming. I should have dealt with this sooner. Back at the restaurant, Larcy worried about the bound Sasa. Nina still wore a cheerful, innocent smile, as if nothing was amiss. She seemed quite disturbed. On the stage of the small restaurant, Sasa sat bound and gagged, a white silk cloth tied around her mouth. Empress Larcy angrily confronted Nina. Lady Nina, what is the meaning of this? Nina smiled innocently. I told you, I also wanted to invite Sasa to the party. Larcy remembered Nina's earlier words about never seeing Sasa at any parties. So she captured Sasa for that reason. So if she came to my party, I would be twice as happy. Larcy clearly remembered Nina saying that at the previous party. That is why I invited her here. By the way, I wanted to invite you to the party too, Larcy, Nina said cheerfully, glancing at the tearful Sasa. So what are you planning to do with Sasa? Larcy demanded. The seemingly unhinged Nina, still feigning innocence, pondered. How about roasted? She seems tender. I have always wanted to taste human flesh. Her sweet appearance contradicted her barbaric words. Larcy grimaced. Sasa trembled with increased fear. Nina, noticing Larcy's anger, tilted her head. Why that scary face? We are friends. Flames flickered around Larcy, her anger growing. So you had this in mind all along, Nina. My desire to be close with you, Larcy, for us to be friends. All of that has been genuine, Nina replied with a sweet smile. If it is for you, Larcy, even my father and the whole Pluto kingdom will cooperate. You are Emperor Givon's empress, so my friends will support you too, Nina explained, smiling. He feels the same. You are the only woman Givon acknowledges. That is why Camilla fell. I have absolutely no intention of harming you, Larcy, Nina said, her smile turning sinister as she looked at Larcy. Larcy stared coldly at Nina, summoning fireballs. Her immense magic began to stir. I just want to be best friends with you. The unhinged Nina turned to a guard approaching Sasa with an axe. Eliminate Sasa. If Sasa's gone, I will be your only best friend, Larcy. Now I am sure you will enjoy eating Sasa with me, Nina giggled, her words disturbingly cheerful. Larcy remained silent, observing the chaotic scene. Seeing Larcy's silence, Nina continued, Please do not worry about Sasa's servants. I promise to take the best care of them, as partners and lovers. Nothing compares to friendship, does it? She said with a smug smile as Sasa cowered in fear. Nina's violet eyes flicked towards Larcy. Right, no matter how you look at it, compared to Sasa. Being friends with me is the smarter choice, Empress Larcy, Nina said with chilling confidence and madness. Nina's specific words triggered a flicker of recognition in Larcy's widening eyes. In a past life, a girl's voice echoed in Larcy's memories. A scene from a dungeon, her eyes gouged out. Your eyes? They are really gone. Blind, Larcy could only hear. Who are you? The mysterious voice echoed. I will help you. If you become my friend, I will ask His Majesty Givon to save you. Becoming my friend is the smart choice. Otherwise, you might lose your limbs, the voice threatened. I do not need to. I am the Princess of Berry. I won't be friends with someone from Chariot, Larcy had cried out. Larcy's defiance gave the girl pause. So that is it? Then the voice turned cold. The dungeon door creaked open and a glint of sharp metal followed. A test subject, not a friend then. The girl approached. Blind, Larcy sensed danger. Larcy's screams echoed. The more you move, the more it hurts. Blood splattered on the girl's smiling face. From now on, I will play with you every day. I have many toys to try. How exciting. Larcy remembered being tortured daily. Perhaps I had a reason to hate her voice. Her shrill voice was irritating. Larcy recalled interactions with Nina in this life, the strange feelings. It made sense now. The Empress looked coldly at the terrifying girl nearing Sasa. Nina? So it was you. Sasa sobbed weakly as Nina approached, smiling wickedly, a sharp tool in hand. Nothing compares to friendship, huh, Nina? Larcy's voice was icy, flames flaring around her in fury. The butler understood Larcy's rage and bowed his head. Sasa, Larcy said, her magic intensifying. Nina and Sasa froze. Nina's words in the past flooded Larcy's mind. Were you born to be my toy? Us, concubines? Absurd from the start? Lady Larcy, wait, Nina called out, alarmed by Larcy's magic. Why so angry, Empress Larcy? Ah, stay back, Nina shrieked, pressing her weapon to Sasa's face. I will cut her if you come closer. Larcy's eyes glowed ominously. Nina, unnerved by Larcy's demeanor and the flames, asked why. Why, because I am more useful than Sasa, she said, pressing the weapon against Sasa's neck. What is wrong, Sasa? Afraid. Because I do not want to be friends with you, Larcy stated coldly. That is all. Larcy's cold words made Nina's eyes narrow dangerously. A chilling smile spread across Nina's face. Why hurt others like this? Nina ripped the gag from Sasa's mouth. Sasa, say something too. Because of this, you will sever all ties with Lady Larcy. Freed, Sasa cried out, Empress Larcy, I am so sorry for dragging you into this. Larcy gently replied, you are the one who has been dragged into this, Sasa. Are you ignoring me? Enraged, Nina stabbed Sasa's shoulder. Sasa screamed, making Larcy flinch. Nina smiled at the Empress. So, what now? Shall I cut off those lovely ears? Before that, you will be burnt to a crisp, Nina, Larcy said coldly, flames intensifying. Undeterred. Nina pressed herself against Sasa. Even like this, you will still burn me. Larcy hesitated, aware of the danger to Sasa. Looks like I am dumped then, Nina said, dramatically slicing Sasa's ear. Sasa shrieked. Then I will just dispose of you both so I can become Jivan's woman, Nina said, licking the blood from her weapon. Here, catch, Empress. She suddenly threw a knife at Larcy. Seeing Larcy catch it, Nina grinned. If you want to save Sasa, cut off your own ear instead. Sasa stared at Larcy in terror. Your right one would be preferable, Empress Larcy, Nina's chilling voice echoed. No, Empress Larcy, run. Leave me, Sasa cried. Then I will start with Sasa, Nina said, pressing the knife against Sasa, drawing blood. Stop, Larcy shouted. You want me to stop, then hurry up, Nina retorted coldly. Larcy looked at the knife, her expression unreadable. She drew the sharp blade, thinking, I just need to wait for an opening. Until then, I will feign bleeding and fainting. The moment she leaves Sasa, I will attack. My flames will consume her. It is all right. I have had enough pain in my past life, Larcy thought. Gripping the knife, Sasa closed her eyes, tears flowing, as if praying. The blade sliced into Larcy's flesh, drawing blood. Though unafraid, her eyes remained fixed on Nina, waiting. Suddenly, shouts and pounding startled everyone. Open up. This is by His Majesty's order. Nina's guards panicked. Hey, how did the Imperial Army get here? The Imperial Army? Nina's eyes widened. Larcy's blue-haired butler sprang into action. I will open it right now. Wait, stop him, Nina yelled. Seeing Nina distracted, Sasa used the chance. She toppled her chair and herself to the side. The sudden movement made Nina stumble back. Wait, but Larcy's eyes blazed with magic. To Nina's shock, flames engulfed her. Wait, but the flames quickly caught her close. Nina screamed in agony as the fire consumed her. The Emperor's guards burst in, taking control. They were stunned by the scene. Nina's screams filled the room as she burned. Larcy coldly controlled the flames. No, it is so hot it burns. Larcy helped Sasa up, coldly watching Nina burn. Don't worry. You won't die so easily. It hurts. Nina's screams weakened. A knife flew through the air, hitting Nina's hand. She shrieked again. After throwing the knife, Larcy turned to Sasa, her voice softening. Thank you for enduring, Sasa. Don't be afraid. Sasa sobbed. Empress Larcy, I am so sorry. It is all right. Don't worry. It will be okay. Don't worry about anything, Larcy reassured her, covering Sasa's eyes. The guards subdued Nina's men. Your Majesty, we will handle them. We will secure the second consort, so please move to safety. Your Majesty, their worried calls turned into stunned silence. Shielding Sasa, wielding immense magic, Larcy seemed like a fearsome warrior. Larcy gazed coldly at the burning Nina. Yes. I have figured it out, Nina. I still have someone to take revenge on, Larcy said with a chilling smile. Time shifted. Emperor Givon sat silently, looking at the person before him. It was Empress Larcy, her golden hair shimmering. I have spoken about the second consort many times, Givon said coldly. Yes, I am ashamed, Your Majesty, Larcy admitted. Thank you for sending the soldiers. I was almost in danger, Givon sighed. How will you deal with her? Could she be sent back home? Larcy asked. The Emperor sighed, rubbing his temples. I said this already. If you wanted her executed, you could have. If I wanted revenge, I would have finished her off myself, Larcy replied. I am satisfied, Your Majesty. Silence fell, and the Emperor began, making Larcy wonder, didn't I report everything? What else? Seeing her confusion, the Emperor turned slightly, murmuring, your wound. Larcy was surprised. Oh, it is nothing, she said, revealing her bandaged ear. I will ask the royal physician later. A hand touched her ear. Larcy's eyes widened in astonishment. Emperor Givon gently placed his hand over her wound. A warmth enveloped the area, and the wound vanished. He healed me, flustered. Larcy said, "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor returned to his seat. "You may leave." Larcy rose and left. At Sasa's residence, Larcy asked with concern, "Are you really all right?" "Yes, I am sorry for worrying you, your majesty." Sasa, with her gentle demeanor, replied with a shy smile. "Thank you for sending the physician," Secretary Claw added. "It is a relief you are both okay." "It is my fault you were involved," Larcy said. "Of course I would do this." "No, it is because I fainted that you were hurt," Sasa insisted. Larcy smiled and shook her head. "It is healed? Besides, Sasa, you are a dear friend." Larcy's words made Sasa and Clow smile. "You do not hate being friends with me, do you?" Larcy asked, smiling. "Of course not. It is an honor. I would not refuse." Sasa's flustered response made Clow chuckle. "That is a relief." "Oh, thank you, Clow, for telling His Majesty," Larcy said. Clow waved her hands. It was nothing. His Majesty was so worried. "I could feel his love for you," Clow said, describing the Emperor's reaction. Larcy was surprised. His Majesty was. Yes. He mobilized the troops immediately. "He has never done that for anyone," Sasa added. "And the bracelet, I heard from Clow. His Majesty gave it to you, right?" Larcy looked at her bracelet and nodded. "Yes, he did." Both Clow and Sasa smiled at Larcy. That bracelet. The scene shifted to the palace dining hall. Empress Larcy was dining, lost in thought. "It has not been a month, and he has summoned me." The reports finished. "What is it?" She looked at the Emperor, his attire a mix of black and red. Jivon's gaze settled on her. "Why?" Larcy smiled. "I am wondering why you summoned me." Jivon set down his glass. "Let us see." Yes, to Larcy's surprise, he calmly said, "I wanted to see you." Larcy was speechless. His gaze held hers. The Emperor's direct words made Larcy blush. She remembered Clow's explanation of the bracelet tradition in verse. A man gives a bracelet with a gemstone matching his eye color to a woman, to show she belongs to him. Larcy looked at the bracelet on her wrist. The Emperor's voice echoed again. "If there absolutely needs to be something, then yes, it is exactly that. Empress, tell me any useful information you have learned." "This is more like me," the Emperor said, gazing into Larcy's beautiful wide eyes. Seeing that, Larcy could not help but chuckle. "If it is information about a new resource, will you spare me?" she asked with a relaxed smile, a champagne glass in her hand. In her bedroom, Empress Larcy, wearing a flowing nightgown, was standing by the window, admiring the moon. The weather had been quite warm lately, but the nights were getting chilly. "It has been a while since I arrived in Chariot." "Has it already become autumn?" The beautiful Empress leaned against the window, gazing at the stunning scenery under the bright moonlight in the garden. At dinner just now, the Emperor was like a different person compared to before. While admiring the scenery and recalling the moments from earlier, Empress Larcy could not help but wonder. At that time, the Emperor looked at her and asked, "You mentioned the Pluto Kingdom? You know that is the second consort's homeland, right?" Hearing the Emperor's question, Empress Larcy immediately replied, "Of course I know, Your Majesty. The Pluto Kingdom will soon possess a sea with rapidly increasing value, a value that not only Nina, but no one else in the world knows about." The Empress softly explained, "It is true that Pluto Sea is currently an undeveloped area, and the seaport is also abandoned, so trade is quite inconvenient. But within a year, high-quality pearls can be harvested there, and in enormous quantities. And right now, no one knows about it, so it is the perfect time for our chariot to monopolize this abundant resource." Hearing the Empress, Emperor Chevron pondered for a moment, then interrupted, "If you say no one knows, how? How did you find out?" Looking at the Empress's beautiful face, blooming like a flower in the dark night, the Emperor sighed and answered himself, "I won't ask anymore. As long as the information is accurate, that is fine." The Emperor's unusual easiness surprised the Empress. "Oh, it is more comfortable than I expected." Seeing the Emperor nod, she smiled and replied, "Yes, I can guarantee that." The Empress recalled her past life. This sea and its pearls were luxury goods that Barry had greedily desired by any means necessary. Eric said he had to give pearls to his girlfriend, so he wanted to get them. Nicola was also fed up with second consort Nina's bragging, so she sent a letter home for help. Not to mention that ambitious mother-in-law. The Emperor had agreed and quickly made a decision. "Then let us invade immediately." The reason that Nina harmed the Empress of the Empire is enough reason for foreign intervention. Seeing the Emperor so eager for war, Larcy intervened. "No, there is no need for that, Your Majesty, since our goal is just the sea, which we can buy cheaply. There is no need to mobilize the army. Just pursuing this incident's responsibility is enough to make them hand it over. Just a letter of accusation can solve most of the problems without resorting to weapons." And another reason Larcy did not want war, which she did not say but only thought to herself, was that if war broke out, Chariot would still suffer casualties, whether few or many. "I can't bear to see that, because I know how ferociously cruel war can be." The Empress remained silent, remembering her past battles. The Emperor fell silent in thought, then offered his opinion. "If we act slowly, others might also learn about the existence of the pearls." Empress Larcy smiled and answered, "On the contrary, Your Majesty, if people know that Chariot is targeting the sea area by waging war, other nations will also catch the scent and try to participate. She spoke as she slowly stood up in her flowing red dress. You do not need to worry. Leave the negotiations to me. As the Empress and as the victim, I assure you, the Pluto Kingdom will also want to resolve this smoothly. Empress Larcy spoke with extreme confidence. Since Larcy had said so much, Emperor Chevron agreed with her and nodded, then do as you see fit. Seeing the Emperor compromise and avoid war, the butlers and aides were extremely surprised. They thought to themselves, His Majesty, known as the Tyrant, actually listened to someone else and gave up his intention to wage war. Larcy could not hear the thoughts of the subordinates, so she just smiled happily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then she prepared to leave. I will excuse myself to return to my room now. But before she could leave the room, the Emperor called her back. Wait, what is it, Your Majesty? Larcy replied. The Emperor suddenly froze and fell silent. He suddenly remembered the nights they shared a bed and the warm, intimate embrace. He remembered the faint fragrance of fresh flowers lingering in Empress Larcy's hair. No, nothing, the Emperor said, awkwardly scratching his head to hide his agitation. He then extended his hand to the Empress and said, I will escort you back to your room. Empress Larcy was slightly stunned, but she smiled in gratitude and left with the Emperor to the astonishment of all the subordinates and servants. Under the admiring and surprised gazes of the servants, Empress Larcy walked arm in arm with the Emperor along the palace corridor, like a charming fairy couple stepping out of a fairy tale. The Empress smiled happily but also kept silent without speaking. Emperor Chevron escorted Empress Larcy to her door before stopping. Seeing the Emperor stop without saying anything more, Larcy simply said, Well, I will return to my room now. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice made her slightly surprised. He turned to his subordinates and asked, At times like these, what should one say? This left everyone speechless. Seeing this, Larcy smiled and replied, something like, Good night, perhaps. The Emperor's eyes flickered as he shifted his gaze to the beautiful girl before him. He leaned closer, his hands gently touching her back, and whispered, Good night. Empress Larcy silently watched as the Emperor gradually walked away. Her face seemed calm, but her eyes held a chaotic and confusing stream of thoughts about the Emperor's actions. In her fragrant bedroom, filled with the scent of fresh flowers, Empress Larcy sat on her warm bed, gazing at the beautiful bracelet on her wrist. She took off the bracelet and placed it on the gold-plated display stand next to her bedside table. Then Larcy let herself fall onto the soft bed, her long hair spread out like a cloud. She lay there quietly, stroking and admiring the bracelet. Larcy's skin was as white as porcelain, her long hair and red eyes were captivating, but it seemed all her attention was absorbed by the bracelet. The Emperor is indeed different from before, Larcy thought to herself. He often dines with me, something that used to be very rare and even very difficult. He also hastily mobilized troops to rescue me when he heard something had happened, and it is fortunate that the soldiers arrived in time so nothing too serious occurred. He even used his famous healing magic to treat me, which he does not use on anyone else. And this beautiful, precious bracelet too. The meaning of the bracelets, as Crow had said, is to show that this woman belongs to him. He gave it to me and asked me not to take it off, so perhaps this is a symbol of recognizing me as the Empress. Judging by his reaction today, he definitely trusts me. Empress Larcy lay in bed with these thoughts and ripples in her heart, preventing her from falling asleep quickly. He is beginning to trust me and even has goodwill towards me. I do not know if he has romantic feelings or not. The Empress suddenly remembered the moment of warm, intimate embrace when they traveled together to the Verso Kingdom. The image suddenly appearing in her mind made her blush. Every moment she had shared with the Emperor, from the past until now, also flooded her mind. But I truly feel that. He treats me with great respect. That Emperor, the one known as the tyrannical warmonger with his endless wars. She seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Then she closed her eyes and whispered, Yes, I cannot lose this trust because he has always desired, and so have I. The Empress remembered Eliza's face, and Camilla's hateful demeanor, and Barado, who always treated Larcy like a lab rat. And then there is Nina, always smiling. I also want this to be quick and clean, to quickly bring it into my hands, and quickly destroy those disgusting hypocrites. Suddenly, the Empress turned over and looked at the bracelet again, the symbol that she belonged to the Emperor. Who does the Emperor belong to? Larcy slowly reached out and touched the bracelet, asking softly. She held the bracelet, gazing at it with a puzzled and mysterious expression. The bracelet was intricately carved with mysterious blue gemstones, the color of the vast ocean, resembling the color of Emperor Chevron's pupils, sparkling even more beautifully in the moonlight. The Empress's beautiful eyes were fixed on the bracelet in her hand, as if she could see through it to the cold face of the man with deep, sharp, ocean blue eyes. Under the beautiful moonlight filtering through the window in the warm bedroom, the Empress, in her pale pink nightgown, caressed and embraced the precious bracelet. Her lips, beautiful like cherry blossom petals about to bloom, suddenly curved into a gentle smile. In another room, Emperor Chevron's sleeping quarters, the Emperor lay in bed, coincidentally also remembering the moment of embrace with Larcy the day before. His strong arm reached out to embrace the empty space before him, as if Larcy were really lying there. But alas, it was all just imagination, because in front of him was not Empress Larcy, but only empty silence. As if by telepathy, or perhaps like a spiritual connection, in her own room, Empress Larcy coincidentally playfully asked, "Do you want me?" The emperor lay silently in bed, closing his eyes, wanting to fall asleep to escape these idle thoughts. Soon, the bright sunlight streamed through the window, dancing in the room with the chirping of birds in the royal garden, making everyone happily greet a new day. The devoted butler was helping Her Majesty brush her long, flowing hair. The empress, while putting on her jewelry with the butler's assistance, hummed a cheerful tune indicating her good mood today. Second consort Nina's echoing cries rang out. No, her face and body covered in burns, she thrashed and screamed. No, Nina's not going anywhere. She struggled and resisted as two soldiers tied her hands and led her away. I will reflect on myself. Please forgive me just this once, Nina. Her face full of burn marks from the fire pleaded painfully, but it seemed she was taking things too lightly. In the palace courtyard, Empress Larcy calmly watched her scream, along with her servants and butler. Catching sight of the empress, Nina hurriedly shouted, Lady Larcy, let us reconcile." Yes, she extended her hand, pierced by a knife wound, towards the empress, and tried to force a very unpleasant smile. Larcy's eyes did not blink, only looking coldly at her as if looking at a wounded animal. Nina has reflected a lot already. Let us go back to being friends, Empress Larcy. I will also apologize to Sasha. Nina's panicked appearance and unpleasant voice made the empress feel extremely annoyed and bothered. Seeing the empress not respond, Nina wailed pathetically. Nina only wanted to be closer, not allowed to be His Majesty's woman, not even allowed to be Lady Larcy's friend. So stingy, her screams still echoed as two servants pushed her into the carriage under Empress Larcy's watchful eyes. So stingy. I just wanted to be friends, she yelled, reaching out of the carriage, making the guards quickly stop her. Put your hand back inside, it is dangerous. Empress Larcy remained silent, watching the scene intently. Only when Nina was completely inside the carriage did the Empress softly speak. Stay healthy, Nina. Nina Alenshirkai, former second consort. The Empress coldly watched the carriage gradually moving away. Take care until the day we meet again, she said with a satisfied smile. Then she turned to the head butler and ordered, Shall we prepare for our trip then? She looked up at the yellow and red leaves fluttering in the autumn wind. It seems a bit chilly for swimwear, huh? In the palace corridors, the servants and butlers were busily carrying out their duties and packing for the Empress's trip the following day. The Empress flipped through the pages of a book, thinking, no one knows yet that there are pearls in Pluto's sea, and for that reason, this inspection trip must be conducted quietly. If Chariot acts on a large scale, other countries will immediately notice. The information about the pearls must not be revealed until the very end, until we have the sea in our hands. This is the advantage of information, and just one piece of information is worth a huge fortune. Good boy, Tichi. In the castle grounds, with its green lawn and fountain, Tichi the dog was happily playing with a ball. Elsewhere, Sachi the dog was also playfully interacting with a doll. Good job, Sachi, the Empress praised, petting the dog. She stroked her two beloved pets affectionately, thinking, we are leaving tomorrow, so we must play to our heart's content today. Larcy looked at the two dogs and whispered, I will take you with me on this trip. So you must be obedient, okay? As if understanding the Empress's words, the two dogs wagged their tails excitedly with joyful expressions. Under the beautiful golden sunlight, Empress Larcy played with her two dogs by the flower-filled fountain. This peaceful and warm scene was captured in the eyes of the Emperor, who was watching from upstairs. With Larcy's sensitivity, she quickly noticed the Emperor's undisguised gaze. She waved and smiled a greeting to him from the courtyard below. The Emperor, sitting upstairs, saw this, but continued to stare intently without any other reaction. Larcy's waving hand grew tired and stiff. Her face was filled with perplexity and confusion as she silently complained, normally, if I did this, he would avoid my gaze. Why is he looking like that today? How long do I have to wave? This is hardly familiar, the Empress muttered to herself, awkwardly lowering her hand. Suddenly, Larcy remembered her younger sister's innocent and flirtatious behavior around handsome men and could not help but wonder, if it were Nicola, she would probably wink. Although the Emperor would not want that from me. The Empress threw the ball to play with her two dogs, lost in thought. Good job, Tichi and Sachi. She looked at the two dogs that had caught the ball and interrupted her own thoughts. Come on, stop thinking nonsense. The head butler's voice called out, signaling the two dogs to return. More importantly now, I must prepare thoroughly for tomorrow. Hearing the signal, the two dogs returned and cuddled up beside the Empress and the butler. The scene shifted to the familiar study where the Emperor worked and received documents. The aide's voice reported, Your Majesty, a new report has arrived. Leave it there. The aide placed the file on the desk and suddenly noticed the beautiful but wilting flower pot. The aide stared blankly for a moment before realizing these are the flowers the Empress gave him. He's kept them here since then. He looked at the Emperor and asked for his opinion. Your Majesty, these flowers are almost completely withered. Shall I remove them? The Emperor's cold eyes focused on the beautiful but wilted flower pot before him. He recalled that the Empress had sent him this flower pot. The Emperor gently stroked the withered petals and slowly said, They have held up quite well, have not they? The aide replied. They are the type of flower that blooms until it gets cold, your majesty. Then I will take my leave to clear them away. As the aide spoke, the emperor's fingers, touching the petals, paused slightly. No, leave them. The emperor shook his head and used his healing magic to restore the flowers to their vibrant state. There is nothing else to decorate with anyway, the emperor explained. This scene startled the aide, his eyes widening. He quickly regained his composure and bowed awkwardly. I understand, your majesty. But his mind was in turmoil. I can't believe he even used healing magic on flowers. Emperor Givon's cold face seemed to briefly show a gentle, elusive smile. He stroked the revived petals with soft eyes, thinking, it is fine to keep them a little longer. The castle, with its ancient architecture and pale pink paint, was the Pluto Kingdom, Nina's homeland. A panicked voice suddenly rang out from a room. Something's wrong. A middle-aged man with pink hair, the same color as Nina's, became flustered upon hearing the news from his aide. What? My daughter was sent back. A letter had arrived with similar content. His body trembling, he stared wide-eyed as he read the letter he had just received. Nina Alanshirkai is being returned for the crime of assaulting Empress Larsi. His hands holding the letter trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, Empress Larsi was comfortably seated in her carriage, basking in the sunlight and the beautiful scenery outside the window. The luxurious carriage steadily made its way into the Pluto Kingdom's territory. We are almost at the castle, your majesty, the aide reported to Empress Larsi. The empress simply nodded and replied, Inside the carriage, Tichi and Sachi were peacefully sleeping, embracing each other. Within the palace of the Pluto Kingdom, with its beautiful gardens, panicked voices rang out once again. What? The Empress of the Chariot Empire is visiting? Empress Larsi, with a seemingly friendly smile, sat on the sofa in the Pluto Kingdom's reception room for important guests. Sitting opposite her were the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom, and standing right behind them was Nina's father, the prime minister of the country. Greetings. My sudden visit must have surprised you. I apologize in advance. The empress leaned back comfortably and spoke softly while her two dogs growled menacingly. Not at all. We are the ones who should apologize. Lady Nina, no, the matter of the Alanshirkai family, the king stammered. Hearing this, the prime minister, Nina's father, bowed with a worried face. I apologize for my daughter's rudeness. But before he could finish, Empress Larsi coldly smiled and asked, You say rudeness? Attempted murder of the empress and intimidation. In addition to kidnapping, injuring, and attempting to murder the princess of the Ikwan Kingdom. Can you summarize this with the word rudeness? Empress Larsi's cold voice echoed, causing the three people sitting opposite her to lower their heads in silence. Seeing their reactions, Empress Larsi coldly chuckled and said, If that is how the Pluto Kingdom thinks, it seems the general opinion of the Chariot Empire is about the same. Hearing the implication in Empress Larsi's sharp words, the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom were startled and quickly explained, Absolutely not. It is a misunderstanding. How dare we? His Majesty Chevron, my husband, is very angry. He even said he would mobilize troops and wage war immediately to eradicate this kingdom. Empress Larsi continued. These words terrified the old king of the Pluto Kingdom, as he understood that for the Chariot Empire, there was no better reason to declare war than this, and Pluto had no power to resist the Chariot Empire and its young king known as the Tyrant. Indeed, this is a declaration of war from Chariot, the old king thought fearfully. Suddenly, Empress Larsi's next words interrupted his train of thought, but I stopped His Majesty. Both the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom were stunned to hear Larsi say this. Under their attentive gazes, Empress Larsi adjusted herself more comfortably and said, Until now, everything depends on my answer. This means I, as the victim, can hold the Alanshirkai family accountable and proceed at the national level. She spoke with a charming, contemplative smile, assessing the three people opposite her. Thank you. We were also considering appropriate punishment for the Alanshirkai family, including stripping them of their title. Hearing this, the old king nodded in agreement, causing the prime minister's face to pale further. Seeing their agreeable attitude, Empress Larsi smiled amiably. If you offer a part of the Pluto Kingdom with sincerity, just that would be enough. Then there certainly won't be any war. Hearing Larsi demand a part of their territory, both the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom showed panic on their faces. A part. Let us see the only seaport of the Gluco Kingdom and the territorial waters adjacent to it. Empress Larsi smiled and pinpointed the area she wanted to receive. If war can be avoided, this is not a high price to pay, is it? Your Majesty, Larsi smiled and looked at the king of the Pluto Kingdom, asking. In the study of the Pluto Kingdom, the official document transferring the seaport territory to Empress Larsi was signed. Thank you for this decision. The Empress smiled at the Pluto Kingdom's royal family after receiving the official document as desired. If it is that port, it won't hinder Pluto's trade anyway, since it is just a shabby old rural village, Nina's father, the prime minister, thought to himself. Compared to that, severing ties with Chariot is more troublesome. And if this continues, my family will soon decline. Empress Larsi was about to board her luxurious carriage and depart when a voice called out, making her stop and turn around. Wait, please wait a moment, Your Majesty. It was Nina's father chasing after her, frantically pleading. I am Nina's father. My daughter has harmed you? I sincerely apologize. Hearing this, the Empress smiled. Yes, it was indeed a serious matter. However, Nina's way of making friends has always been special. The cunning Prime Minister pleaded while flattering, that child truly wanted to be close to your majesty. Hearing these words, Empress Larcy thought to herself, so she grew up extremely spoiled. The Prime Minister continued pleading, please forgive her. She sent me so many letters saying she could become your majesty's friend. He presented a stack of letters as if to prove Nina's genuine desire for friendship. Larcy examined the letters carefully. It was indeed Nina's handwriting, and the dates were not forged either. It seems that her desire to become friends was genuine. Even now, Nina cries every night, saying she has been hated by the Empress. I am truly heartbroken, the Prime Minister lamented. Is that why she is not here today? Empress Larcy looked at the letters and remembered the pink-haired girl. The truth is, we were once close. The girl with a sweet, mysterious appearance and a constant smile on her lips. That girl always called her Lady Larcy with a friendly smile. The situation suddenly reminded Larcy of Nicola's affectionate calls of sister in her past life. Because everyone spoiled her, Nina is a poor child who does not understand boundaries with others and can't distinguish between good and evil, the Prime Minister continued to explain. Hearing these words, the Empress's eyes lowered, becoming deep in thought. She remembered how excessively everyone spoiled Nicola, while she, like excess baggage, always had to do a mountain of work for them, all while maintaining a smile. The four of them were the real family. So, please, I beg you, the Prime Minister continued to kneel and plead. Empress Larcy sighed and said, I understand. Even if it is for your sake, I will forgive Lady Nina. Hearing a change in the situation, the Prime Minister asked excitedly, really? Yes. She spoke slowly, snapping her fingers. You, the one who made that child the way she is, deserve to be punished more? Empress Larcy's voice was cold as magical flames erupted. The magical flames engulfed him, making him scream in pain, echoing throughout the courtyard. Ignoring the Prime Minister burning like a living torch, the Empress strode towards her carriage. She turned around, smiled, and said, I have forgiven Lady Nina. At the same time, the image of the other four appeared in her mind once more. The lazy king, the seemingly gentle but unexpectedly cold-blooded Queen Mother, the useless, girl-crazy Prince Eric, and the naive, foolish Princess Nicola. Then the carriage rolled away from the palace, leaving the burning Prime Minister screaming. He was quickly doused with buckets of water by his subordinates and glared resentfully at the departing carriage. The castle of the Kobion Kingdom shimmered golden under the sunlight. The powerful queen of the Kobion Kingdom sat on her throne, reading the news. The port and sea area of Pluto now belonged to Chariot. It seems the rumor that the consort from Pluto was forcibly repatriated is true. In the Great Berry Kingdom, all the citizens were buzzing upon reading the news about Empress Larcy and the Chariot Empire. The Chariot Empire again? In the Berry Kingdom's palace, the old king slammed the newspaper onto the floor angrily. This is truly ridiculous. Why are they so eager to praise Larcy? He yelled, his face contorted in a rage. At this rate, the image we painstakingly created will be questioned. The clueless queen, sitting on her chair, also had a headache seeing everyone's commotion. Shut your mouths. Since she is actively working in the notoriously cruel Chariot Empire, won't her image change accordingly? That's not the point. How many times has this happened? Chariot is expanding its territory without suffering any losses. That is Larcy's doing too. Amidst the king and his subordinates' angry shouting, Prince Eric sat in a corner, his face a mask of annoyance. Princess Nicola, descending the stairs, saw her brother still sitting at his desk and called out in a spoiled voice, Brother? She smiled innocently, showing off her new dress, and asked, How is it? I just bought a new dress. Is it pretty? In response to his sister's spoiled, playful voice, Eric's face remained cold and annoyed. I am busy right now, so please leave me alone. Princess Nicola puffed up her cheeks in a sulk. You always say that lately. I came here to show you. Nicola's nosy and bothersome demeanor infuriated Eric. Can't you see I am swamped with work right now? And it has nothing to do with you. You just play all the time, so please go somewhere else. Princess Nicola, either genuinely naive or feigning it, asked a fatal question. Isn't that because you are slow and have not finished yet? Even without so many assistants, she finished everything by herself. Her innocent question made Prince Eric's eyes widen with impending rage. In his fury, he grabbed a file. He threw the stack of papers in his sister's face and yelled, Then you try it. If you keep bothering me, get out. Prince Eric's loud scolding and violent action stunned Princess Nicola, leaving her frightened, and all the aides present frozen in place. The princess stood there for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes, looking utterly aggrieved. The scene shifted to the dilapidated port area of the Pluto Kingdom. Empress Larcy, her aides and soldiers had arrived by carriage to survey the area. The two loyal dogs quickly jumped out of the carriage and followed closely behind the Empress to protect her. They ran and jumped around, seemingly delighted with the seaside view. The Empress could not help but exclaim, The sea is truly beautiful. A magnificent view, but it is a shame we can't swim. Hearing the Empress's exclamation, Butler Sang said, If it is swimwear, I have already prepared it, Your Majesty. The Empress smiled and turned back to ask, I only said we were visiting. Why did you prepare it already? But I do not want to catch a cold. she said, looking at the clear blue sea, the dilapidated buildings, and the deserted streets. It's kidding. More importantly, the Empress surveyed her surroundings and thought to herself, goodness, this place is even more backward than I imagined. The beautiful harbor contrasted sharply with the dilapidated, cracked buildings, which looked extremely old. The Pluto Kingdom initially had no port trade. Even so, why is the only port so backward? The Empress looked around and sighed inwardly. I have come all the way here and have not encountered anyone. It is not that there are no people, and it is not abandoned. At first, I thought people were wary of Chariot and were hiding, not appearing on the streets. But it is still too early for news to reach here that this place now belongs to Chariot. The Empress looked at the butler, wiping down the two dogs. In short, we need to thoroughly investigate before collecting the pearls, right? And Larcy looked at her guards. Are the masks ready? Butler Sang quickly reached into his coat. He took out the masks that the Empress had asked him to prepare earlier. The Empress put on her mask and instructed everyone, wear your masks carefully. Although the soldiers were puzzled, they obeyed the Empress's order and all put on their masks. In the private residence of the Pluto Kingdom's Prime Minister, also Nina's father, as expected, she went to the port. His voice echoed. He looked at the bowing subordinate and said, thank you for your hard work. The aide continued his report. Right now, the Empress's group has entered the Pluto port. The Prime Minister, with his purple hair and cunning, snake-like face, snarled angrily, that damned Empress. Not only did she harm my daughter Nina, but she also caused the downfall of the Alan Shirkai family. Even I, who am innocent, was stripped of my title, moreover. He spoke angrily, remembering the terrifying image and flames of Empress Larcy burning him. Bring that devil woman before me immediately, the Prime Minister roared, ordering his subordinates. By now, she must be begging for mercy. So no mercy to anyone, whether Empress or guard. Meanwhile, the Empress's group continued to stroll around the port, unaware of the impending danger. Empress Larcy, dressed in jet black attire with subtle, shimmering patterns, her golden hair gleaming under the setting sun, strolled around the area, observing the surroundings. She could not help but sigh. This does not look like a village, but more like ruins. Suddenly, a soldier spotted a stranger and shouted, over there. Stop. The running person turned around, revealing a young but weak and haggard face marked by illness. Empress Larcy and the butler followed the young man home. Fishing has become increasingly difficult, and the number of people experiencing long-term health problems is rising. We can request additional manpower from Chariot for pearl harvesting, but if the village is not healthy, it is pointless. Perhaps even those sent to harvest pearls will gradually fall ill over time. Therefore, the most important thing is to find the cause of this situation. As the Empress walked, she thought, if it were Emperor Givon, he would probably order the entire village burned down. She sighed because the Emperor had entrusted this task to her. So, we must ensure the surrounding area is improved to guarantee easy pearl harvesting. I remember the patients I just met. They were lying in bed, completely unable to speak. The situation of these already struggling families has worsened due to illness. Most of the fishermen are paralyzed, unfortunately, and they are the pillars and main source of income for countless families. Lady Larcy, this seems to be the village chief's house. The butler stood in front of a house and addressed Empress Larcy. The Empress glanced at the house and said, I will be right in. Can you go in first and speak to him? The butler nodded. Understood, Your Majesty. Empress Larcy stood on the grass, observing the state of the harbor, with the sparkling seawater reflecting the sunlight. From the elderly to the children, everyone is suffering. Looking at the increasing number of graves, the Empress seemed to realize something and sighed. And perhaps even the village chief. She stopped thinking and turned to her soldiers, ordering, let us go. In front of the village chief's house, the butler entered and called out, excuse me, is the village chief here? The butler searched around the house, unaware that a cloaked assassin was observing him. That man is with the Empress. The assassin had been watching the Empress and the butler since earlier. He looked at the lone butler and thought, good. I will have to eliminate all witnesses anyway. The butler called out repeatedly but received no response, so he reached out and opened the door. He stepped inside, softly calling for the village chief when he saw a man lying silently on the bed. The butler approached and checked, whispering, this man is dead. It seemed to be the same cause as the other people with health issues. While the butler was examining the village chief's body, a shadowy figure holding a sharp knife approached him from behind. The assassin from earlier held the knife to the butler's throat and whispered, don't make a sound. The butler seemed very calm despite being held hostage, while the assassin thought, should I attract the Empress's attention with this body, or should I just take him hostage? Suddenly, the butler stomped on the floor, making a noise as a signal. Hearing the familiar signal, the two dogs immediately rushed in. They lunged, growling and baring their fangs, startling the assassin. What the? These dogs are clearly, the butler also recalled. It seems I should not have let the dogs in without permission, so I had them wait outside. As soon as I signaled, they immediately rushed in. The dogs lunged, knocking down the knife-wielding man, making him yell, damn it, get off me. The two well-trained dogs ferociously tore off his mask and attacked him, making him cry out in pain. The butler calmly watched this scene, silently proud of his training results. Both he and Empress Larcy had rigorously trained the two dogs for emergencies, so they could be a lifesaver. The assassin was terrified, seeing the two dogs like ferocious monsters. He feared being devoured by their sharp teeth. The two jet-black dogs, with their bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth, continued to growl and tear at him. The butler recalled Empress Larcy's image and thought, trained them well to protect her. Behind Butler Sang's special mask was a face with long scars extending from the corners of his lips to his ears, looking quite frightening. The assassin, bleeding from the dog's bites, screamed incessantly, "Get away, stop biting." Butler Sang said coldly, "It is no use. Stop screaming." Sachi and Tichi only listened to me and Empress Larcy. As soon as the butler finished speaking, Empress Larcy's cold voice echoed, "Stop." Hearing the command, the two dogs raised their heads and stopped their attack. They released the assassin and approached the Empress, wagging their tails, making her praise them, good dogs. Seeing the Empress approach, Butler Sang bowed. At his feet lay the assassin, passed out from the dog bites. Larcy stroked her obedient dogs. "Good job, you two." She signaled to the butler. "They deserve a delicious treat. As for this unsavory meat, it should be turned to ashes." The Empress's voice was cold and terrifying as magical flames erupted. This scene terrified the just-awakened assassin, who screamed, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." But Empress Larcy had no intention of listening to his explanation. The flames quickly engulfed and incinerated him. The searing heat made him scream and thrash. As he struggled, Empress Larcy noticed something that made her stop the magic. The flames she controlled gradually died down. She approached the man, writhing on the floor, burned by the fire. To his astonishment, the Empress looked at his coat and said, "As I thought, this is the Nina family crest." The soldiers who had just arrived were also stunned to see the crest. The Empress smiled with satisfaction and suddenly uttered two words. "Excellent." The scene shifted back to the Pluto Kingdom Prime Minister's residence. He yelled angrily at his subordinates, "Why is the report so late? You should have dealt with the Empress by now." He slammed the table and questioned them furiously. "Bring me her head," but suddenly, a shout interrupted him. "Forgive me." The aide rushed in, making the Prime Minister think his subordinates had brought Empress Larcy back. But it seemed not to be the case, as the aide was terrified. That the person who arrived is, "The Empress has arrived." His voice was filled with fear as the image of Empress Larcy and her soldiers approaching, enveloped in magical flames, appeared. In her private room, Nina, her body covered in burns, suddenly screamed, "Lady Larcy." Nina wants to meet her too, this time. Nina will definitely be forgiven and become her friend. The servants hurriedly stopped her. "No, miss, it is dangerous outside." In the Prime Minister's study, with the evening sun filtering through the window, the Empress's cold voice echoed, "I am returning him to you." The burned assassin was thrown onto the floor. Looking at the Prime Minister's panic, the Empress asked, "Can you explain this to me?" He scrambled to his feet, stammering, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Empress Larcy, seeing him still feigning ignorance, smiled. "Then I suppose I will have to ask His Majesty, won't I? Ask the king which family this crest belongs to?" She spoke coldly, holding up the cloth with the Nina family insignia. Seeing the cloth and the crest, the Prime Minister froze in fear. "That! Is there any clearer evidence than this, Prime Minister?" Empress Larcy asked coldly, advancing into the room. "Nothing can protect you now." As soon as the Empress spoke, the two ferocious dogs entered, ready to attack. "What verdict will the king give if he learns of this, Prime Minister?" "Execution would be most appropriate, would not it?" The Empress taunted with a smile. Hearing the word execution, the Prime Minister was terrified. He trembled and fell to his knees. I have committed a grave sin. It was for my own advancement that my subordinates acted recklessly. But I had no part in this." He knelt, sobbing and denying his guilt. Empress Larcy watched him with a thoughtful expression as he continued to deny everything. "Yes, this was due to my lack of oversight. I never expected this to happen, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Larcy sighed in disgust. "I can't believe he is denying it to the very end." She suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, "All right, if you cooperate with me, I will spare you." Hearing these words directly from the Empress, the Prime Minister was surprised but quickly asked, "What?" Empress Larcy looked intently at the Prime Minister with cold eyes. "The village you sent the assassin to looks very backward and dilapidated. It is the only port, but why is it so neglected? It is not a simple and clumsy reason like seafood and the coastal road are unnecessary, is it?" The Empress leaned closer and asked coldly, "The country intentionally abandoned that area. Why?" Hearing the Empress ask about that area, the Prime Minister trembled slightly but slowly answered, "That is due to an infectious disease. Because an infectious disease is spreading in the village, a policy of complete isolation from the outside world has been implemented. The port village area is a restricted zone, thoroughly confining the villagers. Until the infectious disease ends." The Prime Minister's words revealed the country's inhumane truth, shocking everyone in the room. So, they were abandoned, Larcy thought. Since there have not been any cases in other areas, it is likely a localized disease. We believe this disease can't be completely eradicated unless the root cause is removed. I see. Empress Larcy, after hearing the whole story, understood why the Pluto Kingdom had restricted land trade routes. "So, you do not know the cause?" Empress Larcy pondered for a moment and asked. The Prime Minister replied, yes, we have investigated several times, but we do not know if the cause is fish, algae, or humans. Since it hinders development, it is difficult to continue investing large sums of money in surveys, and it is difficult to determine the cause. So redevelopment will be considered in 10 years. The cowardly Prime Minister revealed the kingdom's decision. Hearing these words, Empress Larcy's expression darkened further. After the obstacles are eliminated, I see. Seeing the cold indifference of this nation, she was filled with disgust and quickly ordered, all right, you do not need to say anything more. You have worked hard. The Prime Minister, thinking she had forgiven him, asked happily, so you will consider this matter settled, correct? Empress Larcy turned to leave, saying, yes, I will overlook the assassin incident. The Prime Minister replied joyfully, thank you for your mercy. But before he could finish, Empress Larcy interrupted, but I did not say I had to remain silent. With that, she flicked her hand, sending the two ferocious dogs lunging at the Prime Minister. He screamed in terror, then let us go. Empress Larcy looked at her soldiers while the Prime Minister was being mauled by two dogs screaming and wailing. Identifying the exact cause is really difficult, Larcy sighed softly. Well, only ordinary people would find it difficult. As she spoke, she recalled the image of the talented man imprisoned in the dungeon. Your Majesty, you have returned. The servants and guards appeared at the palace gate to welcome the Empress back from her troubled visit to the port city of Pluto. In the study, under the watchful gaze of the butler, Emperor Givon's calm voice rang out, I understand the situation. Meaning, even if we take Pluto's waters, encountering a village like that leaves us with no other choice, but burning the entire village down is also an option. Very amusing, Givon suggested. Empress Larcy just smiled helplessly, thinking to herself, indeed, that is just like him. Since the cause is unclear, we do not know if doing so will be effective, the Emperor continued. That is why we need him. That is why we need him to find the specific cause of the disease, right? Although reluctant, the Emperor rested his chin on his hand, thinking, it is the best option for now, is not it? He was annoyed when he thought of him, but saw no other way. Empress Larcy, silent until now, saw the Emperor's expression and secretly wiped her sweat. Gantening, he really is reluctant. Sparing him was for times like this. Under the hallway leading to the dungeon, Sang walked with a stack of documents, followed by the Empress and Emperor. An infectious disease at the port? Badado smirked as he listened to them talk. These are records of the symptoms along with the patient's hair and blood samples. So also sand and seawater from the port, along with the body of the infected village chief. We have received permission from his family. The handsome butler presented the samples and the village chief's body for the madman to examine. Hearing that there was a body to study, Badado laughed gleefully. How interesting. Iki quickly reached out and lifted the cloth covering the body to inspect it. Although my freshness level has decreased and the body was discovered a bit late, Badado said with disgust after finishing his examination. Empress Larcy, who had been standing silently, suddenly spoke up. If possible, please reduce the medicine cost for me. Oh, are you thinking of providing it for free? The tyrant has become much more benevolent. Badado smirked, looking at the Empress and Emperor teasingly. Emperor Givon, hearing this, interrupted coldly. So, will you do it or not? Let us see. How about this, I am currently very busy with other important research that could leave its mark in the history of medicine. The port village can't compare, Badado rambled on. Empress Larcy, annoyed that he was talking too much, asked directly, stop beating around the bush. Specifically, what do you want? She stared at him and asked. Hearing this question, a smug and somewhat sinister smile spread across Badado's face. What I want is just your bodily fluids. And this time, it is upfront payment, Empress Larcy, Badado said, looking at the Empress with greedy eyes as if she were a precious treasure. His demeanor filled Larcy with disgust. It is that again. The data obtained from the previous hair sample was also very valuable. Badado's sharp voice continued. This is higher quality research material than decaying bodies without magic power, Your Majesty. In the dim dungeon, lit by torches on the walls, Emperor Givon, with a cold face and sharp eyes, stared intently at the madman imprisoned within. At that moment, he was savoring a test tube containing some liquid, smiling as he opened his mouth to say, thank you. He thanked Empress Larcy, who was using a clean handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Blood is best, but saliva will suffice, Badado said with satisfaction, savoring the test tube he had received from the Empress. Suddenly, he said something that startled the Empress, making her eyes widen. He said, the biggest cause was likely water contamination. There is probably an abandoned factory not far from the port village. If the factory is quickly disinfected and dismantled, and seafood consumption is prohibited until the water quality improves, the spread can be stopped. Mercury leaking from that waste factory is the cause. Even touching it is not a problem, but absorption must be avoided, Badado calmly explained, giving his assessment of the cause of the illness. He pointed to the packets of medicine on the table. This is already here. 3 pills, twice a day. No need to formulate new medicine? The Empress looked at him with cold eyes and asked, you seem certain even before examining the samples. Badado, hearing the Empress's suspicion, smiled and replied, During my studies, I wrote a thesis on specially treated mercury. Coincidentally, I would heard about the factory design in Pluto's port village, so I could guess right away. It is a typical example for the thesis. Under the Empress's sharp gaze, he continued, just reading my thesis can solve everything. Hearing Badato's words, Empress Larcy also silently recalled that she had indeed seen a famous thesis when investigating him. Blame Pluto's incompetent doctors, Badato criticized with arrogance, looking down on other doctors. But thanks to that, I have acquired such excellent research material. It seems the factory closed a year ago, and perhaps the untreated mercury leaked out, impacting the environment. It is mercury specially treated with Pluto's magic. It won't cause harm if not absorbed. Pluto's people generally have detoxification magic, so they never considered mercury as the cause of the illness. And the weak cannot resist mercury's attack when it enters the body, Badato meticulously explained under the watchful eyes of the emperor and empress. Can my child really recover with this? A woman in the port village anxiously asked a guard upon receiving the medicine. Outside the port village's streets, the soldiers' announcements echoed, causing a stir among the few remaining villagers. Seafood consumption is prohibited until further notice. Rations will be provided instead. The afflicted villagers lined up to receive the provided rations. One of them whispered, when I heard this place became Chariot's possession, I thought we were finished. I thought we would have to follow their orders and work, because there was no other way to survive. The frail boy, tormented by the disease, received the life-saving pill, a pill that could change his entire life. The scene and time chaotically rewind to the previous life. The excited cheers of two Port Village fishermen rang out as they discovered precious pearls. Not just one or two, now we can call a doctor to the village. They were overjoyed, tears welling up, imagining being cured and things gradually improving. The villagers, upon seeing the pearls, clasped their hands in gratitude to heaven, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. The gods have not abandoned us, but the cruel and harsh reality was that the old king of Pluto ordered confiscate all the pearls. The port village also needs to be properly equipped so the country can manage it thoroughly. The prime minister, seeing this, bowed with a greedy smile. Your orders will be obeyed. All the sick were ordered to leave the village, with soldiers wielding guns and weapons threatening the villagers. Mobilize forces for pearl harvesting, the sinister king commanded the prime minister. After subduing the villagers, soldiers were dispatched to harvest pearls and bring them back to Pluto's palace. Can't you do anything, Larcy? Can we not rebuild relations with Pluto? The old emperor of Berry anxiously asked. He was greedy upon hearing news of the pearls. We and Berry must also taste the pearls. At that time, Larcy in the past did not know what to do. She thought, if it is Pluto, then Nicola, who has become Empress of Chariot, would be easier to negotiate with. Larcy helplessly looked at the letters Nicola had sent. But even Nicola sent letters demanding pearls from father and mother. I can't put pressure on the child. After pondering for a while, Larcy smiled sincerely. I understand. I will try everything. Hearing Larcy's agreement, the greedy king, Queen Mother, and Prince Eric rejoiced. Indeed, our pride and joy. They revealed their greedy and scheming eyes, seeing Larcy as an excellent tool. Back in the present, it felt like a dream. My body can move. The frail young man's recovery brought him immense joy and surprise. His mother beside him could not help but cry. Thank goodness. Oh my, you are cured. The suffering vanished like a dream. He could not believe he had recovered so quickly. The infamously brutal Chariot Empire had gone to such lengths. On the streets, the guards' announcements echoed once more. This is an order from the Chariot Empire. Once the villagers recover, fishing must resume. As everyone understood, do not conceal any health issues. Report them immediately. Hearing the announcement, the villagers cheered. We obey. To them, Pluto or Chariot did not matter. They just wanted to work. Time passed, and one day, on a fishing boat, two fishermen discovered pearls nestled within the oysters they had caught. The fishermen harvested more and more pearls, each one round and beautiful like priceless ocean gems. Unexpectedly, our village has such a large quantity of pearls. The fishermen and soldiers were astonished by the massive pile of shimmering pearls before them. Under the setting sun, each pearl glimmered, reflecting the light, becoming even more enchanting, captivating everyone's gaze. At that moment, Empress Larcy's elegant silver-white carriage arrived at the village. The Empress visited the village again with her butler and two beloved dogs. The surrounding villagers, seeing her approach, smiled admiringly. That is her, the one who inspected last time. Such a beauty. How could I forget, amidst the villagers' murmurs, the Empress, in her flowing white dress and long hair, approached, smiling and asking, It seems to be going well, does not it? Yes, everyone answered in unison. A blushing guard pointed at the enormous pile of pearls they had collected. This is the result of resuming fishing as your majesty instructed. Larcy could not contain her joy upon seeing a chest filled with so many pearls. Although she knew from her past life, she had not expected such a large quantity. The surrounding villagers and fishermen praised her. Being able to fish again like this is all thanks to your majesty, who provided us with free medicine and food. Empress Larcy smiled kindly and nodded. Of course. Now, everyone is my people. The villagers, their faces full of joy and vitality, hurriedly expressed their gratitude. If your majesty had not saved us, we might not have known about the pearl's existence. Larcy smiled to herself. That is not necessarily true. In my past life, the pearls were also discovered. Although it was 2 or 3 months after this point in time, although I do not know why the fishermen were able to discover these pearls, those pearls were seized by the Pluto Empire, and the villagers received nothing in return. The Empress gazed at the pearls and thought, the Emperor will probably be satisfied with this outcome. Meanwhile, Butler Sang was stopping the 2 dogs. These pearls are not edible. It is a shame, but please refrain from eating seafood, Empress Larcy said, stroking the pearls and advising the villagers. Of course, Your Majesty. I never imagined this was the cause of the infectious disease. Back to the day when Prince Eric was dissatisfied with the few pearls Larcy had found. Only this much. Seeing her brother speak like that, Larcy could only smile and let it go. The old and still greedy Emperor and Empress were delighted to see the shimmering pearls. Wonderful. It is a shame we can't send them to Nicola, but there is no other way. The Queen Mother smiled lovingly at Empress Larcy. Can you find a few more? Enough for a bracelet would be nice. Princess Larcy could only smile at her family's demands, while at that moment she did not even have a single pearl for herself. Now, Empress Larcy had many pearls. How times had changed, unpredictably and dramatically, like a twist of fate. She smiled mysteriously. But now, things are different. Under the villagers' admiring and respectful gazes, Empress Larcy admired the pearls, smiling in praise. They are beautiful. Perhaps a necklace? Under the shimmering afternoon light, the Empress looked stunning and captivating. She thought the current emperor would probably allow it. She then turned and politely asked, "May I have these pearls?" The nearby soldiers quickly replied, "Of course, Your Majesty." Then, the Empress returned to her carriage and called back, "Please continue your hard work. The Emperor will be pleased to see these pearls." She watched the carriage roll away from the village as the villagers waved goodbye cheerfully. Meanwhile, in the study of Chariot's palace, Emperor Givon, seemingly furious, slammed his hand on the table, ink splattering from his quill. As his subordinates watched anxiously, the Emperor coldly looked at the letters he had just received. After a moment, the Emperor spoke indifferently. "I thought something had happened in Berry." The letter from Berry stated, "We request the return of Larcy, Grand Duchess of Berry, to Berry." Reading this, Givon was enraged, his face turning fearsome. A few days earlier, in Berry's splendid palace, Nicola's tired sighs echoed. "Honestly, Father, Mother, please do something about my brother's work," she whined to the Emperor and Empress. The two were startled to see their daughter sobbing. Putting on what she considered a cute face, she whined to her elderly parents. "Brother is so pitiful. He is constantly swamped with work. He just buries himself in work and can't go out and play." He even yelled at Nicola, recalling her brother's angry outburst. She pouted, unable to contain her annoyance. "Please, you two. Nicola can't bear to watch anymore." Hearing their naive daughter's complaint, the old Queen Mother could not help but smile. "Your heart is truly kind. But what else can be done? Eric will eventually succeed me. If he can't handle this now, it will be even more difficult later," the Emperor said coldly. "I told him to let Sister handle the troublesome matters." Nicola could not help but shout. The Emperor ignored her. "This is a test to become the next king," the Queen Mother chimed in. "That is right. And Larcy is currently in the Chariot Empire." The spoiled Nicola flailed. "Then just find someone to replace Sister." His daughter's noise and fussiness finally pushed the Emperor over the edge. "Then you try finding someone. And if you can't do anything useful, be quiet." The old Emperor glared angrily at his daughter, making the whiny princess tear up in fear. In Princess Nicola's private room, filled with sunlight and fresh flowers, holding paper and ink, she sniffled. "Why is everyone like this, always getting angry at Nicola?" "I just need to ask Sister to come back," Nicola said, flicking her quill. "The Emperor has many wives." "Of course. There will be women to replace her." The foolish princess naively thought this was the solution. She finished writing the letter, carefully sealed it, and told herself, "Sending this letter will solve everything." The letter quickly reached the Chariot Empire and fell into Emperor Givon's hands. After reading it, he angrily ordered, "Burn it?" Coldly watching his subordinates prepare to burn the letter, Givon wondered. "Return her." That woman, he recalled, holding her in his arms. The Emperor's face was grim and cold like a volcano about to erupt, but suddenly his aide's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Your Majesty, Empress Larcy says she has something to discuss with you." In a luxurious room with a sofa, Empress Larcy recounted everything to the Emperor and presented him with the pearls she had collected from the village. "I will offer these pearls to you. For the time being, there won't be any disruptions," Empress Larcy said, smiling and gesturing towards the pearls. Seeing the Emperor's silence, the Empress paused, thinking. Then she smiled and asked, "You can also take some pearls, can't you?" 1547. The Emperor nodded expressionlessly. "Do as you wish." His behavior made Empress Larcy slightly embarrassed. He had not looked at the pearls once, his gaze fixed on her face. She shyly looked at the Emperor and asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Her question plunged the room into silence, and Emperor Givon seemed at a loss for words. He quickly recovered from his awkwardness and continued to look at the Empress. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You said that in Barry you were practically a sacrificial lamb. Did they know you realized that? The Empress laughed heartily and replied, no, they do not. And it is easier for us to act if they do not know. Outwardly, she answered quickly, but inwardly she wondered, is he planning to advance the invasion? Without the letters Barry occasionally sends you, the Emperor continued. Suddenly hearing the Emperor mention letters she had never paid attention to startled Larcy. She froze for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, they have all turned to ash, she said calmly, her voice light but cold as magical flames ignited. Burning them one by one is quite troublesome, so from now on your Majesty should receive them directly. I do not see them as worth reading. Larcy looked at the man before her, teasingly. Under her amused gaze, the Emperor put on a serious expression, pondering before replying, I will consider it. Larcy's answer seemed to reassure Emperor Jivan. He thought to himself, it does not matter. If I do not let go, everything will be resolved. The scene shifts to the beautiful gardens and grand palace of Barry. It has been days. Why have not I received a reply? Princess Nicola's annoyed voice rang out. I even wrote it myself, she grumbled, feeling wronged. She sulked for a while then, seeing no other way, she suddenly declared, all right, Nicola will go get sister myself. Her decision alarmed her maids. If lovely Nicola asks nicely, both sister and the Emperor will agree, the foolish princess confidently and delusionally told herself. Sometime later, in another room of Barry's palace, Nicola went to the Chariot Empire. The king and queen were shocked by the news. What is she thinking? The old king yelled. The subordinate, seeing the king's anger, quickly apologized. I apologize, your majesty. I told the princess to wait until your return. I repeatedly tried to dissuade her, but the princess cheerfully left without any guards. She only needs to deliver this letter. Surely it will be all right, the guard said, presenting a letter the princess had left for her parents. The letter read, I am going to bring sister back. The king and queen's faces paled as they read it. Nicola, the king's furious roar echoed through the palace. Meanwhile, in her elegant carriage, Princess Nicola daydreamed happily. He is an emperor who is considerate even to a woman like sister. Could it be that this time, meeting Nicola means he wants to marry me? The magnificent castle of the Chariot Empire shimmered under the sunlight as Princess Nicola arrived, excitedly gazing at it. At the same time, in the room with the luxurious sofa, Empress Larcy's face was cold as she heard the servant's announcement. Nicola has arrived at the castle. Now what? The Empress, slightly surprised, repeated her question. She even said she will wait in the garden, Larcy muttered to herself, wondering, why would she come here? After hesitating, the Empress stood up, letting down her long hair. First, I must report to His Majesty. As she walked down the hallway, she could not help but wonder, could this have been written in the letters His Majesty burned? Ah, she has always been one to visit others uninvited. Larcy was exasperated by her younger sister's spoiled and carefree nature. When he asked about the letters before, could he have predicted this? She recalled when Emperor Givon had inquired about the letters from Barry. How were those letters handled? Princess Nicola's carriage remained parked in the palace grounds amidst the flower-filled garden and clear blue sky. Inside, Princess Nicola yawned repeatedly, tired from waiting. What? Are they going to make me wait forever? She complained. The first time I met the Emperor was after sister's wedding. Bored from waiting, Princess Nicola started daydreaming, recalling the past. His face was handsome, cold, and intimidating, just like the rumors. Princess Nicola had been captivated by the Emperor's appearance when she met him at her sister's wedding. Him acknowledging sister as Empress too, the press often calls her the favored wife. If even sister receives such treatment, surely the Emperor will be even gentler with Nicola, right? The delusional princess began to fantasize about herself. Meanwhile, the gentle Emperor of Nicola's fantasies was coldly furious upon hearing of her arrival. I have heard the report, Emperor Givon said irritably. Across from him sat the beautiful Empress Larcy, who had come to speak about her younger sister. The Emperor continued, she probably came because of the letter sent a few days ago. Hearing this, Empress Larcy was puzzled. A letter. Barry sent a letter. The aide beside them whispered. Actually, Your Majesty received a request from Barry to return you to their country. And His Majesty destroyed the letter, Your Majesty. Hearing the whole story, Empress Larcy stroked her chin, thinking, the Corlu selection failed, so they can't handle government affairs? But why did Nicola come all the way here? Emperor Givon, extremely annoyed by the news, immediately ordered, she is not worth meeting. Send her back immediately. If she resists, you may kill her, he coldly commanded. Hearing the Emperor's hasty decision, Larcy quickly interrupted. Wait, perhaps this is a good opportunity. She looked at the Emperor, who was now curious. What opportunity? As I said before, Barry still thinks I am unaware of anything. Especially Nicola, she can't keep her mouth shut. She can provide us with information about Barry without even realizing it. Under the Emperor's gaze, Larcy revealed her plan. A mysterious smile appeared on the Empress's beautiful face. She came here herself, so we must give her a proper welcome, the Empress said with a dangerous tone. A moment later, Princess Nicola's wish was fulfilled as she saw her sister. She happily ran towards Empress Larcy. Sister. I was so startled for a moment. I thought you were someone else, she exclaimed, staring at the Empress. In her mind, she wondered, did she go back to blonde hair? It has been a while, Nicola. I am even more surprised. I do not think I heard anything about you coming here, the Empress said, smiling kindly and gently, because I missed you. You know how much Nicola loves you, she said playfully, hugging Empress Larcy affectionately. You have not changed a bit. Suddenly remembering something, Nicola quickly asked, by the way, why have not you replied to any of my letters? Empress Larcy just looked at her meaningfully without saying anything. At that moment, the Emperor approached. So it is true that the Empress has not replied to her letters, the Emperor thought as he heard Nicola's words. Nicola's slightly reproachful voice rang out. It is rare for Nicola to write a letter by hand. I sent it to the Emperor, asking for your return. Hearing this, the Emperor's face darkened, while the guards were startled. Demanding the return of the favored Empress? How can she disregard her life like that? Oh right, Nicola, let me introduce you. You should greet him properly, Empress Larcy turned and said to Nicola, this is my husband, His Majesty Emperor Givon. Only then did Nicola realize the Emperor had been standing nearby all along. She had been so surprised by her sister's blonde hair that she had not noticed her surroundings. Nicola quickly put on a beautiful smile and apologized. Oh my, I am so sorry, Your Majesty. She gracefully performed a greeting. It has been a while, Your Majesty. I am Nicola, second princess of the Berry Empire. After greeting him, she excitedly approached the Emperor and spoke in a flirtatious tone. I have really wanted to meet you, Your Majesty. I have heard so many rumors about you. Her close proximity made Emperor Givon's eyes narrow angrily. Too close. I am so sorry I could not talk much with you at sister's wedding. Hearing her younger sister's flirtatious tone, Empress Larcy could not help but think, didn't she say she did not like making eye contact with the tyrant? With a cute, flirtatious tone and teary eyes, Nicola said, there are many bad rumors, Your Majesty. You are so pitiful. You are not a bad person at all, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, the Emperor grabbed her by the collar. His eyes were furious, as if he wanted to tear her apart for her talkative and annoying nature. In that instant, the Emperor shoved her hard, causing her to fall backward with a yelp. As Nicola trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face, the Emperor coldly asked, who allowed you to touch me? The Emperor's face was terrifying, his eyes murderous as he drew his sword. Empress Larcy witnessed everything, but said nothing, only a faint smile playing on her lips. The Emperor pointed the sharp blade at Nicola's beautiful face and said, something like you. He swiftly and decisively slashed across her cheek with the sword. The Emperor remembered the Empress's earlier suggestion, for example, temporarily confining her in the castle. Speechless from the Emperor's terrifying actions, Nicola could only tremble, tears streaming down her face, a bleeding cut now marring her cheek. Givon glanced at her and coldly ordered his subordinates seize her. The beautiful Empress Larcy smiled with satisfaction and amusement. Nicola was quickly apprehended by the guards, causing her to yell and struggle. What? Let me go, let me go. Why are you doing this to me? The Empress approached, gracefully taking the Emperor's arm and looking coldly at her younger sister. Illegal entry into the castle, suspicion of kidnapping the chariot Empress. Larcy coldly listed the charges that could be pinned on her. Adding disrespect to the Emperor should be enough. Sister, help me. Nicola was dragged away, still yelling. The Empress responded indifferently. Well, there is no helping it, Nicola, because you intended to take me away. Hearing this, Nicola cried out, what is wrong with that? I rarely come to pick you up. Aren't you being too much, Nicola? Cried angrily. The soldiers behind her were stunned. They had never seen a criminal so foolishly confess. The soldiers could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Unbelievable. Even if they are family, how can she disrespect the only Empress like that? Did she really intend to take the Empress away? As Nicola sobbed, the Emperor gently put his arm around the Empress's slender shoulders. Holding her close, he coldly ordered, take her away and deny her any outside contact. Hearing these words, Nicola seemed to crumble, her eyes wide as she cried out, wait, sister, sister. Ignoring her cries, Empress Larcy smiled gently and waved goodbye. Princess Nicola was then imprisoned in a secluded room, cut off from the outside world, causing her to break down. She seemed to finally grasp the situation, wailing, this is too much, just like the rumors. Sister did not even try to stop him. But at that moment, a voice made Nicola freeze. Truly foolish, not valuing her own life. She should be grateful to be the Empress's sister. To think she planned to take the Empress away. It was a conversation of two guards outside her room. That is the only Empress favored by the Emperor. Their words made Nicola recall the earlier intimate scene between the Empress and Emperor. Are the rumors true? She pondered the rumors about the Emperor. The guards continued, the Empress is indispensable to this empire. To think she would try to steal the Empress from the Emperor, disregarding her own life. Their words made Nicola almost collapse, covering her ears. Why is everyone on her side? In her room, Empress Larcy was being dressed in new attire by her maids. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, be grateful, Nicola, because you are living a happier life than before. I hope you will be unhappy in my hands from now on, Larcy muttered, trying on jewelry. The scene shifted to the outside of Nicola's prison. Nicola, can you hear me? Empress Larcy's voice from outside startled Nicola. She looked up in shock, seeing her sister through the bars. Nicola pleaded, sister, please get me out of here. I have been locked in this cramped room for hours. I can't stand it anymore. I am sorry, Nicola, but that is a bit difficult. Why? Sister. Before Nicola could continue, the Empress interrupted with a direct question. Did Father or Eric send you here? Nicola panicked slightly but answered without thinking. Yes, because you are not there. There is so much work. I felt sorry for brother, so the Empress thought. So she came here on her own. I will return and discuss how to deal with you later. There is a banquet, so I have to go now, the Empress said, turning to leave. Hearing this, Nicola reached through the bars and pleaded. The banquet can wait. If not, let Nicola come with you. I will greet the Emperor there again. Seeing her sister's continued foolishness, Larcy smiled and turned back. You better stop, Nicola, because this time you could really die. The Empress's cold words made Nicola's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, her eyes widened further as she noticed something. She looked at the Empress and urgently asked, Sister, where did you get those pearls? Hearing her greedy sister's question, the Empress smiled, revealing the beautiful pearl necklace around her neck, and thought, so she noticed. Well, Nicola, aren't they beautiful? Empress Larcy, in her elegant gown, white fur coat, and shimmering pearl necklace, smiled at Nicola. This is the first time I have seen such high-quality pearls, and that dress too. Nicola was stunned, looking at her beautiful sister. Since you are a princess of an allied nation, you will be exempt from imprisonment until a decision is made. So be good, Larcy said finally. As her sister walked away, Nicola continued to cry and plead. Sister, don't leave me here. You are so mean. How could you do this? Nicola wants to go too. With a flashback to her past life, the splendid Empress, ignoring her pleas, walked away to the banquet. The Empress arrived at the carriage where the Emperor had been waiting. Have you been waiting long, Your Majesty? The Emperor looked at her for a moment and asked, Are those Pluto's pearls? Empress Larcy touched her necklace and smiled. Yes, they are. High-grade pearls that even Nicola envied, Larcy thought. As she swept her hair back and entered the carriage, she said, I think it is time to welcome Chariot's pearls. The Emperor understood her meaning. I see. Also, about that princess, after she revealed the information, what do you plan to do? As the carriage rolled along, the Emperor's cold voice continued, If you wish, you can execute her. Larcy smiled. That is a bit much. Would not permanent imprisonment be better? She wondered. Locking her in the same cell I was in my past life would not be bad, would it? I do not need two nuisances in the castle, the Emperor replied grumpily. But then he continued, Well, it is your revenge, so do as you wish. The Emperor's attitude surprised Empress Larcy once again. After dealing with her, do not leave a body behind, the Emperor added, making Empress Larcy laugh. Thank you, Your Majesty. The carriage rolled towards the banquet, where nobles, ladies, and princesses gathered in luxurious attire. The beautiful and handsome mingled, chatting cheerfully. Long time no see. A sweet voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads in surprise. Is everyone well? It was Empress Larcy, stunning in her elegant gown and shimmering pearl necklace. Here, time rewinds to the past. In a greenhouse filled with beautiful flowers, Nicola, then Empress, was yelling in frustration. This is so frustrating, I can't stand it. Those concubines keep bullying me. My parents won't help me either. Even if I want to attend banquets, no one invites me. Recalling the sinister faces of the three concubines, Nicola's face reddened with anger and frustration. When I was in Barry, even if I was not invited, they still let me participate. The thing again, Nicola suddenly fell silent as her eyes landed on someone entering the greenhouse. Hey, I told you. You are not allowed in here when I am present, Nicola yelled, startling Sasa. I apologize, Your Majesty, Sasa stammered fearfully. Nicola became even more annoyed. You concubine, do not appear before me. Sasa quickly left under Nicola's disdainful gaze. Seeing Sasa's timid and fearful demeanor, Nicola felt slightly relieved. That is better. Now where should I go? Why is that woman here? Emperor Givon's annoyed voice rang out as he saw Empress Nicola happily sitting in his favorite garden. The aide panicked upon hearing the Emperor's angry question. I apologize, Your Majesty, he thought to himself. I told her that place was off limits because it is where His Majesty enjoys the scenery. I will go tell the Empress immediately, Your Majesty. Emperor Givon remained silent, sitting down at his desk to review documents, thinking, if she were not a hostage, I would have killed her. His eyes focused on the papers and information his subordinates had delivered. Winter is approaching. Oil supplies have also been halted since Layla's death after the revolution. The heavy losses from the Bakyung-Sion incident are still significant. Meanwhile, soldiers rushed to the garden where Nicola was innocently playing. In contrast to her carefree cheerfulness, the Emperor was deeply troubled by the difficulties and setbacks the kingdom faced. And at that moment, as the chaotic flow of time returned to the present in Nicola's prison cell, she sat on the bed, huddled and sobbing. This can't be happening. Why are they doing this to Nicola? I'm supposed to receive this and that from my sister. And the Emperor was supposed to fall for me, she cried, lost in her delusions. Empress Larcy's voice from outside startled her. Nicola, it is me. Nicola quickly called out, Sister, why have not I been released yet? Let me out, outside. The Empress smiled mysteriously. All right, I am here to let you out. There is a tea party later. The Chariot Duchesses are eager to meet you, the Empress continued, startling Nicola, but she quickly recovered, her face breaking into a joyful and touched smile. I have also prepared a dress for you, Empress Larcy said gently. Released from her cell, Nicola excitedly hugged the Empress. I love you, sister. At the tea party, filled with exquisite pastries and elegant decorations, Princess Nicola sat beside Empress Larcy, enjoying the party with the other ladies. The luxurious atmosphere made Nicola extremely happy. This is how it should be. The ladies at the party showed great interest in Princess Nicola, smiling and saying, Princess Nicola, thank you for agreeing to attend this impromptu tea party. We are so eager to talk with you. I heard sons from prestigious families lined up to meet you. I truly respect you, Princess. The ladies took turns flattering the foolish princess. Enjoying the attention, Nicola smiled with satisfaction. Oh, it is nothing. Yes, this is how it should be. Everyone clearly prefers talking to me more than sister, Nicola thought, smiling at the attention and flattery basking in it. As everyone chatted enthusiastically, someone suddenly asked Nicola, but is it all right for you to be in chariot like this, princess? As Nicola looked at her questioningly, the lady continued, if the people in Barry knew you were in chariot, they would be very worried. If it were me, I would not be able to sleep from anxiety. Nicola responded with a pout, let them be. Father and mother are busy attending banquets, and brother is busy with work, so no one plays with me. Hearing this, the other ladies exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, how can they neglect such a lovely princess like you? What could be so important that they would neglect you, Princess Nicola? Nicola, pleased by their compliments, replied without thinking, let us see. My brother is very slow, but he does everything. That is why he is so busy. Nicola started rambling, attracting Empress Larcy's attention. Even at the banquet, people were discussing Barry's economy, the people's dissatisfaction and distrust. Even Nicola felt annoyed by it. Also, let us keep this between us, Nicola suddenly said conspiratorially. Sensing she was about to reveal something important, everyone at the party listened intently. Nicola spoke with a laugh. The king is very happy. The other ladies laughed along with her, creating a relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Soon, dusk began to fall. Return to my carriage first. It will take some time to prepare for departure, Empress Larcy instructed. Nicola smiled cheerfully. Yes, madam. Larcy smiled back, waving at her and watching the carriage. The carriage drove out of the garden under the beautiful sunset. The Empress watched it go, her eyes filled with amusement and sinister joy. The ladies at the tea party approached and hesitantly asked Empress Larcy, what do you think? We followed your instructions. Empress Larcy turned around and smiled. Yes, just as expected. Good work, everyone. Looking at the girls before her, she thought Nina was a bit too much. The ladies at the tea party sighed in relief, smiling. Thank goodness we could be of assistance. Thanks to Empress Larcy, we could escape Lady Nina. The ladies seemed extremely grateful, repeatedly thanking her. After Nina returns to her country, they will want connections with new royalty, Empress Larcy, understanding the nature of nobles, thought. When I asked them to deceive Nicola to get information, I did not expect them to agree so readily, even happily. They were only threatened by Nina. They did not directly do anything bad to me. Scheming inwardly, Larcy smiled outwardly. Please take care of me from now on. You won't regret it. The ladies happily nodded in agreement. The Empress already knew about Nicola's loose lips. She remembered a lady telling her about the rumors surrounding Princess Nicola at a banquet attended by the lady's brother. The lady had asked, the Barry Empire is your Majesty's homeland, correct? Hearing Nicola mentioned, the Empress had wondered but nodded and smiled. Yes. It is my homeland. It must be nice to be so pampered, Nicola, Empress Larcy muttered as she pictured Nicola still happily riding in the carriage. The Empress turned and walked away. Thank you for the information, my foolish little sister. Although in my past life, I was just used unknowingly. This time, I will use you back thoroughly and ruthlessly. Princess Nicola rode back after the tea party, but when the guards tried to take her back to her cell, she panicked. I have to go back to that room, sister said I could go out. Seeing the princess's resistance, the soldiers replied, Her Majesty only permitted you outside for a limited time. Hearing this, Nicola pouted, as was her habit, but suddenly, an idea struck her. She cheerfully said to the soldiers, Then I must stay in a room. Take me to sister's room, I am the Empress's family. As this was Princess Nicola, the Empress's sister, the soldiers were in a difficult position and could not be forceful. They looked at each other, unsure how to proceed, but they seemed to agree and escorted the princess to the Empress's room. Her plan working, Nicola smiled triumphantly. A complete success. She winked playfully at the guard, making him blush. Seeing his reaction, Nicola giggled. No one can resist Nicola's charm. They approached the Empress's room. Seeing the grand door and the maids guarding it, Nicola wondered, this is sister's room. It is even better than Nicola's room. She was excited and envious. I must see if there is anything worth taking until sister returns. Like the pearl necklace, Nicola thought greedily, about to enter the room as the maids eyed her warily. But suddenly, footsteps from behind caught her attention. Behind her stood the Emperor, his face impassive, his voice questioning. Why are you here? The Emperor's powerful presence startled Nicola, but she quickly recovered and curtsied, Your Majesty. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, she began to apologize. I was rude earlier, but before she could finish, the Emperor interrupted. Where is Larcy? Seemingly not hearing his question, Nicola continued, I wanted to reconcile with Your Majesty. Could we talk for a bit while sister is not here? The emperor's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and measured. Because you still have value. If you have information that can satisfy me, I will listen. Nicola smiled sweetly. Of course, your majesty. I have heard so much from father, things even sister does not know. It is because they love Nicola much more than sister. What is it? The emperor's cold voice interrupted again. Nicola stammered. I mean, she panicked. I do not really care about politics, come to think of it. I think I have already said almost everything at the tea party. What should I do? What should I do? In her panic, Nicola suddenly remembered a secret of the Barry royal family. Oh right. Did you know that sister is not actually father's daughter? She blurted out. The unexpected information startled the emperor momentarily. Even the guard beside him was stunned, his jaw dropping. Her majesty is not of pure blood, but the guard was also confused and trembling, wondering, but why would she tell that to his majesty? He is the son of a concubine. His majesty is also the son of a concubine. This was likely a sensitive topic for the emperor, who was not pleased by the term concubine's son. So, she is not actually someone worthy of marrying your majesty. Nicola is much more suited for the position of chariot empress. Sister is too stubborn. As the soldiers and maids stared in stunned silence, Nicola continued her foolish rambling. So, I am starting to regret it, your majesty. I feel sorry that you were deceived by sister. She blushed, looking at the emperor. So, even now, Nicola wants to treat your majesty well. Accompanying her words was a gloved hand quickly approaching. The hand grabbed her hair tightly, making her cry out in pain. Oh, what? It hurts. Nicola struggled as the emperor, his face furious, pulled her up by her hair. The foolish Nicola was then thrown into the dungeon. She screamed in terror. Where is this? It is filthy. I do not like it. The emperor stood outside the iron bars, looking at her with disgust. If you want me to look at you again, use flame magic to get out of there. Not even pure blonde hair. Trash without inherited magic, the emperor said, looking at her hateful expression. The only wife I acknowledge is that woman. Do you understand, you fool? The emperor left, leaving Nicola dumbfounded in the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside in the garden, the empress's elegant carriage arrived at the palace. Empress Larcy gracefully stepped out, but she was surprised to see the person before her. It was Emperor Givon, who had been waiting for her. You were waiting for me. Is something the matter? The empress asked, approaching him. Emperor Givon did not answer, instead asking, is she really your sister? That insect, your sister? The emperor's words surprised Larcy. Seeing the empress's confusion, the emperor's close aide stepped forward to explain. Actually, just now. He then recounted the whole story to the empress. After hearing it, Lacey could not help but smile. So, she is locked up in a cell now, the empress chuckled. I will apologize to you on Nicola's behalf. She is such a fool. The empress's laughter soothed Givon's anger. He generously said, it is a good thing I married you. His words deepened the empress's smile, and she could not help but reflect. At first, this marriage was practically a hostage situation. The empress blushed, a smile playing on her lips. I thought you were not interested in me. Yvonne was taken aback by her words. He paused as if to speak, but no sound came out. Suddenly, he took the empress's hand affectionately. The hand she touched it felt so dirty, he muttered with disgust. His long, strong fingers clasped Lacey's small, delicate hands. She still wore the bracelet he had given her. The maids and guards were once again taken by surprise. Holding her hand, Givon said, you must take responsibility and walk in the garden with me. His childish demand made the empress freeze. But then, a happy smile bloomed on her face. All right, your majesty. In the greenhouse, within the royal garden, sparkling with lights and filled with beautiful flowers, Claw's voice echoed. Mr. Sasha, it is getting cold. Shall we return to our rooms? Sasha, the third concubine, nodded. I suppose so. But suddenly, both of them looked towards something in alarm. Both women blushed, stunned to see the emperor and empress strolling hand in hand into the garden. The empress and his majesty too. They are holding hands. Let us hide. Sasha and Claw, startled and flustered, quickly found a place to conceal themselves. In the bushes, Claw whispered to Sasha, are you all right? This is a rare opportunity to talk to them. They whispered, watching the empress and emperor. Both girls seemed thrilled by the couple's intimacy. Suddenly, a voice whispered behind them, making them jump. What are you doing here, Mr. Sasha, caught red-handed, but the two women stammered, staring at the newcomers. Sir Sang and Mr. Matt, too, why are you both here? The two butlers smiled wryly. We received orders from His Majesty. He said he wanted to be alone with the Empress, so we had to hide here. On the ornate swing in the fairy tale-like garden, the Emperor started the conversation. You seem to come to the greenhouse often? Lacey smiled, stroking her golden hair. Yes, I love flowers. And Sasha is here too? Yvonne fell silent, his grip tightening on her hand. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lacey asked, Your Majesty, are you going to keep holding my hand like this? You do not like it, Yvonne looked at her and asked. Lacey stammered. Oh no, it is not that. I truly apologize about Nicola. I heard she spoke out of turn to Your Majesty. What did she say? She said you were not of King Barry's bloodline. Lacey seemed momentarily startled by the revelation, but not overly shocked or afraid. She rubbed her forehead with a sigh. How foolish. Stidon? She said I was just Barry's sacrificial lamb. Lacey, speechless at her sister's stupidity, simply nodded. Yes. Inwardly, she thought, matters of bloodline are top secret. They can become a weakness against other nations. After a moment of silence, she smiled and turned to Givon. Are you disappointed that I am not of pure Barry blood? It seems you already knew, Givon said, stroking her hair instead of answering her question. It seems you already knew, seeing how calm you are. He gently inquired, one hand still firmly holding hers, the other brushing her hair aside to reveal her delicate face. I was born a concubine's child, while my father had 10 wives at the time. So, I do not feel particularly strongly about it. Givon softly recounted his past, revealing his secrets and recalling the dynamics of the royal family. The queen's children, including Layla, numbered only 3. The concubine's children, including me, totaled 13. Concubines were always abandoned after giving birth. By the time I became emperor, not even half of them remained. My mother was also disposed of. Familial affection in the royal palace seems quite bloody, does not it? Listening to Givon's confession, Lacey marveled. He is telling me about his past. Are the rumors that you killed the previous emperor true then? And perhaps the previous emperor deserved to die. After hearing Givon's story, Lacey remained silent, lost in thought. It does not matter how things really were. Neither of us were born to receive love. After a long while, she finally spoke. That means, Your Majesty's power was so strong that you were chosen even in that situation, Lacey asked with a smile. Seeing Givon's surprised expression, she continued, isn't that the clearest proof that although we are only of half-blood, we possess greater power? And that is why we are in this position now. Those fools only want to exploit our magical power for their own gain, and you simply use them as stepping stones to elevate your throne. And in the end, I will turn them to ashes with this magical fire. Perhaps we were meant to meet, Lacey whispered intimately. She recalled her lonely and exploited past life. This man was always alone too. Don't we need each other? I even had that thought, she mused, resting her head on Givon's solid shoulder. Suddenly, she teased, if you do not like it, you can push me away. Smalacy's playful yet gentle demeanor captivated Givon. His hands twitched. But in the end, he did not push her away, letting her lean on him. They leaned against each other intimately under the beautiful afternoon sun, surrounded by vibrant flowers, like a scene from a fairy tale. Sasha, Claw, and the butlers all blushed, moved by this precious sight. Do we have visitors, Your Majesty? Lacey's curious voice echoed in the Chariot Kingdom Palace. Nicola was here not long ago. This is quite unexpected. She looked at her aide. Is it someone related to me? The aide replied, not exactly. However, I was instructed to report to Your Majesty by His Majesty. This answer made Lacey ponder. So, sharing information with me is also a sign of trust, as a partner. Did yesterday's events affect him? She wondered, recalling her conversation with Givon.
And what about Nicola? She asked.
The aide replied, there is no change with Nicola, Your Majesty. She is still imprisoned, and there are no special reports from the guards. And since the Inche Kingdom is visiting, and they are close with Barry, it is best if information about the second princess is not revealed. The aide dutifully reported everything to Lacey. Hearing Inche Kingdom, Lacey's eyes widened in realization. Suddenly remembered the discussions of cooperation between the Inche Kingdom and King Barry in her past life. Perfect timing. Lacey, her face thoughtful, looked at her aide. Could you tell His Majesty that I will be joining as well? The aide, surprised by the Empress's decision, quickly agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. Sang, the Empress called to the butler. Understanding, he bowed. Yes, I will prepare your attire. Lacey stood, her long hair cascading down, her figure striking. She looked beautiful and alluring. In another room, Givon was conversing with the envoy from the Inche Kingdom. Let us open a joint front with our kingdom. Let us, together with the Inche Kingdom, take control of the Kenchley Kingdom. Of course, I promise to reciprocate with Chariot accordingly, the envoy declared, looking at Givon. Givon read the information the envoy had provided, silently calculating. Indeed, now that both weapons and the treasury are full, it is the perfect time to consider invasion. His aide and the nearby guards watched him intently. An invasion to remind other nations of the Empire's authority? However, this is not a trustworthy partner. Givon pondered. Overhearing the conversation, the aide also thought to himself, the Inche Kingdom is not only unrelated to the concubine's homeland, but its reputation among other nations is not good either. Despite this, Givon reasoned, the target nation is weak, so even if they try to obstruct the Empire, we cannot lose. It is just what if they try to use underhanded tactics for revenge? As Givon contemplated, Lacey approached the room. Givon, having reached a decision, addressed the envoy. Very well then. The reciprocation will be. Before he could finish, Lacey entered, interrupting. Excuse me for interrupting. May I join you? The beautiful Empress inquired, her elegant demeanor and vibrant red gown adorned with roses making her appear both enchanting and mysterious. Inside the meeting room, with sunlight streaming through the windows, Lacey carefully examined the reports the Inche envoy had brought, whispering, just as I thought. She touched her chin, recalling her past life. Exactly the same as before, and exactly as I predicted. A mysterious smile played on her lips as she addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, please refuse this proposal. She spoke with a sweet smile. Yvonne was surprised by her sudden interjection. The butler and guards seemed equally startled. The Insha envoy sitting opposite them also jumped up in surprise.
What?
Please wait, but he was cut off by Lacey. Our empire has no reason to aid the Inch Kingdom, she stated firmly. Yvonne, breathing a sigh of relief, agreed. Indeed, that is enough. Go back and tell your king that I refuse to provide aid. The emperor's refusal stunned the butler, who had just moments ago thought he would accept. As the third concubine said, His Majesty, indeed. Her Majesty is truly formidable. With Chariot's firm refusal, the disappointed envoy dejectedly boarded his carriage and departed. Once he was gone, Givon asked, What was that about? Why did you want to refuse? Lacey, sipping her warm tea, explained, The Insha Kingdom has a very close relationship with the Berry Kingdom. They are a joint front, and their goal is to embezzle Chariot's weapons. Her words stunned both Givon and the butler. In my past life, the Insha Kingdom also proposed a joint front with the Chariot Empire, but they sold high-quality weapons supplied by Chariot to Berry at low prices. They intentionally targeted weak nations to receive weapon support from their partner, but this time, they chose the wrong target. Recalling her past life, Lacey continued with a smile. The king and the two princes of the Insha Kingdom are infatuated with Nicola. Perhaps they have discovered something. Yvonne could not help but mutter, that woman, unbelievable. The emperor's annoyed expression upon hearing Nicola's name amused Lacey, causing her to giggle. She set down her teacup. Therefore, Your Majesty, I have an important proposal. She looked at Givon with a seductive and scheming gaze. Seeing this, one could only assume someone was about to become a victim of her plans. In the dark, damp, and filthy dungeon, Nicola continued to scream. Hey, let me out. At this rate, I will go mad. I can't stand wearing the same dress, and I can't bear the stench and filth of this place. Her constant yelling annoyed the guard. His Majesty has forbidden it, so be quiet. Then at least let me return to my previous room, Nicola shrieked. The guard retorted. No. Frustrated by her futile cries, Nicola resorted to magic she had not used in years, flame magic. The weak flame in her hand was a stark contrast to the fierce inferno Lacey could summon. She tried repeatedly with her feeble flame, but realized she could not melt the bars. How can I, with my weak magic, compare to the demonic power of Empress Lacey? Nicola cried in despair. Call her here. The scene shifted back to the beautiful castle of the Chariot Kingdom, glittering under the sunlight. Yvonne, looking at Lacey, asked, Wasn't the Insha Kingdom proposing a joint front? But instead, you suggest collaborating with the enemy nation, Kenchlei. Lacey nodded. That is right. The Kenchlei Kingdom is also a transit nation for Bakingseon, so we can't say they are completely unrelated. She explained, thinking to herself, and in my past life, this was the country invaded by Chariot, accused of attacking Bakingseon. Of course, their national power declined due to reparations and being targeted by the Insha Kingdom. Such a pitiful country. Lacey silently considered the information she knew from her past life. In the end, in this life too, they are targeted simply for being a small nation. After a moment of silent contemplation, Givon continued. What do we gain from cooperating with Kenchlei? I recall them having nothing but barley. You are right, Your Majesty. Kenchlei only has barley worth considering, Lacey agreed, but that barley will become essential food for Chariot during the winter. And currently, it is just a transit nation for Bakingseon, but by lending our strength to those on the brink, we can develop a crucial relationship for the future. With the Emperor and his aide listening intently, Lacey continued. Moreover, if the Kenchlei Kingdom owes its survival to the Chariot Empire's army, they won't hesitate to provide anything we ask for, because their nation's fate hangs in the balance. Lacey leaned closer to Givon as she spoke. Not just barley, but they will offer everything we demand. Her tone was filled with confidence, as if everything was within her grasp. For example, the reparations they will demand from the Insha Kingdom upon surrender will all belong to our Chariot Empire. The aide shivered, listening to the Empress's deep calculations and chilling plans. From Kenchlei's perspective, they will avoid invasion thanks to us, so they will gladly give us everything, Lacey continued, walking towards the window overlooking the garden. A weak country with nothing but barley. But unlike the Insha Kingdom, she turned back, her eyes meeting Givon's with a meaningful look. Unlike the Insha Kingdom, I hear they are investing heavily in strengthening their military. And this time, Insha is also trying to unjustly profit from Chariot. So, what is their ultimate goal in attempting to subdue our nation? Lacey's question hung in the air. Her words made Givon listen even more attentively. Finally, if we confront the Inch Kingdom, our soldiers won't need to draw their swords, Lacey stated, glancing at the soldiers. We do not need to draw our swords because we currently have the best hostage. She smiled mysteriously. After listening to Lacey's calculations, Givon could not help but grin. I see. You are truly remarkable. He looked at the beautiful Empress and softly declared, I fully support your proposal, causing the guards and aide to gasp in surprise once more. Being a man of decisive action, Givon immediately ordered, now send someone to the Kenchlei Kingdom. He gestured for Lacey to come closer. I'm about to leave as well. Lacey turned and approached him. Taking her hand, he whispered, after that, I will head towards the Inter-Kingdom. It would be better if you came along. Lacey, hearing this, intimately sat on his lap and replied, If it is with your majesty, then it would be wonderful. The soldiers, maids, and butler seemed to have weak constitutions for surprises as they were once again taken aback by this intimate scene. Even the maids blushed. Only Sang, the butler, remained relatively composed. May I bring my sister? Lacey asked. You did not need to ask. I said I fully support you, Givon chuckled. He then waved his hand, ordering the soldiers go to the dungeon and bring Nicola. Treat her gently, though. Treat her gently until then, because even the king of the Incha kingdom and both his princes are infatuated with Princess Nicola. So she is a valuable hostage against the Inch kingdom. In the Incha kingdom, someone exclaimed in disbelief. The Chariot Empire joined hands with the Kenchley kingdom. What happened? The Inchi king roared in anger. I sent you there to form an alliance with Chariot, the envoy below, fearfully apologized. I have no excuse, your majesty. The king clutched his head in panic, muttering, I thought if it was the war-loving Chariot, they would not refuse an alliance with us. Why would they cooperate with such a small, weak kingdom? Suddenly a soldier rushed in, shouting in panic, Your Majesty, it is terrible. His face was filled with fear as he yelled, The Chariot Emperor has led his troops. The Chariot Emperor has led his troops and is now heading towards our country. Everyone in the room, including the king, was stunned by this news. Meanwhile, Givon and Lacey had assembled their elite and battle-ready soldiers. The soldiers stormed the intra-palace, sending servants and maids fleeing. The elite troops lined up in perfect formation, wielding powerful firearms. Decide, surrender or war? Which will it be? Givon and Lacey coldly addressed the Inch King. Facing them, the Incha King's face was a mixture of worry, anger, and panic. Sang, the butler, presented a treaty with the conditions of not invading the Kenchley kingdom and absolute loyalty to Chariot, Lacey added, and in addition to paying reparations, you will cede a portion of your territory to Chariot. The king stammered, This is outrageous. Seeing his panic, Lacey calmly asked, Are you hesitating? If so, she said, a sly smile playing on her lips. Givon, understanding, gestured to his men. Then we must give you some encouragement. The soldiers threw a bound and disheveled Nicola onto the floor. Seeing this, the Inch King and his two princes cried out in alarm. Princess Nicola? They looked at Givon and Lacey in horror. What is the meaning of this? She is a princess of Berry, and not even of your bloodline. Empress Lacey? Lacey, listening to their panicked questions, simply smiled coldly. I am now a member of the Chariot Empire. Givon's voice was icy. This woman insulted the emperor of the empire and even attempted to kidnap my wife, Empress Lacey, so she deserves to die. Nicola trembled in fear. I am considering how to execute her. Givon's cruel words chilled the Inch King and princes to the bone. Suddenly, one of the Incha princes drew his sword and lunged towards Givon and Lacey. He raised his sword, bringing it down with a furious cry. How dare you do such a thing to Princess Nicola? But in that instant, a burst of magical fire erupted, forcing him back with a scream. Everyone stared in shock as they recognized the flames. The demon of Berry looked at the Empress and her magic flames in fear, murmuring that the rumors were true. These reactions reminded Empress Larcy of Berry. It seems they do not consider me a sacrificial lamb, she thought. Emperor Givon coldly ordered fire. Hearing this, a soldier immediately fired, hitting the prince who had just drawn his sword in the shoulder. Emperor Givon looked at the three of them, along with Princess Nicola, and coldly declared, This is my wife, so choose your words carefully. He pointed his sword directly at Princess Nicola. If you surrender immediately, according to our demands, I will release her. Empress Larcy smiled and continued, If you pretend not to see Nicola here, not only will Chariot become your enemy, but so will Berry. Nicola was stunned and terrified, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, you are lying, right? How could you do this? She asked, struggling to maintain composure. Ignoring Nicola's cries, Larcy remained indifferent, as if she had not heard anything. What will you do? She asked. Finally, King Inche was forced to sign the treaty. Having received the desired treaty, the Emperor and Empress Larcy waved goodbye and left. Larcy turned back, smiling, and called out, Nicola, you have worked hard. The two princes immediately rushed to Nicola's side to support her. Nicola stood stunned for a moment, then shouted, Wait! She ran towards Empress Larcy. Crying dramatically, she grabbed the Empress's hand and pleaded, Sister, please come back. Come back and be the gentle person you used to be. Though she cried dramatically, she thought to herself, If you go like this, Father will scold me. In a tragic voice, Nicola said, Let us live in harmony like before, sister. Nicola's words completely angered Empress Larcy, causing her eyes to narrow fiercely. A fierce fire erupted, burning Nicola, who screamed in pain and fear. Empress Larcy, her body enveloped in magical flames, looked coldly at her younger sister and said, Don't you know yet? The flames intensified, causing Princess Nicola to cry out, Stop it, sister, please. Ignoring her pain, Empress Larcy turned and left. Emperor Givon, seeing this, asked, Do you feel better now? He looked at her meaningfully and said, Is that all it takes? Hearing this, Empress Larcy smiled. Are you teasing me? She laughed loudly, filled with amusement and delight. Emperor Givon, standing beside her, also laughed. Smiling intimately, they linked arms and left the palace with their attendants and soldiers. In the kingdom of Berry, within a beautiful garden filled with trees, The king's panicked voice rang out. Nicola returned, but returned from the kingdom of Inche. Nicola clearly went to the Chariot Empire. In the royal room adorned with precious stones, gold, silver, and sparkling chandeliers, Nicola, having arrived back in the kingdom, threw herself into the arms of the queen mother and king, crying, "Father, mother, I was so scared." Seeing his beloved daughter crying so tragically, the worried king asked, "Nicola, what happened?" Princess Nicola sobbed and complained, "Sister was so mean. I did not do anything wrong." The queen mother chimed in, "That is why I told you not to go to that dreadful place." But Princess Nicola continued to sob, frustrating the king. Prince Eric, who had been silent until now, could not hold back any longer and said loudly, "All right, explain quickly. If you keep crying like this, how will anyone know what happened?" Hearing this, Nicola began to recount the story between sobs. Then I was burned the emperor. He only mistreated me, did not give me any pearls. Not only did she return with blonde hair, but she also locked Nicola in a dungeon. This is completely barbaric behavior from Chariot, the king thought to himself, listening to his daughter's story. But Nicola's words could be exaggerated. Just then, a guard entered, presenting a letter from the kingdom of Inche, interrupting the king's thoughts. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from the kingdom of Inche regarding second Princess Nicola's recent situation." Hearing the contents of the letter, Princess Nicola gasped and covered her mouth in fear. The king and queen reached out to receive the letter and read it intently. Let us see. Meanwhile, the frightened Princess Nicola quietly tried to sneak out of the room. The king's stunned and astonished shout followed. Princess Nicola covered her ears and chanted in her mind, "I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong." Because of Nicola, the kingdom of Inche surrendered. The king's voice grew louder and angrier. Therefore, they demand corresponding compensation for the damages caused by this incident, the king muttered, his hands trembling as he read the letter. He slumped back onto the sofa, holding his head in his hands. How did things turn out like this? The scene shifted back to the Chariot Empire, where the castle stood majestically against the starlit night sky. The butler opened the door and invited the empress to enter. Empress Larcy, in a beautiful, gentle pink dress, entered and smiled. "It is autumn now, Your Majesty." Suddenly, she noticed the emperor and looked surprised. "Did you change back to your old hairstyle, Your Majesty?" The expressionless emperor softly explained, "I instructed the hairdresser." Larcy chuckled. "I see." She looked at the emperor's new hairstyle and teased, "It is a shame. I preferred your previous hairstyle." Hearing her words, Emperor Givon simply responded with and sat down to dine with her. The empress smiled at him and they ate in silence. The close attendant watched the emperor intently, seeming to anticipate something. Morning arrived quickly. Empress Larcy played with her beloved dogs in the sunny and breezy garden. Meanwhile, the emperor, with a cup of tea, watched the empress from upstairs through a window. Behind him stood the butler, with a helpless smile on his face. From the courtyard, Empress Larcy noticed Emperor Givon's gaze. She smiled as she looked at him and whispered, "Him. He changed his hairstyle again," the butler added. Empress Larcy turned to him and asked, "You noticed too?" The butler, sang, playing with the two dogs, replied, "Of course, Your Majesty. Since you said it was your preference, His Majesty would definitely change it." Empress Larcy seemed stunned by these words. She looked up at the man upstairs. Preference, he has his cute points too. In his study, Emperor Givon carefully examined a map of the region. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Invading Barry Larcy, originally a hostage of Barry. "I want to plan the destruction of Barry in the shortest time possible, with minimal casualties." Just the fact that the second princess wanted to bring Larcy back means that Barry still wants her. She has become their sacrificial lamb, even though she is an exceptionally capable woman. It's just like me before, a sacrificial lamb. Regardless of what she is called, simply being Barry's hostage is enough. If they value the first princess's life, they will surrender. And if they receive that letter, they will be forced to choose. But if they surrender, will she return? Will she choose to stay here or go back to Barry? Which way will the scales tip? But no, that won't do. The emperor resolutely interrupted his thoughts. There are many ways to use a hostage, so there is no need to choose that option. He recalled the beautiful image of the empress playing in the garden. In his study, Emperor Givon continued his calculations with the map. Before, the empress said she wanted to have everything with me. And that moment with the two close attendants, when both of us, the emperor and the empress, were in agreement during the attack on the Inche kingdom, our empire's elite troops. Recalling the empress's past words and situations, the emperor sighed softly. Truly a formidable opponent. Time rewound to the previous life, where Nicola was the empress, screaming incessantly in a closed room. "Why is this happening? Why lock me up in a place like this and just leave?" She pounded on the door and shouted. A voice from outside stunned Nicola. "These are His Majesty's orders, so please be quiet, Your Majesty. The Emperor has ordered that the hostage be kept confined until the Kingdom of Berry surrenders. The demands for the Kingdom of Berry should proceed according to the corresponding contents, correct?" An aide asked in the study. Emperor Givon, reviewing the relevant documents, nodded. "That is right." Actually, I wanted to further improve our military strength before taking action, but if winter comes, we won't be able to avoid fuel shortages and things will become more difficult. Now that the oil supply from Kobion has been cut off, we have to target countries that can be conquered with a low budget. We can't act when winter arrives, so this is the best time to wait for a response. And until the snow melts, if there is no response, we should at least send the hostage's finger to see their reaction, the emperor thought as he gazed at the snowy sky outside. He then instructed his subordinates, no matter what Barry does, as long as we hold the hostage, we have the upper hand. Hearing the soldier's words, Empress Nicola was stunned. So, he married me for this. The scene returned to the present with Butler Sang's knock. Oh, I apologize for being late. Empress Larcy entered the room in a form-fitting, mysterious black dress. I changed, but it took a little time. Did you wait long? She smiled and asked the emperor. She thought to herself, I did not expect him to call me here today. The man remained silent on the sofa. The empress continued, Why did you call me here this time? The emperor remained silent, gesturing for her to sit. Empress Larcy complied, wondering, he still has not mentioned what he could not say at the last meal. Did something urgent happen? Lately, he has not only been sharing information, but also frequently bringing me to public events. Is this the same kind of thing? But the emperor seemed to have no intention of speaking, and silence filled the room. Still without an answer, Empress Larcy began to ponder the reason for the emperor's summons. I wonder if Barry caused any trouble, but Nicola returned safely. You have changed your hairstyle. For some reason, I am quite happy about it, Empress Larcy said, trying to find a topic of conversation. But her words and playful tone were met only with the man's contemplative silence. This awkwardness made Empress Larcy think, say something. Why are you so quiet? Did something serious happen around this time in the previous life? Empress Larcy searched her memories, hoping to find something. Suddenly, she realized it was autumn. In my past life, this was when the news arrived about Nicola becoming a hostage of the Chariot Empire. There is something, the emperor suddenly spoke, interrupting Larcy's thoughts. He handed her a thick file. I want to talk about the role I initially wanted from you, the emperor said, looking intently at Larcy. Before you talk about Bakyong-sion and my true purpose in requesting the divorce from Barry, Empress Larcy slowly reached out and took the file the emperor placed on the table. The aide was stunned by the emperor's words. Is he really going to tell her? I have to tell you everything. As she listened, Empress Larcy silently looked at the words written in the file. It was a plan to defeat the kingdom of Barry, which the emperor and his close aides had prepared in advance. The emperor's voice continued, to make you a hostage and a diplomatic tool with Barry. I requested the divorce. The surrounding guards were shocked, wondering, what is he thinking? Revealing everything to her directly? The close attendant was also worried because the reason for the emperor's marriage to Barry was a truth known only to a few in Chariot. Even if she is the empress, if Larcy learns the truth that she was originally a hostage, will her current relationship with His Majesty be maintained? The attendant worried silently. Even Sang, Empress Larcy's usually calm butler, could not help but focus on her expression upon hearing the news. But suddenly, laughter echoed, stunning him. The emperor was also extremely surprised to hear the laughter, because it was Empress Larcy who had just finished reading the file who was laughing. She laughed for a moment before looking at the emperor and responding, slightly flustered, I have been rude. Before the emperor could speak, she smiled and continued, So now, what should I do for you, Your Majesty? Empress Larcy's calm and even playful demeanor astonished the guards and butlers. Even the usually indifferent emperor had not expected such a reaction, which completely contradicted his expectations. Of course, this is the true purpose of this conversation, is not it, Your Majesty? She said, stroking her hair and smiling radiantly. Seeing her reaction, the emperor could not help but laugh. He pulled a dagger from his pocket and said, Let us begin. The dagger was then plunged into the center of Barry on the world map, a declaration of war. Wind whistled through the windows, rustling the bare branches outside. Inside the room, with its table and cups of hot tea, Empress Larcy sat with the emperor and the two butlers. On the table lay the plan to invade the kingdom of Barry, written on pages compiled into a thick file. The kingdom of Barry is located in the center of the continent, Empress Larcy observed, looking at the map. The Chariot Empire relies on resources from other countries, so Barry always has the authority to permit trade between nations. Meaning, without Barry's permission, trade is restricted. That is Barry's undeniable strength. In the previous life, due to the attack on the Baekjidong ship and the subsequent oil import ban, the Chariot Empire faced a resource shortage. This time, receiving those things is not an issue, but Empress Larcy pondered silently. The emperor spoke, We have secured more supplies than planned, especially through trade with Align. Along with the oil supply from Kobion, the precious pearls mined in Perludo, including the recent contributions from the third Madam and Secretary closed, it can be said that this is currently our empire's golden age. Empress Larcy smiled faintly, thinking, most importantly, the Baekjidong ship is also safe. The emperor looked at the empress and continued, But to ensure Chariot's future stability, we need to break free from our dependence on Barry. We are paying enormous transit fees every time we pass through Berry, and I am no longer willing to pay such absurdly large sums. These are the ones who impose taxes that even allied nations do not deduct, Emperor Jivan coldly criticized Berry. So, regardless of the military cost of the invasion, bringing them under our control will be far more advantageous in the long run. However, the truth is, we are not yet fully capable of a complete invasion. The emperor looked intently at Empress Larcy. So, I am giving you the choice. Should we launch a direct military invasion or implement policies of intimidation? Empress Larcy, her beautiful face betraying little emotion, thought, intimidation, but before she could answer, the emperor interrupted. You do not need to overthink it. If it is you, the one holding Berry's weakness, they will be forced to surrender. It is a foregone conclusion. Emperor Givon stood as he spoke. Think it over and do as you wish, just as you have contributed to our empire until now. He approached her, resting his hand on the back of her chair. Command our army and trample them. Take their heads as trophies if you like. Of course, and that trashy woman too. If not, exploit her to the fullest and make her a slave. That would not be bad either. Those family members who made you a sacrificial pawn will pay with their entire kingdom. The emperor whispered in the empress's ear with a mysterious smile. I will take responsibility, so do as you please. Empress Larcy remained seated, silent, and contemplative. After a moment she spoke. Your Majesty, those words make my heart race more than any words of love. She smiled, her face flushed, and gently caressed the emperor's cheek. I never thought he would give me the choice, Larcy thought, then whispered intimately into his ear. Here. Empress Larcy's actions seemed to stun the inexperienced in love emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he straightened up and said, Let us have dinner together tonight. Think it over, and give me your answer then. The emperor adjusted his tie as he stood. The surrounding soldiers were stunned. Deciding such an important matter just tonight, the close attendant also thought, His Majesty is waiting for someone else to make the decision. That is the utmost consideration for the Empress. Empress Larcy stood, smiled, and replied, I understand, Your Majesty. She then excused herself and left the room with her butler. The Emperor remained, his back to everyone, piquing the soldiers' curiosity. His Majesty's face is slightly flushed, showing he was not as calm as he appeared. What should we do? Our Emperor is still very inexperienced in matters of the heart. The scene changed once more. Empress Larcy soaked in a hot bath, her long hair shimmering, not only giving me the decision, but also time to think. She enjoyed the warmth permeating her skin as she looked towards the wall and softly asked, What do you think of His Majesty's story? The butler sang, standing guard behind the screen, replied, I do not have any particular thoughts. But I feel fortunate that you, Larcy, met His Majesty, the Emperor of the Chariot Empire. Hearing this, Empress Larcy slowly swept her lustrous hair behind her ear and murmured, Is that so? Do as you wish. She remembered the emperor's ambiguous words and intimate demeanor. Do as I wish, of course. I also want to invade Berry. After soaking for a while, the empress rose and changed, her figure behind the screen appearing both alluring and innocent. Although she desired Berry's destruction, she remembered the brutal war she would experienced in her past life. But if war breaks out, soldiers on both sides will inevitably die, Larcy thought as her maids dressed her. And the volunteer soldiers who blew themselves up for Chariot in my past life, they were truly valiant warriors, willing to give their lives for their country, though death in war is inevitable. But even so, the Empress sat quietly as her butler dried her hair. She looked towards the beautiful autumn leaves outside the window. Dressed in a beautiful gown, Empress Larcy continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought. She glanced at the clock and sighed. It is almost dinner time. It is harder to conclude than I thought, she sighed. The choice the Emperor gave me, invasion or intimidation. It is a dilemma. I feel conflicted either way. My utter hatred for Berry remains unchanged, Larcy affirmed, recalling the faces of those from the kingdom of Berry. She sipped her tea as she pondered. After finishing the tea offered by her butler, Larcy continued to gaze out the window. If I choose invasion, there will be casualties on Chariot's side too. Larcy looked down at the soldiers guarding the garden below. She remembered the soldiers who had once protected her. War inevitably involves sacrifice, but those soldiers were incredibly dedicated to protecting me, the Emperor, and the royal family. The soldiers in the garden noticed the Empress watching them from the window. They stopped, smiled, and saluted her respectfully. Beret will definitely play the victim and ask for help from its allies, the Empress thought, considering the character and methods of Berry's rulers. And Chariot will undoubtedly be the villain in everyone's eyes. Well, that does not seem to be a problem. She smiled and waved back at the soldiers. Suddenly, the Empress's eyes sharpened. While she accepted Chariot's villainous role, she could not tolerate Berry receiving sympathy from its allies. That country does not deserve such protection. Nicola, Eric, their father and mother, they will all play the victim until the very end, even at the bloody moment of execution. The foolish citizens of Berry will blindly believe in the royal family's innocence. So, I do not want them to die suddenly and unjustly. I want them to face a tragic death, just like me. Empress Larcy's eyes darkened with murderous intent. The Emperor finally gave me a choice, so which is the best option? She recalled the Emperor's words. Well, this is your revenge. Do as you wish. She had been stunned by those words. So, what should I choose? Lost in thought, the Empress's gaze fell upon the bracelet the Emperor had given her, instructing her never to remove it. Larcy gently held the bracelet and her arm close. Something brought a happy blush to her face. She looked at her 2 pet dogs who had been watching her anxiously. Butler Sang poured a cup of vibrant, precious-looking red tea. He offered the tea to the Empress, saying, "This morning, I sent this tea to Master Sasa and he loved it." Both dogs were delighted by the aroma of the precious tea. Empress Larcy slowly lifted the cup and took a sip. She smiled in satisfaction. It is truly fragrant. She set the cup down and made her choice. Yes, this is not my past life, and I am not the girl everyone condemned and abandoned without a way out. Revenge is important, but it would be a waste not to exploit every opportunity. Would not it? She whispered, stroking her beloved dogs. Night quickly fell, enveloping the castle. During the evening banquet, the Emperor, sitting across from the Empress, asked about this afternoon. Have you decided? Empress Larcy smiled and nodded. Yes. She raised her glass of sparkling red champagne with a mysterious smile. Your Majesty, let us invade. As the Empress of Chariot, I will spare no effort in cooperating, whether it is information or powerful magic. The Emperor slowly raised his glass and drank with her, relieved that his prediction was correct. But the Empress continued smiling. We will invade, however. Under the watchful eyes of the Emperor and his aide, she said, however, since this is a rare opportunity, I have a proposal. Do you want to take the Queen or the Prince as hostages this time, Emperor Givan? Asked casually. Empress Larcy shook her head. No. There is something I want to do before the Chariot Empire declares war. What is it? Jivan asked intently. Empress Larcy smiled enigmatically, her lips like ripe cherry blossoms. The king and queen of Berry, and also the princess and prince. I want to ruin their reputations, Larcy said, a cruel smile spreading across her face as she poured her wine onto the floor like spilled blood. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of the servants, she continued, I want their names recorded forever in Berry's history as an indelible shame of that nation, to the point where they are scorned and condemned by the people. An eternal stain on Berry. She watched the amusement flicker across the Emperor's face. An ineradicable stain that will last forever, and that is the first act of revenge, Empress Larcy's cold voice echoed. A harbinger of the dark future awaiting the Berry royal family, Larcy explained her arrangements in detail. This was her plan for revenge. Even so, Jevon remained composed, as expected. However, those close to him were slightly panicked. How could this be so terrifying? Devon's next words were an affirmation. It sounded a bit troublesome, but he was right, because crushing them in one go would not be enough. The emotions Larcy showed were not forced at all. That's why Sheriold always plays the villain. I do not mind either way, but I want to strip away the hypocritical masks they are wearing. The people of Beri. No. I want everyone in the world to know. Simply stopping them is not enough. Their nature is truly wicked, so I want everyone to witness that. It is not that I am seeking sympathy. I just do not want the truth to be buried by those who once turned me into a villain. It seemed Jevon was completely convinced. All right, that reason is more than enough. In the end, it is still best to. Flamarm one more time. Regarding the invasion of the kingdom of Berry, you have no hesitations, right? Even if I turn your family to ashes or anything else. In truth, Larcy already knew that the people of Beri were not like her family. Everything that happened in the previous world was because the royal family incited them. So, in my eyes, they are nothing more than victims as well, because I could not go out and interact with them. They did not understand me, and things only grew worse. At this point, Larcy would not refuse anything. Of course, Your Majesty. Though I have said this many times, I am now a person of Sheriold. The people of Sheriold are my people. This place is my home. And the only person I love is Your Majesty. So, you do not need to worry. Suddenly, the aide felt anxious. The Emperor had always been famous for being a tyrant, and here he was now, discussing topics of love. Hearing that, Jevon felt a bit more at ease. I see. Larcy suddenly had a bad premonition. It was in that year from the Young Wolf newspaper office. Then Larcy spoke up. But Your Majesty, I have a favor to ask of you. Jevon replied patiently. What is it? Larcy still needed some intervention. For this strategy to succeed, I need Sasha's help. I mean your third wife. Oh, and also Secretary Chloe. Can I talk to them about this plan? From beginning to end, Jevon did not object. If there were no obstacles, she should go ahead. Larcy was deeply grateful. Thank you, Your Majesty. The meal passed peacefully. Before Jevon left, Larcy suggested, Your Majesty? Reflected in her eyes, he looked like a crescent moon. Tonight, would you like to stay with me? Jevon did not decide immediately. Until the evening, when everything was submerged in sleep, the two sat facing each other on the bed. Only at times like these did they let go of all calculations. Without waiting, Larcy took the initiative to kiss Jevon. The strategy to invade Beri with the Emperor, I will personally invade Beri. Everything was going according to plan except for one thing. Because of this man, Larcy was swept up in the emotions Jevon brought her. In both of their hearts, they yearned for each other. Jevon took off his shirt, leaving his silhouette clear under the lamp. Larcy's cheeks were flushed with a faint shade of pink. Let's hold all of Beri in our hands together, Your Majesty. Jevon's way of addressing her became more relaxed. Compared to my plan, you have gone much further, to the point where there is nothing more I can do. The next day, Sasha received the news. A cooperation request with us. Larcy had no reason to be anything but firm. That is right. Hearing this, Chloe was also surprised. If you have such a request, we could cooperate immediately. But before she could finish, Larcy interrupted, then I will leave it to you two. I feel bad asking when you are already so busy. Sasha was strangely excited. You do not need to worry about such things, my lady. You have helped us so much. We are where we are today because of you. Chloe added, Lady Sasha is right. Larcy's plan for today seemed to have gone smoothly. Thank you both. Xing picked up the teapot. With Lady Sasha like another cup, suddenly Chloe felt a bit guilty. I am sorry, Sir Xing, for making you bring tea like this. Sasha, on the other hand, was completely carefree. The tea prepared by Sir Xing always has such a special taste. Larcy chuckled. It was fortunate they liked it. On the surface, she remained calm. At this rate, the plan to attack Bree would only become easier. While Larcy did not seem too out of the ordinary, Chloe had guessed some of her thoughts. Your Majesty the Queen, but are you all right? Bree is your homeland after all, if we do this. That made Sasha pause as well. Composure was always Larcy's style. It is all right. I have said it before. I am now a person of Sheriold. Living here with everyone like this makes me cherish Sheriold more every day. I will protect this empire. That is all I need. That was enough to make Sasha and Chloe feel relieved. Yes, no one knew what Larcy was thinking. The fact that the reason I cherish Sheriold this much is largely thanks to you two. You even showed me the best kinds of cakes here. It's thanks to Chloe's proactiveness. Sasha's workload had also increased significantly. To help Chloe's younger brother adapt quickly to this place, I chose the best teacher for the boy. The two of them were truly living very well. Sasha remembered something she had not mentioned. But come to think of it, Sheriold's trade seems to have become more bustling lately, thanks to the pearls. Excited a credit permesset. There's a burning head liquor kivas. One cheek badnesses. And I saved on best of our. Chloe could not hide her excitement. I have organized the customer list. There will be many more in the future. According to rumors, the pearl mining area is the very village that Her Majesty the Queen once stepped in to save. A port village that the Kingdom of Pluto did not value, yet you managed to exploit it. It is truly wonderful. But there is one thing. Lately, the Kingdom of Pluto has been reorganizing its internal military strength. After the port village became Sheriold's territory and grew prosperous through pearl mining, I think they are trying to regain control of the territory and the pearl mining. Shouldn't we come up with a backup plan for safety? Larcy silently evaluated. As expected, her information gathering skills were excellent. Have they still not learned to reflect on themselves? Larcy set her teacup down on the table, just in time. Both of them were waiting for her next move. Larcy signaled to Xing. Thank you for sharing this valuable information with me. This is a token of my appreciation for you two. It is nothing much. Please accept it. Chloe and Sasha could not believe their eyes. For us, this precious gift. Larcy's smile represented precious trust. I can't enjoy these things alone. I already have this. Larcy held the bracelet and smiled to herself. Later, she announced, the raid on Pluto. I was looking for an opportunity to get closer to the soldiers. This is perfect timing. Larcy's goal was much larger than that. This was only the warm-up. In contrast to her, someone else was having a headache over a mess of troubles. In the Kingdom of Pluto, someone was screaming loudly, what on earth is going on? That decrepit old port actually has pearls. Why did they only discover them after it became Sheriold's territory? Those Sheriold people, did they know beforehand? If we had those pearls, we would be filthy rich by now. If the Prime Minister's daughter had not done those things, he became more enraged the more he thought about it. How ridiculous. Those pearls and that port belonged to us originally. It is not too late yet. Prime Minister, mobilize the troops immediately. Act in the shortest time possible. With all the strength of our army, go to the port and take it back. Even if it is only temporary, gather as much as possible before Sheriold notices. Handle it quickly before Sheriold sends reinforcements. Kill anyone who stands in your way. The port village is mine. Xing pulled Larcy out of her thoughts. My lady, the tea is ready. At the same time, outside. Contrary to the gloomy atmosphere inside, the Pluto army arrived in large numbers, but they could not advance any further. Sheriold's army? Are they waiting for us? How did they know? They have twice our numbers. Sheriold's side attacked first. Everyone, advance, clear them all out. Larcy secretly surmised that Sheriold's army was completely overwhelming compared to Pluto's. With double the numbers waiting there was no way they could lose, right? Anyway, it was just a warm-up. A paper was handed to Jevon. It seemed the counterattack was a success. You say this news came from the third wife's secretary, Larcy nodded. Yes, thanks to that, we did not suffer any losses. Jevon issued instructions. A reward for the third wife. As for the prisoners who have not received their pay, you know how to handle them. If only those people had stayed quiet and behaved. Hearing that, Larcy burst out laughing. It is because their greed was too great. Jevon's next decision was the final key. Demand the corresponding reparations. His butler bowed. Yes, sir. Larcy felt a few degrees less worried. After this incident, the kingdom of Pluto would lose most of its national strength. For the time being, they would not be able to do anything else. Facing Jevon, she said, "Fortunately, we suffered almost no damage. But now that the soldiers have returned, I have a request for you. Even though it was a small victory, it has been a long time since the soldiers have had such a positive achievement. As the Empress of the Empire, I want to encourage them a little." Serial's army was celebrating together. They were such an easy opponent, we did not even have to try. Tonight is truly a night of festival. The royal carriage was parked at the port. Everyone's eyes turned toward it. Could that be Her Majesty the Queen? Larcy excused herself for a moment. Come out here." Sasha's shyness worsened. "Please." "Hello, everyone." Everyone was astonished, their eyes fixed on her. The third lady, why is the Emperor's consort with the Queen? Sasha could only keep her head down, not knowing how to react. In the end, Larcy stepped in to save the day. "Come on, hurry up. I told you, this is also official business, Sasha," as if seeing her savior. Sasha was able to release her tension. Yes. She gently took Larcy's hand. Everyone spoke up out of curiosity. "Why did you come all the way here, Your Majesty? Who is that next to you, don't you know?" "That is the third consort." "The third consort, it is my first time seeing her. I have met the fourth and sixth consorts before, but I heard the third consort has been very famous in trade deals lately. But from the Queen's perspective, is this really a good thing?" Sasha understood that the label of consort could not be denied. Larcy herself had gone through something similar, so she completely empathized with her. Larcy's hand pulled Sasha into a side hug. "Let me introduce her. This is my friend, Sasha." The advice regarding the activities in Pluto this time all came from Sasha, because Sasha's judgment is very good. So I brought her here with me to thank everyone for fighting so hard. Regarding the rewards, I will convey them to His Majesty the Emperor. A bad feeling hit everyone. To the Emperor? To be more persuasive, Larcy presented proof. This is the list of rewards. Furthermore, the Emperor said he would change the way he treats the Imperial Army. Their attitude quickly shifted. "Unbelievable. Is it true?" Larcy smiled. "Even the Port Village defense plan?" That is why the Emperor agreed so easily. The atmosphere between Sasha and those people became more open. Everything went much more smoothly than expected. Larcy watched closely. It seems Sasha had difficulty communicating with the other consorts, but she seemed much better suited for an adventure like this than even I am. Her social skills are very good, that soldier. Where have I seen him before? Memories of people falling in the past suddenly flickered. Larcy's face momentarily saddened. In my previous life, I was nothing more than a doll for my family. Because I trusted my family and my people, I did foolish things I could not even imagine, but this time is different. I will use my own will to protect this country and myself as well. Nikla's scream echoed through the mansion. "Liar, you guys are joking, right?" Nikla's father scolded her. "You two think I look like I am joking? We have no other choice. Because of you, the Kingdom of Inns had to surrender, and they are forcing us to pay a matching compensation." Nicola felt wronged. "That's why I asked, why do I have to go there and marry the Prince of Inns? And the second prince, no less. Inns was the one who surrendered to Shariald first. If so, they should be in more of a hurry than Buri." Nicola's father countered immediately. "The person who made them surrender was you." Eric was still confused. "But the right of succession, would not it lean toward the first prince?" The mother whispered. "Your father tried talking to them, but the most powerful man in the house was also at his wit's end. As troublemakers, we can't ask for anything more." The wife could somehow still laugh. "But Nicola is very cute. Why do not you try going there and seducing the first prince? That's how I seduced your father." Even now, Nicola was still daydreaming. "I do not want to. Inns does not suit me. Unless it is a match more perfect than Sister Raz's marriage, I won't get married." Eric's words came too late. If we had known this earlier, we should have sent Nicola to Shariald instead. It seemed every time she met Jevon, she ended up being grabbed by the hair. Nicola was still terrified thinking back on it. Her pitiful face appeared once again. Nikla's father shook his head in weariness. "I am not very interested either, but this is a decision involving nations. So pack your bags." There was a lot of gossip, but it all trended positively. I still can't believe it. I did not expect the Queen to come here personally. She is truly beautiful. Lady Sasha is also very lovely. I heard the Queen is very close to the third consort, but Lady Sasha before was not very prominent among the other concubines. Since Larcy became the Queen, many things have changed. The sound of Larcy's heels echoed on the floor. "You have been waiting long, have not you, Your Majesty?" She was always in the best state possible. Jevon slowly raised his head. "You are here?" What Larcy looked forward to went even deeper. The plan to invade Buri. It was finally officially beginning. First, Larcy briefly described the terrain. "This village and this place, although a bit far, even this place." Jevon finished the sentence. "Are all rural," Larcy continued. "Yes. First, let us invade the 7 villages that have been neglected by Buri. Though they are small villages, the food supplies are very abundant." It was as if Larcy held everything in the palm of her hand. These are the places that have been left behind, even if they were plundered by other countries. First, take these 7 villages. A day later, Larcy received feedback. Fortunately, the soldiers' morale had increased. They would certainly do better than expected. Let us help the villagers in a way that rescues them. Jivan wondered. Securing food also needs people's help. Do you want to strike them all at once? Larcy shook her head. No, we will strike in order. Jevan asked immediately why. Just a few words made everyone there surprised. The emperor was asking for someone else's opinion. If it were the old emperor, he would surely have said, do you have a problem with that? Only those close to Jevan found this strange. Larcy patiently explained, the purpose is to make the people of Bury criticize the royal family's reaction in this place, and then another place is invaded? If the country does nothing, the people's dissatisfaction will surely grow, and for the wealthy who once looked down on them because they were small villages, they will gradually become afraid of being invaded. What makes people's dissatisfaction explode is when their own peaceful lives are threatened. This plan made everyone restless. Sivan listened to every single word. You seem quite certain. A moment of silence passed. Larcy's inner self was also screaming intensely, and yet Jevan agreed. Very well. Larcy thought she had misheard. Is he looking out for me? Information from outside was passed to Jevan. Is it time for the Baekgyang ship to return? The messenger nodded. Yes, the trade was successful this time, focusing on pearls and barley. Larcy interjected into the conversation. The barley is from the kingdom of Kensal. Winter is very suitable for weeping. Before winter comes, we must collect as many pearls as possible. I have increased the troop numbers, and on this side as well, when the cold snap hits, our empire will be at a disadvantage. Jevan ordered, prepare for a military meeting immediately, but he felt something was a bit strange. However, even though winter is approaching, it is strange that there are no elements of unrest like this. First, there was the money. Second was the oil. Food, everything was in abundance. The soldiers' morale was also rising. Larcy thought everything was fine. What is wrong, Your Majesty? Jevan emphasized each word. Last time, when you visited the troops, you did not use a honey trap on the soldiers, did you? Nothing could be more shocking than this question. Even someone as calm as Larcy froze for a few seconds. Oh my goodness, really? I would not use a honey trap on anyone other than the person I love. Jevan was quite satisfied with this answer. The mother's scream came from inside the castle. Nicola? Where do you think you are going? Nicola said casually. I am going to a party. The woman could not stand this attitude. How many times have I told you, you have a fiancé? From now on, be careful about going out with men. Even though the servants tried to stop you, you still go out every day, so I had to come here personally. Don't do anything troublesome anymore. You do not want to be hated by the family, do you? The truth is, you are very beautiful, just like I was in the past. Nicola had a spark of hope. Mother, then? Please persuade father now. It was immediately snuffed out by her. Therefore, Nicola, these people will protect you 24 hours a day. Stay obediently in the castle until the departure date is decided. Nicola had to call for help from someone else. Do something about this. If things go on like this, I really have to get married. If I am not here, won't you be lonely, brother? You have always loved me. Eric was a bit annoyed. That was before I got busy. You only know how to play and can't help with anything. Nicola loved to stir up trouble. You said the same thing before, just leave all the work to sister. Eric slammed his hand on the table. Why bring that up anyway? I am very busy now. Why do not you try contributing something? A voice came from behind. Princess Nicola. The carriage from the Kingdom of Inns has arrived. Nicola's current appearance was like she was possessed. Hello, Prince Haman. About that engagement, it seems Nicola is not worthy of you. Haman placed flowers in her hand. Don't say such nonsense. Getting married to Nicola is like a dream. I am already looking forward to the wedding. Don't worry about the reparations Sheriald is demanding. This marriage will definitely be a success. Just as the meeting ended, one of the soldiers, commissioned by Jevan, announced, I will explain the strategy. Our priority is capturing the villages. Report the situation in detail. If the villagers try to flee, let them go. Do not allow any civilian casualties. The final point was emphasized by Jevan himself. As for the enemy soldiers, kill them without mercy. As he prepared to leave the podium, Jevan did not forget to glance at Larcy's reaction. It seemed that in any situation, she always tried to maintain a smile. Jevan's sharp gaze shifted downward. All the soldiers were drawn in by Larcy's smile. A year ago, Jevan received a report from the army, sire. We have completed the suppression. Regarding the losses on their side, Jevan interrupted. Send them to the next battlefield. As long as there are soldiers who can still fight, there is no problem. If we are short, increase the numbers. Leave no openings for the next invasion. And one more thing. Do not forgive any retreats. That is right. Back then, he would have just ordered to blow everything up. Even recounting it was a bit difficult. Those were the words of the emperor. The opponent did not find it easy at all. It was happening again. It was hard for people to accept. The emperor's personal servant giving orders for explosives, how could he be so cruel? The rumors were truly not wrong. It had to be admitted. No one expected the day would come when His Majesty would travel here personally. He came for us, but more importantly, look over there, he has his arm around the Empress. If his actions did not stem from affection, there would be no other explanation. Jivan's personal attendant was perhaps the happiest. A great reward visiting the military facilities, coming in person to offer encouragement. These were all firsts for His Majesty the Emperor. Ever since Empress Larcy arrived, not only has the empire benefited, but even His Majesty's reputation has improved. From behind, Xing gave a signal. Zavon seemed to understand his meaning. He did not hesitate to take off his outer coat and drape it over Larcy. Everyone stared in amazement. His Majesty was changing. The scene before them was absolutely perfect. It was truly heading in a positive direction. At the dining table, Larcy heard the news, an engagement. Is it Nicola? The person opposite replied, yes. I heard it is with the second prince of the Kingdom of Inns. That name was quite familiar to Larcy, the Kingdom of Inns. Is it to take responsibility for the surrender? Both the king and the princes all seem to like Nicola. I will have to ask Chloe for more details later. Larcy feigned a smile and brushed it off. I did not know that. Everyone felt happy because they knew nothing. If the rumors are true, an official announcement will be made soon. The Kingdom of Inns is now essentially under the rule of the Sheriold Empire. As the Empress's younger sister, this is indeed a perfect marriage. Only Larcy understood better than anyone, under the rule of the Sheriold Empire. And furthermore, he is the second prince, the one who cannot become the next king. Without looking, she knew exactly how she would react. His appearance was also far from Nicola's ideal, however. Even if she leaves Bari, she would still be treated well and loved, regardless of any complaints she might voice. I can't let that happen. I must find a way to stop Nicola's engagement, or find another way. Suddenly, someone noticed the item around Larcy's neck. But, Empress, those pearls, are they? Larcy did not wait for them to finish. You have a good eye. In an instant, everyone's eyes sparkled. As expected, they are the pearls from the Kingdom of Pluto. No wonder they are so radiant. I heard the Baekhyun ship brought back a large quantity when it returned last time. I heard they have already begun distribution in some countries. Due to their rarity, the whole world wants them now, adorning the queen's beauty. It would be strange if they did not catch everyone's eye. Talking to them, Larcy always had to smile. Thank you for saying so. Soon, I plan to travel far. I believe these pearls will also play a part there. Finally, the party ended. Larcy stepped into the carriage. Xing, I have a favor to ask. Xing went to the study. He searched through a desk drawer for a piece of paper. Then, he used a pen to write a few lines on it. He turned it into a letter and attached a pearl to it. After finishing the task, Xing sealed it securely. In a village in Bari, everyone was in an uproar. Hey, this is big trouble. His face was filled with panic. Sheriold has. At Nicola's family mansion, Nicola's father could not restrain his voice, occupying a village. Have Sheriold's soldiers already reached our Bari? The butler read the contents of the paper. The silver lining in this misfortune is that it is only a small village, but the occupiers have already begun to hoist Sheriold's flag. They completely suppressed the village in just one night. Should we mobilize our soldiers? Nicola's father said firmly. We cannot. It is just a small village. The butler tremblingly continued reading. As you say, this village is a low-priority area. We're still in an alliance with Sheriold. Perhaps we have misunderstood. Someone ran in from outside, Your Majesty. Nicola's father shouted. Can't you see I am busy? The person who just entered panted. I am sorry, but just now. A letter was sent from the Sheriold Empire. As he took the letter, he speculated. Could it be? Why did we let Larcy get married then? They call us an allied nation. Is this a declaration of war? 3 villages have been occupied already. Nicola's father sat holding his head in confusion. Those Sheriold bastards only picking small villages like this. Eric spoke nonchalantly. It is still better than them targeting the large villages. Nicola's father slammed his hand on the table and yelled, that is not the point. It does not matter if we discard those small villages. I know that much. Eric thought silently. I tried my best to report it. Why take your anger out on me? The issue Nicola's father wanted to address was that 3 villages were already occupied. Surely the people are becoming very dissatisfied. We can't, just because of a few small villages, mobilize the entire army if they attack the castle while the army is mobilized. Eric offered his opinion, then let us just pretend we do not see it. Some nobles have already sent petitions. Because they want Sheriold's pearls, you ordered the trade blockade, father? Even if we have to hear Sheriold's declaration of war and pretend not to know that the king's heart is on fire. At this point, Eric suddenly stopped and daydreamed. I also want pearls to give to my girlfriends. Nicola's father had a headache since there was still no news about the pearls. Before we completely shut down trade with Sheriold, even through surrounding countries. I told you, we have to look at the situation first. Appeasing the nobles is much more of a headache than dealing with the commoners. We have already lost several villages. We should try to stall for more time in the Sheriold Empire. Larcy was surprised to see Jevon and Sasha. She said gently, Your Majesty, Sasha, are you both here to see me off? During the preparation time for the invasion of Bari, I received permission to inspect foreign lands for the operation, together with Chloe. Jevon spoke up. Listen, the soldiers responded in a solemn unison. Yes, sire, she is my wife. Protect her well. A loud and clear yes echoed from the soldiers. Sasha's eyes widened as she watched Larcy's affectionate gestures toward Jevon. Well then, I am off. Then, Larcy turned to speak to Sasha, infiltrating the kingdom of Buri. The raid is keeping them busy, so this is the best opportunity. The kingdom of Buri, surrounding the castle. As soon as they entered the room, Chloe let out a cry. Wow. She was quite astonished by Larcy's new hairstyle. Black hair suits you so well, Your Majesty. Larcy smiled. Is that so? Setting that aside, Chloe, I will leave the rest to you. I will have guards follow you. Chloe bowed politely and said, You are even providing me with guards. I truly must thank you, Larcy replied. It is only natural, because we have to act separately now. Having said that, Larcy waved goodbye to Chloe. Chloe stood watching Larcy's figure as she left. Larcy glided away as quickly as a goddess. A voice spoke up inside the mansion. Is it true they will show up tonight? Surely? Did not everyone receive a letter? What did Lord Abbot choose? Then I will follow suit, setting the date and time to borrow our mansion. Abbot looked at the 2 pearls in his palm and pondered, what on earth are they doing? If those were not inside, I would have ignored it. Besides, there are many nobles in the country, even those with higher status than me. Suddenly, a soldier entered to report, Excuse me, the person claiming to be the sender of the letter has arrived at the door. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Larcy appeared. Hello. Abbot was startled. You are. First, Princess Larcy. Larcy approached. Thank you all for gathering. Abbot stood up and asked Larcy, Princess, why? You are clearly supposed to be in Sheriold now. Abbot thought to himself, she has already become the Empress of Sheriold. What reason does the sacrificial lamb of the Berry royal family have for approaching us? Larcy chuckled. I already wrote it in the letter. To trade with you all, using the pearls from the rumors. I, the Empress of the Sheriold Empire, have personally come here. Naturally, there is a small price to pay. In another setting, in the middle of the night, Chloe went to the village to meet someone. That person was quite surprised by what Chloe said. Hey, is that true, right now? Chloe said immediately, yes, there is no price to pay. Take a look at this. As she spoke, Chloe took out a notebook. In the mansion, Abbot was stunned to receive the pearls from Larcy. Are those pearls really? Are you truly giving us the pearls taken from Pluto's territory? Larcy brushed her hair back and said, that is right, that place is now Sheriold's land. But you all must keep this a secret from my family, all right? Abbot pressed, why is that? Larcy did not hesitate to share. Actually, my family wants the pearls too, and for free. Abbot's face showed clear confusion. Larcy paused and continued. Since they are an important family, I want to live up to those expectations. That is why I'm trying to make up for it with what everyone pays. Sure enough, as Larcy spoke, Abbot thought pensively, she is still a woman worth taking advantage of. His Majesty the Emperor has entrusted the pearl trade to me, and I will grant priority to those who buy at a high price. Larcy pointed at the box of pearls and looked at Abbot. How about it? Singh immediately opened the pearl box. The pearls inside shone so brightly that anyone who looked was overwhelmed. Larcy added, Sheriold plans to stop commercial trade with Buri in the future. You all know that the number of villages we are occupying is also increasing, right? Looking at the greedy expressions of everyone, Larcy thought to herself, you want them so badly, do not you, all of you gathered here? Colliding with my father, they are people who only know personal gain, the ones who forced excessive taxes on the citizens before. And among them, those who demanded that Lady Larcy be punished severely, Marquis Abbot, Baron Golet, villainous, witch. Marquis Raoul, Count Lilben, Marchioness Emily. Suddenly, Golet spoke first. Princess, trade with me. The other families glared at Golet. Baron Golet, how shameless of you with your low noble status, not wanting to lose to Golet. The families vied for her attention. Trade with our Emily family. Trade with Marquis Raoul's house. If you are going to trade with the Abbot family, you might as well trade with the Lilban family. Larcy wore a calculating smile. If you all accept the terms of trade I provide, then I can trade with everyone here. Leaving the mansion, Xing praised Larcy. It has been a long time since I have seen Lady Larcy act like the princess she was. Larcy smiled. Do you not like it? Xing replied immediately. It is not that. It means I can feel a new kind of charm from Lady Larcy as the Empress. Hearing this, Larcy looked at Xing. I will take that as a compliment. Passing by and seeing Larcy's silhouette, someone in a carriage shouted, Oh, hey, stop, a friend beside them asked. What is it? Isn't that Xing and the person beside him? Back in the room, Chloe went to Larcy to report, yes, it is all finished on this side as well. Is that so? You have worked hard. If you would like, would you care for a drink with me? Chloe stammered. Would that be all right? It is boring to celebrate a victory alone. Seeing the label on the bottle, Chloe's eyes widened. Premium wine. It is so delicious. Now that I think about it, about Princess Nicola's engagement, I also investigated that. The news of the second Prince of In's visiting is very famous in the villages around the capital, as there were many witnesses. Larcy chuckled. As expected, that was fast. Thank you. Do you want some champagne? What? Yes, please. In the middle of the fun, Chloe suddenly became sad and hesitant. Empress. Can I ask you one thing? Larcy was surprised. What is it? After becoming husband and wife, What do you think is the cutest thing about His Majesty? The Empress and Emperor are such an ideal couple, especially the way the Emperor looks at the Empress. At Chloe's silly question, Larcy placed her glass gently on the table. Has she had too much to drink? Larcy closed her eyes and replied, well, his gaze is quite charming. At the same time, the sherry old army occupied for the 5th time. From now on, this place will be occupied by the sherry old army. The people shouted in dissatisfaction. Damn it, I did not think even our village. A soldier looked over the village and asked, hey, old man, what is the situation here? Every house is so dilapidated and we have not even touched them yet. A citizen explained that this is from the fire 2 years ago. The soldier was shocked. Here too. Go check the fields immediately. Lead the way. The fields had no problems. Why is it that no matter which village we go to, the fields are normal but the houses look like this? Silence. Our mission remains unchanged. Our army will continue marching toward the next village. Report back to the castle. In the room, Chloe was still drinking and confiding in Larcy. Next day, when Larcy returned, everyone welcomed her warmly. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Just as she stepped down from the carriage, Chloe said shyly, well then, Empress, I shall. All right, go report to Sasha. Chloe replied quickly, yes, excuse me. Watching Chloe rush away, Larcy thought, is it because she drank too much this morning? She is still embarrassed, is not she? Thanks to that, I am quite happy, even though I told her not to worry about it. Larcy immediately went to see Jevon. It seems things have been settled well. Larcy's soft voice spoke. Thanks to you. It truly was good to target Buri. The guards were lax. Entering was no trouble at all. Larcy's eyes at this moment radiated a mysterious look. I heard Eric is busy with official business. As expected, there are many openings. From the infiltration to the guards and the future plan, there is no way Eric would realize. Surely the nobles will also unfairly increase taxes. Was it the same on Chloe's side? Jevon looked at Larcy and asked, why do not you sit? Larcy replied awkwardly, I will sit. Jevon's voice gave Larcy a bit of a start. When she heard Xing say, I will prepare tea, Larcy thought, I was planning to go back as soon as I finished reporting. Right? He probably still has things he wants to say to me. Larcy looked directly into Jevon's eyes. Then she suddenly remembered what Chloe had told her the other day, especially the way the Emperor looks at the Empress. Well, his gaze is quite charming. Larcy gave a hesitant smile and asked Jevon, Your Majesty. What is it? Jevon continued. Why do you always sit on the opposite side when talking about work? Hearing this, Larcy shyly moved to sit near Jevon. I did not expect this. Why am I so nervous? Jevon reached his arm out behind her and rested it on Larcy's shoulder. So, the future plan has not changed at all. Larcy replied softly. Yes, the plan is going smoothly, just like usual. Things on Chloe's side were also settled well. Suddenly, Larcy leaned closer and rested her head on Jevon's shoulder. If I approach first, it might be easier instead, right? This feeling of stability. The soldiers will have a report soon. A few days later, at the mansion, the father called for Eric, but Eric remained silent, making him so angry he had to break down the door. Eric, I have called you several times. Why have not you answered? The king is calling, Eric replied grumpily. So noisy. Father assigned me work, so naturally I was not there. The way Eric answered made him even madder. How can you speak like that, more importantly? Because nobles everywhere are suddenly raising taxes, the people's dissatisfaction is exploding. Do something quickly. The soldiers shook their heads helplessly, suddenly raising taxes like this. Abbott spoke up, just say it is a national order. To resist is to commit treason. That is the only way we can buy more pearls. Eric said nonchalantly, we can just ignore the people's dissatisfaction. It is always like this. The father slammed the table and yelled at Eric, the situation is very bad right now. Sheriald is gradually occupying each village one by one. If there is more dissatisfaction, it will truly become a disaster. Eric said stubbornly, then father should do it. You are the king. As the father and son were in a tense argument, a soldier approached. Your Majesty, excuse the intrusion. There is a new report. This time, the southern village. Again, that makes the 6th village already. That is not all, sire. The 6th village occupied this time is the one that was reported in the newspaper recently. Eric stood up in shock. What? The soldier continued his report. Everywhere, people are asking why the Berry army has not reacted, and the citizens are currently showing signs of rebellion. Outside, people were confused and buzzing about the contents of the newspaper. Look, this article. This article predicted the village occupation 3 days ago. I saw it too. 3 days ago, it clearly predicted the 6th village would be Koker village. According to an independent investigation, the 6th target was identified as Koker village. Why did not the country react to what the article predicted? Even if they say there was no time, I did not see the Berry army move at all. On that same day, the newspaper vendor shouted the hot news. This is the result of our investigation through blood and sweat. The Young Wolf newspaper predicted Sheriald's surprise raid in advance. Everyone, come and see. People immediately crowded around to buy. One for me. Me too, here, take this. The situation is like this, and yet the domestic nobles still demand tax increases. The people held their heads in helplessness and wondered, what on earth is the royal family doing? On this side, Jevon and Larcy quickly received the new report. The army has sent a new report, sire. Holding the report in her hand, Larcy smiled and said, You have worked hard. Reading the contents of the report, Larcy pondered. The report from the army occupying Buri's villages shows most things are going according to plan, however. The state of all the villages is not normal, including the sixth one, food shortages, infectious diseases, landslides. It is like a wasteland. Everywhere, people have to struggle to keep the fields alive just to pay national taxes. Ever since the storm 2 years ago, fortunately, the fields were maintained. From the beginning, these were villages neglected by the country, so I expected to some extent that the situation would not be good. But even for neglect, there should be a limit.
No. If I calculate it that way,
Would not I be the same? Larcy turned to ask Jevon, Your Majesty, will it be all right if we proceed with the original plan? It is a bit late for you to be saying that now, is not it? Although it requires more investment than expected, it is only temporary. This is enough for now, and besides, it clearly has more value than that, does not it? Larcy gave a sly smile and said to Jevon in a sweet voice, Of course. Jevon called out solemnly, You all, the soldiers answered in unison, Yes, sire. Proceed with the plan. Provide support to the occupied villages. The soldiers immediately obeyed the order. We understand, sire. I will prepare the medicine. We must prepare the food immediately. Xing was about to pour more water into the glass when a strange noise occurred. What happened? Jevon and Larcy looked toward the door. A pouch of money was brought in and placed on the table. This is from Marquis Abbott and Duchess Emily. Between the two of them, they have gathered quite a lot for nobles, have not they? The Minnick headed to the support funds and was replenished in an instant. That also meant that pearls are valuable to that extent. After pouring the tea, Xing immediately left. I will take my leave. Larcy replied. All right. Jevon sipped his tea and said, That dog. Just by tasting the black tea, one can understand the reason why you protect him so much. Larcy turned to look at Jevon with an affectionate gaze. Thank you for the compliment, but aside from the taste of the black tea, there are many other excellent things about him. Xing brought a set of documents. Lady Larcy, you can use this. Jevon wondered, What is that? Larcy explained. This is Bazarov's research thesis. Earlier, I asked Xing to reread all of his research papers because there is a lot to reference. Since we can't just keep letting him suppress us, Larcy handed the research thesis to Jevon and said, What do you think, Your Majesty? Isn't my dog quite clever? All of Bazarov's massive research papers. Reading the contents of the thesis, Jevon was quite satisfied. As expected, very solid. Jevon praised Xing. Truly a precious, loyal dog? Xing bowed respectfully and replied, It is my honor. A few days ago, Xing went to see Bazarov. Bazarov pressed him. You found my old thesis, did not you? What is the reason? Xing replied. I cannot say by Lady Larcy's command. Bazarov wore a mysterious smile. As expected of Empress Larcy's person, Isn't the beautiful Empress Larcy coming here? Xing said immediately. She said she does not wish to see you. This time is also to ask about your thesis. Bazarov laughed. That is a pity. As that thesis is so old, I no longer remember it. Bazarov did not expect Xing to bring that thesis here. Bazarov pointed out the main content of the thesis to Xing. It spoke about the application of Sheriold's magic. Please explain the specific manifestation methods such as frequency, duration, and the level of magical output. Bazarov offered no further explanation and stuck to his old answer. It speaks of the application of Sheriold's magic. Xing did not give up and repeated the question. Please explain the specific manifestation methods such as frequency, duration, and manner. Bazarov pointed a finger containing an energy source directly at Xing. This caused the two dogs to bark frantically in panic. Bazarov shouted, Can't you be quiet? Can't you see I am busy? It speaks of the application of Sheriold's magic. Xing persisted and continued to ask, Please explain the specific manifestation methods such as frequency, duration, and manner. Bazarov glared at Xing angrily. Didn't you hear anything? At this point, the two dogs stopped barking and sat still, watching. Xing continued, Though a bit late, this is a message from Lady Larcy. She said if you harm her pets, she will confiscate your fluids and roast you alive. Bazarov looked at Xing and smiled craftily. Truly a loyal dog, just like the rumors say. Finding my thesis in such a short time. There is truly no way out. In a stern voice, he said, I understand. I am only saying this once. It speaks of the application of Sheriold's magic. Explain the specific manifestation methods like frequency, duration, and manner. Bazarov gave an explanation. First of all, unless one has high magical power like the royal family, you cannot expect results. Or it could be said that if the power of 10 Sheriold people is gathered, one can recover from fatigue. If it is that, it can be replaced by soldiers. Everything Bazarov told Xing, he remembered well and reported back. Larcy told Xing, then convey it like that. You have worked hard to be able to make that man open his mouth. Can you help me issue orders to the army immediately? Xing replied. I understand. Can you help me issue orders to the army immediately? Xing replied. I understand. Fatigue recovery magic applying Sheriold's magical power. Sheriold's healing magic does not just help heal wounds, but also has the effect of recovering from fatigue. It is applied as an emergency measure in war or disasters. Outside, people joyfully talked to one another. I did not expect them to even provide medicine for us. The Sherry-old Empire's bad reputation seems to be a lie, does not it? I feel miraculously healthy. Good. I will start repairing my house too. After being occupied, I thought I was a goner. I did not expect such good treatment. Seeing everyone's excitement at receiving medicine, the Imperial Army wore subtle smiles. Suddenly, a newspaper vendor shouted, "Big news, another correct prediction." 7 villages in a row predicted correctly. The Village Young Wolf newspaper predicted 4 days ago. Was occupied by Sherry-old's army yesterday? Hearing the hot news, everyone bought a copy. After reading, every face showed signs of worry. At the newspaper company, the owner was delighted. Excellent, excellent. At this rate, my newspaper company will flourish. Someone ran in excitedly holding a letter, boss. That letter just arrived. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Another one." He spoke as he opened the letter to read. This must be in tomorrow's paper. What is the news this time? At the mansion of Nicola's father, holding the newspaper, he was furious. What on earth is going on? It says the royal family ordered tax increases in each region. Are those who are sick the enemies of Sherry-old? Or is it our own royal family? Eric, what is the meaning of this? Eric replied nonchalantly. I do not know anything about it. It is because those nobles increased the taxes on their own. Isn't this just a baseless rumor, since the situation is already bad? Just dismantle the entire newspaper office? The father opposed Eric's view. If we do that now, would not it be an indirect admission that it is true? Send a warning document to the newspaper office? Right now. That is why I said we should have dealt with the nobles sooner. Eric added, I am busy too. Why does not father do it? Nicola stood huddled by the door, listening and looking in, and she thought, I do not know what is happening, but they deserve it. Since everyone treated Nicola coldly, they are being punished. Just a few occupied villages and a newspaper report, and they are already in chaos. The rift between Eric and his father began here. Meanwhile, on Larcy's side, they were enthusiastically holding a celebration party. Large bags of money were brought before them. Jevon's close butler announced, "This is the money from Marquis Lowell." To be sure, he asked again, this money, was it sent by the 10 people present there? Larcy did not object. Yes, that is right. The money has been fully collected. Let us begin shipping the goods. Take a look at this. It seemed Jevon was also quite interested in this. Very well. Marquis Lowell's side was the most excited. Has it finally arrived? I have been waiting to death for this. Look, quickly. When Lowell saw the pile of pearls, he could not help but scream. Then he took a few in his hand to inspect. It seemed they were not as lustrous as Lowell expected.
What?
What is this? These are just cheap pearls. There are even shells mixed in underneath. The Witch of Buri has tricked us. Lowell's butler quickly ordered his men to arrange things. Clarify this matter immediately. Demand the money back. Prepare the documents. They are all just Buri's puppets, and Larcy's as well if they do not want to be exposed. Truly a bunch of fools. If you can, then go ahead and try. I am no longer a person of Buri, nor am I a slave to be taken advantage of anymore, but the empress of this Sherry-old empire. At that time, Xing told Larcy, many nobles have testified that you were the mastermind behind the manipulation of the country, especially Marquis Abbott and Baron Golet, Marquis Lowell, Count Lilbin, and Duke Emily. Larcy's heart was originally filled with disgust for those who had frequently participated in embezzling taxes until now, to say such things. Thanks to that, it was exposed. Larcy crumpled the paper in her hand. All of them witnessed me being used by my father. Who would believe the words of a notorious witch who personally testified? The nobles were now in a mess. Damn it! I can't enter Sherry-old Castle. If I am caught bribing Sherry-old, I am the one who will be punished. What should I do? I have invested my entire fortune. It was Larcy who held that weakness over them. In Xing's hand was an unopened letter. He turned the letter over to the back. Larcy's voice echoed, Xing, is there anything left to burn? Finally, Xing decided to give it to her. Duke Emily and Count Lilbin, if you do not mind this. Larcy's expression held a bit of surprise. That is yours. But Xing did not take it. Because I follow you? I am also a person of Sherry-old. The letter was burned by Larcy as well. A cute answer. At another building, boss, revenue has reached a new record again. The other party was extremely happy. Excellent. Exploit it even more. More. Another person rushed in. Another letter has been sent. The man called Boss snatched the letter. It finally arrived. What information is it this time? What? It is related to the royal family again. Last time it was a warning letter. What is it this time, huh? The Buri royal family did not just increase taxes excessively, but also used the nobility to purchase pearls to satisfy personal ambitions. Photographic evidence and pearls are attached. Important evidence will be sent later. This is information that could shake the entire country. Krent it immediately. Despite the servants trying to stop him, he was overexcited. I want one too. It is time to show those arrogant nobles our power. Xing had a new announcement. Empress Larcy, I have collected the newspapers from the Young Wolf office. Larcy was in a very good mood. You have worked hard. In truth, she had another thought. Was it that difficult to obtain a newspaper? Could it be that both the royal family and the nobility are so blinded by Sheriold's pearls that they have abandoned the people? It could be seen that everyone was submerged in their own desires. At this, Jevon spoke up. Will an article from such a small newspaper truly have any influence? Larcy laughed. You are not wrong. The scale is indeed not large, but that newspaper reports on sensational things and is loved by everyone in the kingdom of Beri. Nicole's father was now panicking. Ridiculous. Our royal family ordered the collection of pearls. There is no way that happened. Even we have trouble getting a few pearls? Truly, I have not even seen one yet. We never authorized a tax increase either. Eric felt it was not prohibited anyway. As I said, I investigated the nobles mentioned in the article. While it is true they raised taxes, there is no wealth in the mansion, let alone anything of value, and the only thing found were pearls so cheap it is unbelievable they are from Sheriold. They must have been scammed by some professional con artist. Good. Nicola's father countered fiercely. I am not talking about that. Now our royal family is being implicated. A warning is not enough. Destroy the Young Wolf newspaper office immediately. Eric still held his ground. Is that wise? If we attack them, it is the same as admitting everything. Did not father say so yourself? Regardless, he could not stop Nicola's father's rage. Now is not the time for that. This is completely different from before. They have considered the royal family as enemies. Those who write these fabricated articles, they must be arrested for the crime of insulting the royal family. The rest of the royals could not stay still either. No way. We have the right to freedom of speech. That's not fabrication. Look, here's the proof. And you still intend to arrest us? That opinion was immediately rejected. That is a cover-up by the royal family, no different from turning their backs on the people. Fabricated photos have no value as evidence. This photo was published in the article. Even if there were real pearls in the confiscated box, they are not from Sheriold. And then those people began to panic. No way. How can this be? There has never been false information before.
That is right. It is her.
She said she would provide Beri's top secret information. That is why we were ready to trade. Could it be that the pearl reward was just a trap? Even when arrested, they still tried to justify themselves. She made me believe in that photo, that wretched woman. The most composed person now was likely Larcy. All right. The newspaper office has been seized. Chloe read from the paper. Yes. The royal family was furious. I heard the soldiers conducted a large-scale investigation. We faked the evidence, so there is no way we will be exposed. Larcy had achieved her goal when the newspaper office received trust and attention through their articles. Until now, it collapsed. The people's criticism and loss of trust in the royal family had reached its peak. From the people's perspective, the more reliable side, it is not that the royal family did nothing, but that the newspaper office predicted the village attack in advance. Their expressions were both shocked and confused. Chloe had never laughed so heartily. Just as the Empress said, the Young Wolf newspaper had a very large position in the kingdom of Beri. Until now, it was a place specializing in delivering shocking information. Not only the public, but also the nobility, and many voters followed it closely. Xing once talked about this. In that year, a negative article about Princess Larcy was published by the Young Wolf newspaper, causing public outrage to reach its peak. Larcy was also shocked back then, just because of that one little article, but Xing understood its influence. Even if it was just a tabloid, I heard it quickly spread to the nobility and voters. And those outside the castle, hence the calls for Princess Larcy's punishment grew more numerous, and the royal family. Thinking back, Larcy found it funny. Fortunately, back then it suddenly popped into my head. My plan was to bribe the newspaper and spread the Beri royal family's wicked deeds, but when Larcy met Chloe, everything changed. With Chloe's help, I thought I could take revenge on the newspaper office. Are you satisfied now, after spreading the royal family's negativity and wicked deeds, you all? Do not care about truth or falsehood at all. Larcy burned the newspaper. Winter is coming soon, is not it? Jevon stood by the window frame as if lost in unspeakable thoughts. In the kingdom of Beri? Look here. Has not the food supply been less lately? That is true. Nicola's father was in a state of ultimate rage. Why did not you realize sooner? All the villages Sheriold occupied were the food supply sources to get through the winter. If all 7 villages are stolen, the food supply will be cut in half. We were not sure of getting through the winter from the start. Could it be that Larcy caused this too? Besides her, who else would know those remote villages were the food supply? The woman was a bit confused. Why would she do that? Nicola's father continued to scold. This is your responsibility, Eric. Restore everything to its original position immediately. We must negotiate. We have no choice but to demand they be returned. Eric was defiant. Why should I bow my head? At present, Nicola's father could no longer maintain his composure. In this situation, with no preparation for winter, we cannot fight Sheriold. What if a riot breaks out? Do you plan to deal with that while also handling Sheriold? It seemed Eric still did not agree with this course of action, but Nicola's father kept urging him. Act before the people's dissatisfaction grows even more. The row of freight carriages was lined up neatly. Jevon's close servant read the announcement. Agricultural products from the kingdom of Beri's villages have arrived. I also received a report from the port that the Baekhyun ship is bringing a large amount of food. The Sheriald Empire's food stockpile has exceeded last year's by 270%. Jevon accompanied Larcy to the banquet. Everything went quite well and peacefully. Larcy and Jevon raised their glasses together before the admiration of many. Larcy had never felt this happy before, or Jevon had never felt this comfortable before. Larcy chuckled. The plan is going smoothly. Barry's surrender is only a matter of time, Your Majesty. Jevon did not object. That is right, Larcy added. The people of Sheriald are also very happy. More and more people are supporting Your Majesty. Suddenly, Jevon hit the nail on the head. Your goal is not Sheriald, but the tragedy of Barry is not it. Larcy still feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Jevon took her hand, slowly pulling Larcy closer. Jevon's eyes held something indescribably sincere that made others admire them even more. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor intends to dance? Even Larcy was surprised. He has never danced with any girl until now. Just that much was enough to make the people around feel happy. Larcy followed Jevon to the center of the courtyard before the eyes of many. They quickly prepared for their dance. Larcy looked at the man in front of her. Do you wish to dance, Your Majesty? Jevon did not say much. He just danced according to the rhythm of his partner's steps. Though he rarely danced, he was very proficient, making the viewers feast their eyes on this dance. Larcy smiled. You are truly a good dancer, Jevon replied. You are the one. The modesty in Larcy was never redundant. Because Your Majesty leads so well. Those were her sincere words. Even though I learned to dance as part of etiquette, I have not had a chance to truly dance on official occasions. This is the first time I have seen Your Majesty dance. I wonder if he often dances with his mistresses or other women like this. Thinking of that, Larcy suddenly let go of his hand, but Jevon pulled her back. What is wrong? Larcy brushed it off. It is nothing. I am just happy that my first dance partner is Your Majesty. Jevon was extremely surprised by those words. He had ignored others in the past. Jevon's voice was so low, only he could hear it. Me too. After the dance was the congratulatory applause of everyone. Larcy did not hear. What did you say? Jevon spoke first. Let us dance one more song, shall we? Larcy did not refuse. Of course, Your Majesty. The party that evening went very well. At the mansion in Biri, Nicola's father was hesitating as he set the pen down, because the content of the letter was, I wish to visit and accompany the first Prince Eric. The letter was sealed and sent inside the passenger carriage. Eric had not smiled once after his father's proposal. Why must I? Before he could finish, Nicola's father interrupted. You should feel grateful that I, the king, am going with you. Eric had no interest. This was originally your job, father. From the beginning, this happened because your sister, the Empress, did not stop the Emperor. Nicola's father clicked his tongue. We are almost there. Watch your words carefully. Eric quickly got out of the carriage. Not a single member of the royal family showed their face. That made Eric feel disrespected. The person in the mansion let them stand waiting at the door. Please wait here for a moment. Nicola's father still reminded him. Eric, you understand, right? Don't say anything reckless. Not just with the Emperor, but with Larcy too. Eric said listlessly. I know. If you keep acting like before, Larcy, hand in hand with Jevon, you have been waiting long, right? It has been a while since we have seen you two. Shing and the other guy decided it was better not to interfere. Larcy appeared friendly. This time, what brings you here? Nicola's father became more affable than before. As written in the letter, I have come to propose the peaceful withdrawal of Sheriald's troops from the villages belonging to the kingdom of Bari. In his heart, he kept observing the two in front of him. Unbelievable. Even though I have heard rumors, is that truly Larcy? Larcy smiled slightly. Dear King of Bari, it's one sentence gave Nicola's father hope. What is it? Larcy's manner was mostly contemptuous. Don't you see? Isn't there something wrong with your words and actions? You are so calm and gentle when you have a request before the Empress of the Sheriald Empire, are not you? Oh, and one more thing. If you want to take back the villages, then sign here. Eric and his father stared at the paper. This is unconditional passage through the kingdom of Bari, demanding permission for Sheriald to pass through without any fees. Are you joking? Do you think we will accept that request, sister? Jevon frowned. Insolent. Eric shrank back. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Nicola's father was a bit dejected. But this condition? Aren't we allies? I gave my beloved daughter to you in marriage, and yet you treat us like this. I hope you can understand. Jevon finally spoke up. Then we will continue the invasion. Larcy looked at the person beside her and smiled. Your Majesty. Jevon added, that is right. This time I will lead the army straight into the imperial capital. Nicola's father stood up from his chair. Wait, Your Majesty, if you do that. Eric could not take it anymore. Father, let us go. We do not have to sign these things. Why bother for just a few villages? Flames from Larcy's hand erupted, making the surrounding air suddenly heat up. The warning was gentle but chilling from Larcy. Sit down. The two of them could only obey and sit in dead silence. The final decision belonged to Jevon. Choose, sign or die. After a moment, Larcy suggested, oh wait, please relay a message to Nicola. Congratulations on the wedding. Nicola's father did not quite understand. Larcy, how could you have changed so much? What on earth happened to my sweet daughter? Larcy only gave a contemptuous laugh. Don't make such jokes. Her father countered, I am not joking. We have loved you so dearly until now. In truth, Nicola had once said this to Larcy. That is right. Do you know the truth that you are not actually father's daughter? At this point, Larcy no longer needed to hide it. The fact that my biological father is actually grandfather, Nicola's father still refused to admit it. You? What are you talking about? Hey, let go of me. Larcy made her final declaration. We will return the villages as promised. But I wonder if the villagers will be happy about it, because Larcy knew better than anyone they would lose the support of our empire. They would be stripped of everything. Larcy once again summoned her flames, as if she wanted to punish the father and son standing before her. And finally, whatever remains will be uprooted by Bari. Those are the essentials needed to survive the winter. I wonder what they will think of their own country. Larcy smirked. It is certainly something to look forward to. In the kingdom of Bari, the people were beyond furious. We have been robbed of everything by our own country. When our village was occupied by the Sheriold Empire, the country took no action, yet Sheriold renovated the village for us. They supported us with food and medical treatment. But what about Bari? Immediately after reclaiming the village from Sheriold, the reporters recording the scene were also utterly shocked. Rage gradually consumed the crowd. They came immediately to seize the last of our remaining food. We can no longer survive the winter. Bari is rotten to the core now. From the pearl scandals to the tax hikes, the Bari soldiers maintained their old stance. Hey, what do you think you are doing there? Dispersed the reporters immediately. You lots are committing treason? Arrest them at once. What followed was a chase between the Bari soldiers and the citizens. Meanwhile, Eric and Nicola's father returned with wounds covering their bodies. As soon as they stepped off the carriage, the two of them barged straight into Nicola's room. Nicola was slightly startled. Father, brother. When did you return? Oh, those wounds? Ignoring her concern, they scolded her. That's not the issue right now. What on earth did you say to Larcy? Nicola acted as if she knew nothing. Mother was also stunned. Larcy knows that we are not her blood relatives. Did Nicola talk about that? Nicola began to justify herself. No, I did not. I did not tell her. I only revealed a little bit to the emperor. Eric slammed the table in anger. How is that any different? Do you have any idea what father and I had to endure from the emperor and that woman because of you? Nicola believed she was not in the wrong. The emperor was the one who told her, so it is not my fault. Her father rubbed his temples. That's not the only problem. After we granted the passage rights to get the villages back, we realized as soon as we read the terms that almost all important agricultural products are being seized by Sheriold. Furthermore, our approval rating has not just failed to rise, we are being criticized by the people even more. Rebellions are breaking out everywhere. What on earth were you all doing here while we were gone? The mother and Nicola appeared quite unbothered. Well then, you should have returned sooner. Both the prime minister and the council are gossiping quite a bit. Eric let out an exasperated sigh. Don't make it sound so easy. We still have to treat these wounds. Nicola gave a condescending laugh. It is not like you went off somewhere to play before coming back, right? Her mother chimed in, but more importantly, did you get the Sheriold pearls I asked for? Her husband snapped. Is that really the priority right now? Glasses were raised for a celebratory drink. Larcy, Jevon, and Sasha gathered at the dining table. Cheers, Sasha said politely. I truly did not expect this, that I would be sitting at the same banquet table as both of you. Larcy smiled. Don't say that. Both of you contributed greatly this time. Larcy really wanted to praise them in person. Thanks to Chloe's hard work, we have successfully secured the right of free passage in Bari. From now on, we can conduct large-scale commercial trade. Larcy fell into thought for a moment. With the southern continent, without needing to detour around the sea, when Larcy was with these people, especially with Jevon and Sasha by her side, she could truly be herself. Because their roles were recognized, the emperor had also allowed them to sit at this banquet. Jevon's servant brought over some wine. For you, miss. Chloe did not dare to accept. I am just an assistant after all. Please do not trouble yourself over me. How could I dare accept when those two are right in front of me? The servant chuckled. His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Queen said it is all right. He then handed the glass to Chloe anyway. Larcy spoke up to ease her awkwardness. I truly appreciate your efforts, so please, accept it. Chloe's eyes began to brim with tears. Larcy exposed the truth about her. I heard you enjoy drinking, is that right? Chloe was so embarrassed she could hardly speak. That. Larcy laughed. Come now, it has been a long time since we had a party. We must enjoy ourselves. How have things been, Sasha and Chloe? You must be busy with work lately, right? The blue-haired woman shook her head. No, my lady. Thanks to Chloe's help, Larcy advised. You should be a bit more confident. You are the Emperor's third consort and my friend after all. Sasha let out a long sigh. Your Majesty. May I ask a question? Larcy waited. Of course. Larcy wondered. Does she want to ask about the Emperor? Sasha spoke hesitantly. Your Majesty, the Emperor? This is a rather delicate question, but I still wish to ask. Jevon replied. Speak. Some were stunned, but others were secretly happy. The Emperor had agreed. Until now, even during meals, he had remained silent. Indeed, Jevon had always been that composed in the past. Sasha lowered her head. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for being so bold as to ask this. It is about the first consort, Annalena Christine. How is she living these days? Larcy felt a spark of curiosity upon hearing this. And then, the dining table fell into silence, Larcy mused. Annalena Christine. Now that she mentions it, there is not much information about the first consort, is there? But why is Sasha bringing her up? Jevon spoke up, that woman. Thinking back, I have not heard any news for several years. Larcy found it strange. Several years. Jevon ordered the servant, you, tell her. He immediately recounted the first consort. Nothing has changed for several years. I heard that currently, she does not wish to see His Majesty and has not ventured out for a long time, Larcy exclaimed. So that is how it is. What kind of person is she? The servant replied. She is the third princess of the kingdom of Ribla, a kingdom that has friendly relations with our empire. Sivan continued to listen calmly. The kingdom of Ribla and our empire established friendly relations during the time of the previous emperor. After Emperor Jevon ascended the throne, that relationship was maintained, which is why Princess Anne was brought in as the first consort. The kingdom of Ribla is also a longtime ally of the kingdom of Edwall, Sasha's homeland. Larcy fell into deep thought. The kingdom of Ribla is a powerhouse in information control. The entire kingdom can be considered an intelligence agency, led by world-renowned newspapers. Information is a weapon in any country. For both Edwall and Shariold, Ribla's information is vital. Even Bari buys information from. Nicola had once revealed, this is a secret, okay? If you want to buy information on the Shariold Empire, you can easily buy it through Ribla. Everyone was extremely surprised. Really, that is amazing. Nicola boasted gleefully. So before coming to Shariold, I heard a lot of information about this place. Like how the emperor reduced the number of concubines, how the fourth consort was the first to be sent back, the uproar with the Baekkyung ship, and the pearls too. I heard Shariold took them from the port they stole from the kingdom of Pluto. Ribla is useful in many ways, so Nicola wants to get close to them. Father is also trying to support this. Back in the present, Larcy smiled to herself. It is lucky that Nicola is such a chatterbox. What Nicola revealed was not critical information, but the issue was. I wonder if the first consort ever had any connection with me in my past life. Terrifying scenes from the prison flashed in her mind. Larcy asked curiously, is Sasha close with the first consort? She replied respectfully, yes. As royal allies, we have known each other since we were young. Both Lady Anne and I were the ones with the weakest positions among our siblings, so we have many points of empathy. It is a coincidence, but now we are living under the same roof as His Majesty. I wanted to visit her as soon as I arrived. Larcy analyzed silently. Both had weak positions, which is why they became the bridge between Ribla and Shariold. Sasha continued. I tried to visit her several times, but I was always rejected on the grounds that she was not taking guests. Since then, I have not been able to visit her even once. Larcy mused again. The information Barry buys from Ribla are all rumors easily heard within Shariold City. Conversely, top-secret information that could shake Shariold is never leaked. She then decided, I will stop by there and see if we can meet the first consort soon. Could you tell me more details about her next time? Sasha replied excitedly. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty the Queen. Jevon turned to look at her. He had thought she was just a quiet and dull woman, but she was capable enough to be invited to dine with Larcy. I must investigate her further. Though the current situation was not particularly interesting, Larcy and Sasha chattered incessantly. I will prepare a tea party soon. Yes, leave the sweets to me. Sivan felt helpless. He was actually feeling jealous of a woman. I am truly a lost cause. Before leaving, Sasha did not forget to say, thank you both truly for today. Larcy replied warmly. It is I who should thank you. Sasha began to tremble. To be personally seen off by His Majesty. I am truly honored. Jevon suddenly called out. You do not just know how to assign work to assistants, but you also know how to prepare meals and tea parties. You have made Larcy open up like this. If this counts as a talent, then you truly are talented. Or perhaps that is the ability of a princess from the kingdom of Edwall. I expect more from you in the future. Sasha replied vigorously. Yes, sire. With that, she and the servant departed. Larcy waved goodbye to the two of them. As the carriage pulled away, Larcy asked herself, what was that? Jevon looked towards Sasha. As for Sasha, she looked visibly surprised. Larcy wondered, why do I feel so flustered? At their meeting the next day, Sasha continued telling the story of the first consort. Lady Anne was very obedient from a young age. Because she was raised very strictly, she was never lacking in terms of upbringing. But she was often compared to her much older siblings and always looked so lonely. Since the Ribla royalty has many candidates for succession, if you do not achieve merit, you won't be recognized. It was an environment of pure competition, Larcy said softly. I see. Sasha further revealed, Lady Anne is 3 years younger than me, so I felt like I had gained another younger sister. Larcy connected the pieces. I heard about the first consort, Anne, during the meal, and based on Sasha's story. I do not think she could do something so terrible, but I should not jump to conclusions. Can I ask Chloe to investigate a bit? Sasha replied hesitantly. Yes, that is fine, but the maid was extremely enthusiastic. Of course, I have always wanted to help you as much as possible, Larcy said with a smile. Thank you. I will also ask Xing to investigate, so if there are any issues, please discuss them with each other. This is quite fortunate. The strange feeling she had towards Sasha back then had vanished. Larcy recalled the events of the previous evening. She sat lost in thought about it. Siobhan turned to her with concern. What is wrong? Larcy quickly denied it. Oh, it is nothing, goodness. I was dazed without even realizing it. Jevon asked curiously. Aren't you curious about the first consort? She replied. That is right. As soon as he knew I wanted to hear the story, His Majesty immediately made time for me, even though this time it was not a political matter. Jevon said haltingly, but it seems I do not have many stories to tell you. The Emperor had brought Lady Anne into the palace, but the number of times he had spoken with her could be counted on one hand. Initially, as the former princess, she used to invite the Emperor to meals or parties through servants. She even expressed a desire to visit His Majesty's chambers, but he ignored them all. Larcy praised him silently, truly a man of character. The servant continued, ever since Lady Nina, the second consort, appeared, those things stopped happening. Even with the second consort, His Majesty banned all contact after less than a year. Larcy found it curious. Why did His Majesty flatly refuse the first consort, but give Lady Nina a whole year? Jevon answered, because there was a war at the time, so weapons and oil resources were essential. Hearing this, Larcy realized that woman had calculated those things to manipulate even the Emperor that brat. The servant added, but the Emperor did not want to be indebted to those people. He says that, but at most they just shared meals. Other than that, His Majesty did not respond to anything else. Besides the first consort, there are other concubines living quietly, like the third consort Sasha, and the fifth consort as well. Larcy's eyes widened. That is right, is not it? The servant said. Although Ribla's information is important, the most important thing is not giving our information to other nations. This is also the reason she must be kept as a hostage. This concerns that matter, Your Majesty. Actually, Nicola before. After recounting everything, Jevon spoke up. That is how it is. Since it was nothing significant, I ignored it, but it seems there is a spy. Indeed, if the first consort did it, we should consider execution, not just sending her back. Is this why you asked about her? A pity. Larcy became flustered. What? Jevon looked at her with adoring eyes. I thought you asked because you were jealous. Larcy froze for a few seconds. Why did I suddenly remember that moment? She gave a forced smile and replied, You could say that, since it concerns my beloved Majesty. Jevon reached out to cherish Larcy. I wish you truly felt jealous. After saying that, he kissed her hair lightly. But regardless, there is nothing to be jealous of regarding the first consort. She is just a child, after all. Larcy became even more curious. A child. She remembered what Sasha had said. Lady Anne is 3 years younger than me. The servant revealed, first consort Anne came to Sheriold when she was only 13 and is the youngest concubine. Larcy was stunned to learn that Anne was only 15 years old. Jevon said seriously, If you want to meet her, go ahead. Not just the first consort, but everyone. I give you permission to visit them. Xing had been diligently reviewing every letter that arrived. Suddenly, a special one caught his attention. The sender and the receiver were the same name. He threw it into the nearby trash can without mercy. A moment later, upon leaving the study, Xing encountered 2 distinguished guests visiting the house. It was consort Sasha and secretary Chloe. Warm rays of sunlight pierced through the canopy, highlighting the deep red of the roses in full bloom. Larcy welcomed her guests warmly. Thank you for coming, Sasha, Chloe. I apologize for troubling you to come all the way here. Sasha responded politely, Not at all. Of course we had to come. Xing reported the work progress to his master. We also just finished the investigation. So, how are things on Chloe's side? Yes. I tried to find out about first consort Anne's life inside the palace, but they strictly block all outside contact. The first consort has only one servant brought from her homeland, and that servant is always the one acting as her representative. The first consort has never personally appeared before anyone. Larcy began to reflect on the information provided. It was like that before too. There's not a single record of the first consort contacting other concubines, including Lady Sasha. The first consort does not attend official events, so she is considered the most mysterious among the concubines. Sasha spoke up, as a consort. I have attended a few official events, but I have never met Lady Anne even once. Larcy was surprised. What, Sasha, you attended official events too? Yes, I was present at Her Majesty the Queen's wedding. At that time, both Lady Eliza and Lady Camilla were also present. Was it an inspection? The black-haired queen and His Majesty are truly a perfect match. Larcy smiled shyly. Thank you. Chloe interjected, Lady Sasha. I was curious about that too. Larcy interrupted. Wait a moment. I heard the first consort was not treated well even in her home kingdom of Ribla. Xing, based on the report, the other lords of Ribla refused to come to Sheriold, so the first consort had to be the one to come. I have also looked into that matter. Chloe also began to share the information she gathered. This marriage was to establish relations with the kingdom of Ribla, and His Majesty the Emperor permitted it. To them, it did not matter which Ribla princess came here. She is just a child, after all. Larcy felt that such an age gap was quite large. As a result, whether in her homeland or here, the first consort has been isolated. Larcy began to ponder. The image of a mysterious girl appeared in her mind. Sasha also fell into thought, and she appeared to be a bit worried. Larcy had seen through that as well. If the first consort is like Sasha and dislikes contact with others, then trying will only cause trouble. But let us just meet her and see. Larcy tapped the table lightly. Let us go. First, we must see how they react. Standing before the first consort's residence, but they were all refused entry by the first consort's servant. I am truly sorry, but Lady Anne does not wish to see anyone. Even though Her Majesty the Queen has personally come here, I have said as much. The first consort's residence is quite far from the imperial palace, is not it? But not even a short greeting. I am truly sorry. I know my words may be out of line, but please let Lady Anne rest. Larcy thought to herself, it would be easy to force my way in, but without solid proof that she is a spy, the situation would be very awkward. Chloe pleaded earnestly. Lady Sasha and Lady Anne are friends. Inside the house, Anne had recognized her best friend through the window. Sasha. The two had been very close before coming to Sheriold. Lady Sasha wanted to introduce the first consort to Her Majesty the Queen. Anne seemed to desperately want to go out but could not. Larcy had detected Anne's presence. The servant saw this and became a bit anxious. Pardon me, I will convey your regards to Lady Anne. Sasha looked dazed. Thank you for taking the time to come here today. Larcy stared at the building behind the gates that were always kept closed. Do you wish to enter, my lady? Xing asked, but receiving no reply from the Empress. No, let us skip it today. In her heart, Anne missed her parents terribly but had no one to share it with. On this side, Larcy had not yet given up. She called Sasha and Chloe, who were still in a daze. Let us talk for a moment once we return. Xing quickly went to prepare the carriage. Chloe and Sasha were still uneasy, their hearts filled with anxiety. The carriage was ready. Upon returning, Larcy immediately went to find Jevon. Your Majesty, I apologize for arriving so abruptly. I have a favor to ask of you. You wish to meet the first consort? Before that, I want to confirm something. Larcy began to speak vaguely about her issue. If you want to gather information, you can't just sit still in your room, right, Your Majesty? Out in the hallway, the sound of gossip grew clearer. Hey, have you heard? It seems the Emperor is preparing to take action. Is there a war? The way he treats the army so well is also to prepare for this. He is even keeping his distance from the third consort, Sasha, because Sasha is just a consort after all. The Emperor even issued a ban on leaking any information regarding war preparations. Larcy was currently enjoying afternoon tea in a luxurious room. Xing, did you change the tea leaves? Do you want me to change them back to the usual kind, my lady? No, I am quite satisfied. Having no change is boring too. At the first consort's house, a hurried voice rang out. That is the reason I want to ask for help. Chloe, heavily veiled and drenched in sweat, pleaded, only Princess Anne of the Kingdom of Ribla, who is well versed in the power of information, can help me. The servant maintained a firm attitude. I have said it many times, but Princess Anne, this matter is not bad at all. Regarding money, I can pay any price. Please. The servant, hearing such a pathetic plea, felt a bit softened. If things continue like this, Lady Sasha will be abandoned just as before. His Majesty, the Emperor, and Her Majesty, the Queen, always keep their distance as if they want to cut ties with the consort. I want to help Lady Sasha. Naturally, I know the reason is Sheriold's next invasion. You mean that rumor? You know about the invasion plan? Yes, Lady Sasha and I opposed it, which is why things turned out this way. The Queen and the third consort were originally close. This is just between us, but I heard Her Majesty the Empress gained the Emperor's trust through the private information she possesses. Private information? Hearing that, the servant was momentarily stunned. Chloe continued, that is why, if we can obtain more information than the Empress, then Lady Sasha could also. I see. I understand. First, please calm down. What should he do? It seemed the rift between the third consort and the Empress was real, and this girl knew exactly which country would become the war target. Calculations and schemes began to race through the mind of the first consort's servant. He began to compromise with Chloe. If you tell me the target, I will exchange equivalent information in return. Deal? Chloe acted as if she had just found a lifeline for Lady Sasha. She was overjoyed. Truly, I beg for your help. I can tell you everything for Lady Sasha's sake. It is thanks to her that I have the life I do now. Then, please come to the drawing room. On the surface, Chloe appeared delighted, but behind his back, she was secretly playing a trick. While the servant was not paying attention, she stealthily jammed a coin into the crack of the door. After being received hospitably, Chloe began to take off her cloak and changed her tune. I cannot say. This is a matter the Emperor has strictly forbidden from being disclosed. You were saying something different from just now, are not you? You said you would reveal all the targets? That matter is truly difficult to discuss. It is vital information, so I cannot reveal it to just anyone. I came here to negotiate with First Consort Anne. The servant's voice turned cold. Lady Anne sees no one, so? Lady Anne has appointed me to represent her in these matters. It would be quite troublesome if information leaked out. As someone from the Kingdom of Ribla, I trust you understand the sensitivity and importance of information. Pardon me for saying this, but even if you are the only servant, you are still just a servant. This is not something I can share with you. Lady Anne is not only the Emperor's first consort, but also a noble member of the Ribla royalty. I can share everything I know with Lady Anne. Right now, Lady Sasha and I cannot trust anyone else but her. So, I know my words are somewhat impolite, but perhaps you should be more self-aware of your position. Despite saying that, Chloe's expression was completely triumphant. You have no standing in this negotiation. Our role is simply to act in the best interest of our employers. I think you should stop right here. The man snapped his fingers to give an order. In an instant, several figures blurred through the hallway. They were soldiers called in by the signal, surrounding Chloe, because the master of this residence is me. With just one sentence and a snap of his fingers, he quickly turned the tables. Only now did Chloe show some fear. What do you mean then? Where is Lady Anne? Could it be the rumors that she is dead are true? Or is she just a creature that knows nothing but how to breathe? Stupid, he said while sipping the teacup in his hand. Everything in this residence, including the information exchange with the Kingdom of Ribla, is handled directly by me. Exchanging information with Ribla for someone who is not royalty like you, this is not something a mere secretary could understand. Now, what shall we do? Do you want to negotiate with the true master of this residence? Or shall we end it here? He spoke in a threatening tone, coercing Chloe. You spoke quite rudely just now, but depending on your answers, I might let it slide or I might not. He continued to touch her, acting like a pervert. Chloe trembled like a leaf, not daring to speak, her face as pale as if all the blood had drained from it. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening. Larcy walked in majestically, dressed in a splendid and captivating gown. Would you like to hear it more clearly? It is as I thought, is not it? Both were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Is someone of my standing not enough for you? Her Majesty the Empress. With an overwhelming aura, Larcy also brought along her 2 pet dogs. What is the meaning of this? Even if you are the Empress, you cannot enter here as you please. Larcy smirked. I have permission from His Majesty the Emperor. Recalling the earlier moment when the Emperor reviewed the permit for Larcy, I give you permission to visit them. He had granted her the right to enter the residences of all the consorts. The 2 dogs growled, threatening anyone who dared to touch their master. Xing also stood by, signaling the servant not to celebrate too early. The best part of the show was yet to come. The servants were all trembling with fear, drenched in sweat. As for that man, he was now in a panic. What? When was the Empress given permission? I only stopped by last time to observe the situation, although I could have barged in immediately. I had to prioritize catching the traitor who was leaking information first. You have misunderstood. It is her. She is the one leaking information. He tried to pin all the blame on Chloe. She promised to reveal the target of the next war to me. The 2 dogs kept their eyes fixed on the servant. You still not understand? Chloe quickly ran over to Xing's side. Only then did the man realize everything in shock. What? The war was just a lie. I asked the Emperor to spread false news and order secrecy throughout the castle. Sasha and Chloe have always been on my side. You have worked hard, Chloe? It was nothing, my lady. Damn it. Just kill them all and be done with it. Those people were about to act recklessly, but they had no idea how powerful Larcy's magic was. She quickly drew a concealed dagger. In the blink of an eye, Larcy took the man down, neat and decisive. Next, she used fire magic to incinerate the second one. The servant did not dare to make a sound. All the soldiers from before were burned to ashes. Only a few palace workers remained, unharmed, but their faces filled with anxiety and terror. Larcy was immensely satisfied. She let out a faint smile. It seems there are no problems over there either. Thanks to that, I have clarified the first consort situation. Larcy quickly subdued the cunning ringleader. Now, can you lead me to first consort Anne's room? The room was located in a hidden corner of the hallway, the door covered in a thick layer of dust. Chloe gently opened the door and peeked inside. Larcy followed right behind her. She was shocked by the scene before her. The room did not even have lamps, lit only by a few candles. There were very few belongings, all neatly arranged. Anne sat all alone by the window. Her face was gaunt and haggard, her skin wrinkled like an 80-year-old woman. Looking at her, no one would think she was the consort of a kingdom. Chloe responded to Anne's call. You are first consort, Anne, correct? Chloe knelt gently near Anne. Xing, you stay here with Chloe. Yes, my lady. I am going to pay a visit to your room. With that, Larcy dragged the man away like a dog. In contrast to the first consort's dark room, this room was luxuriously decorated and bright, with candles everywhere and sparkling gold and silver objects. The atmosphere in here is quite different, is not it? Larcy took the opportunity to search for more information she needed. Countless letters sent to the Kingdom of Ribla, evidence of leaking information. It seemed he even intended to report on the war immediately. You can't burn all the evidence. Wait, please wait a moment. The things I reported to the country were nothing important. You can see for yourself that matter. He began to manipulate Larcy to escape his crime. To be honest, no matter how the government is treated, it has nothing to do with Her Majesty the Empress. He gradually began to lose control. I was just making use of a broken object. On the other side, Anne still had a gloomy expression, looking at the withered flower clusters that had struggled to survive. Suddenly, they became extraordinarily full of life, fresh and vibrantly red. It was Larcy who had saved them. Chloe was preoccupied with checking on Anne and did not notice that Larcy had returned. From infiltrating Sheriold to planning attacks on major cities, no matter how trivial the information, once it is leaked out, it is an act of betraying the Empire. As she spoke, she used fire to burn the traitor. The expected time of attack was right after winter. In her past life, that was when the war with Beri began. In the past life, this was also my responsibility. A scream rang out. Ah, no. I almost killed him. This should be enough for now, I suppose? Lady Anne, Lena, Christine? Come here. Sasha is waiting for you. Anne, with a pale and pitiful face, reached out to take Larcy's hand. Their hands touched gently, filled with affection. The Imperial guards huddled together, whispering excitedly, "What on earth is happening? There is an order from Empress Larcy to go to the first consort's residence." "Is it the first consort this time?" Jevon was signing an order. He remained calm, not the least bit surprised. "No, the one being detained is the first consort servant." Sasha ran over in a panic. "What about the first consort?" When Sasha arrived, she only saw Chloe and Xing waiting. Larcy then stepped down from the carriage. "Sasha, we are currently investigating Anne's residence." Then she slowly helped Anne out. The soldiers were focusing all their efforts on investigating and collecting what remained in Anne's residence. Could we rely on Anne? Sasha burst into tears of happiness upon seeing her friend. She ran quickly toward Anne. Recalling their childhood days, the two had been inseparable. Sasha pulled Anne into an embrace, a hug that spoke of the long-lasting longing. Anne looked a bit dazed, but she soon reciprocated the affection from her best friend. After the greetings, everyone entered the palace. Sasha was joyful and happy. "Thank you all truly. I did not expect to get caught up in such a dangerous matter. Chloe contributed a lot, so please praise her often." Of course, as Sasha said, since childhood, Anne was like a puppet for everyone around her. After coming here, she was also manipulated by her servant so much that she could not even leave her residence. She did not even realize those things were wrong. She probably did not even imagine what the servant had done. "Thank you for waiting for us." Chloe took Anne to change into new clothes and put on a little makeup to make her look more lively. "It suits you well, Anne." "Thank you, Lady Sasha. Now, Lady Anne, please sit down." Anne sat shyly at the tea table. The table was laid with delicious cookies and fragrant tea, but Anne did not seem to pay much attention. Larcy looked at Anne curiously. Does she not like snacks? Sasha spoke up to break the silence. "Come, Anne, you can have as many sweets and black tea as you like. As you please. Eat slowly, eat a lot." It turned out she was someone who could not do anything without instructions from others. Anne was shy but still ate very happily. Larcy thought to herself, truly, no matter where you go, there are always people like that. Images of wicked people gradually appeared in her mind. They try everything to achieve their own interests. Larcy remained pensive. In the previous world, when the kingdom of Beri went to war with the Sheriold Empire, it was Lady Anne. Lady Anne had leaked information to the kingdom of Ribla. "During the war, I transferred a lot of information, but as long as we get past this point, it will be fine." The servant still had no intention of surrendering. Lady Anne's room is the evidence? Was the sudden order to change rooms because of this? No wonder the consort would not even let me enter this room. In his mind, Jevon would punish Anne. Traitors must die. Back in the present, Larcy went to the room and explained everything to Jevon. "I have heard the report. Who would have thought the criminal was the servant and not the consort? The evidence at the scene is consistent. The servant still insists it was the first consort's unilateral action." "Handle it quickly," Larcy interrupted. "Please wait a moment. Your Majesty, could you leave the handling of that servant to me? I want to test a few things." Sivan seemed to understand the deep meaning behind those words. He smiled slightly and immediately agreed. "Do as you wish. As for the first consort, what do you plan to do? You could send her back to her home country?" "No, there is no need for that." Sasha also seemed happy. She was likely entrusted with taking care of her. "By the way, Your Majesty, do you wish to increase our empire's influence over the kingdom of Ribla and take revenge at the same time?" "I want to hear more details." In the kingdom of Ribla, a subordinate reported frantically, "A letter from the Sheriold Empire." The king of Ribla said worriedly, "Could it be?" The subordinate stammered, "Just as expected, sire. It seems the leakage of Sheriold's information to our country has been discovered. Furthermore, the attempt to blame Lady Anne failed, so it seems they have realized it was an instruction from us." The king of Ribla cursed under his breath. "Useless fool." The subordinate continued, "The letter demands accountability for the information leak and requires Your Majesty to go there personally. If the demand is not met, they will lead their army to visit the kingdom of Ribla." The king of Ribla immediately appeared at Jevon's castle. "This matter? I no longer have the face to beg for your forgiveness. Everything was done unilaterally by Anne's servant and some accomplices. My side will take responsibility for punishing both the servant and Anne, so I hope you will be generous." Larcy burst out laughing. "Oh my, there's nothing worth listening to. Do not you think so, Your Majesty?" Jevon said sternly. "That is right." The king of Ribla asked tremblingly, "Could it be Your Majesty has already ordered the execution?" Jevon flared up in rage. "Do you have the right to question me?" The king of Ribla denied quickly. "No, my side wants to resolve this peacefully, so no matter what it is. As an ally from the time of the late emperor, I definitely want to restore your trust." Hearing that, Larcy whispered to Jevon, he says that, so the talk should go quickly. The king of Ribla continued hesitantly, yes, that is the gist of it. Jevon's subordinate suddenly approached. We propose the following conditions. This is a very generous offer from the current emperor, so please read it carefully. Jevon said sternly, the related content will be widely broadcasted to all of Ribla's information networks. I will overlook this incident on that condition. The king of Ribla asked, then what about compensation or retaliatory actions? Is the tyrant emperor letting me go with just this? Jevon said, there is none. But from now on, I set a condition that your side must provide information for a closer cooperative relationship with Sheriold. Consider this your last chance. The king of Ribla replied joyfully, of course, I thank you for your generous forgiveness, your majesty. As an ally, our side will strengthen cooperation more than before, and of course, share all information. Jevon said softly, I look forward to it. In the kingdom of Berry, Haman appeared with a bouquet of flowers. Princess Nicola, I have looked forward to the day I could meet you so much that I stayed up all last night. Nicola was moved to tears of happiness. Inside the room, the king of Berry was shouting incessantly. Eric, is the strategy to restore public support not done yet? He replied indifferently. Father, you have plenty of time. You should be the one to think of it. The king of Berry was furious. I told you that restoring public support must be a priority. Eric did not back down. That is why I said this was originally your job. The queen of Berry asked blankly, Your Majesty, are you arguing again? I am going to attend a tea party. Honestly, men are always like children. With that, she moved toward the carriage. Now that Nicola is getting married and Eric is used to handling political affairs, everything will quickly return to its original state. Everyone was grumpy. As soon as she arrived, the queen of Berry wore a friendly smile. It has been a while since I have seen everyone. Those present responded awkwardly. It has been a while, Your Majesty. You still came all the way here to attend the sweets party with us. Seeing everyone's strange attitude, she asked curiously, what is the matter? A girl said hesitantly, Your Majesty, could it be you still do not know? The kingdom of Ribla has broadcasted information to the whole world. First, Princess Larcy is actually the mastermind of the kingdom of Berry. The irrationality of the royal family shifted responsibility onto Princess Larcy. The citizens were extremely confused after reading it. The news also spread to the kingdom of Yulan, the truth about the current collapse of Berry and the rapid growth of the Sheriold Empire. Nina of the kingdom of Pluto was stunned. Information from Ribla, the biological father of Larcy, the current empress of the Sheriold Empire, is not the king of Berry. It is his brother, First Prince Stuart, fighting for the current queen, who was once his fiancée but was assassinated by the current kingdom. In the kingdom of Ribla, First Prince Stuart at that time had both powerful magic and virtue, so he had overwhelming public support. Command of the king, utilize all information networks to spread the news. In the Scorpion Empire, the empress also burst out laughing in delight. Princess Larcy was always mistreated within the royal family because she was the daughter of First Prince Stuart. She replaced the second Princess Nicola to be married off to the Sheriold Empire. The king of Berry and Eric were both in a panic. What is this? Why is this content in all our Berry newspapers? Everyone was curious to find a copy to read. Chloe was also agape when she learned the truth. Bazarov wore a devilish smile. As expected, Stuart's daughter has become famous through her all-around brilliance. This content is the truth about the kingdom of Berry, reported by the Ribla Information Agency. Larcy and Jevon celebrated as the plan was a success. She said excitedly now, let us slowly savor it together and enjoy the collapse of Berry. The queen of Berry ran back to question them. What is going on? How did everyone know and not tell me? It is truly humiliating. The king said indifferently, who told you to go to those places? She went crazy and shouted, how can you speak that way, Your Majesty? Eric spoke up to explain. Everyone just found out. The kingdom of Ribla was the one that broke the news. Other kingdoms have also started publishing a news item or two. Nicola thought blankly, I hope this causes the bad comments to cancel the marriage. Eric was extremely bitter. I truly do not know where they caught the scent from. In the Scorpion Empire, the Empress was very satisfied. Truly a masterpiece. Who would have thought the rumors would spread all the way to my kingdom? It seems this trick is also that girl's doing. Sheriold and Ribla have an alliance. Whether the people can be appeased before the revolution occurs depends on the ruler's ability. It looks like Berry is going to collapse. Currently, Sheriold has Larcy, and they are receiving worldwide attention with an overwhelming position. Many will approach to flatter Sheriold and Larcy. Those two won't miss this timing either. If Jevon were alone, it would have been no problem, just like it has always been. It is certainly worth looking forward to see how that woman will turn things out. The Empress of Scorpions seemed to look forward to this. Down in the town, the citizens began to flood the streets in protest. The Sheriold Empire where Princess Larcy is, they provided relief for our village. But Berry stole everything from us. Berry soldiers quickly appeared. You there? Stop talking. People kept gossiping. What do you think of those rumors? Thinking back, it is true that after Princess Larcy went to the Sheriold Empire, Berry's economic situation began to worsen. I heard some nobles also knew about Princess Larcy being exploited. When the village was raided, I was also afraid of when our territory would be occupied by Sheriold. Sasha confided, I was very surprised. When I learned that the Empress had gone through such difficult times in her homeland, Larcy still replied cheerfully. There is nothing to be sad about, Chloe said hesitantly. Actually, I had a bit of a suspicion. Back when I worked as a secretary in Berry, I met the royal family several times, but I never once saw the Empress, Larcy answered lightheartedly. That is right, because I was banned from social circles. Did Xing know about that? He bowed and replied, I did. It is a famous story in the castle. Larcy thought to herself, Xing could be considered a bystander who just quietly observed from the outside, but he was the only person I could talk to in the previous world. Even if he saw me being tricked, he said nothing. I will let it slide. Xing stood blankly and said, I thought Empress Larcy would never realize. Sasha asked in confusion, What do you mean by that? Larcy gave an awkward smile and said, Xing, you do not need to mention that anymore. You are on my side now. He immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, that is right. I am on the Empress's side. Larcy smiled satisfactorily. Good. Sasha was delighted. I am so glad you became the Empress. We became friends like this, and the Empress even introduced Chloe to me. And now Anne too. Anne, please drink your tea and eat. The tea Xing brews is truly delicious. Lucy asked curiously, Lady Anne, how have you been since then? Have you returned to your residence? She sighed and replied, Yes, but this incident caused me to be abandoned by my homeland. I also do not have any official duties like Lady Sasha. Hearing that, Sasha quickly explained, I only recently took on that work. Larcy asked Anne, What are you good at in your kingdom? She replied, Nothing special. I do not have much magic. Oh, my ears seem to be very sharp. Larcy was full of surprise. Your ears. Chloe excitedly explained. Ribla's magical power involves magic related mostly to sound. Ribla also considers this one of the gifted factors for working at their information agencies. They apply magical power to acoustic signals or sound propagation. Sasha suddenly remembered, since she was a child, Anne has been able to imitate many sounds. Larcy frowned and thought, as I expected, how much mockery and contempt she must have heard in her own country. She became like this. She suddenly patted her head. Anne, Sasha, and Chloe too. If you ever have anything you want to discuss with me, you can always come find me. Hearing this, everyone was moved to tears by Larcy's kindness. She did not forget her own person. Xing, you too? He stood stunned for a few seconds before answering. I do not have anything to worry about, but the letters kept coming without end. In the previous world, Jevon's subordinates kept trying to advise him, Your Majesty the Emperor, if this continues, it will be difficult for the country to withstand the winter. Ever since Layla's execution, no one knew that the oil supply would be cut off. There was a plan to buy oil from neighboring countries, but naturally they would not be able to provide enough for the entire territory of the Sheriold Empire. Jevon thought for a long time and then issued an order, prioritize supplying the important cities. In the winter, war cannot be carried out on this side, so during that time, economic activities cannot be allowed to be interrupted. Upon hearing this, Jevon's subordinate thought, does that mean abandoning the other cities? After that thought, he nodded in approval. I understand, sire. We must strike now, while Sheriold is submerged in snowstorms. At the same time, the king kept pleading, I am counting on you, Larcy, to save Nicola, who has been kidnapped as a hostage for the sake of the people. Lend me your power. I have no support left, besides your immense magic. Later, he grew angry at being refused and blurted out, that girl Larcy. The woman beside him also kept urging, Your Majesty, look at how we should handle this quickly. No matter which high society circle we join, we are mocked. Those present also took turns giving their opinions, stop participating in high society. The number of girls sending letters has also decreased significantly. The entire Biri royal family has become the enemy of the people. The reputation of the Sheriold Empire is rising among the nations of the world. The two brothers Kil and Leonid were reading the news and discussing it together. My mother also said, Biri is finished now. Internal conflicts won't end anytime soon. Then Kil suddenly remembered. Has Xing replied to the letter? Yet Leonid's answer, not yet, suddenly made him worried. Did it even reach Xing? Then Kil calmly made a suggestion, just keep sending them. But Leonid still looked extremely worried. Surely Xing will read and reply, right? Another member of the group spoke up. When I ordered him to become a servant in the castle, he only responded with 2 words. Irina and the other siblings have all married and contributed to the family. He probably understands that he himself cannot do the same. At this moment, in a quiet room, all the envelopes had been gathered. Larcy's friend kept probing. Is this all of them? Xing replied urgently. Yes, these are all the letters before they were destroyed. Chloe, while cautiously checking once more, exclaimed in surprise, the quantity is truly so large it is bothersome. The contents are almost identical. Xing also unexpectedly offered an assessment. I did not read them, so I am not sure, but they are likely all written for a servant. Chloe then summarized the letter's contents. It says here, I intend to visit Sheriold, so I hope you will guide me around the castle. Xing looked dejected as he replied, Is that so? My family does not miss me. At my family's house, I was no different from a servant. Everyone hated me. They are my family, yet they were the ones who sent me to the castle as if selling me off. This made her silently realize, so that is why he obediently followed me to Sheriold. Her eyes were filled with sympathy. Could it be? Xing, if you do not find it impolite, may I ask why you were treated that way? Xing interrupted. Let us see. The words I heard most often were, are you emotionless? I do not understand what he is thinking at all. Truly a dull one, more useless than his siblings. The mood is truly terrible. Why was he even born? That is exactly how it was. The house of Viscount Pennyworth? She silently concluded that they were using this moment to take advantage of him. Then she intentionally emphasized, I will remember this. At this moment, a neatly stacked pile of letters was brought before Jevon with an announcement. Here they are, sire. I have filtered out a lot. Letters from your majesty's brothers are being sent continuously from both home and abroad. Some state they will visit the castle as your majesty's brothers and insist on an audience. Jevon looked at the stack of letters and shook his head in weariness. Do they want to curry favor with me so much that it is visible to the naked eye? Seeing his silent response, the aide quickly asked, will your majesty refuse? Jevon asked back angrily. Who is it? And received 2 names, Duke Andre Barb Verbena and Duke Joseph Barb Verbena. They say they want to establish a national level close relationship with your majesty. Those bastards. Jevon felt conflicted. If he refused, it would become more troublesome. Then he made an assessment. If there were some beneficial content, that would be good. The aide quickly replied, they have also stated the benefits they can bring in the letters. Furthermore, there is a letter from Emperor Layla. Jevon curiously read the letter and silently realized there was a proposal to hand over territory and people in Buri on the condition of obtaining a title in Sheriold. Even the nobility are offering trade conditions. Upon hearing Jevon say this, the aide hurriedly interrupted. If they can be used, we shall use them. Compared to my brothers who are blinded by money and power, this level is still quite cute. It is only at the level of betraying Buri, after all. After informing her of this, she also asked in surprise, your majesty's brothers. The aide immediately replied, they are Duke Joseph and Duke Andre. Since they are the emperor's biological brothers, they are also lords of territories within the empire. Both of them rule lands near the border. She silently realized, so that is how it is. Dealing with them seems relatively troublesome. Jevon intentionally added, not only that, but in the coming time, those who want to approach Sheriold will keep arriving. I do not care about those who seek late friendship like that, because now I have you. Larcy remembered the words she once said before, don't you no longer need me now? But she was scolded by him. Insolent. Do you wish to be punished right now? Seeing her stunned and silent, Jevon intentionally emphasized, you are by my side now. This made her eyes widen in surprise. Then he made an important announcement. Oh, Leela will also be coming here. Larcy chuckled. Emperor Layla is still the same, is not he? May I see the letters for a moment? Jevon nodded in approval immediately. Go ahead. After looking through the pile of letters, Larcy had to silently admit Buri sent more letters than I predicted. This is Mihail, the anonymous artist, not highly valued in Buri, so he is asking for Sheriold's support. But I clearly remember this name. In the future, he will be a genius artist, famous in Barry's neighbor. It was definitely around the time before the war occurred. At that time, this name was already famous in the kingdom of Bisic, Barry's neighbor. Then she suddenly made a proposal. May I look at the painting that Mihail Watson sent along with this letter? When Larcy saw it, it was just as she expected. She was silent for a long while. Then she looked toward the pile of letters. Who knows, there might be information about other useful talents. To be more certain, Larcy made a request, quickly invite this painter to the castle. Her proposal made Jevon ask in surprise, the artist who painted this. Larcy quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes. That person is a very intelligent commoner with thoughts of escaping the sinking ship. Furthermore, I will review the correspondence sent to your majesty later. And besides, now everyone is reaching out to Sheriold. It is the best time to recruit talent before the flowers bloom. There may be even more talents. If we miss them, it will be a great pity. Jevon happily agreed. Do as you wish. I shall look forward to it. Her decision made the others look forward to it as well. A month later, Jevon's brothers were walking and talking together. It seems there is another audience with His Majesty today. I wonder how many days it has been. Which noble is it today? Who would have thought we could meet the Emperor this soon? In the end, Xing still did not reply to the letter. Or did I see wrongly back then? No, the information that he is serving Princess Larcy in Sheriold cannot be wrong. Buri Castle also said the funds were cut. Could he be in Sheriold? Both suddenly froze when they realized Xing was standing right before them. Both called out joyfully, Xing. So you are here. What are you wearing on your mouth? Xing also hurried to give his greetings. It has been a long time since I have seen you, brothers. Kill and Leon had chattered again. You are still the same. But why did not you reply to the letters? Did you change your taste? Or is this the master's taste? Hearing this, Xing immediately looked for an excuse to leave. I am sorry, but I must prepare the sweets for the tea party now. Please excuse me. But he was made difficult by those two. Wait a moment. How insolent. Whether you are in Barry or Sheriold, someone like you dares to show that attitude toward us? At the same time, a loud voice suddenly appeared. You lot. What business do you have with him? The atmosphere suddenly went silent. The two brothers asked blankly, "He is just a dog. What should he be doing? You are?" After observing for a moment, both screamed in terror. His Majesty Emperor Jevon, we have been impolite. We requested an audience for today. We are from the kingdom of Bari before they could finish. Jevon shouted angrily. Didn't you hear me? Answer my question first. Kil and Leonid replied tremblingly. We know him, so we were speaking for a moment. Jevon interrupted with a contemptuous tone. Know him? The aide whispered in his ear. Your Majesty, those people are likely the Pennyworth family. They have a scheduled audience with Your Majesty later. They are from the same family as Shing Pennyworth. The two brothers asked each other blankly, are they talking about that dog? Then Jevon gave an order. All right, get out. Shing asked blankly, but I must prepare the sweets now. Jevon looked toward Kil and Leonid and emphasized, no, I am talking to you lot. The two of them were defiant and questioned, why us? But he interrupted them. The master of that dog is my wife. He is not a character that mere viscounts like you can lay hands on. Consider this audience cancelled. Both began to plead piteously. Truly, please wait for us a moment. Hey, Shing, say it was just a misunderstanding. But Jevon cut them off. As for that dog, tell your master. From now on, assign guards or put on a leash. Larcy now received the message from Shing. His Majesty the Emperor conveyed such words. She asked curiously, besides that, is there any need to hold them accountable? Shing replied honestly, His Majesty said nothing else, my lady. The Pennyworth family seems to have been forced to leave. Her heart suddenly felt grateful. She did not expect the Emperor to intervene, especially to help Shing. Those present with Larcy were all amazed. His Majesty the Emperor was greatly angered to help Shing. That proves the Empress's servant is also recognized. Shing quickly corrected them, but he assessed me as a dog, not a servant. Hearing this, Larcy burst into a hearty laugh. That is true, but regardless, it cannot be denied that he helped you, Shing. I will give my thanks to His Majesty when I see him later. We must follow His Majesty's orders. We must bring guards along. As soon as she met Jevon, she took the initiative to speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. I heard you helped Shing. I truly thank you. He asked back in surprise. Why has the number of dogs increased? Making her reply in confusion. I have to follow Your Majesty's orders after all. You ordered us to put on a leash or bring guards. If possible, I do not intend to bring them into the castle, but I will have them follow Shing in the future. Jevon nodded in approval. Do so. Regarding the commercial trade with the southern continent. Now that we have Bari's passage permit, we can conduct commercial trade with the southern continent. Labor costs might be a bit better, but I think it would be better for Sheriol to directly transport the luggage. There are many countries in the southern continent conducting commercial trade, which has not been active due to Bari's high passage fees. The prices of goods we bring back will be cheaper in proportion to those fees. Upon hearing this, the aide replied happily, I will prepare a plan immediately, sire. Before he left, Jevon did not forget to remind him, once prepared, send someone out right away. Only our country can now conduct trade with the south without worrying about passage fees, and Bari is on the verge of collapse. At this moment in the kingdom of Bari, the people continuously protested. Let Princess Larcy return. Execute the king who killed Prince Stuart. A reply letter has arrived, and it is from Empress Larcy of the rumors, as expected. Empress Larcy is truly the person everyone assessed her to be. She truly has sharp eyes. I no longer need to stay in a country like Bari. At this time, in other estates, there was also chaos as people called out to each other. Let us leave now. Leave right now. Go to the Sheriol Empire. Jevon now also received an announcement. Your Majesty the Emperor. They have arrived. It is Duke Joseph Barb Verbena and Duke Andre Barb Verbena. He took the initiative to suggest to Larcy, attend with me, will you? She nodded happily. Of course, they are Your Majesty's brothers, so I must greet them. Larcy silently realized the Emperor's brothers. They were the Emperor's older brothers, and at the same time, the younger brothers of Layla. Upon being present in the main hall, both dukes greeted them joyfully. It has been a while, Jevon. Larcy politely gave a friendly smile, silently observed them from a distance. This man is Duke Joseph, who rules the area near the border with the Kingdom of Pluto, and his wife is Pluto's third princess. And this man is Duke Andre, where the two countries adjoin Sheriold. He is commanding another ethnic group settling on that border. Both are necessary existences for the Sheriold Empire. The reason the Emperor can't deal with them hastily, I understand. That is that, but it is strange. Why do I feel like I have met both of them before? Do they resemble the Emperor that much? The two dukes now stated frankly, I did not expect you to let a woman attend with us. I mean Jevon, really. Upon hearing this, he sternly corrected them. This is my wife. Let us get straight to business. This information made both of them stare in surprise. Jevon said, my wife? Joseph then took the initiative to negotiate. Don't act so cold. We came today to encourage the Emperor. The Emperor has made the country prosper excellently. As fellow Sherioldians, we are very proud of the Emperor. Andre intentionally added, the Emperor's reputation is talked about throughout the border regions, including the fact that the Emperor sent back 3 consorts in a short time. Jevon interrupted frankly, I found them unnecessary, so I sent them back. What of it? The two dukes immediately clarified, previous emperors all summoned outstanding women from across the continent, while the current emperor has lost 3 such talents. Jevon did not hesitate to speak plainly. You also know the truth that the Sheriald Empire is prospering at an unprecedented level. I am merely sorting out unnecessary things, and yet that is also met with dissatisfaction. Seeing the tense situation, Joseph quickly explained. Andre was just about to say, to make the empire more prosperous, you should also add more consorts, right? Please, take a look. These are women so useful that the ones you expelled cannot compare. There are even women from countries that have not established diplomatic relations with Sheriald. Furthermore, there is also the bloodline of the Pluto royalty. At this moment, Larcy silently calculated, just in time since the emperor just returned the daughter of Pluto's prime minister, it would not be bad to use them as tools. In reality, Sasha also had merit while working as a consort. Anne also agreed to her role as a hostage, having merged with the kingdom of Ribla. Sending the consorts back was only revenge for the past. Fundamentally, the system of having consorts and secondary wives was not that bad, so proposing to increase the number of consorts certainly would not do any harm. It must be mentioned further once the other party is trusted to a certain extent. But regarding that, Joseph continued to speak, this proposal is fine, right? If not, then just take 2 or 3 to compensate. Her heart suddenly felt conflicted. Even so, to say that right in front of the Empress. Andre could not hide his curiosity, and asked, now that the Empress has also cut ties with Berry, right? Then surely someone else is needed to handle the diplomatic relations with Berry. My wife comes from a Berry ducal family. This is the woman she nominated. Although Berry's reputation has declined significantly, this family remains unaffected. May I ask the name of your wife's family? It is the Basharol family. The Empress likely knows them, right? Larcy turned pale upon seeing the name Basharol, because in the previous world, during a meeting, she was actively announcing, we have a plan to use this route to infiltrate the Sheriald Empire. That's a proposal from a Duke of the Sheriald Empire, so in return, our side will. Then she suddenly received a proposal from a masked man, greetings to the guests from the kingdom of Berry. I offer a new trade proposal. I will provide information on an infiltration route into the territory that others do not know. Naturally, I also need a favor in return. Seeing her stunned and silent, Andre boldly urged, what does the Empress think? Larcy replied with a smile. Yes, I know them well. In her heart, she felt silently grateful. Because thanks to trading with them, she had reached her destination, the Sheriald Empire, without any difficulty. Then she took the initiative to introduce herself. I am a bit late in my greetings. I am Larcy Barb Verbena, Empress of the Sheriald Empire. I am the only woman of His Majesty the Emperor. I do not know if the candidates you mentioned are more all around than I am. The 2 dukes could only give forced smiles to gloss over the matter. That night, Jevon was constantly restless because of the 2 dukes' announcement. In the coming time, we intend to stay in the capital until we receive a positive answer. The insulting words from his childhood rang in his ears. Look, Joseph, that is him, the child of a mistress, right? That is right. The child of the woman who became a secondary wife just because she was pregnant with father's child. She did not know her place, pregnant until the 3rd child, and was finally dealt with. That is the child of that woman. If she had only given birth to sons, she likely would not have died. It truly is a terrifying magic. Healing magic is surging powerfully. It cannot be compared to the other brothers. He is a rough gem that will become a diamond. Then we must make him develop further. The feeling of fear back then haunted Jevon until his adulthood. Larcy, seeing his strange expression, became worried. Is your Majesty not feeling well? Ilya, the palace doctor, spoke up in confirmation. Yes, I just met His Majesty last week. At that time, I saw nothing different. Larcy suddenly remembered. You were talking about the time when the Emperor's brothers came to visit. Ilya immediately confirmed. I also heard about it in passing. Since that day, has Her Majesty the Empress not met His Majesty the Emperor? She hurriedly added, that is right. The order from His Majesty delivered to me was that if there is nothing urgent, I do not need to come. He then realized the problem. So that is how it is. Headaches and colds, excessive overexertion, and reduced concentration. That is all I heard from the servants who came to get medicine to reduce fatigue. It must be that phenomenon again. Lately, Leela and the brothers have not come looking, so His Majesty was fine. I hope His Majesty gets through this peacefully this time as well. At the same time, Jevon suddenly issued an order, begin preparations for invasion, which made his subordinates feel something was amiss. Lately, he has not suddenly issued invasion orders like this. Sivan continuously showed his determination. The Algauser Empire, the Borg Empire, such small countries, ruling through invasion will be faster than selecting concubines. It is even more certain than trusting Andre's border rule. Now is the chance to eliminate all those other ethnic groups running rampant at that border. In his heart, he was calculating, telling me to recruit concubines who are no different from those men's puppets. But if my relationship with those men turns bad, then who knows how everything will unfold. Those men hold power at the border. If they give that power to an enemy country or another ethnic group, then they are expecting me to collapse. The crime of killing the emperor. It was you who killed him. Exploited until his magic was exhausted and he disappeared. He was also useful for research. At that time, his subordinate also made an announcement, I will conduct tests, but so far, it appears that the more the magic is used, especially in life-threatening situations, the more magic is generated. Whether it is hundreds or thousands of people, exploited until he is on the verge of death, a battlefield can be created anywhere. Before long, it could become a weapon that brings the dead back to life. After a while of following orders, Jevon finally cried out for help. I can't anymore. My breath. Let me rest for a moment, but they refused to grant it. This is His Majesty the Emperor's command, forcing him to continue exerting his magic. At that moment, a voice from a strange room offered a greeting. It has been a long time, Jevon, my heir. Seeing him remain silent and unresponsive, the man continued, I have good news. Soon, I will take you to the battlefield where I will be the leader. I highly value your achievements lately. I shall formally appoint you as the heir. This news left the other two brothers stunned and consumed by jealousy. The Emperor also reminded Jevon, from now on, give it your all as my weapon. A few days later, soldiers rushed to find him. Crown Prince, Your Highness? Please, Your Highness, come quickly. His Majesty, the Emperor. As soon as Jevon heard this, he went to find his father in a panic. He quickly followed the urging. Hurry, use healing and restoration magic. All we could do was stop the bleeding. The palace doctor was also helpless. The wound is too deep. There is nothing I can do. At the same time, a subordinate shouted loudly, Crown Prince, Your Majesty. Jevon jolted awake in confusion. Good grief. I am remembering things again. He tried to calm himself down. It is nothing. It is done. Prepare for the invasion immediately. Then Larcy suddenly appeared. Your Majesty. I apologize for arriving so abruptly. Please forgive me for coming to see you without permission. Could you spare me a moment of your time? He quickly leaned back into her lap. Larcy then gently asked, You seem very exhausted, Your Majesty. The invasion is fine, but for now, wouldn't it be better if you rested for a while? And please, think it over one more time. Regarding the method to clip the wings of those who stir up trouble and threaten our safety, perhaps it was because of this that she had kept her distance. Your Majesty, can you spare me some time? Greetings, sire. I wanted to see you as well, so I found myself coming here before I even realized it. Jevon felt anxious. I do not want her to see me in this state. Seeing him remain silent, she spoke again, Lord Andre, but he interrupted her. Call him Duke. Unlike Leela, they are of low standing, Larcy replied shyly. So that is how it is. Jevon could no longer hide his embarrassment. Subtly signaled to him, Won't you sit here with me? Jevon continued to feel tense. Being with her feels truly strange. He then moved closer to her, seeking a sense of security. Larcy called his name again, Your Majesty, but Jevon was still entranced by her. He slowly leaned his head onto Larcy's lap and gradually drifted off to sleep before he knew it. A while later, Larcy asked tenderly, Your Majesty, did you sleep well? Only then did Jevon jolt awake. He asked awkwardly, How many minutes have passed only to receive the answer? It has been 2 hours, sire. He asked back guiltily, It has already been 2 hours. Larcy shifted to another topic. About an hour ago, the painter and the artisans I mentioned before arrived at the castle. They are waiting for us now. You must be busy, sire, so if it is all right with you, I will instruct them to be received at my quarters. A woman suddenly appeared with a greeting. I am Anne Lena Christine. This made the invited guests exclaim in surprise, a child. Anne took the initiative to continue. I have come here by the order of Empress Larcy. I am from the kingdom of Ribla. I will devote all my efforts to being responsible for your reputations. Jevon stared in surprise. I did not expect you to let the first consort take the lead, Larcy explained gently. Because under current circumstances, Ribla must also cooperate fully with the first consort. Thanks to that, we can focus on other matters. He stared in wonder, other matters. Larcy did not hide it and spoke plainly. We have to take out the trash. Your brothers are still in the capital, are not they? Since they said they would stay here until they received a positive answer from us. Jevon burst out laughing in agreement. You are right. We should indeed clean up. At this time in the capital of the Shariald Empire, Larcy was in disguise, following Xing's lead. Their residence is just ahead. She praised him. After they were refused stay in the castle by the emperor, you managed to track down their location. Truly, being the emperor's closest confidant makes a difference, but we must hide our movements. We must be careful. Unexpectedly, as they moved, they heard two familiar voices. It is you, looking at you again. That muzzle is quite distinctive. Larcy felt uneasy. Who would have thought we would run into them here? Did they recognize Xing? The two brothers continued. It is perfect timing. I wanted to talk to you. Tell the emperor with your own mouth that we are brothers and brothers should help each other. Our family connecting with the emperor is a rare opportunity. Or are you still hung up on what happened in the past? That was all just childhood stuff, Xing shouted angrily. Because you lot are strangers who have nothing to do with me. I am Empress Larcy's servant. I am no one else besides that, so I hope never to be involved with you again, not even for the sake of your Pennyworth family. Hearing this, the two shouted in a rage. This guy, a mere henchman of the Empress dares. Xing countered without fear. I am only stating the truth. The two guards behind spoke up crossly. We can't let them go too far now. But Xing calmly reassured them. I am all right. They were attacked and screamed in fear. What are these things? Xing took the chance to say goodbye. They are my bodyguards, so I will take my leave. I am going back to my master.
Unlike your existence, I am returning to my true master.
Joseph stared in surprise. We have a guest. There is no mistake, is there? Andre shared the same doubt. Only a few people know we are here. Who on earth is it? As soon as they met her, they greeted her joyfully, Empress Larcy. To see the Empress personally come here like this is truly a surprise. So, please keep it brief, Your Majesty. Larcy went straight to the point. Get out. Joseph looked stunned. What kind of joke is this? Larcy did not beat around the bush. I am telling you beforehand so there is no misunderstanding. I came to find you on my own today regarding those who keep lingering around my beloved husband. I came here to eliminate those harmful pests. They began to shout in anger. What did you just say? She continued calmly, and His Majesty only allowed me to come out with bodyguards. Earlier, Jevon had probed her. What do you plan to do once you meet them? She replied cheerfully. Is Your Majesty worried about me? Seeing him reply shyly. How could that be? This encouraged Larcy further. Then, is Your Majesty worried about those harmful pests? Then there is no problem. She had silently realized that at some point they would betray Sheriold, just as they had in the previous world. There was no reason to grant them mercy. After that thought, she added cheerfully, there is nothing for Your Majesty to be concerned about. It is just a little bit of a wife's petty jealousy because she loves her husband too much. The problem is, you are an eyesore to me. Just because you are brothers, you dare to try and sway the Emperor to your will? Andre shouted indignantly. Stop right there. Do you know who we are? Joseph followed up. We are protecting Sheriold from outside forces, and you intend to treat us as enemies. Devon won't just let you get away with this either. Larcy spoke provocatively. Is that so? But you can rest easy because His Majesty does not know I have come to see you. I said I would eliminate the harmful pests, and there is no way you will open your mouths to speak of this. You probably do not want to die at my hands, do you? Am I right? Regarding the nomination of concubines, they began to scream. It is so hot, this is the highest quality fabric, Larcy added. I would be very grateful if you gave up on that. Or should I burn your tongues out right now? Stop involving yourselves with my husband. Watch out for your own lives. Both of them were startled and shaken, but her attitude showed no intention of letting them off. She nodded with satisfaction. They had no intention of protecting the borders from the start. Both of them looked around guiltily. Larcy did not forget to warn them. If you are not afraid of revenge, then go ahead and try blabbing to His Majesty. Let us see between you lot, who share the same bloodline as His Majesty, and me, the one His Majesty loves. Whose words will he believe? As for me, I already know. Joseph shouted furiously. You plan to hide this, just like when Jevon killed the former emperor with his own hands. Truly, birds of a feather, a witch like you is a perfect match for that demon. Clearly saw it that day. He was the one who killed the emperor. He killed the father who was wounded on the battlefield and seized the throne. What is so bad about us using him like that? We recognize the trash who killed his parents as the emperor. So that should be enough. The flames suddenly erupted violently. Following that were screams. The VIP room is completely engulfed in flames. Is anyone dead? It seems 2 people are severely burned. There are rumors those 2 were nobles from somewhere. What a massive uproar. All this commotion just for one fire. It seems Sheriold is being too peaceful. If that is the case, I wonder what kind of expressions Jevon and that girl will have when they see me. I truly look forward to it. Larcy and Jevon were ready to receive their distinguished guest. It has been a long time. Greetings, Empress Layla. Yes, it has been quite a while. Empress Layla called out familiarly. Jevon, and you, little girl. No? Larcy. Devon was surprised. Layla called her by her name. I acknowledged the great help provided during the revolution last time. It was nothing. Layla approached and shook Larcy's hand friendly. Larcy also welcomed her with a bright smile. Suddenly something felt off. Empress Layla paused for a moment. A cold chill of ice enveloped them both. To see the Empress looking so healthy is truly fortunate, little girl. Devon turned his head away and chuckled softly. The servant standing nearby thought to himself, to dare treat the Empress of the Scorpion Empire this way, and to behave similarly with Empress Larcy. Only these 2 could act like that with each other. Empress Layla was fuming. That wretched brat. Who would have thought she would dare to pull me like that? Suddenly she stopped and scanned the figure standing before her. Larcy smiled happily. The Empress changed her clothes so quickly. Empress Layla, before we go to see His Majesty the Emperor next, could the Empress spare me a little of her time? Empress Layla remained grumpy. Joseph and Andre at that time, things became quite noisy because of the Emperor's murder. A letter was even sent to me while I was in the Scorpion Empire along with the obituary of the late Emperor. I do not know the full details, but I did not think it was strange. Do you mean the late Emperor did it? Or was it His Majesty? Both of them? Really? The other brothers, including Joseph, did terrible things to Jevon. After his strong magic was verified, Jevon was exploited by the late Emperor for a long time. I heard Jevon was dragged to the battlefield and forced to use healing magic until his magic was drained to the absolute bottom. That continued, even if Jevon was vomiting or unconscious. When I left for Scorpion, Jevon was being treated by the man who was the palace doctor back then. He was treated like a test subject, not like the crown prince. So even if Jevon used the chaos of war to kill the late emperor, It would not be anything strange. If possible, I would have wanted to kill the emperor with my own hands as well. He had no intention of recognizing my abilities, and only designated Jevon as the heir based on magic. By the time I was sold to the Scorpion Empire, he was just an old man exhausted by his sexual lust. Larcy was stunned by what happened in the past and the dissatisfaction Empress Leela showed when remembering that pain. That is how it happened. But what do you intend to do? Suddenly asking about the truth behind the late emperor's death. According to Ribla's information, you also have a very miserable past. Do you feel empathy for Jevon? Larcy thought to herself, no matter what, it is just. No, whatever the truth is does not matter. Things like Joseph's testimony are nothing to judge the emperor by, Leela asked bluntly. Have you fallen for Jevon so much that you want to know about his past? Larcy regained her composure, her voice sounding a bit evasive. I am quite surprised too. Who would have thought Empress Leela would be so cooperative as to say all these things? Does Empress Leela finally feel some sibling affection now? Layla spoke in doubt. Could it be that compared to the truth of that time? I find your reaction more interesting instead. Since you are holding Jevon so tightly, how will you react? But it is very difficult to know the truth. Almost everyone who knew about the late emperor's death is gone. The only princes present on the battlefield that day were Jevon and Joseph. The general and the soldiers back then were all executed for the responsibility of causing the emperor's death. That was also caused by those ringleaders in the power struggle. I heard that the palace doctor who accompanied them to the battlefield at that time was also executed recently for the crime of attempted assassination of the empress. The name appeared in Larcy's mind, Dinut Bazarov. That is right. He was once in charge of researching Jevon. If the late emperor was there, he likely followed him. Larcy suddenly turned and walked in the opposite direction. Where are you going? Leela asked, her tone still very blunt. I just thought of something urgent. I ask Empress Leila to tell His Majesty the Emperor that I hope you enjoy your warm family conversation. Empress Leila, I truly thank you for telling me such an important matter. Our conversation just now is a secret from His Majesty. All right. Jevon sat in the drawing room waiting impatiently. What kind of makeup takes this long? Larcy went to see the doctor Leila had mentioned. It has been a while, beautiful Empress Larcy. Are you also accompanying His Majesty the Emperor today? Larcy did not beat around the bush. She went straight to the point. I have something to ask you. The doctor seemed to have guessed her purpose. As I thought, what the Empress just said means it is a secret from the Emperor. Deep in her heart, Larcy still felt that meeting Bazarov privately was urgent. Jevon had once warned her, without my permission, do not go down to the basement. Of course, sire. But this was not something that could be said in front of the Emperor. Bazarov still had a flippant expression, showing no fear. Larcy asked firmly and seriously about the death of the late Emperor and His Majesty. Bazarov seemed slightly surprised. Then he gave a sneering laugh as if realizing something suspicious. It seems something very interesting is happening on the surface. Many people have come to ask me about that before, but my answer remains the same. I do not know. I did not see anything. I was elsewhere by the command of the late Emperor. Larcy began to raise more issues with him. Was this by the order of Emperor Jevon? No, this is my own intent. The Emperor's brothers who were present back then ordered me to testify. So it was Joseph. Larcy's 2 pet dogs growled a little, forcing Xing to soothe them. How about I make a trade with you? Bazarov was stunned by Larcy's bold move. He grew excited. Like the trade of the Empress's body back then, this time I get something new from you again. Larcy cut him off with a firm stance. No? Then the agreement is off. I do not ask for anything other than that. A test subject from the kingdom of Ribla. Hearing those words, the doctor's eyes lit up like stars. The person Larcy was referring to was actually First Consort Anne's servant, currently imprisoned in another jail. He was screaming loudly, "Bring the first consort here. Let me out of here immediately." Larcy described him in more detail. A young, pure-blooded individual who served a princess, thus possessing magic higher than average. Bazarov was even more delighted. Ribla, furthermore, a living, young subject. You can do whatever you want. I am referring to the human experimentation you enjoy so much. If you do not accept this trade, he will be turned to ashes. His hands gripped the iron bars tightly. This made Larcy a bit apprehensive, although she knew he would find it hard to refuse such an attractive offer. I agreed to the trade. Hearing this, Larcy was very pleased. She finally let out a satisfied smile. In the past, on the day the late emperor was near death, the doctors were doing their best. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please come here. Why are not you using healing magic, Your Highness? Jevon stood before his father, who was covered in blood. His face was pale, and he was so terrified his whole body trembled. He did not even dare to breathe heavily. If you do not use healing magic, he will die quickly. Right then, Bazarov was standing nearby, looking at Jevon with a completely composed expression. In contrast to the Crown Prince's anxious state, images of the Emperor kept appearing in his mind, leaving Jevon in a mess. He was drenched in sweat. He seemed to be drowning in a heavy psychological whirlpool. Despite the frantic, urgent calls from outside, Crown Prince, Crown Prince, his body was so paralyzed he could not move. Just then, Joseph rushed in. You useless thing, could it be you did this on purpose? Do you plan to kill the Emperor? Bazarov gave a cunning smile. A defense mechanism. Oh no, or what you might call a magical obstruction. If the emperor is saved, what will happen to the prince himself? The prince knows that. That is why he can't use magic. The more he wants to use it, the stronger his body's resistance becomes. Truly an interesting symptom. To enhance the survival instinct magic, he is refusing to treat the emperor. It is very easy to shift all the blame onto the crown prince. Prince Joseph was particularly insistent that I act as a witness. The brat Jevon has already accepted the responsibility for causing his father's death. If you just add one more sentence, it will be perfect. Meaning that Jevon had intentionally left the emperor to die. He even promised that if the eldest son Andre or he himself became the emperor, I would be rewarded handsomely. It seems you did not accept. Of course not, because Prince Jevon is my ultimate masterpiece. Once the information was provided, Bazarov asked mockingly, has the empress's curiosity been satisfied yet? Yes. I will bring the test subject to you immediately. I ask that you keep your mouth shut about today's trade. Of course. If that living test subject is in my hands. He happily wiped his concealed knife, humming a song. It seems things won't end just with being burned. Parasites are everywhere. Larcy slowly climbed each step, leaving the dark basement. Images of those cunning, wicked, and scheming people reappeared in her mind. Then she called Shing, have the guards on duty return to their original positions. I understand, my lady. Bazarov was still in a joyful state, but he also noticed something unusual. Good grief, it turns out there is someone else. To even be able to hide from Empress Larcy. As expected of Empress Layla, the clock continued to tick. Jevon had been waiting for quite a while and seemed to be losing his patience. How long are those women going to keep me waiting? Relax your face, Jevon. It's just because that little girl is not here, the emperor has lost interest. That is not like you at all. Layla quickly returned to the drawing room. Why did it take so much time just to change one set of clothes? The need to change in the first place was because of that little girl. From the start, Empress Layla was the one who poured water on the empress, though. Let us set that aside and get straight to the main point. The Sheriald Empire holds great power now, so can you grant a little tolerance to Sculpion? Jevon immediately caught the implication. So that is indeed the reason. We already have oil. There is no reason to be manipulated by Sculpion. Ownership is different. The oil mines belong to my empire. Another country's oil is on my territory, so I can use it however I please. Jevon showed his irritation at Layla's way of speaking. Layla continued, I intended to say that, but depending on how the conversation flows, I might be able to negotiate. The rumored pearls demand for them is high in my empire as well. If you agree to sell to me, we can negotiate. Jevon was surprised Layla used the word sell, not give. I also hope to receive help preparing for winter. If the emperor agrees to the distribution of barley from the kingdom of Sensel, I will provide seafood. Jevon did not want to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What does the empress intend? Hearing this, Leela revealed a mysterious smile. Back to the conversation between Bazarov and Layla. Thank you, Your Majesty, for attending the last banquet. I could not greet you then, and I still feel quite regretful. Leela replied dismissively. That is enough. Looking at the smiling face before her, Leela became more serious. I was suspicious, so I followed the brat, but I truly did not expect you to still be alive. You were once a doctor in the late emperor's palace? I did not think you would be locked up by Jevon like this. As long as I am allowed to conduct research, anything is fine. Watching the changes in the emperor is also very interesting. You were always a heartless person, yet you can say such things. I understand the emperor better than anyone. Magic power, physical ability, and even blood data, I was the one who discovered those limits. If it were not for Prince Jevon, Empress Lila would likely have inherited the throne. Lila felt a bit annoyed listening to the mockery. I have never been jealous of being treated that way. You lot were the ones who turned Jevon into a laboratory animal. As for me, I am the one with sufficient magical power in the royal family, and I was outstanding in both education and technique, to the point where none of the Prince brothers could say I was like this or that because I was a girl. But the moment Jevon's magic was verified, you all sold me off to Sculpion, even though at that time I was very resentful toward the brat who stole my position. I was wrong about that, because the targets I should have killed were you people. It is a pity. Even if your majesty has changed targets, you still can't kill him with your own hands. It is not like that. The late emperor trusted Jevon's magic completely, yet he was still abandoned. As for you, now and forever, you will be by Jevon. Actually, your life will always be exploited by Larcy. Right now, I am very happy and refreshed to have ended things with the current Sheriald. Layla spoke as she turned away, leaving the doctor still confused by her words. So that is how it should be. You, Jevon? And Sheriald, the person who will hold power over this entire world, is that woman? Bazarov stood frozen, unable to say another word. Returning to the conversation in the drawing room, Leela continued her presentation. I find it very interesting. This country that the emperor and that brat rule together? I understand. So all I need to do is instruct the kingdom of Ribla to investigate that information, Anne said in a soft voice. Larcy smiled brightly. That is right. If necessary, you can use my name. No matter how difficult the matter, just discuss it with Xing. Chloe was also in high spirits. I will cooperate fully within the limits of what I can do to help. Thank you. I'm counting on you as well. After Empress Larcy spoke with Ribla, I finally received a response from my motherland. Then it is essentially the same as us exploiting Ribla. That is better. Since my country hates me, I will act according to the orders of Empress Larcy and Lady Sasha. As long as you two issue the instructions, I will follow. Larcy seemed very satisfied. What an obedient child. In the morning at the Imperial Palace, a voice rang out. Thank you for waiting, Empress. Anne placed several stacks of documents on the table and spoke. These are the investigation reports through the kingdom of Ribla. Larcy thought, it is a mountain. Then she smiled and said, thank you. This is faster than I thought. Anne looked toward Chloe and Xing standing nearby and said, Chloe and Xing helped me a lot. Larcy exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Sasha looked at them and smiled. Larcy asked, have you all started calling each other comfortably by your names now? Anne immediately replied, both of them said it is more comfortable that way. Larcy looked at the three and thought happily. As expected, she does whatever everyone tells her to. Chloe raised her head, signaling to Xing as she reported. First is information regarding Xing's family, the Pennyworths. Larcy smiled as she listened. It seems their financial situation is quite dire. They have close ties with the powerful elite in the kingdom of Berry. Chloe looked toward Xing and continued. Yet they still sent Xing to be a servant for the royal family. She looked at the report and calculated Berry's situation is wavering, so they are being heavily affected. Chloe looked at Xing, who was patting the two dogs. When I was still there, besides a small territory, the only wealth they had was at the level of a sewing workshop. She remembered the two Pennyworth family members and recounted, even their close relationship with the elite is mostly within Berry. So as Berry's situation worsens, they can hardly sustain their family on their own. Anne handed a large file to Larcy. More detailed content has been organized here. Larcy reached out to take it and remarked, quite thick, is not it? She held the file in her hand. Anne tremblingly handed over an even thicker stack. And this is the documentation regarding the other matter the Empress mentioned, she continued. It is the file on the Emperor's two older brothers. Larcy took a sheet and read it silently, report on Duke Joseph Bar-Verbena and Duke Andre Bar-Verbena. Anne spoke, according to the gathered information, those two are currently at the capital's hospital. They were recently caught in a fire, so? Xing raised his hand to signal, Lady Anne, let me take the rest. He thought of a boy with auburn hair and a boy with slicked back black hair. Lord Joseph is the eldest son of the late Emperor and the Empress, while Lord Andre's biological mother was a consort, yet the closest one recommended to the Emperor by the Empress. Sasha signaled to Anne while Xing continued, currently, both hold the rank of Duke, each managing key regions of the Sheriold Empire. The two dogs sat obediently at Xing's feet. From page 46 is the secret information that the Kingdom of Ribla uncovered. Larcy frowned as she flipped through the documents while listening to Xing's report. Besides Ribla, Duke Andre has made trade proposals. Larcy's eyes widened in shock as Xing said to 3 other countries regarding conditions for allowing illegal infiltration into the Sheriold Empire. Among them, he has successfully traded with 2. The more Larcy heard, the angrier she became. There is even a plan to raid key cities to infiltrate Sheriold. Larcy silently realized it was then. Xing looked at the file and reported, that route is originally where other ethnic groups travel frequently, so it is not difficult to permit illegal infiltration. He continued, furthermore, Duke Joseph has secretly established an alliance with the ducal house of Hijo-Sutan, with the aim of befriending Berry. Larcy frowned and realized, that is the Duke who frequently entered Berry's castle. Xing analyzed, commercial trade was also proceeding smoothly, but recently, the head of that family suddenly died of a sudden illness, so they are currently in a state where no trading is possible. His announcement made Larcy frown. And he is carrying a massive debt. Xing continued, Duke Joseph has proposed to settle that debt first. I predict he recommended a new consort to the Emperor to win over a trade partner. In the tense atmosphere, Chloe and Sasha panicked as Anne began choking on a sweet. Larcy reorganized the documents and said, so that is how it is. The 3 girls let out a collective sigh of relief when Anne finally swallowed the piece of cake. Larcy held a document and said with a smile, only tasty consorts indeed. She immediately issued an order. Xing, prepare letters for me. Each letter was immediately prepared and sent out post-haste to Viscount Pennyworth, Duke Joseph Barb-Verbena, and Duke Andre Barb-Verbena. The Pennyworth family gathered anxiously before Larcy's letter. A letter from the Empress of Sheriold, the letter stated, if you accept this proposal, I promise you a status befitting of it. Louis stared in wide-eyed shock as he read, use the Pennyworth family's extensive connections to spread unfavorable rumors damaging the honor of First Prince Eric. At the Verbena mansion, someone cried out, it is a letter from that woman. Andre looked at Joseph sitting on the bed and shouted furiously, she sent me an identical letter. Inside the letter, Larcy wrote, I offer a proposal befitting your silence regarding the previous incident. Joseph sneered. In the end, she does not want Jevon to find out. Larcy suggested in the letter, I will introduce to you a character very much worth collaborating with. Andre yelled, if she is the one introducing them, how could they be a decent person? The 2 of them read on, Viscount of the Kingdom of Berry, the Pennyworth family. Joxe and Andre cried out in surprise. Buri, Larcy wrote in the letter, they have extensive connections with Buri's nobility and are also the family of Xing, my close servant. Andre exclaimed, not as bad as I thought. Joseph clutched the letter and shouted frantically, though only a viscount, a close relationship with the high-ranking nobility is enough. Joseph looked toward him and shouted excitedly, Buri is on the brink of collapse. So many will be offering bribes to hold hands with Sheriald. The two looked at each other with mocking smiles. Truly a foolish woman. At the imperial palace, Jevon read the documents and stammered, you. He rested his head on Larcy's lap. Jevon looked at her leisurely sipping tea and remarked, truly intelligent to a terrifying degree. A woman like her? It is my honor, he continued. Who would have thought those men were using the borders to make money? This is an act of betraying the empire. Xing and Mark stood not far away, silently watching the two being affectionate. Mark remembered the times Jevon clutched his head in pain. His Majesty, the Emperor. Headaches and colds, excessive overexertion, and reduced concentration. He smiled and thought, His Majesty's health is much better than it was then. Jevon pushed himself up to a sitting position. Although this is a valid reason to deal with them immediately, it would be a waste to get rid of them this easily. He held his head and continued, and they are royalty, so there is a chance a small portion of the people might resist. Larcy thought of the letters and said, that is right, which is why I wrote the letters proposing a suitable position to one side and a suitable character to the other. She smiled and continued, we must receive them. Very carefully, after all. She imagined the expressions of the Pennyworth brothers when they read the letter, betraying their country with a nonchalant attitude. Larcy then thought of the greed of the Verbena brothers, knowing nothing but profit for themselves. Larcy smiled and spoke, then this is exactly the end that parasites deserve. Jevon crossed his arms and looked at Larcy with an admiring smile. Then Jevon reached out to stroke Larcy's hair and said, truly delicious. She also placed her hand on Jevon's chest and neck. Of course, sire. On a white snowy night in the previous world, at the same time in the Sheriald Empire, someone cried out, we are short on oil. An official shouted anxiously, Your Majesty the Emperor as expected. The Chen Road has been destroyed. Jevon stood silently with arms crossed, watching the officials shouting. Prue village has also been completely buried in snow. This is the 10th such village. The people living nearby have gathered at the castle since early morning to demand fuel. He thought of the citizens struggling against the cold and shouted, if this continues, there might be a riot. Jevon coldly flipped through his documents and replied, leave it be. The official yelled, but Jevon frowned and thought. The sea was freezing, so the Baekgyang route could not move either. They were even using up the fuel. He thought of the frozen lakes. They needed oil. The oil from the Skolian Empire had stopped flowing long ago. Jevon looked at his documents and said, in this extreme cold, nothing more can be done. An official cried out, should we use the military fuel to distribute to the people? Jevon cut him off coldly. I do not permit it. The brown-haired official questioned loudly, don't we have reserve fuel? Does your majesty intend to just watch as the people die off? Jevon looked at him and said coldly, you will likely die before that happens. The man stammered in fear. I apologize, sire. Jevon called Will, hey. He immediately replied, yes. Jevon ordered, fire this man. Kick him out of the castle immediately. A knight immediately approached to escort him away. The official shouted in fear, good grief, please your majesty, reconsider, Jevon said coldly. If he resists, kill him. The official was dragged out of the room, still shouting, your majesty, the emperor, please reconsider, please have mercy. Jevon tilted his head, watching the snow fall outside the window, and thought, if another country invades now, everything will be over. He frowned and thought, the only way is to increase oil imports, so the kingdom of Pluto. Jevon thought of Nina. He would likely have to use her. He frowned and calculated, if they pity their daughter's life, they will increase the amount of oil sold. No, Jevon realized in the coming time, perhaps. It is best to avoid starting a war. He thought of Nicola and muttered, I am already planning the next war, though. Jevon frowned and schemed. Buri has many ambitions. If they had obediently surrendered, my empire would have enough money and fuel by now. He looked at his own reflection in the glass and muttered, is it because I stalled too long, or is the hostage worth nothing if it is neither of those? He thought of Larcy and wondered, are they possessing a weapon to oppose my empire? In the present, at Barry's royal palace, Eric slammed the table and yelled, what are you saying now, father? He shouted. I am being dealt with. Until now, you pushed all the work onto me, so what do you want now? Rel immediately countered. It is because you did not do the work properly. Angelina held her face and recounted the talk from the tea parties. Lately, the high society has a very poor opinion of you, she sighed. Full of rumors about women. I am so ashamed. Angelina remembered the gossip and said, the entire castle is in an uproar. You are playing around with women in the villages. People are even whispering that you are hiding something. Eric immediately yelled, I do not know about those things. Why would I meet with common women? Rel held his head and spoke wearily, even if it is just rumors. Lately it has been a fatal blow to the royal family's reputation. It is because you did not suppress the people well from the start. Rel thought of the newspaper headlines, neglecting the people. Both royals and nobles only care about collecting Sheriald's pearls. he scolded. You only know how to delegate work to subordinates. He thought of the citizen's rage and said, everything you do creates openings. Rel said in a low voice, including the exploitation of Larcy, the former princess, to all the subsequent events that caused political instability. He continued, I intend to announce that it was due to the lack of experience of the young Prince Eric. Eric turned pale and spoke. What? He slammed the table and questioned, why is everything? My responsibility, Rel did not answer, but ordered, for the next few years, do not you dare step outside. Eric suddenly shouted, Nicola. Say something, Rel declared. I will still maintain the right of succession to the throne as before. He stood up as he spoke. Be grateful for that. After about 5 years, everyone will forget. Rel and Angelina left the dining room. Before that, he added, until then, do not do anything. Stay there obediently. He was cold, ending the conversation there. Finally, Nicola also left, leaving only Eric standing stunned in the dining room. The next day, Larcy held the newspaper, read the first headline, and burst out laughing. She looked at the paper and said mockingly, who would have thought they would even blame my issues on Eric? Larcy laughed loudly. This is too interesting. Xing stood not far away and said seriously, thanks to the kingdom of Ribla, we can quickly receive the Berry family's papers, he remarked. Truly lucky. Larcy patted Sachi's head and said, indeed. Then she praised, your family helped a lot too, Xing. He bowed in greeting. That is lucky then. Larcy smiled and thought, I have to admit, the Pennyworth family's ties with high society. Xing suddenly spoke, according to information from Ribla and Miss Chloe, they have even exposed Prince Eric's relationships with women. Larcy smiled mockingly. What an explosive newsbreak. Stuff of Eric's relationships with noble young ladies. Eric originally had extensive experience with women, but because he was a prince, that news had been suppressed for a long time. Larcy remembered his sinister face. Adding a few bad rumors was only natural. She stood up and muttered, well then, I must keep my promise. She looked toward the two dogs and said, before the snow falls any harder, it is also a good time to train Tichi and Sachi. Larcy brushed her hair. And I must write letters too. She smiled happily. I must gather them all in one place to deal with them, at the Pennyworth mansion. A servant informed the two brothers, a letter from the Sherry Empire, sirs. The Pennyworth family gathered together. Lloyd cried out in surprise. They have invited us to the ducal house of the Sherry Empire, the Duke. At the Sherry Empire in Joseph's territory, a carriage slowly entered the mansion grounds. Andre and Joseph were drinking wine. Andre saw the carriage and said with a smile, it is here. They both recalled Larcy's letter. I will send the Pennyworth family to Duke Joseph's castle. The letter continued. If Duke Joseph guarantees a corresponding position, I will not hesitate to cooperate. Joseph and Andre met the Pennyworth brothers, Larcy's letter still present in their minds. I hope you will build a good relationship as new close friends. Joseph and Andre wore fake smiles as they received the Pennyworth brothers. The letter ended with a wish from Larcy. I hope you will always be happy and peaceful. Both families had finally stepped into the trap Larcy had set earlier. In the previous world, at a cliffside, a group of people in black were gathering. One of them removed their cloak. It was Duke Joseph, managing the border with the kingdom of Pluto, whose wife was Pluto's third princess. Another person removed their cloak, and it was Duke Andre. The last person in the group to reveal their face was Larcy, protecting the Sherry Empire from foreigners moving back and forth across the border. About a year later, at Joseph's mansion, he slammed the newspaper down and shouted, look at this! He laughed dryly and said, he must be jumping out of his skin. She has even reached the area near Sherryold's capital. Andre mocked. That Jevon is truly useless. He continued to taunt. He still has not realized that. Joseph added, Barry's troops were also arranged by us. The two of them thought of Jevon and said in unison, in the end, he is just a man with nothing but magic. In the current world, at the Imperial Palace, in Larcy's room, Xing and Chloe stood seriously behind the large sofa. On the sofa, Jevon was tilting his head, looking at the report in Larcy's hand. She remarked, truly smooth. Larcy smiled and said, as the report says, they have met with the Pennyworth family. The meeting between the two sides was extremely smooth. They did not know they were being watched from afar. Larcy muttered, this is the content reported by your majesty's trusted subordinates, so it is correct. Jevon crossed his arms, frowned and said, it is not that I trust those men. Larcy was a bit confused. Oh, Jevon took the file from her hand. Larcy smiled and asked, so, who does your majesty trust? He pondered. Xing and Chloe stood not far away, silently observing the two being affectionate with each other. At this, Jevon suddenly spoke. At the very least, it is not those men, Larcy pondered. Duke Andre reported on receiving bribes from the kingdom of Pluto and embezzlement. She recalled the efforts of Xing, Chloe, and Anne. Duke Andre reported on frequently allowing foreigners to infiltrate. Chloe, Xing, and Anne had discovered those illicit acts from Ribla's documents. Larcy silently calculated. Among them, Joseph had even made a proposal to collude with the kingdom of Ribla. Jevon sighed and said, even though I gave them positions where they could enjoy luxury and wealth, I never expected them to commit such acts. Larcy replied with a smile. The intelligence agency of the kingdom of Ribla is truly outstanding. She thought to herself, and that is not all. Larcy remembered the sinister faces of Joseph and Andre. In the previous world, they were the traitors who allowed Barry's army to infiltrate the Empire. She thought of her past self. If she tried hard enough, she would surely find the evidence. Xing tilted his head to look at Larcy when she signaled. She spoke. Well then, Your Majesty. Xing immediately presented a dagger. Javon tilted his head, watching Larcy take it, and asked, Are you mentally prepared? Javon curled his lips into a dangerous smile. Taking the dagger from Larcy's hand, he said, You are stating the obvious? He thrust the dagger forcefully into the file placed on the table. Then, Jevon smiled and reached out to lift Larcy's chin. I will find it, he continued, as you wish. Xing and Mark, standing nearby, immediately placed their hands on their chests in a formal salute. At Joseph's mansion, Andre held a letter in his hand with a panicked expression. Andre Barb Verbena. Joseph Barb Verbena. Joseph received a similar letter. Just then, a squad of knights marched in, making him shout in surprise, What is this? Who are you? The letter inside read, based on the verification of treasonous acts. Larcy, dressed in a suit and holding a sword, announced with a smile, You will be dealt with severely by order of Emperor Jevon Barb Verbena. At the Pennyworth family mansion, Xing solemnly read the decree. Furthermore, there are 2 accomplices in this matter. He continued coldly, the Pennyworth family, the new nobility of the Sheriold Empire, are also guilty of the same crimes. Xing folded the paper and said seriously, That is all? I advise you to confess obediently. The knights stepped forward to arrest the family members. One cried out, What is the meaning of this? Xing Lloyd screamed. You plotted with that woman to trick us, to trick your own family? Xing glanced at them coldly. I warned you, did not I? Leading the squad of knights, he stepped outside. So, I hope you never involve yourselves with me again. Xing looked at Louis and Lloyd and continued, At the very least, for the sake of your Pennyworth family name. He watched the 2 of them being led away. Once you have angered Empress Larcy, there is no other way. Louis wailed, Don't be ridiculous, do something. Lloyd also screamed, That is right, you are so close to that woman, do something. What on earth did I do to make her angry? Xing cut him off coldly. I do not want to, he continued. I cannot go against Empress Larcy's orders. The head of the Pennyworth family roared, How dare you? Do you not remember the favor of us raising you? Xing remained silent. He remembered the man's words, Go into the castle. The Pennyworth patriarch had ordered back then, Go and earn some money for us. The rest of the family members laughed at Xing upon hearing that. Truly a useless brat. Xing reached out to remove his mask as he spoke. The ones who sent me to the castle were you, and the person who became my master is Empress Larcy. Xing remembered the happy moments while serving Larcy. Before the shocked eyes of the Pennyworth family, Xing placed the mask in his hand. I hope everyone will be arrested obediently. On Xing's face, 2 long scars stretched from the corners of his mouth to his ears. This is the order of my master, Empress Larcy. At Joseph's mansion, he pointed his finger and screamed furiously. Don't be ridiculous. You dare arrest someone of royal blood like me, he shouted. What will happen to the border with Pluto? Jevon cut him off coldly. It will likely be better than it is now. He looked toward Joseph, who was protected by guards, and continued, Entrusting it to you lot was my mistake. Jevon sneered. Compared to eyesores like you, I would rather give it to someone else. Joseph ordered his guards, fire immediately. The soldiers standing behind Jevon also raised their guns. Jevon mocked coldly. How very sympathetic. At Andre's mansion, Larcy smiled as she touched the blade of her sword while Andre screamed frantically. So this was the trap you set, you monstrous wench. He pointed his sword at her and shouted, using Jevon, the one who killed the late emperor, and now it is our turn. Larcy waved her hand and a flame immediately appeared. She ordered arrogantly, Shut your mouths. The flames spread toward Andre's guards. Larcy continued, The decision to deal with you was made by the emperor himself. She walked toward Andre and said to close the chapter on the past. Andre looked around in panic but was surrounded by flames. Larcy spoke, Wash away the disgrace of people like you. He lunged his sword at Larcy. She deflected it easily, and the one the emperor chose in the end was me. Larcy swung her sword, coldly attacking Andre. He fell to the ground, crawling back in terror. Larcy spoke, His Majesty keeps blaming himself because of the past you fabricated. On Joseph's side, he gritted his teeth, looking at the muzzles of the muskets pointed at him. Larcy and Jevon, acting in unison, declared simultaneously, This is now my empire. If you are dissatisfied with that, then consider this as reaping what you sowed for your past sins. At Barry's royal palace, Rel roared in anger. That boy Eric. 2 servants bowed their heads in fear. Rel read the documents and scolded. Every document handed to him is exactly the same. He thought of Eric's indifferent face and continued, He just signs them. He clutched the documents and shouted, This is why problems occur. Angelina, sitting nearby sipping tea, said nonchalantly, Since childhood, Eric has always pushed his work onto Larcy. At this point, Eric scratched his head and walked in. If father is dissatisfied, he spoke stubbornly, then you should blame the people who made those proposals. I only authorized them to do it. Rel slammed the table and stood up. Affirming and reviewing the content is your job, he continued. Go and relearn politics and economics from the beginning. Eric walked out of the room. The professor beside him immediately said, Prince Eric, let us go back to studying then. At the Imperial Palace, Larcy was quietly reading the newspaper. The royal family personally conducts arrests. Images of Andre and Joseph were printed in the paper, the arrest of Joseph's group. Xing stood by, pouring tea. Larcy frowned and read on. And the Pennyworth family has been carried out on a large scale. Xing was the one who personally escorted the Pennyworth family members. Larcy recalled their punishment. The Pennyworth family was stripped of their titles and sentenced to 20 years of forced labor. Larcy placed the newspaper on the table and pondered. Joseph's territory was handled by temporarily entrusting it to a count's family. She took a leisurely sip of tea and thought, the military will be stationed there, so there is no need to worry about foreigners for a while. Jevon, with his head down processing work, discussed, we must quickly make a formal decision on the territorial administrator. He raised his head and glanced toward Xing. Perhaps I should give it to that guy. Amidst the astonishment of the servants, Larcy asked nonchalantly, His Majesty said so, Xing? What do you intend to do? He immediately bowed to her and said, I beg to decline. As Empress Larcy's servant, I cannot leave Her Majesty's side. Jevon sighed and said, so that is how it is. Though I find him much more reliable than those others. Mark thought tremblingly, isn't a very important conversation taking place right now? He looked towards Xing, amazed that someone was refusing the position of a territorial duke without a moment's hesitation. He pondered in silence, not only Empress Larcy, but even the servant trusted by His Majesty is like this. Larcy suddenly clapped her hands and spoke, well then, Your Majesty, she suggested with a smile. How about giving it to Your Majesty's own servant? Mark paused and asked haltingly, is the Empress speaking about me? Larcy handed the newspaper to Xing and said, His Majesty already knows about Xing's family, but we truly do not know much about Mark. Jevon turned to look at him. Larcy continued, he is a direct attendant under Your Majesty. His family must have a name. Mark thought, the first time I have ever been nominated. Larcy suddenly asked, or perhaps you must accumulate achievements before receiving a title, Mark replied. My family is a Marquis family, but Jevon suddenly interrupted. He was the chief secretary of the previous generation. Mark smiled and thought to himself, affected by the mass dismissal of the late emperor's close servants, he recalled Jevon's cold judgment, dispose of all the late emperor's close servants. But I will keep the secretariat, he continued with a frown. First, for now. Svan looked at the 3 terrified secretaries. All of you will work under me. He looked at the remaining secretaries. Whenever I judge you to be unnecessary, I will deal with you. Mark smiled at the 2 people behind him. In the end, these were the only ones left. Jevon looked at him and asked, that reminds me, you are a noble. Do you have any relatives near Pluto or the Western region or anyone who does not own territory yet? Mark remembered someone and replied, my second older brother is currently in charge of business delegation in the Count's territory in the Toban region. Then Mark was stunned when he heard Larcy say, Toban borders the kingdom of Pluto. Jevon added, we are talking about Joseph's territory. It is good that it involves a count. He tilted his head and asked Mark, so, your brother. Jevon's questioning made Mark pause. Is he a trustworthy person? He spoke up in a fluster, yes. The other secretaries looked at Mark anxiously. He is a very diligent person. Mark thought of his brother. His personality was sociable, and he knew the territorial business situation very well. Larcy stood up and walked toward Jevon, saying, then only Andre's territory remains. It seems we will need to increase our people in the future. Mark asked himself with a bit of fear, our people? Does that include me? Larcy placed her hand on the table and said, there is still the matter of building ties with the southern nations. She thought of the map of the surrounding areas. In the southern continent, there were nations that considered Barry an enemy. Currently, the military's morale was very high. Larcy sat on the desk and tilted her head. How about we do this? She reached out to lift Jevon's chin so his eyes met hers. We will give it to the person with the greatest merit in the next war. Larcy suggested with a smile. Andre's territory is also a disputed area. Your Majesty will feel more at ease if a brave soldier receives that land. Jevon asked with a smile. The next war, for example? Invading Barry? She leaned her forehead against Jevon's and exclaimed happily, oh my, that sounds wonderful. All the soldiers will strive to fight. Jevon said with a laugh, I see the kingdom of Barry is quite a treasure then. Mark, standing behind, thought silently, the issue of Barry's passage fees has been resolved, yet they are still proceeding with the invasion of Barry. He watched Jevon tuck Larcy's hair behind her ear. That matter. Perhaps it is because of Empress Larcy. Mark looked at the trash can containing papers. Now in the Emperor's eyes, there was only Empress Larcy. He read the title of a paper, Invitation to Attend the Evening Banquet, 5th Consort Ekaterina Yeva Kogranov. Mark speculated. I thought so. He looked at Larcy and Jevon laughing and talking happily, then pondered, but perhaps it is the other way around. Mark smiled dreamily. His Majesty was like a different person compared to before. He was even thinking for him. Suddenly someone called him, hey. Larcy smiled as she saw Jevon hand Mark a set of documents. Send the appointment papers to your second brother. He looked at him and said, it would be a pity if he could only save that territory to be a marquis. Tell him I will grant him the title of duke. Mark replied in shock. I understand, sire. Larcy remarked with a smile. What happy news. As Mark saluted, he thought, does my existence and Empress Larcy bring this much influence? He placed his hand on his chest and said, thank you, your majesty, for your trust. Xing, with an expressionless face, clapped in congratulation. Sivan nodded silently while Larcy smiled gently. Winter, snow falling everywhere, the previous world, at the same time. Larcy thought while riding her horse, winter is coming to an end. She frowned and thought, when spring arrives, Sheriold will attack. If I do not act before then, at this point, she stood before the gates of a mansion. Someone announced, we have arrived, my lady. Larcy looked up and told herself, this is the place that will help me infiltrate Sheriold. In a room, Joseph and Andre smiled, waiting for Larcy to fall into their trap. She thought of the Barry family. Everyone, wait for me. Father, mother, Eric. Larcy thought of Nicola and encouraged herself, and Nicola, I must succeed. Meanwhile, in Barry's royal dining room, Rel spoke. Larcy should have reached Sheriold's border by now, right? Eric replied. I suppose so. He gave a contemptuous smile. But can she really do it? Someone like her is only good at reviewing documents. Rel said nonchalantly. At least admit the girl's magic power. If we do not use it now, when will we? Angelina held her face and said, even if we lose, we can just say Larcy did it all by herself. It is a pity, but we will have to abandon her then. I am worried about Nicola, she continued. If we knew it would turn out like this, we would have had Larcy get married from the start. Rel agreed, exactly. If we had done that, we could just abandon her and be done with it. Larcy had no idea about that plan and was wholeheartedly fighting for Barry. In the current world, Eric yelled, I can't study this. Send this teacher away. Rel roared in fury. Eric, why did you allow this again? Angelina could only sigh and remark, what total chaos. Rel cried out, let us stop now. Dating a prince? It gives me goosebumps. Meanwhile, at the Sheriold military camp, the soldiers were happily chatting with each other. Have you heard the rumors about the rewards? One said. About being granted territory and titles if we distinguish ourselves in the next war. Could the rewards really be that big? But there is definitely a reward. One reminded the others about Larcy and Sasha's visit. Furthermore, just like when we marched on that port village before, the soldiers and civilians gradually gathered. One wondered, they are coming later this time too. Just then, a carriage arrived. A soldier announced, they have arrived. Sasha stepped down from the carriage first. She reached out to help Anne while saying, Anne, come down slowly. Sasha stepped forward and spoke, greetings, Sheriold soldiers. It has been a while since I last came to greet you. The soldiers blushed at the beauty of both women. Chloe stepped forward and announced, today, by order of Empress Larcy. She introduced. Third consort Sasha Lebedev, Chloe continued. And first consort Anne Lena Christine have come to visit the soldiers. The soldiers, seeing Anne, all thought so small and pretty. One even thought the first consort still looks like a child. Sasha tilted her head and said, come, Anne, give a short greeting to the soldiers as well. Anne hesitated, slightly parting her lips. She tilted her head shyly and said, hello, everyone. You have worked hard during the arrest of the criminals this time. The soldiers all blushed at Anne's beauty and cuteness. At this point, Chloe took out a scroll. This time, besides the words of encouragement sent to the soldiers, His Majesty the Emperor has also formally conveyed the following information. Chloe opened the scroll. Inside were words carefully written on blue and gold paper. The soldiers listened seriously as Chloe read the decree. The territory of Duke Andre, who was recently arrested, she continued, will be awarded to the person with the greatest merit in the next war. Chloe announced with a smile. Along with that, medals and titles appropriate for a lord will also be granted. As soon as Chloe finished, the soldiers immediately cheered. His Majesty will announce the next objective later. Then Chloe spoke, and this is a message from Empress Larcy. She relayed everything Larcy had said. I am busy, so I have sent my two precious friends to take my place. Larcy smiled. I hope everyone will demonstrate the results of their training, she continued, and make my two friends happy. The soldiers immediately blushed after hearing that. They all raised their hands in a salute. Yes, Sasha was amazed by this sight, while Anne watched them calmly. Chloe guided the two of them to talk with the soldiers. This way, please. The two walked around the training area, where the soldiers were practicing with each other. Sasha remarked in amazement, while Anne's face still showed no expression. On Jevon and Larcy's side, he asked, is it all right? Jevon, sitting in the carriage, looked at Larcy and wondered, leaving the task to those two. Larcy replied with a smile. Of course. Chloe is with them, after all. She remembered Sasha's previous visit to the soldiers and said, Sasha can also talk to the soldiers without any obstacles. Larcy tilted her head and smiled at Jevon. Furthermore, Your Majesty, I have something important to say. Outside, the city gate guard shouted, halt, from here on is Barry's territory. The guard continued, you must pay the passage fee and undergo inspection. The soldier driving the carriage immediately cut him off. This is the Sheriold Empire. One guard cried out in surprise, what? The other replied fearfully, "Gentlemen, please, just go right through." Inside the carriage, Larcy thought with a smile, "Finally, we have reached Barry's southern continent." Behind the carriage was Shing, watching over Tichi and Sachi. Larcy suddenly remarked, "I am looking forward to it." Jevon asked abruptly, "You are going to the south?" She glanced out the window with a smile. "Let us just say that is the case." Outside, the citizens were shouting incessantly, "The royal family must take responsibility. Return the villages to Sheriold." Others screamed, "Barry is completely broken now. It is all the royal family's fault. Exile Prince Eric." Jevon crossed his arms and smiled. As expected, the sounds of the people still echoed into the carriage. Larcy listened with an interested expression. The Young Wolf newspaper collapsed unfairly because of the Barry royal family, announced the truth about the pearl bribery. Don't forgive those who sell out the country. The world map, the southern continent. Because Barry was located at the vital point of a fortress, many countries had been unable to trade with others since ancient times. Larcy rested her chin on her hand and pondered. Although many nations had submitted to Barry, there were still those that did not belong to it. She recalled her past life. Many nations no longer wanted to be ruled by Barry and desired independence. In my past life, I held the corresponding information, the kingdom of Tullo, the kingdom of Libe. Larcy remembered her father's greed. They were not Barry's immediate neighbors, and Barry had even increased passage fees. They wanted independence even more. She thought of the maritime trade between the countries. These two nations have recently been intending to conduct trade with other countries by sea and land. Larcy calculated silently, especially the kingdom of Libe, which maintained friendly relations with a few nations in the northern continent while trying to keep a certain distance from the kingdom of Barry. She frowned and pondered. In my past life, I was ignorant and did my best to stop them. Just then, Larcy smiled as she heard the soldier announce, "We have arrived. Ahead is the kingdom of Libe." Jevon stepped out first. She followed behind and thought, whether it is Libe or Tolo, though nominally dependent on Barry, in reality, they just do not want to be isolated. Jevon signaled for her to take his hand. Larcy was still thinking. Barry made them pay tribute, yet did not reduce passage fees for them. Jevon called her, "Let us go." Larcy thought of the suffering of the neighboring countries. I heard that even now, Barry is still demanding they pay tribute. Larcy wondered to herself, in this situation, what if a power much stronger than Barry wanted to form an alliance with them? The soldiers saluted her, and Jevon welcomed to His Majesty the Emperor, and Her Majesty the Empress. Larcy spoke with a smile. "Luckily, we sent an announcement letter beforehand." Jevon nodded in agreement. "That is right," he thought to himself. "I will help you take it back." Just then, the king and queen of Libe approached. "You have traveled far. You must be tired. Welcome." Larcy smiled in return. Jevon told himself everything that can be taken from Barry. At Barry's royal palace, Rel roared in anger. "What is going on?" He slammed the table and shouted, "Why is everyone favoring Sheriold?" In the newspapers, the headlines read, "Kingdom of Libe holds summit with Sheriold Empire." Rel slammed the table and screamed furiously, "Larcy, that useless brat, she clearly knows Barry is struggling more and more." A servant pushed the door open and rushed in frantically. He announced loudly, "Something terrible has happened. We just received a report. The Kingdom of Libe and Sheriold have officially formed an alliance." Rel screamed frantically, "What? We have helped them through so many storms. They truly do not know any better. Those ungrateful wretches." He held his head and kept shouting, "Why? Why must this keep happening to me? This is an emergency, yet I can't find the secretary." He muttered in a panic, "No secretary? My smart wife. Tell her to teach Eric then." Rel looked at the pile of letters thrown in the trash and wondered, "But I contacted the other princesses. They all refused." He thought of the family photo where Nicola was cut out and Larcy's face was blacked out. Rel roared, "I only have one heir, and that is Eric." Rel remembered the rumors and grew furious. Eric had been with many women, and now, let alone royalty, not even noble women wanted him. Just then Angelina appeared, sighed, and said, "Lately, something is not right." "Do you know anything?" Rel shouted in anger. "What now?" She held up a few letters and said, "Lately, social invitations have been incredibly scarce. Before, we could not even choose them all." Rel realized with a start that something was definitely wrong. He pursed his lips and questioned silently, "Something has definitely happened in my kingdom. Could this also be Eric's fault?" Rel pondered. Or maybe. At that moment, at a noble's house, a girl cried out in frustration, "Father, why?" She made a foolish demand. "I want to marry Prince Eric. Then I will become a princess." The nobleman placed his hand on her shoulder and explained calmly, "I am doing this for your own good. You cannot be involved with the Barry royal family right now." The girl wondered to herself, what? In the kingdom of Citer, a noble lady said to her servant, "Decline it. We cannot have a marriage alliance with Barry. It is no different from jumping into a fire." In the kingdom of Belso, a noble lady spoke up, "Prince Eric is indeed handsome, but Barry's current situation is very difficult." A young lady told her butler in a panic, "I told you not to invite the royal family to the party. What if people misunderstand and think we are involved in their corruption?" In the kingdom of Yulaine, the queen discussed anxiously with the king, "We cannot invite Barry. We have already decided to import pearls from Sheriold. In the kingdom of Biasis, a nobleman held his head and lamented. We cannot afford to displease Sheriold. In the kingdom of Libe, two nobles discussed. That is right. Just the two of us speaking privately. One sneered. Barry is not doing well. The party guests whispered among themselves. That is for sure. There might even be a revolution. At that moment, Larcy entered the hall wearing an evening gown. The noblemen immediately blushed as they looked toward her. Larcy entered the banquet hall arm in arm with Jevon. Behind them, Mark and Shing entered leading the two dogs. A few people gossiped Sheriold is that His Majesty Jevon and Her Majesty Queen Larcy. Jevon reached his hand out to Larcy. She smiled and placed her hand in his. The two began to dance amidst the exclamations of the nobles attending the ball. Larcy moved gracefully to the music, and Jevon coordinated perfectly with her. Meanwhile, Rel held his head in panic. He screamed frantically. What do I do now? While Jevon and Larcy continued to dance to the melodious tune in the banquet hall. At Barry's royal palace, Eric stubbornly refused to study despite his teacher's advice. Nicola was detained by strange-looking soldiers despite her attempts to struggle. In the banquet hall of Libe's palace, Jevon and Larcy's dance ended with a thunderous round of applause from the guests. As the luxury carriage drove through the streets, Larcy, sitting inside, spoke. The king of Libe is truly far-sighted, she remarked. To be able to successfully ally with their country is truly wonderful. Jevon agreed indeed. She recalled her dance with Jevon the previous night, followed by the grand banquet. Elsewhere, Rel stared wide-eyed at the newspaper. The Sheriold Empire does not have to pay passage fees to the kingdom of Barry, Eric shouted. Barry is allowing free passage without collecting fees. No fees, yet we can go right through Barry. Larcy sat in the carriage and thought, we can pass right through Barry. She thought of the seaports, transferring goods onto the white whale ship and then selling them to other countries. She silently calculated the profits, buying low and selling high. The white whale ship was already very important on the continent, so this was just a small matter for it. Larcy recalled the information she had read. While in the kingdom of Libe, we also received letters, even though Nepaton and the kingdom of Berdine ultimately did not agree to sign the alliance. She tilted her head against the side of the carriage and thought, let it be. They are in the southern continent and depend heavily on Barry, so it is understandable. It is just as I predicted. Jevon suddenly spoke up. You seem very tired. He crossed his arms and asked her, not enough sleep? Larcy replied with a smile. No, not at all. She told herself, how could I possibly tell him the truth? Larcy thought about the bed at the palace. During our stay in the kingdom of Lebe, I have grown accustomed to sharing a bed with him. She remembered the night she lay blushing in Jevon's arms. But, being held while sleeping, I truly still can't get used to it. Larcy blushed slightly, thinking, it is just that while he holds me, he does not do anything inappropriate. She lowered her eyes and calculated silently. Just like that. Jevon suddenly took her hand. Larcy looked up at him and thought, he truly cherishes me. Jevon asked worriedly, could it be that you have caught a cold? If you do not feel well, you must say so. He adjusted her collar and continued, it is best to find somewhere to rest for a bit. Otherwise, we can return to Libe. Larcy replied shyly. Thank you, Your Majesty. She smiled to reassure him, but I am fine. Larcy stroked her hair and thought he always notices even the smallest changes in me. Larcy looked at Jevon and said happily, but the plan has not changed. I will still go to Toro. She thought of the world map, the kingdom of Toro. Toro is completely different from Libe. It does not border Sheriold. Jevon moved to sit beside Larcy. He stroked her hair and said, Toro is just a stop along the way. He gently patted her head and said, even though Berdine and Nepaton refused an alliance, trade has already begun. Jevon thought of the trade goods like gold or spices and then said, all the resources that only the southern continent possesses, we can obtain through the kingdom of Libe. He calculated the relationships between the nations and continued, if relations with Barry become tense later, we can deal with those two countries first by restricting imports from them. He interlaced his fingers and placed his hands on his lap. Regardless, that is only a temporary measure. Jevon crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly in calculation. The future is uncertain, but now that we have allied with Libe, there is no need to contact Toro further, he continued. Unless Toro possesses some special resource. It won't be too late to negotiate then. Larcy pondered. The kingdom of Toro had something very unique about it. Just then, someone tapped lightly on the carriage window. Mark announced with a smile. Your Highness, we have reached the transit station, he asked. Would you like to rest for a bit? Jevon stood up and said, rest, let us get out. Mark stood respectfully to one side. Jevon stepped down first and then held his hand out toward Larcy. She tucked her hair back and placed her hand in his, thinking to herself the wind and the sunlight. She and Jevon walked on the grassy hill, followed by Mark and Shing. Jevon suddenly took off his coat and draped it over Larcy. He turned and spoke as he walked. Even though it is the south, it is still winter. But the wind is still quite chilly. Larcy blushed and clutched the coat, thinking to herself, so warm. Shing went to the carriage and let out the two dogs, Tichi and Sachi. Larcy thought to herself, this rest stop is also for my sake. It must be. Larcy watched Jevon's back as he walked ahead. In the kingdom of Toro, Larcy and Jevon's carriage entered an area with wooden houses crowded together. Mark announced, "We have just arrived at the capital." Jevon tilted his head, looking at the scene outside, and muttered, "This is supposed to be a capital." He looked at the fields in the distance. "I suppose we can only expect some agricultural products?" He looked toward Larcy and continued, "Furthermore, currently in our empire, everything is already in abundance." At the royal palace, the queen and king of Toro came forward to welcome them. "Thank you, Lord Jevon, for traveling such a long way to come here. You are truly handsome." In the royal dining room, Larcy thought, the kingdom of Toro? She silently assessed, a country located at the edge of the continent. Its technological development is also very slow. She recalled that its main exports to the northern continent were barley, iron, and salt. At this point, the king spoke, "That you came here in person, we can only offer our thanks." He smiled and continued, "The praise for the Sheriald Empire has also spread to our country." Jevon remained silent, calmly taking a sip of wine. The king spoke again, especially the white whale ship. He thought excitedly of Sheriald's famous trading vessel, from its majestic hull to its journey across the continent, crossing through various nations. He rambled on, "Our country also hopes that one day." Larcy suddenly paused. She thought of the trade map and wondered. The white whale ship travels by sea, not by land. If it is that type of vessel, it would not necessarily have to be Sheriald's. She frowned and thought, "Come to think of it, unlike the kingdom of Lebe, I have not heard that Toro has started maritime trade." Larcy looked at the king and queen of Toro. "I apologize if this is impolite." Her question made the two of them pause. "But what kind of ships does the kingdom of Toro currently possess?" The king replied with an embarrassed smile. "Compared to the white whale ship, they are just tiny boats. It is truly shameful." Jevon looked at him and spoke specifically, "What is the scale?" The king and queen of Toro looked at each other and hesitated. Regarding that, a moment later, Larcy tilted her head and asked, "That is to say, you mean the kingdom of Toro currently does not have a single ship that could be called a merchant vessel?" The queen of Toro replied, "That is correct." The king added shyly, "Of course we have fishing boats." He did not look Larcy directly in the eye. "But a type of merchant ship that can transport large quantities of goods far away, we still do not have." Larcy was shocked to hear that. They do not have any. How many years has it been since the era of merchant ships began? She silently remarked, "To think their level of technology is this low." At this point, the king of Toro smiled and said, "Therefore, if possible, please include us as one of the stopover points. We are ready to prepare an entire private port for the white whale ship." Larcy frowned and thought, since they do not have their own merchant ships, of course they would set it aside exclusively. The king looked at Larcy and said, "I think Princess Larcy, as a former princess of the kingdom of Berry, must know well." He looked embarrassed when mentioning Rel. "Our country is, you could say, under half control of the kingdom of Berry, and the surrounding nations do not pay much attention to us," he continued. To Larcy's surprise, currently, the only country we can export goods to is Berry, but even that is not feasible due to the high travel costs. Larcy frowned and thought, to bring Berry under control, they have tried everything to establish trade relations. Jevon, sitting beside her, silently realized, "I see. This must be this man's strategy." The king of Toro clenched his hands and said, "Please, establish trade relations with our country. If possible, form an alliance and join with the Sheriald Empire in the future." His eyes widened and gradually turned a deep purple-black, filled with an ambition that reached for the entire northern part of this continent. Larcy frowned and silently realized those eyes. Perhaps they are due to magic. She glanced toward Jevon and thought, regardless, in this situation, it seems to have no effect. Jevon said nothing, pondering in silence. Not just resources, but technology is also lacking. He thought of the trade goods and calculated. Even if the white whale ship were used, the profit obtained would clearly be low. Jevon speculated, even if we form an alliance, there is no benefit for us. At that moment, Larcy suddenly called to him, "Your Majesty?" She smiled and said, "I have an idea." Jevon tilted his head to look at her. Larcy placed her hand on her chest. He frowned slightly when she asked, "What would you think about appointing a new high consort?" Mark turned his head to look at her in shock. Xing also widened his eyes in surprise. The king asked joyfully, "Do you mean you would bring an official consort for the emperor from our country?" Larcy replied, "Yes." Mark wondered in amazement, could it be Empress Larcy herself is taking the initiative to propose this? And from the kingdom of Toro, no less. Larcy spoke, in return, "I will commit to having the white whale ship stop at your port, provided you cut ties with Berry." Amidst the astonishment of the king and queen of Toro, she continued, "We can also commit to placing the kingdom of Toro under our empire's protection." Jevon glanced at her. The king immediately asked, "So you mean?" Samus replied with a smile, "First Princess Viola Cheryl Venticus." The king and queen of Toro simultaneously froze. Jevon frowned and thought, First Princess, Mark standing behind, wondered in surprise, but the kingdom of Toro only has 2 princes. Larcy announced with a smile, "I want her." She thought to herself, a princess who has never been revealed to the world. She silently realized that was the reason the kingdom of Toro could pay the war reparations to Barry in the previous life. The king cried out in shock, how do you know about Viola? Larcy remembered events from her past life. As soon as her identity was revealed, every ruler in the world lusted for her. A peerless beauty. Larcy remembered the exchanges of gold coins. To have her, other nations poured countless wealth into the kingdom of Toro. She frowned and thought, and that money was used to pay the reparations to Barry. Larcy tilted her head and asked, Your Majesty, what do you think? Jevon rested his chin on his hand, frowned and replied, Give me some time. The king of Toro said shyly, I think it is a very good idea. The queen of Toro added, We have prepared a guest room. Please rest comfortably tonight. Jevon agreed, We will discuss further tomorrow. Larcy thought with a smile, that reaction is only natural. Savon looked toward her and said, I want to hear more details. Larcy replied with a smile. Of course, Your Majesty. The king and queen of Toro looked at each other with worried expressions. Somewhere in the palace, a girl with golden hair raised her hand for a bird to land on. In the guest room of the Toro palace, Jevon took off his gloves and ordered coldly, Speak. He looked at Larcy and questioned, Who exactly is Viola? She flipped her hair and replied with a smile, A princess. The official first princess of this kingdom. Larcy thought of Toro's two princes and continued, Only the two princes were publicly announced, so you could say she is a hidden figure. The two of them sat on the sofa. Jevon wondered, why is she hidden? What use is that woman? Larcy shook her head and replied, I am not sure why they hid her. She thought to herself, I only know what Xing told me in the previous world. Larcy suddenly spoke. I heard she is a peerless beauty. If she appeared in high society, men all over the world would desire her. Jevon said coldly, I am not interested. To be so beautiful that people like you are only at that level. Larcy paused in surprise. She pursed her lips and looked at him. Then she coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment. Of course, that is not all. She thought to herself, I feel like I just heard something truly terrible. Larcy remembered the king of Toro's proposal. Please establish trade relations with our country. She explained to Jevon, the kingdom of Toro possesses magic that affects the mind. Not only can it make the opponent's spirit unstable, she remembered the king's ambitious face again. We want to expand our influence to the entire northern continent, Larcy continued. But it can also stabilize the spirit and guide their thoughts. Larcy thought of Jevon's composed expression at the table and realized, even with the emperor, it seems that does not work. Jevon frowned and questioned, so, if she is a princess, one can expect some magic. But in the end, it is not the kind of power that can control others. Larcy gave a dangerous smile and replied, True. But what if the person possessing that kind of magic was also a peerless beauty? She took Jevon's arm, tilted her head, and asked with a smile, What do you think, Your Majesty? Jevon realized and smiled with interest. Oh, he spoke. I see. So there is a use for it like that. Larcy leaned into Jevon's chest and said, It will certainly become a great strength for the Shariald Empire. Jevon added, Right? More valuable than a useless resource. On the Toro family side, the king held his head in dejection. The girl standing by the window suddenly spoke, I understand. She turned around as she spoke. For the sake of my beloved kingdom of Toro, the king and queen shed painful tears. The two princes also bowed their heads. Viola spoke resolutely. I am so bold as to request to accept that proposal. The next day, Larcy frowned and asked, You truly agree completely with our proposal? The king replied immediately. Yes. The queen bowed her head. The king continued sadly. Viola also desires to establish a friendship with the Shariald Empire. He ordered the servant, Invite her in. A girl with golden blonde hair entered. Excuse me. Princess Viola of the Kingdom of Toro spoke. It is a great pleasure to meet you. Then she curtsied. To be invited to the Shariald Empire is a great honor. Larcy was stunned by Viola's beauty. Jevon remained cold and expressionless. Viola spoke. There is no need to wait any longer. Larcy was slightly startled when she continued. Please sign the alliance right now and take me to the Shariald Empire. Viola's voice was calm, but her hands were trembling incessantly. I look forward to your help. Larcy thought to herself with a smile, suddenly becoming the lover of an emperor notorious for being a tyrant. Perhaps such a reaction is understandable. She looked at Viola's sad face and told herself, I will take full responsibility. A while later, Jevon and Larcy departed from Toro. Viola's family came to see her off. The queen held her face and cried, Viola, I am so sorry. Larcy, sitting in the carriage, thought of her own family. She seems to have been loved and raised with affection, completely different from me. Jevon suddenly asked, Do you regret it? He looked at her and continued, for forcing the separation of a family that loves each other. Larcy replied with a faint smile, Not at all. It is all for the sake of the Shariald Empire. She spoke, We promised the best conditions possible. Larcy looked toward Viola and continued, An engagement is also part of a princess's political duty, and the other side was the one who made the final choice. Jevon looked at her. Larcy continued, even if it means becoming the lover of a married emperor. Larcy suddenly tilted her head and asked with a smile, or perhaps on this occasion I should try having a lover too. Jivan coldly mentioned Xing and the two dogs and replied, I am satisfied with those dogs already. Larcy laughed again and asked, so how much will you allow me to pamper them? Jevon coldly looked away. Finally, the carriage rolled forward. The Toro royal family stood still, watching the carriage leave. In the Sheriald Empire, the fifth wife, Suzanne Kogranov, sat on a chair and said with a smile, Aha, His Majesty is finally about to return. She rested her chin on her hand and muttered, Empress Larcy. She served His Majesty properly this time as well, did not she? Suzanne picked up her teacup. She is a good empress, one who always guides him to the high position he deserves to belong to, she recalled. Eliza said nothing, but when even Camilla was taken away, I wondered what would happen next. Suzanne remembered Larcy when she first arrived. Since she came, no one new has been brought in as a lover. She remembered the care Jevon showed Larcy. But now there is no need to worry anymore. His Majesty truly loves Empress Larcy. She did not expect that Viola would be the new lover. Suzanne muttered, the situation of excess lovers constantly increasing will no longer happen now. A few days later, Jevon and Larcy returned to Sheriald. The servants in the palace immediately welcomed them. You have returned, sire? Larcy walked in slowly, holding Jevon's arm. Larcy spoke with a smile. Your Highness, I will come to pay my respects later. Jevon turned and replied, very well. Larcy told Xing, let us go. A person in a red dress slowly approached. Pardon? Miss. The girl with hair as bright red as fire in a red dress approached and spoke. Hello? Traveling must have been exhausting, right? You have worked hard, she continued. Empress Larcy. Larcy tilted her head and looked at her. And you are. She smiled and introduced herself. Please forgive my sudden visit. I am His Majesty's fifth wife, Suzanne. Larcy frowned and wondered. The fifth wife, Suzanne, as if sensing her hesitation, spoke. Please do not be too wary of me. She tilted her head and explained with a smile. I heard you had returned, so I specifically came to greet you. Empress, you, suddenly asked. Wait, can I call you Lady Larcy? Larcy replied with a smile as you wish. Suzanne stepped forward and suddenly expressed, Lady Larcy, I am deeply moved. She continued with a smile. Since you came to Sheriald, Jevon's position has become increasingly stable. Suzanne thought of Jevon and said admiringly, His Majesty the Emperor's character. Other royals simply cannot compare. She clasped her hands together as if praying. I knew it early on. Suzanne spoke excitedly, leaving Larcy dazed. You and His Majesty are truly a match made in heaven. Besides Lady Larcy, no one is more worthy to be Empress. That you sit on the throne of the Empress? I am truly overjoyed beyond words. Suzanne blushed and looked at her with adoring eyes. I hope you continue to assist His Majesty in ruling the world in the future. Larcy looked at her blankly. Suzanne spoke again. I only came to say hello today. I shall take my leave now. She smiled and waved. Until we meet again. Larcy frowned as she watched Suzanne walk away and wondered, is she trying to keep me in check? Or does she have some other plot? Suzanne walked toward the path where the carriage was parked. She kept her smile as she glanced at the carriage. Inside the carriage, Viola sat with her head bowed in sadness. Suzanne's smile vanished instantly, her eyes widening in shock. She stood frozen, staring motionless toward the carriage. Then she turned away, wondering to herself, it can't be. Suzanne did not realize that Larcy had witnessed everything. A moment later, Viola and Larcy were enjoying tea in the greenhouse. Larcy spoke, the room is not finished being cleaned yet, so let us have some tea here. Viola watched Larcy calmly sipping her tea and pondered. Is this the front courtyard? Why are we out here instead of in a room? A voice rang out, catching Viola's attention. Your Majesty the Empress. Sasha, Anne, and Chloe approached. Sasha spoke, thank you for inviting us for tea. Larcy stood up, looked toward the three of them, and said, come quickly, Sasha and Chloe, you all come over here too. Later, Viola looked at Sasha and Anne and asked, so you two are you both the Emperor's consorts? Sasha replied with a smile, that is right. And Chloe is my secretary. Larcy looked at Viola and said, I cherish all three of them, especially Sasha. Viola imagined the relationship between Larcy and those two, and wondered, an empress and consorts being friends. The three of them were exchanging words, and Larcy tilted her head, saying, all right. She sensed the pleasant atmosphere at the tea table and realized they are the Empress's confidants. That's why they can be here. Viola bowed her head self-consciously. Then she stood up and curtsied. Forgive me, I do not feel very well. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and offered, let us escort you back. Viola stiffened as if she were terrified. Chloe's eyes widened as she astutely noticed the reaction. Viola immediately lowered her head and sat back down, saying, don't worry about me. Perhaps that was just a fleeting feeling. Larcy looked at her and advised, you do not need to force yourself. Viola quickly replied, I am fine. Chloe suddenly spoke up. Forgive me, if I may be so bold as to speak, Lady Viola. Could it be that you? Viola bowed her head in fear as Chloe continued. Men. Viola recalled her past. From a young age, she had always drawn attention. Men of all ages would secretly watch her. Among them were those who approached Viola with wicked intentions. She remembered her terrible memories. Back then, she had not even reached adulthood. Fortunately, the soldiers discovered her before it was too late. Young Viola was rescued and sobbed as she hugged her mother. After that, she stopped interacting with any males besides her family. Viola stayed within the palace, avoiding social circles, remaining only within the royal citadel. Larcy frowned and thought to herself, so that is how it is. She remembered the farewell of the Toro family. No wonder they were so reluctant to let go. However, Larcy asked in surprise, Viola, do not you actually hate being near men? Viola bowed her head sadly and replied, I had to think of the greater good. She continued, disliking contact with men is in the end just my personal reason. Viola raised her head and said resolutely, naturally, I have no right to refuse. Therefore, Larcy wondered in amazement. She is afraid of men, yet she agreed to become a consort. She remembered Jevon's cold face, and he was the one rumored to be a tyrant, no less. Larcy sat comfortably, sipping her favorite tea. Xing, is it ready? Xing brought a mysterious item prepared at Larcy's request. Here it is, my lady. Larcy smiled with satisfaction. Splendid. Inside the box was a pair of earrings and a necklace adorned with sparkling sapphires. Glancing at the jewelry, she returned to her tea in a relaxed mood. That. I was truly surprised last time. Returning to the conversation between the ladies, Sasha, Anne, Larcy, and Viola. Larcy was shocked hearing what had happened to Viola. To be afraid of men, yet making a political decision in just one day. Like Nicola, I thought of her as a child who had only ever received love. She is a wonderful girl for the sake of her country. Sasha stood up and went over to comfort Viola. Viola's face was sad, her eyes somber as if she were about to cry. Lady Viola, please be at ease. Larcy is a very gentle person. If there is anything we can help with, please just say the word. If you are afraid of men, I will find a female escort for you. Viola was a bit surprised. Why reach out like this to someone you just met? Even His Majesty came to the Empire alone. Surely it is a competitive relationship? Viola startled as she looked closely at Larcy's face. Sasha is right, and His Majesty also. As for that, in a romantic relationship, perhaps you can rest easy. His Majesty only has eyes for the Empress. There is also this. His Majesty, the Emperor, with all 6 consorts so far, has never slept with any of them. Viola had not expected this. The number of consorts serving the Emperor? 6. Yes, Lady Sasha. How do you know that? Sasha began to tell Viola the whole story. I knew it not long after I arrived at the capital. Lady Camilla, the 6th wife, called me to have dinner. During the meal, the two of them spoke a bit. All right, that is enough. Thank you for coming. After that, the conversation became quite tense. The lady stripped away her polite facade and began to threaten Sasha. It is not that I am uninterested. Sasha understood the hint and timidly bowed her head to beg for mercy. If you stay quietly in your corner, a little rabbit like you, I will turn a blind eye. Sasha ended her story there, her voice slightly self-deprecating. Surely what Camilla said is not wrong. Therefore, the role of a consort that Lady Viola anticipated, you could say it amounts to nothing. Viola felt a bit helpless, not knowing how to respond appropriately. While telling the story enthusiastically, Sasha suddenly looked toward Larcy in a panic. Larcy could not help it. She could only cover her mouth and giggle. Larcy, I am sorry. Don't pay any mind to things like this. Could it be? I did not expect to find that out. Perhaps I am just too used to this. What? Because she is royalty, she was even trained in that aspect. If that is the case, Camilla must have been worried too. She remembered the conversation between herself and Camilla. Wasn't there one recently? Probably not. If you are not recognized as a woman, it just ends there. The princess thinks so too, right? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her, making her stop. Jevon had been waiting. Your Majesty. Have you come to see me off? Jevon replied coldly. Did you think I would go to Borg alone? Larcy took the chance to tease Jevon. Actually, you feel lonely without me, do not you? Socializing is also one of a wife's duties. Please do your best too, Your Majesty. With that, Larcy bid Jevon farewell and stepped into the carriage to leave. Although Jevon did not seem to care on the outside, deep down his heart was still following Larcy. The entire intimate scene just now was captured by Suzanne's gaze. Why? Unbelievable. She was extremely dissatisfied. Even if she has received His Majesty's heart, how does she dare accept such a send-off? That appearance already shows signs of a bad omen. After investigating a bit, she is a consort, yet she is afraid of men. Are you joking? Seeing her like that, unable to sacrifice herself. I already knew she would not be lucky. Fortunately, His Majesty does not desire physical relations, that Empress. Eventually she was recognized, yet she dares to bring home a consort from a small country who is as weak as ash. I had intended to forgive her, but she only left behind a useless consort. I have dedicated myself to His Majesty, eliminating all capable consorts. At the very least, I must be given a title befitting of that person. I had already intended to recognize that. Empress Larcy and I, 2 pieces of trash, only need to support him well together. However, regardless, perhaps only I can protect him. From now on, so that person can continue to maintain his noble and beautiful appearance, I will be the one who provides salvation. In the kingdom of Walg, a noble banquet was being held on a grand scale. The host stood receiving guests warmly. Greetings, sir. We have been waiting for you. Queen Irene, traveling all the way from distant Berry, it is truly an honor for us. No need for such formalities. The kingdom of Walg and my country are allies. How could I not come? The kingdoms of Toro and Libe have completely severed ties with us. At a time like this, we should stay even more closely bonded. Who could say otherwise? Honestly, lately I do not know where people hear it from, but bad rumors about my country keep spreading. Suddenly, a servant rushed over to report the news. Your Majesty, what is it? Queen Irene's expression changed. The people around whispered, it is a complete mess. How very awkward. Larcy walked in majestically, her presence making everyone look up. I lost my invitation. Are you sure I am not on the list? Or perhaps, did you do this on purpose? Did you want to humiliate the Empress of Sheriold in front of the crowd? The host finally began to panic. Your Majesty, Larcy. Oh my, greetings. Last time we came to discuss an alliance with you and it failed, I truly felt regretful. All the guests were in a state of confusion. Did you hear that? The Empress of Sheriold is outside? No way. How could Empress Larcy appear here? The host spoke up to explain, this banquet. It seems the Sheriold Empire was not invited. Larcy did not hesitate to interrupt, even so. Surely someone would agree to let me in. As she spoke, she tucked her hair back, intentionally revealing her earrings featuring large sapphires. Everyone here surely knows by now, right? For example, what one should do to obtain pearls. You all know well, do not you? Her words turned the host's face pale. In the future, the Sheriold Empire will conduct trade with the Kingdom of Walg, which will naturally include pearls. The whole world wants pearls. Queen Irene cut in, Larcy. Larcy gave a cold smile, not caring at all. She approached with a casual greeting. Oh my, if it is not Lady Irene. Greetings, Mother. With that, Irene threw herself into Larcy's arms. Larcy, Mother missed you so much. She made a face of disgust. Like mother, like daughter, indeed. Images of the past flooded back. Nicola is the sister I love most. You are still the same as ever, are not you? Very quickly, Larcy brushed off Irene's hand with a look of contempt. Stop pretending. That decisive action left Irene stunned for a moment. She then put on a piteous act. Larcy, why are you treating me like this? I also wanted to ask how your uncle is doing lately. She spoke while sobbing with tears streaming down her face. Larcy did not bother to care and continued to hit back. Uncle. Right. My uncle, who is also your husband. He killed my father, the former king of Berry, Lord Stuart. May I ask if his health is still fine these days? Irene startled as if her secret had been exposed. What are you talking about? You are the daughter of the king and me. Without letting her ramble, Larcy cut her off with a contemptuous remark. What a terrible performance. I can't even stand to look at it. No matter what you say, the things you all did to me can never be changed. The king of Walg stood behind her, his face filled with worry. She does not intend to tell everyone right now, does she? Larcy, let us talk outside. She tried to stop Larcy before it was too late, but Larcy had no intention of letting go. You all kept me under house arrest, blamed all your crimes on me, and finally sold me to Sheriold. The whispers from the crowd spread quickly. Every time you spent the night with young men, I had to work incredibly hard to hide it. Irene was so angry at the humiliation that she screamed, Larcy, shut up. What are you saying? That is impossible. Then she played the victim again. Why are you lying? You used to be such an obedient and sensible person, but those tricks had no effect on Larcy. She mocked. Oh my, Mother, you really have aged. Wrinkles all over your face. Your jewelry is all out of style too, but looking at it, it certainly suits an old woman. Or perhaps Mother wanted to highlight her daughter's youth by intentionally dressing like a crone. You truly are so merciful, are not you? Irene finally lost control. She revealed her true face behind those fake tears from earlier and moved to slap Larcy, but she was stopped by Larcy's fire magic. Mother, what are you doing? We are both Berry royalty. How could you lay a hand on your child? Someone throw some water on her. If not, you should at least act like a member of the Berry royal family. Try using some fire magic. Could it be that after becoming an old lady, you have forgotten how to use magic too? Look at her. How pathetic. Larcy became cordial again. Apologies to everyone for the disturbance. Consider this my apology. If the southern nations of the continent wish to trade with the Sheriold Empire, whether by land or sea, you are most welcome. The kingdom of Berry is about to collapse. Abandon it. As long as you are willing to ally with our empire, I promise to share a portion of the pearls with you. She gave a refined smile. Decaying country, an incompetent princess consort. I do not wish to breathe the same air as her. She remembered the old days, when she was beaten and bound piteously, having to kneel before that woman to beg for mercy. While she sat high up, wearing a noble crown and acting like a true queen, thinking back it was truly ridiculous. Saying nothing more, she walked away with pride and confidence. I wish you all a pleasant evening. Her elegant appearance and overwhelming aura made everyone turn to look. In his previous life, after a long march, he finally set foot in the Chariot Empire today. Bazarov stood still, lost in thought. He spoke boldly, declaring that from now on they would devote all their strength to saving Nicola and declare war on Chariot. He slammed his hand on the table, making his stance clear. At that moment, the generals shouted in unison, "As you command," while Bazarov thought of Nicola. "You must endure, my love. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely rescue you." He thought of his family. Everyone was holding back tears, worried for her. The queen said, "I wish everyone a pleasant evening." Rose glanced at the lady with a provocative look. The lady was furious inside, but tried her best to endure it. At the same time in the Chariot Empire, Javan was writing a decree. Finally, the end was near. Suddenly, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, outside. Lady Susan is here. She requests an audience with you." Javan thought it would be better if she knew her place and stayed quiet before saying, "Let her in." Susan walked in slowly and said politely, "I am deeply grateful to your Majesty for allowing me to enter." He asked bluntly, "What is the matter?" She said cheerfully, "I would like to talk a bit about Empress Rose. Since the marriage, the Empress has been quite active, always making people stay alert to her every move." Susan shared candidly, "I also know how many achievements she has made. As a capable assistant within the family, she is truly excellent. If she dared to have ill intentions, I would have eliminated her long ago," Javan said, his eyes fixed on her. "Regarding Empress Rose, I hold her in high regard. As your subordinate, your Majesty, I am truly grateful to her from the bottom of my heart. Therefore, regarding this mistake, I also intend to be generous and forgive her." She pleaded with his Majesty. Susan tried to persuade him. "How can you do that, your Majesty? Are you going to take in another foolish mistress? Surely it is because Empress Rose did not plan thoroughly. She only kept the group of mistresses while all the capable people were driven away. And this time she even brought someone back from the kingdom of Tello." He rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "My wife believes she is useful." Susan was surprised. Useful? What could a girl from such a tiny kingdom possibly achieve? Javan stood his ground and said frankly, "I do not need to explain myself to you. In short, those mistresses have never been a distraction. Just like you." "You see nothing at all," Susan froze, not knowing how to respond. A moment later, her expression changed and she said with a smile, "I understand your meaning, your Majesty. I understand perfectly. Since it is your Majesty's decision and your mind is made up, I can only obey." She added, "However, no matter what, I come from the house of Duke Combe. You must absolutely not look down on me. Chariot is a medical powerhouse, but whether it remains so or not, that decision lies in my hands." His Majesty crossed his arms, sitting in contemplation. Before leaving, she said, "Since that is the case, I will visit again when you change your mind. I wish you sweet dreams." Seeing Rose sitting by the window smiling, Xing asked, "Lady Rose, you seem to be in a good mood. Is that so? Even you noticed?" He nodded. Seeing the lady leave with a resentful face, Rose said sarcastically, "After all, it is the kind of humiliation one suffers in public." She confided in Xing, "Did you see? There were clearly many people in the hall, yet no one was willing to speak up for her. Does she still intend to use that scapegoat witch trick on me?" Unfortunately, the scapegoat has long been gone. How pitiful. Xing asked a question that stunned her. "Are you not the scapegoat?" When Princess Barrier fell, Emperor Jevan truly loved you and recognized you as the Empress of the Chariot Empire. All of that was earned by you. Princess Barrier is not even worth your toenail. She burst out laughing and said to Xing, "You are right." He asked gently, "Lady Rose, where do you plan to stay tonight?" She replied, "That is right. Let us find another village to stay in. It does not matter if it is far. I do not want to step on the same piece of land as that kind of person." Recalling the image of Princess Barrier, she had ordered the princes, "Are you listening to me? Do you have any idea how much injustice I have suffered?" The emperor held his head helplessly. "I am listening." The princess had once mentioned Rose. Just remembering it made her laugh. She had yelled. She used to be so obedient, but now she has completely become a different person. The emperor calmly and gently told the princess, "We told you that long ago," but the princess could not stay calm. She raised her voice in frustration. "Look at this. There must be a limit. She even started a fire and burned me." Nicholas sighed, frustrated, and covered her ears, saying to herself, "She is much stronger than us now." "Mother, you are being too noisy." She called Nicola over to talk. "Your mother is suffering. How can you speak to me like that?" Nicola replied stubbornly. "You go out to parties all the time. It is not just once or twice." Inside, she wanted to provoke the princess. "You only care about yourself, running everywhere. You even go on dates with your husband." Hearing the princess's words, she was speechless, tried to endure, and said, "I am busy. Get out. Do not argue in front of me." "Do you all treat me as if I do not exist?" The servants were lined up, warmly welcoming the queen. "Welcome home, Her Highness Queen Rose." The maidservants bowed politely. Rose walked into the house with confidence. Larcy asked the manager, Is it impossible to see His Majesty right now? He answered her honestly. Forgive me. His Majesty is dining with someone else. It will be over soon. She felt it was strange. He has not dined with anyone else in a long time. I guess anything can happen, she asked. Who is that person? The manager replied hesitantly. It is the fifth lady, Susan. Susan Korganov is the daughter of the Duke of the Kormet Empire. Kormet is rich in resources and monopolizes the entire pharmaceutical industry. They are skilled in developing new medicines and even manufactured burn ointments for the battlefield. Their industrial reach is widespread. If Chariot wants to become a medical powerhouse, Kormet is indispensable. As far as Princess Larcy knows, over 70% of Chariot's current medical system is controlled by Kormet. The Korganov ducal family is at the center, being the leading pharmaceutical group of the Kormet Empire, which makes them extremely important. Chloe continued. If we sever ties with the Korganovs, Chariot will no longer be worthy of being a medical powerhouse, and its status will become unstable. The princess thanked Chloe. You investigated very thoroughly. Don't mention it, Chloe said shyly. So far, Susan has not shown any special signs, and she does not seem to have the intention of monopolizing His Majesty. Perhaps because she is considering the medical powerhouse goal, she can't be too tough with her actually. Donat Bazarov, one of the medical authorities of the Chariot Empire, after His Majesty ordered his execution, the Empire's medical community was heavily impacted. It is said that after the news of Bazarov's execution was announced, the academic world was deeply shaken, which is understandable. Chloe added, although Bazarov is still barely hanging on, I did not expect that physician to have such advanced medical skills. They recalled the events of the past. When she had the chance to meet Bazarov, Larcy said, Indeed, His Majesty cannot simply overlook her. During the meal, Susan said to Jevon, Your Majesty, you are still so quiet. I am very happy to be able to have dinner with you again after such a long time. Jevon asked her, Is Rose in her room, or is she in the front courtyard? She might be in the third lady's room. Invade Kormet and unify the Empire. Currently, Chariot's military strength is immensely powerful. Jevon thought of Rose, and I have her assistance as well. He slowly took a sip of his wine. Susan thought, Is he smiling? Is His Majesty actually smiling? It was not that he could not see clearly. It turned out he was already blind. Jevon's face looked sad as he said, The meal is over. I shall take my leave first. Susan agreed. May I ask where you are planning to go? Why are you in such a hurry? He said, To find my wife. Susan could only smile, quietly watching him leave. The door closed. His Majesty had no other choice. Susan's persona shifted. She muttered, You have changed because of that woman. Even after becoming Empress, she does not know when to be satisfied, clinging to other lovers all day. She is surrounded by useless people all because of her. The manager called out, Your Majesty? He said curiously. How enchanting your eyes were. And yet she is the one who made them turn cloudy. Previously, Jevon had been blunt with his decision. I will absolutely not forgive her. Absolutely will not forgive. She must be eliminated. Susan sat looking at photos of her rival. He returned to the dining table. The lady walked in and said, I am sorry, my child. Viola, the compensation the Chariot Empire demanded. If we can't resolve that, Barrier will abandon our kingdom. Viola replied gently, It is all right, father, mother. The person willing to pay that sum did so only on the condition that I travel all the way from another continent. How fortunate. I will wait here. The princess's face could not hide her worry. Opening the door with anxiety, she did not even dare to open her eyes to look. Good morning, Lady Viola. Chloe said happily. The weather is beautiful today. I have prepared a picnic in the garden. Yes, the foreign princess replied gratefully. Thank you for inviting me. I was quite surprised last time. Sasha was extremely happy. Even His Imperial Majesty attended this tea party. I wonder how much he wanted to see the Empress to do such a thing. Viola said, Is that so? Sasha was amused. Of course, there is no other reason but that. Suddenly, His Majesty Jevon walked in. Forgive me, I have something to say to Viola. You must have been surprised to suddenly have several more of His Majesty's servants. Oh no, Chloe has been constantly looking after me. Viola felt a pang of guilt after hearing that, but luckily Chloe stood by to reassure her. Are you all right? It is I. I am the one who committed a great mistake before the Emperor, Viola said to the maid. I am fine. If you are uncomfortable with men, what can be done? Xing is also trying to keep his distance, so there is no need to worry. His Majesty the Emperor only has eyes for the Empress. They won't mind. Hearing this, Nicola's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Susan appeared and said suggestively, Uncomfortable with men, you say? She greeted everyone. Susan appeared radiant. She said, Sorry to disturb everyone. I was just walking in the garden and accidentally got drawn in when I overheard the conversation. May I join you all? A princess said. Today's tea party is hosted by Sasha. If you wish to attend, please ask Sasha's permission. Susan spoke cryptically to Sasha. Then let us just talk here. She added, I do not wish to bow my head to low-class people. So what do you mean by that, Miss Lars? Susan leaned close to Larcy and whispered, My seventh lady is having trouble with men. Did I hear that correctly? One called the Emperor's mistress is having trouble with men. Surely you do not mean to say I am not ready to sacrifice myself, Larcy replied calmly. Because it is not necessary. His Majesty only needs me. I plan to assign official duties to Viola as soon as she adapts. As long as she contributes to the country, that is enough. Sasha and Anne are both making great contributions, Susan asked suspiciously. Contributions? Let those tasks be done by the two of them? For example, Lady Nana, Lady Eliza, Lady Camilla. If it were them, they might have achieved greater results than now. Larcy thought for a moment. Let us see. I can't entrust Chloe to Lady Nana. Lady Eliza once resisted me almost violently. And as for Camilla, there is nothing to say. Therefore, I only keep trustworthy people by my side. Susan laughed and said, so that is how it is. That is why you only have these lowly sorts around you. Larcy fired back. They are more talented than the lady standing right there. Susan stood with her arms crossed, looking at her with a very confident expression. The party had not yet reached its end. Susan continued. It has been a truly meaningful time. Larcy replied politely. Yes, I feel the same. Before leaving, she said, the next time we meet, I hope your mind will have changed. Sasha bowed and replied, yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Thank you. Thank you for protecting us. That is only natural, and everything I said was the truth. She thought to herself, it would be better to deal with her, but I need more information about how she was in the previous world. It seems she is a rather tough opponent. Susan ordered her servant, go and track it down for me immediately, and he replied, as you command. She added, find that new drug from before quickly. Just in case, 1 bottle might be the maximum. But will it be all right? Susan thought again. That is enough. The rest of the trash I can handle in other ways. Enough to clean up Empress Lars and those around her. She looked at the photo of Larcy with hatred. Isn't that right, Your Majesty the Empress? Anne looked out the window. Snow had blanketed the road the winter of Chariot. Because Chariot is so cold, every year I can't even get out of bed. But this year it is so warm. Anne took a small sip of hot tea. Thanks to the Empress replacing my servants with new ones, Xing brought Larcy the item she had requested earlier. Your Majesty, the furs have arrived. Larcy was very satisfied. You have worked hard. As expected, Chariot is truly different. Even inside the castle, if you do not dress warmly, you will freeze. Even in the previous world, the cold was enough to make one prepare for death. Even though I successfully infiltrated the Chariot Empire without mana, I would not have been able to endure that cold snap. It was like that even at the barrier base I successfully raided. Larcy thought while taking a sip of tea. Suddenly, she remembered something. Then she went to talk to Jivan. You want to go on an inspection? Even now, while the great cold is hitting. While Jivan was a bit hesitant, Larcy was very certain of her decision. The military base is located in Eastern Chariot. Because it is far from the villages, security is loose. When we actually entered, the facilities were quite degraded and could be destroyed surprisingly easily. Who knows when Barrier will use the same trick again? I have to act before that happens. Jivan's face was cold. Then I will go with you. Is that all right? This is also part of my official duties. Until now, he has never personally traveled for the purpose of an inspection. Mark, Javon's close servant, was a bit surprised but understood the Emperor's intentions well. But right now, I have another schedule from 6 months ago. For His Majesty the Emperor, he is always the top priority. Larcy and Javon still exchanged intimate glances. Have you seen the newspaper? Of course I have read it. Barrier's reputation has hit an all-time low in history. Barrier has collapsed, and other kingdoms have withdrawn from the alliance. They were all ineffective laws. Larcy looked at every word in the paper with an amused expression. So, have I achieved my goal? I have not I. Now we must move to the next campaign, Larcy said, as she used her mana to burn the newspaper, then gently leaned her head against Javon. Night fell, and Larcy did not want to go to sleep yet. Is it night already? Just kept talking about work, so the day passed in a flash. Besides, even approvals like these are discussed with me. Prepare to go on the inspection immediately. Please look after them for me while we are gone. Larcy looked toward her 2 pet dogs. Xing was used to this, so he quickly obeyed. But it seemed the 2 dogs were not very happy about it. Why are they like that? Larcy stared blankly outside. Is it because I did not train you today? I will play with you tomorrow. Larcy gently stroked the dogs' heads. Then she turned to her close servant. Xing, good night. Thank you, Empress. Outside, the snow fell heavily, and everything seemed to sink into the quiet night. A strange young man, completely covered, secretly broke into the palace. Larcy's room was silent and empty. The moment his foot touched the stone floor, Larcy detected him. It seems cold outside, does not it? He had no intention of surrendering, and immediately drew the knife he had prepared. Larcy was not afraid at all. She kept a cold face, quickly using her fire magic to eliminate him. I will warm it up for you. The man was burned by the fire so badly that he groaned in agony. Hearing the noise, Xing ran in. Is there a guest? Arrived just in time. She spoke slowly with a lazy air. This guest? I wonder where he was planning to go. The next morning, at the kingdom of Barrier, the emperor was extremely anxious. Why have I gone this far and still have not received support from the people? Irritated. Until now, it was still easy to recover. Prince Eric spoke nonchalantly. Father's policy was just throwing money around. You can't blame sister like before anymore. What? From the start, this was because of you, Eric quickly interrupted. The tutor is coming soon. Is this really all there is? Not a single invitation for a whole month. I am the queen of the kingdom of Barrier. Larcy's sarcastic words echoed again. Good night. Everywhere it is just stories about pearls. Everyone is blinded by Chariot's pearls. The queen's lament made Eric feel annoyed. How troublesome. Are not you the same? That is why I told you to refuse. Nicola is unwell, so she can't go on the date. This is the third time? I wonder if he will still believe it. Eric felt a bit jealous of his sister. Nicola is lucky. Playing around and then getting married. That is it. Back in Chariot, Larcy was discussing things with Xing. How could it end like this? So even during the inspection, just leave the assassin there. Just do that. Make sure His Majesty does not find out. To go this far and still not talk, it seems he is a professional. I wonder if it is Barrier's person, or Susan, or a completely different force. It is worth investigating thoroughly without killing him immediately. The most likely possibility is Susan. Outside, Jevon had men prepare the carriage to pick up Larcy. I do not really want to reach out and ask the Emperor for help. What I had to endure in the previous world, I must find out at all costs. Larcy sat properly in her position. Have you decided how to handle it? On the surface, she still happily replied to Jevon, but in her heart, she was a bit restless. Now I can't just worry about Susan's business. I still plan to set a trap, Larcy said with a sly look. Jevon replied casually, didn't you say that way was boring? But because that way will bring great benefits to our empire. With the current situation, we can use the power of the Kingdom of Ribla to manipulate information. The carriage stopped at the destination. Jevon and Larcy were still discussing. So have you chosen which words yet? I have narrowed it down to 2 choices, but I'm still hesitating on which one to pick. It would be fine if Your Majesty helped me choose. Are you sure? Of course. Between Pluto and Scorpion, choose the one you want. I hate both of them, right? Hearing the answer, Mark and Xing could only feel helpless with the Emperor. Stepping toward a fairly old and ancient castle, Larcy's 2 dogs were not allowed inside. The butler came out to welcome them warmly. Thank you for traveling all this way. Larcy was a bit surprised. The man still bowed carefully to Jevon. It really is much different from the previous world here. There are no hidden traces at all. Xing took the opportunity to play with the 2 pet dogs. This year, we received more support in oil and resources than last year, so the soldiers feel very grateful. Oil, aha! If it is the Great Cold faction, in the previous world, the Chariot Empire used to have a very hard time due to a lack of oil. Those old backward facilities must have been because they were forced to sell resources to survive the Great Cold faction. I did not expect Layla's death to affect even this aspect. Thinking of that, Larcy broke out in a cold sweat. Jevon showed gentle concern. Is something wrong? Larcy gave a forced smile. I feel like there is no need to worry to that extent anymore. Because it is a good thing that there are no problems. By the way, the assassin's whereabouts are still unknown. I apologize, Lady Susan. It is fine. They are either dead or have been tortured into confessing everything. It is likely one of the 2. Since I have already gauged the extent of her mana, this incident was merely a light greeting with a fierce wild beast. Threats or weapons are useless, Susan said, lightly tapping the container of poison. Humans must fight with their intellect. Susan closely monitored a chart mapping out all of Larcy's relationships. The Empress's absence due to the inspection was a golden opportunity. Larcy's portrait was placed in the center, shredded to pieces by a dagger. First, I must deal with Lars's faction. Susan had planned meticulously. A request was about to be sent to the First Lady Viola. Jevon frowned when it was mentioned. An ambush. His close servant did not want this to happen. What word was that the eastern military base had been occupied. The attacker was said to be the eldest princess of Barrier. Hearing this, Jevon was furious. Barrier. They dare to cause trouble even after being given a deadline to surrender. They took advantage of the chaos during the Great Cold period. Only now did Jevon truly realize that because they were her family, he had been too negligent. He then issued an order, an invasion, deploy the troops immediately. Then attack Barrier. Start with that eldest princess. Compared to before, Larcy and Jevon were now in the same boat. On the other hand, Viola was extremely worried. The letter sent by the 5th Lady, Lady Susan, why would she send this to me? The content was a proposal. As the Emperor's 7th Lady, you should fulfill a suitable role, so I am sending this request. The driver announced, we've arrived. Regardless, Viola had to accept it, being treated so well, then naturally I must do work commensurate with that. If this is official business, I must perform it as a member of the government. A female guard could accompany her with a maximum of 2 people, so visiting the Chariot Imperial Military Facility was not unusual. But Viola herself was more terrified than ever. Finally, she fainted in front of everyone. Lady Viola. Susan had known all along. Fear of men. What a disappointing girl. I thought it was just a persona she was putting on. Sasha slumped gloomily at the banquet table. Is Lady Viola not coming today? She has to be picked up every time. She must feel embarrassed. I wonder if I am causing her trouble. Anne said pensively. I do not think that is the case. The butler walked over in a fluster. Lady Anne, it is sudden, but there is a visitor for you. The person was Susan. Lady Anne. Facing her, Anne was a bit guarded. What brings you here, my lady? On the surface, Susan came to extend an invitation, but she was actually observing, poor at communication, weak-willed, only capable of doing what she is told, truly a naive child. Susan went straight to the point. Don't you want to leave the Empress's side and stand with me instead? She did not even bother to restrain her expressions. Anne took a moment to think, the Empress's side. Susan then provided reasons to persuade her. I won't do anything bad. Ribla's intelligence agency is valuable. Just do as I ask. If you cooperate, you will have even more than you do now. Anne shook her head. I refuse. I have heard everything. You took advantage of Lady Viola's fear of men to set a trap, did not you? And what you call the Empress's faction. Do you mean us? In response, Susan only smiled. Susan did not expect her opponent to have such sharp hearing. How much do you know? Anne let out a sharp breath. Probably everything. The assassin is still alive. I do not recommend using that new drug on the Empress. Susan could only concede. I see. In that case, surely you know about our Cormet Manna. Hearing this made Anne even more uncomfortable with her. On Viola's side, you are awake, Lady Viola. The fifth lady, Lady Susan, has given an order. From now on, we will be the ones protecting Lady Viola. Please rest easy. A few days later, Larcy went with Jevon to a certain place. Welcome. Sasha and Chloe were extremely worried because the person they were about to face was the fifth lady, Susan. When they met her, the two of them were very apprehensive. Susan chuckled. No need to be so afraid. I am only giving you an opportunity for a peaceful compromise. Sasha asked suspiciously. An opportunity? Susan's tone seemed untrustworthy. The first and also the last opportunity. Just let go of Empress Larcy. By the way, I am not asking you to take my side. Simply cutting ties with the Empress will be enough? Of course. But there needs to be corresponding proof. Chloe had been annoyed with her from the start. Forgive me, but regarding specific proof, what exactly do you mean? Susan's mood seemed quite relaxed. It is simple. Perhaps poison the Empress, cause a wound on her face, or reveal her secrets. Anything will do. As long as there is evidence that you have severed ties with the Empress. And this is a task that can be entrusted to an elite secretary. You have a precious younger brother, do not you? It should not be too difficult. You have been lonely from the very beginning. Have not you? In the eyes of Jevon and others, Sasha was as if she never existed. Susan had grasped that weakness, but now that secretary was there, Sasha and Chloe were still immersed in those horrific thoughts. Susan kept urging them. As for the rest, just keep doing exactly as you are now. He already saved that foolish first wife. If you stay close to His Majesty, you can live as you do now and keep hosting your tea parties freely. Chloe asked in a panic. What did you do to Lady Anne? I heard she is still being forbidden from seeing anyone. Was Lady Anne your doing as well? Did he give her a choice? Susan smirked. Unlike the seventh wife, Sasha trembled. Could it be? Even Lady Viola? What did you do? Susan said nonchalantly, don't worry, she is still alive. Whether she is sane or not, I could not say. If you betray the Empress, I will release the seventh lady. Will you betray the Empress or not? Don't oppose me. Choose now. Chloe could not accept it. Why are you doing this, Sasha? Despite her fear, chose the side of justice. I refuse. No matter how you threaten us, it is useless. Please leave. Because Larcy once said, Sasha is my precious friend. She spoke sincerely and without a single lie. Therefore, Sasha felt unconditional gratitude toward Larcy. I cannot betray the Empress. Susan decided to make things difficult. For someone like you, who knows her place, it is a pity. You did not have to be like this. Chloe cried out when she was restrained. Is anyone there? Save us? Susan burst out laughing. I already gave you a chance. When Sasha's people ran in, they were all knocked unconscious. Susan's attitude became even more arrogant. No matter who called out or screamed outside, Susan went as far as to challenge them. Why do not you try praying to be saved? Call for that Empress you support so much. Quickly, begin. Those thugs immediately obeyed. We understand. Someone smashed through the door and burst in. The dogs that usually accompanied Larcy attacked Susan's subordinates. Xing's voice rang out. Empress Larcy is very busy. Please excuse us. Those men were so terrified they tried to hide their faces. Xing continued. I am here to invite you to a tea party hosted by Empress Larcy, Lady Sasha, Lady Chloe. I did not know if you were busy, my ladies. Someone ran to find Larcy. I have something to say about Anne. Actually, Larcy's reaction afterward was a surge of overwhelming rage. Anne was currently still in a coma. Sasha and Chloe felt as if they had found their savior. After cleaning up the rabble, Xing walked over. Please forgive me. Are you hurt? Sasha tried to stay calm. No. Chloe turned to ask, Hey Xing, did you come to save us? Xing's eyes were half earnest, half cryptic. Not really. It was just a coincidence. Both Sasha and Chloe froze. A coincidence? Xing returned to his standard polite demeanor. I heard the fifth lady had arrived. I intended to come later, but something was wrong with Lady Larcy's friends. Finally, Xing had broken down the door and stormed in. Sasha and the other were very happy to have escaped this disaster, but they forgot one important thing, that Susan was still here. Finished with the greetings, she gagged the dogs with magic. Chloe cried out in panic, Tichi, Sachi. When Xing tried to help them escape from it, Susan did the same thing to him. Let me make one for you too. No matter what Xing tried, that thing would not disappear. Sasha began to worry. If we do not help, he will. Chloe stopped her. You can't. Susan laughed sarcastically. Saves me the effort. I intended to kill you anyway. The Empress's loyal dogs, all of them. The government has forgiven you because you are His Majesty's property, but there is no need to do that for these dogs. Sasha and Chloe themselves could not do anything to help. This made Susan even more triumphant. A flame from nowhere flew straight toward her. Two elements that were natural enemies now faced each other. Susan struggled to resist. If I do not concentrate my mana, I won't be able to stop it. Tachi, Sashi, and Xing, everyone's breathing was reaching its limit. Because of that, Larcy's current wrath could not be extinguished. Since the moment you laid hands on my dogs, your future has been decided. Lady Susan, Sasha shook Xing's body. Wake up. All right, wipe away the water. Take off the mask. Tichi and Sachi probably need it too. The scene before her made it impossible for Larcy to stay calm, recalling how Susan had treated her before. The gift I sent. Did you receive it, you low-born creature? The likes of you, daring to smear that person's name. Truly filthy. From the bottom of her heart, Larcy hated her more than ever. Time and time again. And now you are touching my friends too? Larcy poured all her anger into her power. Susan felt as if she were facing two opponents. The mana was truly like a monster. But I already predicted everything. In the end, Susan lost ground against Larcy. It is not over yet. Susan was still very confident. Is that so? In her hand, she held a vial of medicine. Viola's side was still in a great panic. She was obsessed and terrified of everything. Outside, someone was pounding on the door. Lady Viola, please open the door. When it seemed Susan had no more strength to fight back, Larcy finally relaxed her guard, intending to use her final move on her. Although everything that happened put the advantage on her side. But when Larcy's hand passed through Susan's magic, when she actually touched her opponent directly, Larcy then had an ill feeling. I've fallen into a trap, believing in only one thing, mana. Is it water? Is it really water? No, it is poison. Poison actually had no effect on Larcy. What a despicable tactic. Susan refused to give up. Whether it is despicable or not, we will see soon enough. Only now did Larcy become wary of Susan. She suddenly realized something was wrong. Mana. Could it be that drug just now was... Larcy seemed to stand frozen, unable to do anything. She had heard about that thing while she was locked up. It was a recently developed drug that could reportedly seal mana, to make the Witch of Berrier behave very good. After a while, Larcy woke up in a haze. The first person facing her was still Susan. Are you awake now, Her Majesty the Empress? Currently, Larcy had both her hands tied. Susan became triumphant again. What a pity, since I am the only audience. Since only these subordinates were strong enough to drag you here, Larcy's mood was very uneasy. Is everyone all right? As expected, she could not use mana. Susan burst out laughing. You can't do it, that mana. Go ahead, laugh as much as you want. If a woman who is Empress is insulted by others, then I think His Majesty will probably come to his senses. That humiliating scene invaded Larcy's mind again, so she chose to resist. That alone was enough to make Susan stare in shock. Those who wanted to humiliate Larcy were all struck down by her. Larcy was no longer weak, like she was in the past. You dare look down on me. Things are different now. Susan was stunned, speechless. Is this a lie? Larcy tried to pull herself together. Although she had not untied the ropes, at least she could stand up. Only now did Susan truly feel afraid. You monster. I will make it so you can't breathe. Very well, fine. Go on. Let us go. Just go and die. The glass behind Susan suddenly shattered. What now? Susan's body felt as if it were being controlled by someone. Strange state suddenly appeared. Sweat began to pour off Susan. What is this? This feeling? Anxiety, fear. The magic she had cast on Larcy lost its effect. How can this be? What happened? Is it a chronic illness? Or... Someone is at the window. Is it Viola? Mental interference mana? Someone had once told Larcy about that kind of magic, making the mind stable and guiding thoughts could also be done. The advantage now was completely in Larcy's hands. It was possible that Susan was no longer a danger. Larcy now looked at her the same way her opponent had looked at her in the past. In the previous world, when Larcy was imprisoned and there were some very vile people. What is it this time? Someone has sent a gift. I heard the Emperor's honor has been ruined by a common thing like you. Larcy frowned. Another government trick. They began to approach her. I heard you rejected the Emperor's invitation. You stupid girl. I heard you should remember your lowly status clearly. So, let us play a little. Larcy was terrified at that time. No, let me go. And now she had the chance to retaliate. Viola's mental interference, perhaps it was anxiety or the amplification of fear. And she just needed to add fuel to the fire. Larcy sat down opposite Susan. Isn't that right? Do you really think you are worthy of the emperor? You are the only one in the government without royal blood. Nato, Sasha, and even Antonov Viola both have royal blood. That is an undeniable truth. I think it is time you realized it. You are just someone from a ducal family, the lowest existence. The words Larcy spoke seemed to Susan as if they came from Jevon's mouth. That is not you, is it? What does a family mean? Anyway, from the start, I saw blood as having no value. If it is you, a subordinate of the emperor, how filthy? Larcy laughed mockingly. Just breathing the same air? Why do not you understand that it is an act that dishonors his majesty? No, actually you do know. Do not you? Because you are an intelligent woman. In the government, you are the least deserving person to be by his side. Just the daughter of a duke. Yet you do not know your place. Susan seemed to go mad. No, it is not true. Larcy threatened her spirit. If you decide your own end, it saves me the trouble of acting. Or should I give you a role that suits you? For example. Do you want to become the power for the Prince of Chariot? It seems this suits a commoner like you very well. Susan heard it as if a thunderclap had struck her ears. Just the thought of it made her faint. Larcy suddenly felt exhausted. Mana was still unusable. She did not know how long the drug's effect would last. But the crime of stealing the Emperor's flame? Why was it like this? Including what you did to my friends. Leaving Xing in such a deep coma, it is best not to dream about returning to your homeland. You underestimated my friends too much. Larcy then reassured everyone's spirits. When Jevon heard of this, he was extremely furious. Deal with it. His decision was shared for all to hear. Execute the Fifth Lady immediately, along with all those beneath her. Larcy stopped him. Wait, Your Majesty, could you entrust the care of Lady Susan to me? Jevon refused. Impossible. Is that compassion? Could it be that you... Larcy smiled. It is so that I can deliver the punishment her crimes deserve. Jevon finally accepted. Very well. So then, your mana. Larcy was a bit surprised. The treatment is finished. But as for the healing magic, the healer announced, it has not recovered yet. It is likely a new drug from the Cormet Kingdom. Analysis will take some time, and I must also get an answer from the Cormet Kingdom. Recovery could take a year, or perhaps even 10 years, as it is unknown how long the drug's effect will last. Larcy became disappointed. It can't be. The medicine I took in the previous world was also, even with Chariot's medical technology, it is unknown. The value she had built up until now. Jevon silently went to the prison. I have work for you to do. The person in the prison seemed unwilling to help. What a coincidence. I am also very busy right now. Jevon continued, my wife has had her mana stolen. Hearing that, the opponent suddenly became interested. My lovely research subject. The man imprisoned held up a vial Cormet. This vial caused Queen Rose to lose her mana. Truly intriguing. However, Cormet has committed a great sin, daring to make my research subject lose all her mana. I need some pharmaceuticals to proceed with the analysis. Immediately prepare them now. Jevon actually complied. Write me a list. I will bring everything back for you. The close associate beside him began to worry. Those two actually cooperating. As expected, only Her Highness the Empress could achieve this. And then he wrote the list as Jevon had said. Larcy's side was quite surprised to receive news. Is Nicola getting married? Chloe nodded. That is right. Her husband is the second prince of the Inn's kingdom. The announcement has been released. Suddenly Larcy felt a bit troubled. The intelligence was correct, but if things continued like this, they could not form an alliance with the Inn's kingdom. And yet mana still could not be cast. My value is currently declining. Regardless, I need to combine beneficial intelligence to prove once again that I still have value. Sasha suddenly spoke up. Her Highness the Empress, I am so sorry. You saved me from Susan's hands, yet I have done nothing for you. It was true that at that moment, Larcy had tried until the very end. I said it was fine, Sasha. Sasha's reaction seemed a bit excessive. But if I had done something, your mana would not have disappeared like it has now. But Larcy was not one to keep score. Tichi, Sachi, the two little dogs are still alive thanks to your timely actions. She saw them as treasures. That is enough. You did not betray me. I am satisfied. Anne, Viola, thank you as well. You are all my lifesavers. I am truly grateful to you. After Anne woke up, she immediately went to find the royal physician, telling him to save Viola and bring her here. In her eagerness, it was also Anne who used her mana to give Larcy a hand. Anne lowered her face and said, Indeed, I asked the physician. I asked for his help. When I opened my eyes, I did not know the Empress was in danger. I only thought of saving Viola first. And then, when I heard the Queen say you were as good as dead, I heard those words. I decided I did not need the physician, nor did I look for the generals. I wanted the Empress herself to punish her, which is why I brought Viola over. If we are the Empress's faction, then I will play that role. Larcy now felt Anne was even more dangerous than herself. Truly, an obedient child. It was Viola's turn, Your Highness. I arrived too late. I should not have been scared to death just because the opponent was a man. Larcy dismissed those words. You do not need to apologize. You helped me a lot, Viola. Your mana is very strong. Clearly, you were very afraid yourself, yet you still came to save me immediately. In her heart, Larcy was actually very happy. Thanks to you, I was able to take revenge. Once again, she expressed her sincerity. Viola, Anne, I am very grateful to you. Thank you. Sasha and Chloe, as well, you all thought of me. I am very grateful. As long as you are safe and sound, I am very happy. Sasha and Chloe said in unison, yes. Currently, Larcy had to find a different path for herself. Now that she had no mana, she could not go find Bazarov, nor did she have a proper excuse. Fine. I have lost my mana, and the Emperor has become distant, but right now, I am very content. Javan approached from a distance. Hey, the analysis results are in. He stepped a bit closer. To create the antidote, we need the blood of someone possessing Koma mana. Even Larcy was stunned. Given the situation, had the Emperor already gone to find Bazarov? Sheng interjected. However, the requirement is that the mana must be highly advanced. Javan's hand tightened. Then so be it. Invade the Kome kingdom to seize the royal blood or conquer the entire country. We will try everything. Terrible news reached another land. The situation. The situation is dire. The Sherry Old Empire. The man seated on the throne could not contain his resentment. Surrender or be attacked. Why so suddenly? We have contributed so much to them over the years. The subordinate continued reading. The letter states the cause is Duke Kolganov. Duke Kolganov's daughter, Suzanne, attempted to assassinate the Empress of Sherryold. Hearing this news, the man grew even more terrified. Everyone knew the tyrant was obsessed with his empress. The letter added, we believe the Kome kingdom intends to rebel and has challenged Sherryold. Thus, we have no choice but to face you in battle. This is a declaration of war. If you wish for a truce, the following conditions must be met. The king must personally come to Sherryold to declare surrender. Another person rushed in. Emergency. It is a dire emergency. The king of Kome stood up abruptly. What now? The contents of the reports are all negative, clearly meant to provoke Sherryold. The Ribla kingdom is distributing newspapers all over the world. The headline is, the Kome kingdom attempts to assassinate the Empress of Sherryold. Just now, the Sherryold army attacked the northern defense line. The king of Kome began to panic. No, it is impossible. How could they be so fast? Go call Kolganov here immediately. Write a letter to Sherryold proposing a peaceful resolution at once. On Jivian's side, he received a new update. The pressure campaign was proceeding smoothly. Larcy did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Kolganov was unprepared for battle, practically surrendering without a fight, true to the tyrant's style. Furthermore, there is this diagnosis. I truly did not expect the Emperor to personally go find Bazarov. It was said that Bazarov did not even accept a fee. She did not know if it was true or not. Jevon suddenly turned. Aside from other matters, how is your body feeling? Larcy chuckled. I am still fine. Jevon likely resented that he could not kill Suzanne. It is just that, without the ability to use mana, that woman's blood seemed ineffective. We still need to draw more. Larcy knew he was unhappy. It is not that she is completely useless, it is just that the quality is not up to standard. By the way, Your Majesty. Larcy smiled meaningfully. I mentioned that matter to you before. Our army is about to deal with Kome, yet I cannot utilize my mana. Javon seems certain of victory. Don't worry about it. Kome does not require much military force. Even if we go to war now, it won't matter. Larcy only hoped he would not be overconfident. But if we attack two countries at once, the results might not be ideal. We must not be hasty. I believe we should proceed slowly. The man standing nearby could only give a forced smile. Her Highness the Empress is quite right. I can accept that perspective. Larcy's voice dropped. However, there's just one small difficulty. Larcy grew anxious. From Sherryold's perspective, now is indeed not the time to act. Currently, I have no mana. I wonder if he will listen to my opinion. The life that Nicola did not want, mirroring Larcy's current emotions. Her eyes looked as if they were pleading. Jevon noticed immediately. What is it? Larcy got straight to the point. Please look over this news report. Princess Nicola of the Beldenai royal family has been betrothed to Prince Haman of the Inns kingdom. Jevon looked displeased. Is it that piece of trash? Larcy sighed. She is heading to the Inns kingdom soon. Jevon hit the nail on the head. It seems you do not intend to let her off. Whether you want to attack the Inns kingdom or take your revenge on that trash individually, I agree. You want her to face retribution while she is still the second princess of Beldenai, do not you? Am I right? Larcy wrapped her arms around Jevon's neck. She took the initiative to kiss him, making everyone standing around blush on their behalf. Larcy then said, I am sorry. It was an unconscious act. You guessed correctly. If you agree, may I change the strategy? This time, Larcy was more confident than ever. Jevon seemed convinced. Let us hear it. His mood felt as if he were walking on a rainbow. In Larcy's life, she hated that woman more than anyone. Nicola, just wait. As long as it is you, I will do anything. Somewhere, Nina was extremely excited. Her Highness Empress Larcy sent me a letter. I am so happy, she finally replied to me. Shing arrived to deliver a report. Reporting, the Kome Kingdom's carriage has arrived. The King of Kome was still panicking. This must be a misunderstanding. I never intended to declare war on Sheriold. Larcy stepped out from inside. Your Majesty, I am late. For some reason, seeing her made the King of Komi even more frantic. Larcy, Your Highness the Empress. Larcy then sat down beside Jevon. It is a long way here. You have worked hard. May I ask, for what reason did the Komi Kingdom want to kill me? Jevon's close associate was speechless. She reacted so quickly. Her Highness clearly knew this was entirely Suzanne's personal act. The King of Combe shifted the blame. That is impossible. I have no reason to kill you. It was all the Kolganov family. I will punish them severely. Larcy interjected. Oh, is it that simple? The Komi Kingdom's pharmaceutical agency? It is not that good. The King of Combe bowed his head. Even so, war is absolutely out of the question. My country is under threat from Sheriold's army. War must absolutely not happen. Jevon glared. Explain in detail. Larcy posed a question. Suzanne is still in prison, but what about the punishment for the Kolganov family? Make your proposal. I will accept it all. The King of Combe quickly voiced his opinion. If that is the case, please do not launch a war, and do not demand an enormous compensation. It truly had nothing to do with me. Larcy nudged the man beside her. Your Majesty, I think it is acceptable. He keeps insisting he is not involved, so order the soldiers to withdraw. But before you return to your kingdom, there is one thing you must do to show your sincerity. The King of Combe did not object. The royal physician oversaw the blood draw. It seems to have reached the limit. Larcy gave a compliment. You are very wise. Certainly. Please keep this strictly confidential, including from the Kolganov family. The King of Combe nodded on the surface, but inside he was quite bewildered. Having his blood drawn so suddenly, he truly did not understand the situation. He still wondered, Your Highness the Empress? What exactly did Suzanne do to you? But seeing Larcy's and Jevon's attitudes, the scene before him was like hell on earth. Bazarov smirked. Did you get it? Larcy handed the vial of blood over. Use it to create the antidote. Bazarov then read through some papers. There is one more thing. To infuse a high concentration of mana into Her Highness's body, I have improved some of the neutralizing formulas. Larcy was a bit surprised. You managed to improve it in such a short time, Bazarov continued. But I need one ingredient. The blood of Her Highness Empress Larcy. This is the tool to draw your blood. Larcy felt a bit uneasy. Drawing blood was no big deal. It is just that I do not want to give him my blood. Bazarov had no choice then. You do not want to. How awkward. Take it then. Here is the list of improved formulas. If coordinated correctly, the palace physician can also perform it. The most important task now is for Empress Larcy to recover her mana. After your mana is restored, I will ask for permission to draw your blood again. Larcy's eyes seemed to want to pin him down. Your Majesty, is he truly not taking a fee for that list? Jevon seemed annoyed. Sparing his life was already a grace. Larcy called out to the man across from her Bazarov. She handed him a strand of hair, not just one, but quite a few. It seemed Bazarov did not refuse either. You have worked hard. So it is hair. Thought blood would have been better. Larcy prepared to leave. Consider it something to pass the time. Bazarov seemed ecstatic just with the hair. Larcy turned back with a smile. You thought of me before researching your own toy. It is what you deserve. You have worked hard. Jevon was a bit displeased. Don't you think you are being too kind? Larcy seemed to see through his emotions. You are not jealous, are you? On the next trip, can you come with me? This time, I want to make myself jealous of you. I hope you can pull it off. Likely the next place Larcy wanted to go was Suzanne's cell. She seemed extremely dissatisfied. Thus, meeting Larcy again, she could not restrain her emotions. Hello, Lady Suzanne. Good heavens. How terrifying. Suzanne seemed to only pay attention to Jevon. Why? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Larcy intentionally leaned close to Jevon. By the way, I thought I should say hello. It is just that the King of Combe has already come and gone. Incidentally, regarding the decisions for your family and yourself, they have been finalized. Suzanne rushed forward agitatedly. What did you say? Surely you are not planning to take even our pharmaceutical agency. She could not maintain her composure at all. Larcy appeared completely calm. That place will be fine. It is just. There are some things you should know clearly. Pharmaceutical techniques, patents, miracle drugs, all information including research findings will be shared with the Sheriold Empire annually. All traded pharmaceuticals will be sold at 3/10 of the listed price. A treaty has already been signed. The decision regarding your punishment has also followed our empire's wishes. Aren't you quite lucky? It is good to be able to stay on the land of the Sheriold Empire, where your beloved Emperor Jevon is. Suzanne gripped the bars tightly. Don't you dare laugh. Did the Komi Kingdom accept such a foolish condition? They should have stopped the drug supply. Larcy chuckled. That is right. But for someone facing immediate invasion, that could not be ignored. Suzanne did not know what else to say. Larcy thus provoked her. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? That must have been what made Suzanne feel helpless. Could it be, Your Majesty? Just for this trivial matter, you invaded the Komi Kingdom? Larcy simply had not mentioned. Actually, the war was halted immediately. Suzanne was trying to save the situation. Why make such a foolish decision? If relations with Kome sour, even Sheriold's reputation as a medical power will. Larcy interrupted, is that so? His Majesty is truly making things difficult for me. Suzanne was about to burst with indignant rage. Your Majesty, how much further will you fall? Why? Just for a woman like this. Don't you know this woman has lost her mana? I am telling you, she no longer has any value for you to desire. Are you planning to seize our exclusive drugs just to create some specific medicine? What nonsense. That drug. Javan suddenly kissed Larcy unexpectedly, just as she had done to him, thereby blocking Suzanne's words. Only now did Javan speak. Did I say anything about value? A common creature like you? Rambling about my wife is truly annoying. Let us go. So Suzanne fell into complete despair. Larcy was still shy. Your Majesty, about what just happened. I was talking about a situation where I would be jealous. I thought of a plan for a moment. Javan recalled Suzanne's words. After hearing them, I wanted to kiss you. Larcy truly did not understand. Wanted to kiss me. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her face burning. The close associate accompanying Javan seemed to speak for Larcy, Her Highness the Empress. First, you casually stole my lips. Javan spoke up to break the atmosphere. The withdrawal from Kome, as discussed, will only happen when the drug proves effective. If it is not effective, this time I will draw the blood of the entire Kome royal family. Larcy burst out laughing. Oh my. Your Majesty, you are truly stubborn. No one knew how Larcy once suffered. Even though she lost her mana, she was not as worried as her lies suggested. Originally, to prove herself with another value. She was likely presenting knowledge from her previous world, but in a certain moment, someone had reached out their arms to embrace Larcy, pulling her out of her previously dark life. Javan did not understand why she looked at him for so long. What is it? Larcy could only see it as a memory and a beautiful beginning. Nothing. Nina was diligently writing a letter. The content seemed quite satisfactory to her. Finally finished, the outside was inscribed with the words, to second Princess Nicola with all my love. Nicola's subordinate brought news. My lady, the captain has arrived. Nicola had no interest since she was marrying someone she did not like. It is just wedding. Congratulations anyway, right? What is there to congratulate? Aside from that, are there no other letters, invitations, or something? The servant rummaged through flusteredly. I will look for them. Regarding the party, it has been banned by order of the Empress. Nicola began to daydream. I would rather it be some unknown prince. It would be wonderful if you came to pick me up, but she was immediately brought back to reality when she picked up the small stack of letters. Only 5 letters. Not even an invitation. Who is this one from? Nina Alensky. It is from a little girl. Huh. What is this? The woman asked again. A marriage proposal? How long has it been since you married the prince? What are you saying? Nicola gave the reason. They say they will cooperate with our kingdom. They say they will introduce a more suitable person for Nicola. Her mother was also a bit surprised. Nicola kept rambling on. They say they will cooperate with our kingdom. Although not royalty, we are upper class. They say he is a wonderful man, a perfect match for me. The person who wrote that letter, because they praise Nicola so much, I am very happy. The mansion grew noisy again, sir. Something major has happened. At Bazarov's prison cell, he was engrossed in researching a new medicine. He seemed quite pleased with it. Oh, is it you? A rare visitor indeed. Well, it is not entirely unpredictable. Long time no see, current royal physician, welcome. Only those granted a private meeting are allowed the Emperor and you. Empress Larcy, the one who hired you. It is too quiet, so it is a bit boring, is not it? Want to hear some music? The royal physician seemed unable to stay calm when facing Bazarov. Yet Bazarov acted as if it were nothing. Shall we? What's the matter? The physician composed his emotions. The situation is almost resolved. The latest formula for Empress Larcy's neutralizing drug that you devised. It is both an extraordinary idea and way ahead of its time. The one who exploited the Emperor. It is you, still determined to conduct experiments on living beings without any help. Bazarov raised his glasses. As expected, such gentleness is unlike a physician, Prince Iria. Don't worry, this time it is not royalty, but a serious criminal. It had to be done this way. If you are jealous, do you want to join in? Iria immediately refused. I declined. I do not want to become someone like you. Bazarov smirked, I suppose. That is why the Emperor did not fire you, but appointed you as the royal physician instead. Even if one condones human experimentation, they are not a normal person. Although said to be the Emperor's half-brother, a soft-hearted person like you ultimately would not become his enemy. Iria sighed upon hearing these things. The suspicion was cleared. Then that is enough. This is the last time I need you. Here, take this. Her Highness the Empress has requested a favor from you. If you cooperate, there will be a worthy reward. Bazarov happily looked at what was written on the paper. Then he burst out laughing. Interesting. I will gladly accept. Convey my words as such, Lord Physician. Javan was not entirely heartless. Is everything going smoothly? Larcy nodded. Yes, thanks to you. Thanks to your Majesty's indulgence. Javan smirked. I thought you would exploit the 4th former lady too. Larcy chuckled. Because of that incident, we decided to act as if nothing happened, only toward her. You have forgiven Lady Nina. It is the best way to approach Nicola. Next, send it to Scorpion. Must use everything possible, otherwise it would be a waste, would not it? Javan touched her face. That is my wife. At the Kingdom of Barrier, Eric wondered, an internal rebel organization in Sheriold. Have they proposed to some noble who is currently the leader? His mother nodded. Yes. The broker for that matter is the Emperor's mistress until recently. And the Lady of the Pluto Kingdom, Nicola added, and Nina. She hates her older sister, who exiled her terribly. So she is supporting Sheriold's internal rebel organization to get revenge at some point. Although that leader is just an ordinary noble, they say if he marries Nicola and establishes a connection, the revolution will surely succeed. Yet Eric immediately dashed that delusion. It is definitely a lie. Do you believe that? How could an exiled mistress have a connection with the rebel leader? The mother rummaged through a stack of papers. About that I have investigated a bit. It seems the truth is that the girl named Nina hates Larcy. I heard she was severely burned and lost her status as the Prime Minister's daughter in her homeland. Eric read through as well. Then, it is true she is not on Sheriold's side. The mother continued. When she was in Sheriold, she often attended evening parties and had many connections. But the man beside them kept thinking, there is a chance this letter was written under Sheriold's threat. But if everything goes well, for Larcy, this could be an opportunity for revenge. Nicola was on cloud 9. Isn't it just perfect? If I play my cards right, I will become the Empress of Sheriold. No tyrants or older sisters. I will also maintain a friendly relationship with the Kingdom of Barrier. Marrying the Prince of the Inns Kingdom just like that brings no benefits at all. Nicola's father strongly objected. No, it is not allowed. It is very dangerous. Nicola, be a good girl and marry into the Inns Kingdom to pay off all the compensation debts. It is not even known if that nobleman actually exists. Nicola angrily retreated to her room. Father knows nothing. In the Scorpion Empire, a letter from Larcy. This is not just an ordinary matter. Is it cooperation? Is it because of what happened before? Who would gain nothing from this? How ridiculous. What exactly is this absurd plan? Could such a thing actually happen? No way. I will do it if it is that guy. Truly interesting. Send a reply. Say that I agree, under the conditions. Might as well create a debt, since this is a rare opportunity. Larcy was still feeling shy, Your Majesty. Why are you in my room today? Javan replied nonchalantly. Anyway, it is the same, wherever it is organized. Larcy stammered. If you had called, I would have gone there. Larcy felt it was strange. Unexpectedly, he had been here since morning. Lately, she thought she was being called every day. Surprisingly, the Emperor came himself. Javan's servant wondered, Your Majesty, what about today's schedule? There are Lords Babichev and Alhyun, and also a banquet. Javan replied briefly. Cancel them all. Larcy took the lead in answering. If it is Count Babichev, I also received an invitation to the party. So, are you going? Javan found it puzzling, as if he had only recently started coming around. Larcy said confidently, if the Emperor does not meet them today? Besides, I am your wife. I must attend. Regardless, Javan still refused. No, as expected, it is proceeding. Larcy is coming along too. Then there is no need to go to the party. It is fine not to attend. Right? Larcy wanted to cry out loud. She thought she would help him with official business until her mana returned. But lately, she has been told she can't leave the vicinity of the castle. Larcy mustered the courage to speak. But lately, the Emperor does not seem to go out much either. Is it because of the severe cold and the frozen roads? Javan shook his head. That is not it. It is for fear that something unfortunate might happen to you. Larcy's face turned as red as a beet. Huh? A lie. Wait a minute. Could it be that constantly calling me to the office lately and not allowing me outside? And the fact that he is just staying cooped up in the castle is also... Larcy was too embarrassed to say anything more. She recalled the past. That mother had said she was very precious, so she could not take her along. Larcy thought she had a fever. What should she do? So this is what it means to be treated with such treasure? Iria placed a vial on the table. This is the neutralizing medicine. It needs to be taken twice a day. Once finished, the remaining toxins in your body will be neutralized. Safety has also been confirmed. Larcy immediately drank it afterward. Likely everyone was hoping for the best result. Sasha immediately inquired. So, does the medicine cause any side effects? Larcy smiled. I am fine. Chloe reminded her. Regardless, you should not overexert yourself. Until you are completely recovered, I think you should limit going outside. Larcy nodded shyly. She actually had many concerns. Since losing her mana, the fact that he no longer called for her at night made her a bit self-conscious. Sasha was over-worrying again. Because if anyone overhears, there will be trouble. We will absolutely keep the secret. Even checking if anyone is eavesdropping must be done thoroughly. Larcy was quite calm. If that is the case, then it is fine. Aside from the people in this room, no one is eavesdropping. Thank you, Anne. Larcy was very satisfied with that. Anne's mana provided very solid protection. Chloe continued. The servants here can also be at ease. Because I have selected trustworthy people to serve Lady Viola, Viola had never been as happy as now. Truly, not just such a wonderful mansion. Sasha, Chloe, I truly do not know where to hide my face. The other two waved their hands dismissively. Not at all, this is only natural. We are just doing the work Lady Larcy requested. Even Mrs. Marion, whom you brought from your homeland, is cooperating with us. He asked us to create an environment where you can live in peace. Larcy smiled, because I am the one who brought her back. By the way, Viola, if there is anything uncomfortable in the future, just let us know anytime. Viola was truly moved. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Larcy had never been so happy. Don't be so formal. Just talk like you are confiding in a friend. Viola hesitated. I did not have anyone I could call a friend even in my homeland, so my family was everything to me. So, in this case, what should I say? Larcy was speechless. She was just so pure that any man would surely fall head over heels for her. Sasha added to the atmosphere. Me too. When Her Majesty the Empress called me a friend, I was so happy. Chloe also said, just having a friend makes me feel reassured like I can achieve anything. Larcy smiled because they finally understood. I meant having friends. That is what I meant. Nina appeared. Nicola, let us play together. Nicola was dazed and startled. You are Lady Nina, are not you? Nina hugged Nicola tightly. I have wanted to meet you so much. Can we talk for a bit? Nicola felt Nina was filthy, but replied, but I have to leave for the Kingdom of Inns next week. Nina went straight to the core matter. Nicola, let us talk about her becoming the Empress of the Sherry-Old Empire. Nicola was stunned upon hearing this. That is exactly what I wanted. Nina spoke enticingly. Nicola, it is enough as long as she returns safely. How can you be so adorable? Truly a princess. Nicola's happiness is the most important thing, right? Nicola nodded. Right, I think so too. Nina smiled craftily. Nicola, do you think this is okay? If you join hands with the rebels, could you win? For Nicola's sake, would not even barrier, which is on the brink of collapse, take action? If doing that allows you to seize the Sherry-Old Empire, then everything will belong to Nicola. If you become Empress, no one will dare speak ill of you again. Just execute everyone you hate, and it is done. Isn't that just perfect? So, think carefully, Nicola. This is a gift, along with a huge amount of chocolate, a letter written by the rebel leader who likes Nicola, with a photo inside. Let us be happy together. Then Nina returned to her home. Nicola was still immersed in the letter. Isn't this inevitable? The most important thing is for Nicola to be happy. Haman brought flowers. I have kept you waiting, Princess Nicola. My lovely fiancé. Come. Is this Princess Nicola? The chocolate box was empty, with a note saying, enjoy your meal. Nina used all her persuasive words. What a good person, Nicola. It seems you noticed my special chocolates, and that look in your eyes. Nicola got into the carriage. Go a little faster. Hurry up. This was an urgent date with Prince Haman. If she was late, Nicola's head might roll. In the Sherry-Old Empire. Larcy tested her strength. Although still weak, her mana had returned. Everything is going so smoothly. What a relief. Xing asked, should I go report this to the Emperor before he arrives? Jivan's emotions were erratic. Are you looking for my room? Larcy bypassed this issue first. First, I have another person I need to see. It is not Sasha or Chloe, but a very special person. Larcy went to Suzanne's prison cell. Are you still living well, Lady Suzanne? Larcy stood leisurely in front of her. There is one thing I have not had the chance to say. Your fate. I have received the decision. Suzanne stood up. Why am I? Larcy mocked her. I plan to use you as prey. There is a fanatic obsessed with human experimentation. He is quite a useful man. I will hand you over to him. Suzanne screamed. What? You think such an inhuman act will be forgiven? Larcy stared at her. What did you say? Sasha and Chloe, or Lady Anne. Even Viola. And even my dogs. The things you did. All of those things. Larcy hammered every word into her. Did you think I forgot? Until the day you become prey? Live well. Suzanne seemed to go mad. Your mana has returned. My former fifth lady. Larcy walked away while she was screaming violently. That was enough to tire me out. Oh, Your Majesty. Larcy found his attitude a bit strange. Why are you here? Javan said. I went to your room and the servants told me. Larcy shook her head in exhaustion. So you have already come. Javan asked. Is it because of my fifth lady? Larcy nodded. Yes, I intend to make her submit completely, to fall into despair. Javan could not help but laugh. Are those things still not enough? Larcy leaned against him. The delicious morsel was snatched away by Your Majesty. Xing brought something over. Lady Larcy. This is a letter from Lady Nina. Larcy accepted it happily. Thank you. Javan was also quite curious. Was she really here? Nina's playfulness could be seen in the letter. My dearest Lady Larcy, I have delivered the letter and photo to Nicola. I handed them to her personally, so there is no mistake. Unlike Lady Larcy, she is an extremely obedient person. Javan grimaced as he read. Is she being sarcastic? Larcy gave a forced smile. She just says what she thinks without malice. Your Majesty has talked to her a few times, right? Javan replied. I do not recall. In the letter, Nina wrote further. My guard confirmed Nicola's carriage has left. Clearly the plan is a success. If it is a complete success, you must reward me handsomely. Jevon raised a doubt. So, can she really be trusted? She is the one who tormented you, is not she? Larcy then turned somber. That is true. Nina is much more sharp-tongued than Suzanne. If you want to save Sasha, try cutting off Lady Larcy's ear, Larcy said. Of course, Nina and Nicola have joined forces. I am also guarding against the possibility of her setting a trap. Larcy knew this well because they were both alike. That is exactly why she could draw her in within such a short time. Larcy admitted to Jevon, but as for this plan, because it is a plan where I do not show my face directly. Finally, Jevon understood Larcy's point. In any case, she had calculated very carefully. Until her mana returned, she could not act. Therefore, another approach was needed. The information given to Nina was only a tiny part. Even if she pointed a blade at me, it could not reach me. Nina was nothing more than a statue controlled by someone else, because I am not on this chessboard. The request to bring Nicola to the designated location. When she arrives at the Kingdom of Inns, I just need to throw the bait for that and leave the rest to others. As long as we can lure Nicola out, even if Nina betrays us at any moment. Larcy leaned against Jevon. If the plan succeeds, we can meet once, it is fine. Your Majesty, what I meant was, if it succeeds, because Larcy knew that considering the timing of the engagement announcement, it would not be strange if Nicola had already entered the Kingdom of Inns. Xing, give me the newspaper. Xing replied. Tachi will bring it to you, my lady. Larcy smiled, but even searching the latest newspapers, that content was not there. In Barrier, the king was furious. She has not reached the Kingdom of Inns yet. Go find Nicola immediately. Just follow the carriage tracks? How can there be no clues? The subordinate stammered. The carriage tracks were erased by someone, sir. He slammed his hand on the table. The Kingdom of Inns was even thinking of revenge. Even to the library. The woman said, the boy is not that heartless. What on earth is he thinking? A subordinate reported, Prince Eric, there is an order to assist in the search. But Eric said dejectedly, what? Why me? Nicola is such a fool. And bringing poisoned chocolate too. Being tricked into death so stupidly is just laughable. If we do this, the prince in the Kingdom of Inns will realize we have fled. We will fail either way. We should have made an excuse to defend ourselves. The carriage driver announced, Princess Nicola, we have arrived. Nicola was still fast asleep. As instructed, they drove day and night and finally reached. The driver seemed to realize something. Is it this mansion? Nicola was still daydreaming. As long as I get married, father and mother will be forced to take my side. What should I do? If I look back, everyone will find out where I am, and I even left the chocolate there. As those people were about to leave, their stomachs growled. Forgive us for showing you such an ugly sight, princess. Nicola smiled suspiciously. People in the mansion welcomed her. We are glad you have come, second Princess Nicola. Nicola looked around with delight. She had also changed into a new set of clothes. Nina was the one who welcomed her, Nicola. I am so happy. I knew you would come. Nicola asked, why are you here? This was Nina's mansion. The group leader has been constantly throwing parties and waiting for Nicola. I have this to say, Nicola. We must definitely defeat Larcy. Let us leave the exact same scar on Larcy. Nicola imagined it. Her heart suddenly felt joyful. Nina seemed to have found an ally. Go for it, Nicola. All right, let us party. The drivers from earlier were now buried under the white snow. Nicola shouted in surprise. What? The group leader is coming? Nina laughed. Yes, hearing that Nicola is here, he said he is rushing over. Nicola seemed very concerned about looks. Hey, does he really look exactly like the photo? Nina's smile was somewhat forced. Nicola, you are persistent. I assure you it is true. If he looked different from the photo, he could only go home. Nicola was filled with joy. I am so excited about it. The letter was wonderful. Nicola felt she could do anything for this person. On Larcy's side, Your Majesty, wouldn't it be better to start taking outside appointments gradually? Jevon said slowly. I am taking requests from the audience. Since that day, Jevon had not left the mansion even once. That was becoming quite troublesome. Larcy broke into a cold sweat. Even if it is just Your Majesty alone, it might be better to attend official events. However, Jevon maintained his stance. I actually just prefer staying in the castle. At this point, Larcy could only give a forced smile. This was awkward. Considering that reason, it was hard to say anything more. Previously, Jevon had warned, because I can't let anything happen to you. Larcy truly yearned for that. She was no longer called to the bedroom, but they still had breakfast together, every day. Since she could not leave the castle either, the only thing left was, Larcy said, then, Your Majesty, we should at least send a representative. If it is an officially appointed representative, we can still show courtesy to those who invited us. Jevon thought of the two, the first wife and the third wife. It seemed to align with Larcy's intention. In the Sheriold Empire, at a party hosted by a count's family, the representative was Anne, happy birthday. In the name of Emperor Rakas, it is a pleasure to meet you. On the streets of Sheriold, the representative was Sasha, Everyone, you are all working hard in this cold weather. By order of the Emperor and Empress, we are distributing supplies to all those suffering because of the anti-government faction. At the diplomatic event hall, the representative was Chloe. On behalf of the Emperor, I greet you all. He is very busy. The people were confused. It is Sheriold. He is a tyrant. His achievements are impressive, but still, no matter what, a queen who burns people alive is just unacceptable. Chloe said nothing more. She yielded the floor to Viola. I am the 7th Lady Viola. I apologize for daring to act as the Emperor's representative. Chloe raised Viola's hand. Viola's power spread out. I sincerely plead with everyone. Please continue to support the Sheriold Empire. Everyone felt it. Viola's mana was intervening. People would be enchanted by Viola's mana. If used well, everyone would want to side with Sheriold. King Yulin stepped forward and said, I am the one who is worthy. This made Viola step back. Then Chloe helped clear the situation. I apologize. Viola is the 7th lady, and even if you are a king of another nation, you were ordered to be cautious in your behavior toward her. In the name of Emperor Ross, she is also Viola's close friend. Chloe's eyes were full of anger. Please step away from Viola, Your Majesty. The man inside the carriage was a bit excited. She will arrive soon. I am looking forward to it. It has been so long since I have been home. Princess Nicola, I wonder if she read my letter. She is so beautiful. Princess Nicola? Someone outside announced, Nicola, they say the leader's carriage has arrived. In that man's thoughts, if you open your heart to me even just a little bit. Everyone was also waiting. And that person entered. I want to give you trust, the future of Sheriold. If my love reaches you, and if we can, right now, let love bloom, I swear to never let go of your hand for the rest of my life. Nicola ran over. I have waited for you for so long, my esteemed Lord Donut. The letter was from Donut Bazarov, the man who loved all things. Larcy tried using her power. She had been prescribed the neutralizing medicine, and it had been a month. Her mana had returned. Jevon reminded her, don't burn the documents. Larcy was a bit preoccupied. Thanks to the help from the high society, everything was going smoothly. It was partly thanks to Anne. And Chloe too, but Larcy decided to speak up, Your Majesty. As you can see, there is nothing to worry about anymore. So, do you think it is time to return to the office? Jevon's servant gave a forced smile. For an entire month, from breakfast to dinner, he had been with the Empress. This unfolding scene was like an endless loop. Even following her for training was truly surprising. Previously, he only looked down from the office. Jevon was once curious. Dogs. Are those Empress Larcy's dogs? Now he decided for himself, I will come to your office to visit you later. Larcy gave a forced smile. I usually come in the afternoon, Jevon suggested. If you want, I can come in the morning. Larcy felt like she had to coax him. Of course, I will have breakfast with you too. She walked over automatically. Good morning, Your Majesty. I have been thinking about this lately. Is it necessary for us to sleep separately? It seemed Larcy heard some strange words. The others were equally shocked. Jevon suggested, Your mana has fully recovered, has not it? So even if we share a room, you won't have anything to fear anymore. Finally, Larcy understood. The reason he had not called for her at night lately was... Even the servants understood. Has His Majesty been waiting for Empress Larcy's mana to fully recover? Meaning he did not want to harm her weakened body. Does the tyrant emperor actually have such decent thoughts? Shing and the dogs were equally happy. Jevon said directly, being together from morning only to part at night is so annoying. One bedroom is enough. What do you think? Larcy blushed. This is cheating. It is not the first time we have spent the night together. Why is it like this? Why am I so happy? Shing bowed farewell. Good night, Empress Larcy. Larcy's feeling was very fresh, so strange, even stranger, when looking at Jevon. Gaining mana did not lead to being abandoned. Jevon raised Larcy's hand. All distance was pulled closer. There was no longer any need for hesitation. Larcy was fully embraced by Jevon. Instead, she was loved this much. This person was so close to her. In another room, Nicola spoke, Lord Donut. This is Nicola's first time. Bazarov said firmly. Then, regarding that matter, rest easy. Because I will act as a gentleman. Nicola blushed. As expected, a person like this is the right match for me. How wonderful. Not that ugly, Prince. As expected, despite all the ups and downs, the last one laughing would be Nicola. So now, this was Nicola's victory. Bazarov was still sober after drinking wine. Except for that person named Nicola, Nina was preparing to leave. How interesting. Whether she was sincere or fake in her blessing was unknown. Be happy, Nicola. While Nicola was still in a daze, a voice beside her rang out. Put your hands on your head. Nicola jumped up in shock immediately. Bazarov acted nonchalantly as if nothing happened. While Nicola faced numerous charges, you are under arrest for aiding the escape of the fugitive Donut Bazarov and for treason against the Sheriold Empire. This move Nicola participated in had completely collapsed. Larcy left first. Then, Your Majesty, I will see you later. Just as she left, news arrived. Her Majesty, the Empress, I wish to report. Larcy waited for the person to continue. At that mansion just now, the fugitive and Princess Nicola have been arrested. Larcy chuckled. Very well. Jivan stepped out from inside. Are you still there? Larcy took the opportunity to inform him. It seems the plan was a success. Jivan did not expect it to be so fast. So that guy? The servant replied, yes, he is being escorted here. Bazarov's nonchalant attitude made the atmosphere in the palace even gloomier. At the Shariald Empire, in the detention center, Nicholas screamed desperately. The fugitive or whatever, I do not know. I am innocent, let me out now, the guard said. Pretending not to know must have its limits. With Bazarov, a top-secret figure, you were staying in his mansion. How could there be no connection? Nicola tried to justify. Nina told me, if you want to arrest someone, arrest her. It is all her fault. The other continued. In that mansion, there was only you and Bazarov. The only carriage there belonged to Barrier. Furthermore, the man who looked like the driver and the horse have both frozen to death. You helped Bazarov escape and then took him to his mansion, did not you? Nicola screamed. No, that person and I have no relation. We just met today. I opened my eyes and was in that room. No one believed her. No relation, you say. And yet you signed the marriage contract. Nicola seemed pushed to a dead end. As long as Bazarov is legally non-existent, marriage is impossible, so this contract has no effect. Regardless, she could not win the argument. But it is evidence you conspired with Bazarov. Evidence stronger than anything. We also have his testimony. Treason against the nation, even if not directly related to the fugitive's escape, is a capital crime. Once it is known Bazarov is alive, we absolutely cannot let you out. Nicholas screamed loudly. Wait, you are lying, right? Wait, why? I am the Princess of Barrier, the younger sister of the Empress of Shariald. I said, wait. Larcy now went down to meet Bazarov. You have worked hard. Bazarov chuckled. Should I say I returned smoothly? Indeed, because this place is no different from my home now. I doubted, until the very last minute, whether she truly shared blood with you. Those lies Nina made up were believed absolutely. I am a duke with great power in the Shariald Empire, plotting a rebellion against the current royalty and wanting the cooperation of the King of Barrier. The first part was true until recently. Now I am just a death row inmate prolonging my life. Jivan could not help but say, no betrayal, truly rare. Surely there was a chance to escape. Bazarov affirmed immediately, because it was Empress Larcy's request and no one else's. Besides, compared to a life on the run, the current environment is obviously better. Since I have achieved so many results like this, hair, nails, skin, from blood to all kinds of body fluids. While Princess Nicola was fast asleep, I collected as much as I wanted. My thanks to the generous Empress Larcy for allowing me to take these items. I will also look forward to the main body. Larcy did not know whether to laugh or not. How unfortunate, Nicola. If you had gone to the Kingdom of Inns, contact with Bazarov would have been impossible. It was an attractive offer, was not it? A friend she could like introduced her to a man she could like. I had no reason not to choose that horrific outcome. Even if it meant betraying my country or family, it did not matter. You only ever think about yourself, Larcy suggested. Can I call Anne? Jevan agreed. Sure. Larcy smiled sinisterly. How exciting. The whole world will know the true face of Barria's second princess. The King of Barria received the news. Princess Nicola abandoned her homeland and fiancé for the Shariald Empire. Jevan read the news with his wife. Is this enough, exposing the second princess with just this? It seems better to add more. Larcy chuckled. This time, the fact that the truth is publicized is what is meaningful. First, just release a bit of information to let them imagine. It is quite interesting. Princess Nicola was betrothed to Prince Haman of the Inns Kingdom, but right before the palace entry ceremony, she abandoned her homeland and fled to Shariald for asylum. They must feel betrayed, thinking she left them alone to run to the Shariald Empire. Just let them know it was her voluntary choice. The lover is a high-profile criminal of the Shariald Empire, caught while being with a man in her underwear. Everyone was furious. Right after settling the compensation, it came to this filthy trick. Hide the information unfavorable to us. Even found that Princess Nicola conspired in the criminal plan. That is how Larcy became the villainess of Barrier. Now, Nicola, it is your turn. The King of Barrier constantly received negative news. Is information like this really spreading across the continent? No. Nicola was kidnapped by a Shariald criminal. The girl is just a victim. Announce it immediately. The woman standing beside him suggested they should quickly negotiate to bring Nicola back, just like they did at that village. But he objected, telling her not to make it sound so easy as they had made unreasonable demands last time. Furthermore, she was being held like a criminal. The situation now was far different from before. Eric scratched his head in frustration, thinking he had fallen into her trap again. Lady Barry did not know what to do and requested the return of the compensation paid for Nicola. Let the chief official of the Kingdom of Inns answer, King Barry said irritably. Eric, you must help too. Eric immediately refused. I do not want to. Didn't you tell me not to do anything for 5 years, father? The king snapped back. Is this the time for such words? Lady Barry asked anxiously. Eric, are not you worried about Nicola? He let out a weary sigh. But it is true that she ran away from the prince. Up until now, she has not been of any help at all. While I was busy, she did nothing but cause trouble. Isn't it time to just abandon her? Anyway, the engagement with the Kingdom of Inns will be cancelled regardless. With the country in this state, how could we possibly go to war? At the Kingdom of Inns, cancel the engagement, announce it far and wide. Someone rushed in. Your Majesty, it is an emergency. A guest has arrived. King In said unpleasantly, "Is this the time to receive guests?" The person replied flustered, "But that guest is..." Larcy had officially toppled another chess piece. The visitor was the Emperor of the Scorpion Empire, Layla. King In's attitude became timid. "I wonder what brings you here," he thought to himself, knowing that the current emperor was formerly the princess of the Sheriald Empire. Layla spoke. "I apologize for the sudden visit. You must be busy with the matter of the second princess of Berry." The king's face suddenly filled with embarrassment. Layla continued, "Thank you for making time for me despite that. Now then, I shall ask you directly. After being approached by the Kingdom of Berry like this, you are not planning to just stand still, are you?" Viola's magic took effect. She and Anne were embracing the statue of Layla. On this side, Nina came running breathlessly. "Sister Larcy, I missed you so much." Larcy nodded. "It has been a while, has not it, Nina?" The other girl made a heart shape with her hands. Nina worked her hardest. Nicola's role as Cupid was a resounding success. Larcy asked further, "Indeed. By the way, you invited quite a few people to the Bazarov mansion, did not you? Did you take good care of them?" Nina nodded. "Of course, since they are all Nina's relatives, and father also told me to greet Sister Larcy properly." Larcy caught the intent behind those words. "I see. You intentionally shared the responsibility of this matter with all your relatives." Larcy offered a word of praise. "The daughter of Prime Minister Pluto is truly different." Nina added to her achievements. "Right now, I am even helping my brothers with their business." Sister Larcy. So, Nina was helpful, was not she? My brothers will definitely keep the secret for Nina's sake, so please rest assured. If any fool leaks this matter, Nina will turn them into grilled meat and fertilizer, into a very special banquet. Suddenly, Larcy and Jevon found Nina indescribably eerie. Nina was not finished yet. "Ah, that is right. As a reward for this, can I brag that we are friends again, Sister Larcy?" And just like that, one day, we will be best friends. Jevon's magic flowed into Nina. "This matter ends here." Larcy spoke plainly. "Not friends, but on the condition that you continue to help in the future. If you act as a dear younger sister, I will allow you to say such things. This is about re-establishing friendly relations with the Empress of Sheriald once more. It will be a strong enough card for your family." Nina was now happy without a hint of pretense. "I will leave a scar just like sister's, on skin just as smooth as yours." The burn scar on Nina's body had completely vanished. "Well then, see you later. Thank you for the certificate as well. Your Majesty, please stay healthy." Larcy laughed weakly. Honestly, what an unruly person. Only then did Larcy dare to say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jevon had done it reluctantly. Only this once. Mark felt happy for them. "Your Majesty, you have never used healing magic on anyone else before. And yet, just for one word from the Empress, you used it on such an unpleasant opponent." Though, after enduring all that, Nina once had an outrageous request regarding saving Sasha. She had suggested cutting off Larcy's ear as a replacement, starting with the right ear. Mark had not expected things to turn out so well, not to mention healing Lady Nina's scar and binding Larcy into a cooperative relationship that would only weigh on the Emperor's mind further. Larcy suddenly called out, "Ah, Mr. Mark." Mark was slightly startled. Larcy continued, "You have worked hard too. The Bazarov prison break, the disguise, and the arrest, it was perfect. I will be counting on you in the future." Mark smiled on the outside, but internally he felt a chill. That person is terrifying. Without getting her hands dirty, she had captured Princess Nicola. And then Viola followed behind, calling out nervously, "Miss Leela, thank you very much for cooperating. We could not have done it alone." Layla waved her hand. "I do not need your thanks." Chloe felt that this person was incredibly decisive, the Emperor of the Scorpion Empire. The ability to enter the Inn's royal capital despite Titan security was largely due to this person's influence. This time, it was not as the Sheriald Empire, but as a third party making a proposal. That is why we Lady Anne and Lady Viola, who have never shown our faces, personally visited this place. But could it be this person did not originally have a good relationship with Emperor Jevon? Leela spoke bluntly. "This visit to the Kingdom of Inns is, after all, just a transaction. Since we also benefit, I accept it." In Layla's eyes, everyone except Larcy was just a brat. And besides, being able to learn that guy's tactics was also a gain. Layla evaluated them one by one. The former royal secretary of the Kingdom of Varuso, the princess who would be the bridge to Ribla, and a new mistress. With an innocent face, she is using magic. Thanks to that, the transaction was carried out easily. If Jevon were alone, he would not have discovered this value. That boy, all by himself, has unleashed the potential of these girls. Leela instructed, "Tell that boy that I am a stranger to the role of a volunteer. Do you understand? In the Kingdom of Berry?" "Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the Kingdom of Inns." King Berry did not want to hear it. "It must be the cancellation of Nicola's engagement." "I already know. Damn it. I clearly said Nicola was the victim. Why does no one believe it? What is Eric doing? The butler said. He is studying in his room. That boy, honestly, why won't he help? Kingberry urged. You should help too before speaking. Find a way to cover up Nicola's matter. The woman said, just leave those things to the subordinates. You spent so much money to hire them? Kingberry was exhausted. I gave the order long ago, so you should. The butler tried to get a word in, sir. I received this along with a message from the Kingdom of Inns. Kingberry read the words aloud. What? What did you say? How could this be? Mobilize the entire forces of the Kingdom of Berry to take back Princess Nicola from Sherriold. Otherwise, an amount double the compensation already paid for Nicola will be forcibly collected from the Kingdom of Berry by the full mobilization of the Kingdom of Inns. If we do not go to war with Sherriold, the Kingdom of Inns will perish. Kingberry clutched his head. What should we do? Our kingdom is unstable. This will surely be difficult. The distrust caused by Nicola's broken engagement meant the royal family did not dare think of rescuing her. In that situation, the threat of an attack from the Kingdom of Inns was impossible to ignore. When everything is pointing a sword in this direction, then Berry will completely collapse. The people's support will also be entirely lost. If we continue to insist Nicola is a victim, then finding a way to take her back from Sherriold will more easily gain the people's support. After all, the ones actually going to the battlefield won't be us. Kingberry ordered, bring Eric here. Immediately form alliances with other nations. With all the forces that the Kingdom of Berry and its allies possess, declare war on the Sherriold Empire. Larcy made her final move on the board. All right, now they have all been lured out. Just like in the previous life. After Emma died, I had nothing left to bring back the pitiful Nicola. No matter how many casualties there were, you all just sat in a safe place waiting for reports. Now, I won't let it stay that way. My revenge has only just begun. A subordinate rushed in panic. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived. Kingberry said, let me see it at once. This is the joint front agreement of the three nations. But to face Sherriold, we still lack forces. Lady Berry wondered, what about the Kingdom of Inns? Kingberry said angrily, Inns is staying neutral. Those cowards, are they planning to push us forward and just watch? Forget about joining the war. They only demand situation reports. If they feel the reporting is neglected, they will immediately seize the compensation money. In addition, the candidates who can stand with us are the Kingdom of Varuso, the Empress of the Sherriold Empire, who has a poor relationship with the current emperor. There are also nations whose relationships have soured, focusing on the government. That is the Kingdom of Kome and the Kingdom of Yulain, and Pluto as well. We must also put pressure on the Kingdom of Thro. Even though we have protected them all this time, they have allied with Sherriold. Kingberry also targeted Viola's kingdom. The rest is the Kingdom of Pisces and... Eric interrupted. So, what did you call me here for? You told me not to appear at major events anymore. Kingberry asserted. Then that is all the better. It's not it. You will become the envoy for the treaties? You can handle dealing with queens or princesses. Bring in even just one more ally. Eric could not accept it. Don't be ridiculous. Why did you decide this on your own, father? Kingberry was likely at his wit's end. If you do not cooperate, your right to the throne will be revoked. Then if not you, who? If you do not want that to happen, act immediately. To attack by land, the cooperation of either Pluto or Kome is mandatory. If the situation allows, I want to bring both nations to our side, Lady Berry asked curiously. As for the Princess of Pluto, does not she have feelings for Eric, even though the marriage proposal was rejected? The third princess is particularly fond of you, is not she? Eric shook his head. She is just a child. She won't be of any help. Kingberry did not care about that. Whatever. Do you hear me, Eric? Even if it is just Pluto, you must bring them to our side. This is an order. Larcy received a letter. This was sent by Chloe. Viola was not feeling well after returning from the Kingdom of Inns, so she is resting at an inn in Pluto on her way back. It seems those children performed well. Chloe promised in the letter. I will try to return as quickly as possible. Larcy instructed Xing. Send a reply telling her not to overexert herself and to take care of her health first. Tell her she can take a leave of absence if she needs to. Xing bowed, understood. Larcy guessed her opponent's next move. By now, Berry must be desperately gathering allies. Everything is going according to my plan. With the Sherriold of today, it would not matter if they brought an entire mob to invade. Mark broke into a cold sweat. If it were just one or two nations, even if he were called a tyrant until Empress Larcy arrived, I would not have been this at ease. Jevon said, I will go to the military unit later to make a report. It would not be bad if you came along to show your face. Larcy chuckled. I see. Then let us go together. Jevon quickly cut in, but more importantly, how is your health? Larcy did not expect him to ask that. She smiled comfortably. Is there ever a time when I do not feel well? Jevon was quite relieved to hear that. Xing clapped in celebration. Your magic has also completely returned. Now, no matter where you appear, you won't have to feel ashamed. Jevon said, It seems there is no need to worry. Larcy did not quite seem to understand. worry. It is not a matter of whether or not to bring out an empress who can't use magic in front of everyone, but rather because he was worried about my health. No, truly, you keep surprising me. Javon found her reaction strange and asked, "What is it?" Larcy shook her head. No. It is just that I probably need to warm up my body a little. Javon's face looked slightly devious. Where would be good? If it is you, surely the story won't just stop at showing your face, will it? Larcy stepped closer to him. As expected of your majesty, Javon suggested. Say what you want. I can create it anywhere. Larcy looked into his eyes. Since it is a rare opportunity, I think an open space would be good, because it has been a while, to let me maximize my magic. I will go to a battlefield where I can release everything. In the previous life, after the defeat at the hands of Barry, what? You can protect me and take me back to Barry. She was happy, truly, but why? Haven't we already lost to Barry? Nicola could not contain her joy. The soldiers remained very calm, informing Nicola of the official news. We have captured the first Princess Lars. Now, you no longer have any use value. Nicola could not believe her ears. Her eyes lowered as if she were immersed in her own emotions. But very quickly after that, Nicola broke into a terrifyingly sinister smile. She whispered, "Sister, fantastic. Thank you, dear sister." She jumped up like a child. The soldiers from before were visibly confused by Nicola's unusual attitude. When I heard the news of the defeat, I was so disappointed. But it turns out you are still alive. Finally, you are of some use. Thank goodness. My sister has to be like that. Currently, in the Sheriold Imperial Prison, a groan echoed from within. Honestly, let me out now. Nicola would not stop screaming and resisting. But the only response she got was threats and scolding. Shut your mouth. It is smelly and dirty, and the food makes me want to vomit. Why does a member of the royal family have to endure this? Nicola is also a princess, so why? Why does no one feel sorry for me? She collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly through the palace arches. I heard the second princess of Biri has been imprisoned. Then Biri's army might attack here. It will surely be a great war. The royal guards were busy chatting, which means speak of the devil and they shall appear. How scary. Jevon and Larcy walked in arm amidst everyone's warm welcome. Currently, our empire is on the threshold of war with Barry. His Majesty has promised a generous reward for the one who achieves the greatest merit. The Emperor had promised as much. He will grant a territory on the western border, along with a corresponding medal and title. He said he would grant it to the person with the greatest achievement in the war. Andre, that territory is also a disputed area. Wouldn't it be more reassuring if a brave soldier received it? Hearing this, the eyes of all the soldiers sparkled with excitement and determination. Oh, fellow comrades, prepare yourselves thoroughly. Jevon and Larcy were pleased with that heroic fighting spirit. Everyone wanted the reward, so they were determined to give their all. Listen carefully to the orders. And at this very moment, Empress Lars summoned another battle before that war could even begin. The opponents were the foreign tribes invading the borders of our Sheriold Empire, shifting to a peaceful scene in the palace garden. Sasha's heart was full of sorrow and anxiety. Chloe, Anne, and even Viola. Will they all be all right? Please let them be safe and sound. Larcy quietly approached to comfort and encourage Sasha. This place is also quite memorable. Sasha was startled. Your Majesty, Larcy asked gently. This is also the place where I first met Sasha, is not it? Yes. Yes. Is that letter for Chloe? She noticed the letter in Sasha's hand. Ah, yes. She said she would check on Viola's health and then return. I received a similar letter. Don't worry too much. There are guards with them and Chloe is very capable. Sasha felt somewhat relieved. Can I be of any help? Larcy looked at the fragile girl before her with surprise. Both Chloe and Anne. I heard Viola is terrified of men, but they are helping her get used to them. Sasha has already cooperated and helped. Larcy encouraged kindly. Sasha still hesitated as if she wanted to confess something more. Can I really not help anymore? In my capacity as the Empress's friend, I want to become an even greater source of strength for you. Larcy was somewhat stunned. Unable to believe her ears, unable to believe someone was ready to help her regardless of the circumstances, her eyes widened. No words could describe her current mood. She broke into a happy smile. She stepped forward and took Sasha's hand. Sasha will be the one to fill my absence, because we will soon be at war with Barry. Both His Majesty and I will have to leave the Empire for a while. I want Sasha to help reassure the people. How can I perform such a grand role? That is something only Sasha can do. Larcy held Sasha's hand tightly. And please pray. Because Sasha's prayers are the most effective in this world, so that Sasha does not collapse. If you remain as you are now, then I will surely be able to return to this place. Even if later I become even more stained than I am now, then surely your prayers will awaken me once again. Since you are always watching over me, when spring comes, let us go to the flower festival together. Yes. In the kingdom of Barry, the king and queen quickly planned their escape. Is everything ready yet? Hurry. We must get to the kingdom of Comet quickly. Wait, now that Scorpion has refused, we must somehow bring Comet to our side. Since it has come to this, let us keep quiet. That captain is too slow. The only way is to go and persuade them ourselves. Comet has a long-standing relationship with the medical powerhouse Sheriold. But precisely because of that, if the link is cut, the impact will be enormous. It so happens, I heard they just had a fallout with the government. The opening to intervene has been found. Will the next target be Comet, Sheriold Empire, border area? Larcy was using her magic to attack. Damn it, what on earth is this firepower? As expected of Empress Lars, these foreigners that the border guards struggled with were driven away so easily. Is this the time to just stand and watch? We must give chase too. Her Majesty the Empress ordered us not to rely solely on her. Jivon's stern face appeared in their minds, frightening the soldiers immensely. Because of that, they charged forward fiercely. The enemy has expressed their intention to surrender. Accept it. Waiting for that signal, Larcy felt she had completed her mission here. She handed everything over to Mark's brother, Lord Tovin. I will leave the cleanup to you for now. Yes, please leave it to me. The firepower was truly overwhelming. Her magic had completely returned. Xing had the carriage ready. You have worked hard, Empress Lars. All right, if we face Comet, the supply of medicine will be stalled, and the pain on the battlefield will increase. Susan is still in prison, and with Nicola taken, Barry and Comet will have common interests. To take down Sheriold, now is the opportunity to cooperate with us. That scene appeared in Larcy's predictions. If war breaks out between nations, everything we have built for so long will go to waste. At the Kingdom of Comet, the King of Barry was trying his best to persuade the King of Comet. To take down Sheriold, now is the opportunity to cooperate with us. Our kingdom, for a long time, for the sake of the southern nations on the continent, has taken it upon itself to be the protector against the Northern Empire. I heard the Kingdom of Comet also suffered heavy losses from Sheriold. Right now, Your Majesty, please cooperate with us? The King of Comet hesitated a bit, but finally gave an answer. I have waited for those words for a long time. Our Kingdom of Comet is the same. After being demanded an unreasonable compensation by Empress Lars, not a single day has passed that I have forgotten this humiliation. Together we shall stand against Sheriold's hostility and fight. Actually, we have already started acting. We need to send the strongest assassin. We must push that wicked woman to her dead end as quickly as possible. But what Queen Irene did not expect was that the assassin she thought was the strongest had joined Larcy's side long ago. Please forgive me, Empress Lars. Xing announced the current situation investigated. According to the report, Barry has arrived at the Kingdom of Comet. You have worked hard, Xing. Ah, you have a guest. Huh, you remember him too, right? Yes, he was once a subordinate of Susan. Show him the evidence of Susan and promise him release. He has provided a lot of information, and he is an assassin. In his homeland Comet, he is currently being hired by the royal family. But in reality, since Sheriold collapsed, he has just been a messenger under my command. I tried pretending to sleep, but he had no intention of attacking. With Barry's proposal, Comet acted exactly as I thought, following my instructions. What now is the opportunity? Sheriold has gone bankrupt. The entire pharmaceutical industry and research achievements have been seized. There is no way they would send an assassin. These images were present in Larcy's plan. If we cause ill will here, what will happen to our secret information? Thanks to that, we can tame Comet now. Also thanks to your former master. Now, it is time to reply. Tell them to continue focusing on the reports. At the same time, warn them never to reveal this to anyone from now on and to act with extreme caution. I like men who do not say unnecessary things, even the talented ones. Larcy removed her earrings and gave them to the servant as a reward. If you can't find a client, come here anytime. I will hire you with better terms. Building things step by step is what matters. Unlike that foolish man from Barry. By now, he probably has nothing left to build upon. After some time away from the palace, Larcy finally returned. The soldiers lined up in formation to welcome her. Greetings to Her Majesty, Empress Lars. You have all worked hard. Suddenly, the bright smile on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of surprise. The person standing before her was Javon. He had been waiting for her for who knows how long. Your Majesty, I could have walked in myself. It was on the way, after all. Mark, the royal close attendant, did not see it that way. Clearly, as soon as the Emperor heard the sound of the Empress's carriage, he had rushed out immediately. I have received the report. I heard you were victorious. It seems your magic has recovered well too. Devon gently pulled Larcy into his arms. That is a relief. Tell me all the details. I have not even had the chance to change my clothes yet. What does that matter? Xing and Mark stood by, watching the two of them flaunt their affection. There's just no helping you. So, while I was away, did you stay out of trouble and behave yourself? The servants standing on both sides did not dare utter a sound. Thank goodness the Empress is finally back. While the Empress was away, do you have any idea how terrible His Majesty's mood was? Now there are no more distractions, right? That is right. As soon as the positions are arranged, we will begin immediately. I am very much looking forward to that day. So it turns out you actually know the meaning of the word wait. Oh my, Your Majesty is being quite mean. And how did it feel when you had to hear the order to wait from me? The servant could only think to himself, can that tyrant really be described as just mean? On this side, King Barry was still gloating. We have successfully secured cooperation from the Kingdom of Comet. Thus, we have moved one step closer to toppling Sheriold. It really was not in vain that I made the effort to go personally. Now only Eric is left. I hope Eric, who headed to Pluto, is also doing his job well. In the Kingdom of Pluto, the Kingdom of Pluto was situated between the Kingdom of Berry and the Sheriold Empire. We've received proposals for cooperation from both nations. The Berry side sent a story about how Princess Nicola had been bullied by a lady from the Alensky family of our kingdom. As for the Sheriold side, furthermore, our Alensky family has improved relations with Empress Lars of the Sheriold Empire, and we report that Lady Nina has become a close sister to the Empress. In the midst of such a difficult time for the kingdom, why is only the Alensky family rising in status like this? What, close sister? Just with that much, all the nobles in Pluto are flocking toward the relationship between Lady Nina and the Empress of Sheriold. It is only natural for the nobles to act this way. The one holding control of this era is clearly Sheriold. Our choice must certainly be Sheriold as well. The King of Pluto crumpled the notification paper. We cannot let the Alensky family hog such a sweet prize all to themselves. Tell my daughters to watch their behavior. Do not let any suspicions arise regarding a relationship with Barry. A few days later, Eric was still waiting. Why will no one agree to see me? Didn't the eldest princess and the second princess both say they liked me? They were so passionate when they confessed. Women really have it easy, changing their hearts as easily as playing a game. What should we do, sir? The servants worried. I do not know. But even so, I can't just return empty-handed like this. If father finds out, he will nag me until my head hurts. If I go back now, I will definitely just be forced to study. So let us just go back to the lodging for now. Just pretend to be working on something to stall for time. Back when I was in Pluto, I did nothing but play with princesses. Now I do not even have a single party invitation. Maybe I should just go flirt with some commoner girls like the rumors say. No, no way. Everyone here is just stupid and ugly. Suddenly, Eric's eyes caught sight of something. He froze for a few seconds. The silhouette of a beautiful girl passing by caught Eric's attention. It turned out to be Viola. Her elegant and gentle beauty stirred the heart of the playboy prince. Eric smiled with satisfaction. Lady Viola, all preparations for the return are complete. Thank you, everyone. I am truly sorry that my health has caused everyone so much trouble. Chloe replied politely. Health is the most important thing, my lady. Even the Empress herself said so, did not she? That is right. Shall we depart then? Yes. While the atmosphere was pleasant, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Leave tomorrow instead. The commotion put Chloe and Viola on guard. What? Stop right there. Eric approached Viola. Hello. I am also staying at this lodging. Chloe recognized him immediately. Prince Eric. It is Barry. Get the lady into the carriage now. He was aiming for the moment when half of the guards had moved to the carriage. So you already knew I was from Barry? That is right. I am the first prince of Barry, and you happen to have caught my eye. Isn't it an honor to be personally addressed by a prince? Get away right now. We are. Before Chloe could finish her sentence, a slap landed squarely on her face. Viola panicked. Chloe. The one who struck her was none other than Eric. How insolent. Who is the insolent one? I told you I am the first prince of Barry. Seize her. Chloe's soldiers did not dare move. Viola was so terrified, she began to cry. Eric pulled her arm, intending to take her away. Now, shall we go? I have booked the most luxurious room in this inn. Despite the pain, Chloe struggled. That lady is the first consort of the Sheriold Empire, Prince Eric. Even if you are the Prince of Barry, this is not someone you can treat so recklessly. Are you planning to use this opportunity to start a war with Sheriold? Only then did Eric realize. First consort. Sheriold? He looked closely at Chloe's face. Wait a minute. I feel like I have met this woman somewhere before. Chloe's past image flashed through his mind. A name flickered in his head. Chloe, Eric suddenly remembered. If that is the case, then please take me to Barry immediately. As long as we reach Barry, you will examine my sister right away, won't you? Not today, just follow the plan. We depart in 3 days. How can it be like this? At that time, Miss Chloe, the former court secretary of the Kingdom of Verso, had been recruited by our Sheriold Empire. Connecting the events, Eric finally believed it. So this woman really is from Sheriold. One would think he would know his place and let Viola and Chloe go, but no, even better. Perfect timing. Take her away quickly. Take that secretary too. If she is Sheriold's mistress, she will make more than enough of a hostage. Don't let them take her. Don't lose track of that secretary. This time I will make her work for me for the rest of her life. Viola was so frightened she could not stand. Hey, damn it! Why is she like this? Hey, someone carry her. Although tied up, Chloe called out worriedly, Lady Viola, you do it. Get her into the carriage at once. Suddenly, a sharp sword was pointed directly at Eric's face. This left him stunned. His guards cried out in panic. Prince Eric? Chloe recognized the person pointing the sword at Eric. A man, not our guard. There were even this many of them. A sweet voice drifted over. Found you. Greetings, Prince of Barry. Chloe recognized her at a glance. Lady Nina. It has been a while, has not it, Miss Elp? Secretary. I heard the Prince of Barry was in Pluto, so I dropped by to have a look. That person is Sister Lars's new mistress, right? Nina looked toward Viola. Chloe answered honestly, that is correct, though I confirm she is the Emperor's mistress. not the empress's. In that case, let me lend a hand. By the way, that secretary too are not you Sasha's precious secretary. Nina is going to show off all her skills. Nina will perform excellently for Sister Lars. Yes, yes. Chloe could only follow Nina's lead. Incredible. But in her heart, Chloe thought, I thought Lady Nina must hate the Empress and Lady Sasha so much. Hello there, Prince Eric. I am Sister Lars's younger sister and also Nicola's best friend. My name is Nina. If it is Nina, is not she the one who set the trap? You are feeling bored, are not you? Well then play with Nina for a bit, okay? Nina continued her interrogation. Hey, why did you come to Pluto? Did you come to meet the royal family? Who have you talked to? Very quickly, Viola was released and Chloe ran to her side anxiously. Eric was furious. Is it the eldest princess? The second? The third? Or perhaps the consort? My prince, because you are so handsome, I was afraid you would easily get close to anyone. The sword remained fixed on Eric, terrifying him. What is this? What is wrong with this woman? The sharp sound of the sword made Eric flinch. Nina's talking to you. Why are not you answering? Why are you going to keep ruining my mood like this? By the way, Prince, you really do look like Sister Lars. Perhaps even more than Nicola. Look, the eye color is exactly the same. So, it does not matter even if you do not answer. Those eyes that look just like Sister Lars's, give them to Nina. Okay, I will cherish them as my most precious treasure ever. Just one threat was enough to make Eric break into a cold sweat. Run, let us get out of here. Make the carriage move immediately. But where do we go now? Who knows? Just find any other lodging. Wait a moment, Prince. Honestly, I treated him so kindly. Do we chase them? The soldiers were still eager to pursue. No, forget it. Instead, it seems we must get this person back safely for now. Because who knows if the prince will chase them again? I will take you all the way to the border. However, Nina hesitated slightly when she saw the bleeding wound on Chloe's face. There were also red marks on Viola's hands, in such a wretched state. With war about to break out, you might just be thrown away by Sister Lars. On this side, Larcy and Javon prepared to visit a guest. At Sheriold prison, Nicola, in filthy prisoner's clothes, was slumped on the floor. The sound of voices woke her up. This way, please. Her name echoed in the dark space. Nicola? She startled and looked up at the person who just called her name. Sister? What a surprise. I did not expect it to really be Nicola. I thought it was someone else. Nicola burst into tears. Sister. Why are you so late? You are still quite energetic. Are not you, Nicola? Hurry, hurry. Get me out of here now. Larcy looked at her younger sister with an affectionate gaze. Get you out, Nicola, screamed immediately. If I let you out, what benefit do I get? We can talk about that later. I am telling you to get me out now. Aren't you my sister? How pathetic. So if the situation were reversed, would you save me? Of course, naturally. Well, Larcy paused for a moment. In her heart, she felt the person kneeling before her was truly shameless. Sister? Oh, sister. Larcy imagined the scene where she herself was once locked in a prison, begging to escape. Don't worry, I will get you out. In 10 years. The words made Nicola tremble violently. 10 years, Nicola? It seems you can't even last 10 seconds, can you? After that, I will send you back to your beloved Bazarov. Surely he is also wasting away, waiting for 10 years from now. The one who shares biological data with me. The one who carries the same blood as I do, waiting for a test subject. Sister, you are joking, right? It is me. It is me. I am Nicola. Aren't you the one who abandoned your family? You left your family behind in Biri? And solely for your own benefit. You defected to the Sheriold Empire where Bazarov was. Just remember how you treated me in the past. Therefore, for the sake of Sheriold's medical advancement, and further for the sake of this sister of yours, please just die. Nicola screamed, her face drenched in tears as she could not believe her ears. What? Larcy took Javon's arm and left, ignoring Nicola's pleas. This scene was exactly like how Nicola and Eric had abandoned Larcy in the past. Nicola still tried to hold on. Wait. No, she cried and knelt, doing everything just to escape that dark prison. Larcy felt immensely gratified. She giggled, causing Javon to chuckle along with her. In Barry, the citizens firmly opposed the conflict. No to war, no to war. We do not want war. King Biri was still very happy. I have received alliance agreements from the Kingdom of Yulaine and the Kingdom of Verso. The situation is very favorable. Continue to put pressure on the Kingdom of Tro and the Kingdom of Bisis. The rest only requires Eric to do well in Pluto. Your Majesty, the citizens are causing a disturbance at the city gates again today. With this, we can save face with the Kingdom of Inns. This time, I will give Lars a taste of her own medicine. On this side, Larcy remained relaxed. Xing, that matter is fine now, so from now on, if there is any report, let me know immediately. Understood. Well then, just like the day you returned after meeting Princess Nicola last time, we have arrived. Xing was making a report, then paused for a moment, because he saw an intimate scene between Larcy and Javon. Both Xing and Mark were embarrassed. Even while kissing Larcy, Javon did not forget to glare at the two servants. Xing went out to the hall to prepare the carriage. The carriage was ready to roll. Mark and Xing watched the carriage leave in awkwardness and helplessness. Could I have even started a conversation in that situation? At that time, I did not even notice. Because I was able to get back at Nicola, I was too excited. Who would have thought I would be so focused on a kiss that I would lose track of everything else? What should I do? Larcy asked shyly. It is okay. Javan cut in. It is not. Have some sense of the situation and the location. Specifically, which situation are you referring to? Right now, it looks quite harmonious and pleasant. The atmosphere turned a bit somber. Not again. Your Majesty, honestly? How much longer are you going to act like a child? Shing is really good. Daring to talk back to the Emperor like that? Mark stood still, not daring to move, but in his thoughts, he found Shing quite cool just now. Larcy spoke up to diffuse the situation. Shing, it is fine now. So, what about the contents of the report? Yes, the carriages of First Consort Anne, First Consort Viola, and Third Consort Secretary Chloe have arrived. All three have returned safely. Sasha happily ran out to greet her close sisters. Anne, Chloe, Viola. Welcome back, everyone. Chloe bowed politely. Lady Sasha, it has been a long time since I have had the honor of greeting you. Viola felt self-reproach. I am truly sorry. Because my health was not good, I ended up passing it to Lady Chloe, causing everyone to return home late. It is okay. Health is the top priority. You've all worked very hard. The Empress has prepared a tea party. The events that occurred in Pluto were being recounted, including both Eric and Nina. Although Lady Nina helped, I still can't understand why she sought out Prince Eric. Furthermore, even though she is from the former Prime Minister's family of Pluto, why did Lady Nina act personally like that? Sasha listened to the story and was extremely worried. Larcy remained as calm as if no incident had happened. It seemed everything was already part of her plan. One could tell without even looking. Surely you two must have endured painful experiences because of Eric. I apologize. I apologize to you two on his behalf. No, Your Majesty, that is not your responsibility. Nina's cooperation is good, but if she just went ahead and killed Eric, it would be a huge mess. Larcy looked calm on the outside, but was troubled within. Is Eric still in Pluto now? Eric, as he is now, along with the malicious rumors, is carrying the responsibility of the royal family, so he must be filled with resentment. Suddenly, she called Chloe's name. Anne's name was also called. Or he will abandon everything and run away, before he dies a meaningless death in Pluto. Can I ask you to do this? In the kingdom of Yulin. Is it really okay like this? The king of Yulin was having a headache, calculating whether sending a reply to Buri like this was truly okay. The queen's expression was equally weary. We have no choice. We and Barry have built a diplomatic relationship over a long period. Suddenly, the queen hesitated. However, for us, the one ruling this era is certainly the Sheriold Empire. This is a necessary choice for us to survive. Indeed, both the king and queen of Yulin were fearful of Sheriold's power. In the Biri royal palace, officials continuously shouted, Your Highness. There is another letter from the Kingdom of Inns demanding a situational report. Rel shouted angrily. Again, he dejectedly ordered, Send word back that for the transaction with Pluto, our first prince is personally taking action. An official cried out in panic, Your Highness. We already mentioned that in the previous report. Rel shouted in a rage. The forces to seize Sheriold are more than enough. Rel thought of the map of surrounding countries, Nevton, Verso, Capricorn. He shouted excitedly, Verso, Comet, Yulin. They have all promised to form an alliance. He suddenly muttered, If things have turned out like this, perhaps I should show off the spoils of war to display our strength. Angelina, sitting not far away, yawned. If we start with Pluto, perhaps those countries that have not replied will start paying attention. She analyzed. Those belonging to Sheriold's faction include Lev, Tro, and Kensel. Hearing this, Rel smiled and shouted, Inform the Kingdom of Inns immediately. First will be the Kingdom of Kensel. He continued, This is top secret information. Be careful not to let it leak. The official immediately bowed and replied, Yes, sir. Evening at Sheriold. Larcy and Javan were lying in bed. Shing stepped closer to the bed, holding a tray with a letter. Empress Larcy. He bowed slightly and announced, A report has arrived from the Kingdom of Inns. They say the next target is the Kingdom of Kensel. Larcy took the letter and smiled. You have worked hard. She opened the letter. Jivan tilted his head to look. Larcy thought sarcastically, That stupid man from Biri, does he still not realize it even now? She thought of Barry's expression and gave a faint smile. He has underestimated the wrath of the Kingdom of Inns after being betrayed by Nicola. Larcy leaned her head on Javan's shoulder and said, It means Capricorn and Verso will join forces to target the Kingdom of Kensel. Hearing this, he imagined the map and the moves of each kingdom. So they are targeting the rabbit first. Is there any strategy as subjective as this? As Larcy handed the letter to Shing, who was waiting nearby, she asked, Is it possible this is a trap? Jivan answered immediately. No, it is definitely not a trap. Larcy stood up and said, The defeat of a small country like Kensel is a foregone conclusion. He calculated, one is to leave it to perish, the other is to send reinforcements to make them indebted to us. We must choose one of the two. Shing bowed as Larcy passed by him. She said to Javan, I will go change my clothes first. Javan muttered, mobilizing the forces of two whole nations just to strike a weak little country. Larcy tilted her head and asked with a smile, In the meantime, Barry's side will surely become loose, won't it? She looked at Javon and continued, with a trivial matter like this, we do not need to take action directly. Larcy spoke with interest. Just make use of them. No matter what the outcome is. In the country of Kensal, amidst the panic of the citizens, soldiers continuously shouted, priority is to evacuate the people. Those are the national flags of Capricorn and Verso. They intend to target the harbor first. A person looked in astonishment at the approaching warships and cried out, why is such a massive warship here? On the warship of the Capricorn Legion, a commander shouted, this battle is to display the terrifying power of our alliance to the whole world. On the Verso Legion's warship, the general roared, show them that joining our Berry alliance was a completely correct decision. The Kensal Legion was in total panic. Urgent shouts echoed continuously. Counterattack immediately. Citizens ran in all directions. A young boy tripped in the middle of the street. The soldiers shouted, absolutely do not let them set foot on shore until all the citizens have been evacuated. A soldier crushed a model ship and shouted resolutely, even if it costs us our lives, we must protect this place at all costs. The Kensal commanding general roared, let us go. The commanders of both Verso and Capricorn excitedly gave orders to their entire armies. The Capricorn general brandished his sword, and the soldiers immediately moved to prepare for the attack. Suddenly, someone announced loudly, something big has happened. The soldier cried out in fear. Report. An enemy has appeared behind our Capricorn Legion. The soldiers screamed. It does not look like the Kensal army. That ship is... On the shore, the boy who fell was crying and reaching toward the shattered model ship. A person was slowly approaching him. A blue light emitted, healing all his wounds. The person handed the boy the model ship. He looked up and said, thank you, madam. That the person stood up. It was Layla. She looked at the boy, smiled, and replied, no need for formalities. On a Kensal warship, a soldier cried out in panic. It is the Scorpion Legion. The Scorpion Legion is attacking the enemy. Someone shouted in shock. What? On the Capricorn warship, the general screamed frantically. Their numbers are terrifyingly large. How can this be? Uri clearly said Scorpion was a neutral party. On the Verso ship, soldiers reported in fear. The rear has been captured. Furthermore, the general shouted angrily, as expected of the Sheriald bloodline. They must be screaming that. Layla stood with her arms crossed, watching the ships with a sneer. Pretending to be neutral like this is a breach of national honor, is not it? But all we declared from beginning to end was simply silence. She remembered a certain person's calculating words. Now that Scorpion has refused, we must bring Comet to our side at any cost. Layla looked at the letter she had received and smiled. For now, we shall continue to maintain our silence. The attacked warships began to burn fiercely, one after another. Leela muttered with a cold smile, to expose their undefended backs like that. Just as that brat said, they did not have even a shred of suspicion. The Kensal general quickly ordered, prioritize the attack, blow them apart in the center. Don't miss this opportunity. Leela watched from afar and laughed. Though a weak kingdom, Kensal certainly knows how to show its claws. She ordered her soldiers, leave the forces lying in ambush in the village as they are. She continued, in any case, it seems they won't have another chance to set foot on land. Leela waved her hand with an ambitious smile. Though earlier than planned, we are heading straight for the royal capital. She observed the harbor and said, even in this small country, there is not much for us to profit from. A carriage pulled up with its door already open. Leela spoke leisurely, but kindness was born to be repaid after all. She turned her head and smiled. Even so, she looked at the burning ships. Instead of dealing with these weaklings, bring out something with a bit of flavor for me to savor. A ship exploded. Leela smiled dangerously. Or should I say it myself? In a certain kingdom, citizens frowned while reading the news. A newsboy ran everywhere shouting, the invasion of the kingdom of Kensal has failed. The citizens turned pale at the news. The alliance between the kingdom of Capricorn and the kingdom of Verso has ended in a disastrous defeat. The boy's voice continued. The Scorpion Empire has joined hands with the Sheriald Empire. At the Berry Palace, Rel clutched his head looking at the newspaper. Everything is turning into a mess. Angelina stood beside him, watching him in despair, and muttered, has the control of the media failed completely? This happened right after the incident with the Young Wolf publishing house. Angelina thought of the citizens and officials and cried out, if the royal family continues to suppress the press like this, we will lose trust both at home and abroad. You know that yourself, Rel clenched his fist, crumpling the paper. I can't believe the Scorpion Empire stood with Sheriald. Those bastards clearly said they would stay neutral. The newspaper was mangled in his hand. He remembered Layla's face and the rumors. The Scorpion Empire will maintain an attitude of silence. They never officially declared they would remain neutral. He was so angry. His face flushed, and he roared. This kind of wordplay is truly. The secretary spoke hesitantly. In addition, malicious rumors about the royal family are spreading. Recently, there have even been talks about forming a revolutionary army. He thought of the protesters at the palace gates and continued, the people's dissatisfaction is reaching the worst level in history. The citizens continued to shout. The secretary added, even with a blockade, the crowd only grows larger by the day. He hesitated. At this rate, They did not know that blending into the chaotic crowd were Larcy and Xing. Xing used his hand to pull his collar up to hide his face and remarked, "What wonderful security." Larcy nodded in agreement. Indeed, 2 citizens ran past them. One shouted, "I heard that in a moment. There will be a gathering of the Revolutionary Army at Sector 6. The other urged, "Let us go," Xing muttered. "A Revolutionary Army. I heard about that earlier too." Larcy smiled faintly. "Interesting." She brushed her hair and said, "I also think it is time for them to gather. Let us go as well." 2 dogs followed Larcy as Xing walked behind her. Larcy thought as she walked, "Last time I received unconditional permission to cross the kingdom of Varuso." She looked at the soldiers everywhere and reflected. But currently, they are on high alert against the Shariald Empire. She remembered passing through the gate while the soldiers were busy talking. However, with the kingdom of Varuso in chaos after the Kensal incident, Larcy thought to herself, "We can slip in easily." In another part of Varuso, a man shouted angrily, "Our village was once occupied by the Shariald Empire." The young man in brown with a black scarf around his neck said loudly, "However, Shariald saved our village. On the contrary, the Varuso royal army." The speech continued. Larcy listened and frowned, remembering that village. It is one of the 7 villages occupied before. In her mind, she thought of the village the Varuso army had oppressed. Larcy evaluated internally. Since then, hatred for the kingdom of Varuso must have accumulated immensely. She remembered the hateful gazes of the people and silently praised, "Well done." At that moment, a man patted the speaker on the shoulder. Larcy noticed the brown-haired man. That man is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A revolutionary clenched his fist and roared, "It is time for us to stand up." They thought of the royal family and Larcy. The current empress of the Shariald Empire abandoned our country. But that was only natural, considering the malicious rumors about Empress Larcy. They shouted. "Because we ourselves are partly responsible for blindly believing the words of the royal family?" Larcy thought sarcastically. How ridiculous. The revolutionary continued the speech. "Princess Nicola, in this very moment of crisis, abandoned her engagement with our ally, abandoned her motherland, and abandoned her responsibility as a princess to run away." The revolutionary thought of Larcy working diligently, while Prince Eric committed brutal acts and shifted all the blame onto the former Empress Larcy. They thought of Eric indulging himself, even playing around with women right beside them. The revolutionary thought of the sinister faces of Rel and Angelina, the king and the consort, who ignored all that. And what else? They assassinated Prince Stuart, who was meant to be the king. Larcy was silently satisfied. "Fortunately, we manipulated the information well." She thought of the newspapers, first Empress Larcy, the true brains of the kingdom of Varuso, shifting all responsibility for the royal family's wrongdoings onto Empress Larcy. She thought of the citizens' annoyed expressions while reading the news. Larcy looked at the revolutionary inciting the crowd. This is worth looking forward to. A moment later, a person suddenly called the revolutionary leader. "Pardon me, leader." Xing carried a bag of gold coins and followed Larcy. She smiled friendly. "I was very impressed by your speech just now." She signaled Xing to open the bag full of gold. "Please accept this." The revolutionary was astonished by the amount of money Larcy brought. She said calmly, "I support your activities." The leader took the bag and cried out in shock. "This much? Who on earth are you? Which noble house are you from? At least tell us your name." Xing bowed as Larcy turned around. "I cannot reveal that at the moment." The leader shouted a question. "What is your purpose? What do you want us to do for you?" Larcy said as she walked away. "There is nothing like that." She smiled coldly and continued, "Didn't I already say? I'm here to support you?" She pointed to herself and said, "If I must say something, just remember me." Something like that. The revolutionaries stared blankly, clutching the bag of money as they watched Larcy's back. "That is all. Use that money freely." In the Biri Palace, Rel slammed the table and roared in anger, "Damn it. Again, even so, we still have a promise." He thought of the map and the reports. "With the help of Comet and Yulain, we will seize Libra. This is the price for you stealing our information all this time." Rel looked at the map and sneered. "This can also be considered a warning to Pluto." He thought of the regional map and shouted, "That man Eric will also become easier to negotiate with." He took a piece of paper and muttered while writing a letter, "If we swallow Libra and all 4 nations attack Pluto together, we will surely win." A secretary said hesitantly. But Libra is declaring a state of absolute neutrality this time." Rel shouted furiously, "What does that matter? Do you think I will be fooled by those things again?" He thought of his alliance pointing their swords straight at Anne. "I won't miss the opportunity a second time." Rel shouted an order. "Send the letter immediately." The letter with the red wax seal was quickly sent. At the Kingdom of Comet, a servant announced, "Your Majesty, a letter from Biri has arrived." Larcy smiled. So it has come. She thought of the King of Chariot's panic and ordered, "Report this to Chariot immediately." Larcy raised her teacup, smiling as she said, "I truly appreciate your cooperation this time." She looked at the woman opposite her and called, "Miss Leela." The woman did not answer, only sipped her tea leisurely. Sasha, Anne, and Viola sat around the tea table with Larcy at the head. Leela replied coldly, I did not come here to hear your thanks. Sasha looked at her with worried eyes. Layla gritted her teeth and continued. I only came to give you a piece of my mind because you are always pushing the task of dealing with these lowly vermin onto me. Viola looked at Larcy with an uneasy gaze. Anne calmly ate a cookie. Larcy smiled upon hearing Layla's scolding. Oh, come now, she said happily. I really did not expect you to be able to make Biri initiate the war themselves. Leela glanced at her and teased, truly commendable. Since a major war like this is rare, I am just temporarily joining in the fun. She remembered her own words. Since an occasion like this is rare, I will create a little light. She remembered negotiating with a king and asked Larcy, don't tell me you plan to leave that promise and end things with our scorpion so simply. Larcy smiled and replied immediately, of course not. She stroked her hair and said confidently, a person like me, how could I play such trivial games with Miss Layla? Hearing that, she nodded in approval. It is good you know that. At this moment, Viola stammered. I Miss Layla. She glanced over unpleasantly. What is it? Viola remembered Layla's face and spoke hesitantly. About the matter of the Kingdom of Inns. I'm truly grateful to you. She thought of herself facing difficulties in Inns. Viola blushed slightly and said shyly, I am so happy to see you again like this. Leela heard this and said, well, look at that. This girl is even more polite than the Empress. Larcy smiled and asked, she is good, is not she? She said to Viola, seeing you and Leela so close like this makes me happy too. Viola explained flustered. It is not that we are close. Viola bowed shyly. How could I dare? Then she looked up and called, Miss Layla. Viola's words made Layla a bit embarrassed. The one who saw off the late emperor of the Scorpion Empire, and then walked firmly on the path of a noble empress alone. Viola held her blushing face in shyness. As a woman myself, she possesses everything I do not. How could I dare compare myself to someone like Miss Leela? Leela nodded and said, so that is how it is. I understand now why you dote on me so much. Larcy smiled and added, that is exactly it. Time gradually passed. Layla set her empty teacup on the table and said, if Barry sends troops next time, it will surely be Comet. Shin quickly replaced it with a fresh cup for her. Leela looked at Larcy and continued, I heard that the government official from Comet was not deported but was executed in Sherriold. She wondered, is he still alive? Larcy smiled without answering, then remembered Suzanne's resentful face toward her. Leela crossed her arms and analyzed. With this opportunity, it is possible Korganov will attack Comet and then stand with Barry. Shing stood behind Larcy, carefully pouring new tea. Larcy smiled reassuringly. Please do not worry. Everything has already concluded, she continued. Comet is currently being watched very closely by His Majesty Javon. She remembered Javon's angry face. After the invasion, should I drain the blood of the entire Comet royal family? Or perhaps drain the blood of the citizens until the whole kingdom withers away? Sasha bowed, remembering Javon's terrifying question. Which option would be better? Layla spoke. So then, next, she looked at Anne nibbling on a cookie and asked, will it be Libra? Larcy did not answer, but only gave a cryptic smile. In Javon's study, he said unpleasantly, even Layla is now personally taking action for you. Larcy gently touched her hand to his cheek and exclaimed, oh my. She was sitting on Javon's lap, his arm around her waist. Larcy teased with a smile, is your Majesty jealous? Is that right? She continued, I am sorry for stealing your sister away. Javon turned his head coldly. Keep her. Mark stood behind them, smiling with his eyes closed. Javon remembered Layla's arrogant demeanor. That woman only ever appeared when she wanted to seize something. He continued unpleasantly. Otherwise, she never comes for any other reason. Javon thought of the end of the tea party. Leela waved her hand as she walked away. Everyone except Larcy bowed in salute, Javon said. And yet now she does not care about me at all, but sits having tea with you. He looked down at Larcy and continued, you are quite skillful at charming women too. She laughed and replied, for me, having your Majesty as the only man is enough. Shing was happy for some reason, while Mark stood seriously thinking. After the Princess Nicola incident, our relationship had become even better. At that moment, a servant handed a letter to Mark. He opened the letter and read it, then froze. Mark stepped before Javon and Larcy and announced, Your Majesty, a message has arrived from the Kingdom of Comet. Javon took it and casually handed the letter to Larcy. After reading it, she smiled and exclaimed, oh my, in the Kingdom of Libra, a person shouted in shock. What? The Empress of Sherriold, the King of Libra, was so shocked, he stood up abruptly. Right now, she is coming to this city. The servant replied tremblingly, yes. The king gritted his teeth and muttered, but our country has already declared neutrality. He thought of Javon and Larcy. And yet they still intend to force us to join the war, those Sherriold bastards. The King of Libra shouted, there is no other way. Let them through. We must welcome and escort them with great solemnity. He thought of someone. This time, we cannot yield. For what was done to the Sherriold Empire, the King of Libra remembered Anne. They have paid enough for that crime. Our country has the right to refuse as well. At that moment, a servant shouted, yes. The King of Libra slammed the table, looking at the map and muttering, Even if the Sheriold Empire has the upper hand, Beri, Capricorn, Verso, from Comet to even Yulain, he thought of the Sheriold army slaughtering people. There is information that in the south of the continent, they have already joined hands with many other nations. Outside the Libra Palace, the soldiers looked at each other, turning pale. Larcy stepped down from the carriage with Xing behind her bowing politely. Larcy smiled and said, I look forward to everyone's help. She looked at the next carriage and hesitated. These two are. Before her, the one in white embroidered with gold thread was the first prince of Comet. The other, with a beard and wearing black official robes, was the prime minister of the kingdom of Yulin. The king of Libra sat on his chair, inwardly astonished. What on earth is going on here? He sat facing the three people and wondered, wasn't it supposed to be only the Empress of Sheriold coming? He looked around thinking, the first prince of Comet and the prime minister of Yulin too. The king of Libra felt the prime minister's uneasy gaze and silently wondered, aren't both of those countries on Beri's side? Larcy suddenly smiled and spoke, this is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Even the kingdom of Libra, renowned as the nation of information, had no idea we had secretly joined hands. The king of Libra frowned at her. The first prince of Comet bowed when Larcy said, exactly as I explained, the Sheriold Empire and the kingdom of Comet. The prime minister of Yulin also bowed when Larcy mentioned, and our kingdom of Yulin are now in the same boat. She smiled and reminded him, by the way, this is top secret information. Please be careful. The king of Libra asked hesitantly, why? Why would you reveal such a truth to a neutral nation like us? As you know, we have declared neutrality. Larcy smiled and replied, of course I know that. She looked at the king's fearful face and said, please do not worry. The Sheriold Empire would never do something like forcing a nation that has declared neutrality to participate in a war. Larcy put her hand to her chin, hesitating. Of course. The first prince of Comet signaled a servant to hand over a letter while Larcy continued. That only applies to our side. The first prince of Comet pushed the letter toward the king of Libra and said, this is what our kingdom of Comet received. It is a directive from the kingdom of Beri. The prime minister of Yulain also presented a letter. We received a similar command from Beri. The king of Libra took the two letters and trembled with fear. Comet and Yulin. Allied to invade Libra, Larcy smiled and said, whether these documents are forged or not, you are free to verify them at your leisure. That is King Beri's own handwriting. She thought to herself. I verified it personally, so there is no mistake. She watched the king of Libra grit his teeth. I repeat once more, the fact that Comet and Yulin belong to our side is top secret information. She smiled and continued. Once there was a directive from Beri, these two countries had no choice but to obey. Larcy looked directly into the eyes of King Libra. The Sheriold Empire is the same. We have no desire to drag Libra into this great war. Thinking of Anne, she said, because this is also the homeland of a very precious friend of mine. Larcy continued. Therefore, right here, make your decision. King Libra gritted his teeth, thinking, are you telling us we must stand with Sheriold? King Libra thought of the war's toll on his people. Larcy spoke again. Do you intend to just turn a blind eye to Beri's tyranny and suffer invasion from these two nations? She continued, causing the king to falter. Or will you publicly announce the contents of this letter to the world, officially severing diplomatic ties with Beri while asserting your neutral status? King Libra wondered. Sever ties. King Libra looked back at the letter and asked, do you mean our kingdom can still maintain its neutrality like this? Larcy replied, yes. She tilted her head and smiled. However, until this great war ends, I want you to stop providing information to any nation. She continued, surprising him. Naturally, that includes our Sheriold faction. Only then can it truly be called neutrality. Larcy gave a dangerous smile. In this great war, under the name of neutrality, I ask that the kingdom of Libra cease any further interference. She thought to herself that she had already provided info to everyone as a neutral party. Silencing Libra was key. Larcy suddenly said, delighting the king. As a condition, Yulin and Comet will officially join Sheriold, and we will halt the invasion targeting Libra. King Libra immediately stood up. Your Majesty, Empress Larcy. He stepped toward her and shook her hand joyfully. We wish for the victory of the Sheriold faction. Finally, newspapers were published with the headline, Leaked Kingdom of Beri's Invasion Plan. A brutal attack aimed at the neutral nation of Libra. The newspaper printed a map. Beri's heartless choice exposed. Kingdom of Yulain and Kingdom of Comet defect to Sheriold Empire. As soon as the newspaper was published, a servant immediately reported, Your Highness, Yulin and Comet are in total chaos. Rel slammed the table in a rage and roared. What? The news became the talk of the town. Outraged, the Kingdom of Libra has announced it will cease all information services until the war ends. Some citizens cried out angrily, because of Beri's mistake. Are we even losing our right to know the news? Don't be ridiculous. The article continued. Nations have expressed sharp criticism and severed ties with Beri. Sheriold's power is growing while Beri becomes increasingly isolated. Angelina gripped the paper, her face hardening. What is the meaning of all this? She stood up and questioned loudly. Hey, what on earth is happening? Rel clutched his head and screamed, Shut up. I have already read the contents of the command. He stabbed a dagger into the map and roared, "Damn it, you wretched traitors! I will never let you be." He continued, "Now that it has come to this, we must pull Pluto to our side at all costs." The servants bowed in fear as he roared, "What the hell is Eric doing that he has not made contact yet?" His face turned red with rage as he ordered, "Immediately send our most capable men to support him. Bring them to our side no matter what." He continued to scream, "Send the Prime Minister too. Threaten, seduce, or lure them, use any means necessary." In Pluto, Eric dejectedly received a letter from a servant. He muttered while reading, "Send love letters to the first, second, and third princesses of the kingdom all at once." How troublesome. The soldiers behind him frowned in annoyance. Eric did not care and said arrogantly, "Wouldn't it be better if they just brought the princess to me? Truly useless." A secretary hesitantly advised, "Guards at the royal capital are very strict. Sending these letters was our maximum effort, sir." Eric picked up his pen and spread out the paper, thinking, "Well, if this is all it takes to finish the job, fine." He rested his chin on his hand lazily. "I do not even remember what they look like. Should I just write some lip service to get it over with?" The secretary guided him, the first princess on date X at time Y, at location A. As for the second princess, Eric let out a long yawn, his mind filled with flirtatious words, pride, "Let us marry, I only think of you, only you," and so on. At the Pluto Royal Palace, Eric's letter was sent with a red rose. Someone asked, "When is this letter from?" The girl lifted the letter, her face flushing as she read the words. She was the third princess of Pluto. She cheered joyfully. "It is a letter for me from Prince Eric." Meanwhile, in the sherry old royal dining room, Javon sat at the head of the table, surrounded by Larcy, Sasha, Viola, and Anne. In the kingdom of Pluto, someone muttered while reading the letter that he is waiting at the edge of Rilling Lake. The first princess of Pluto frowned and threw the letter into the fireplace. "How unpleasant. How did this end up in your hands?" The letter slowly turned black. "A prince of a nation that oppresses a neutral country. I do not have a shred of lingering affection left." The second princess of Pluto wept as she tore the letter. "Prince Eric, I am sorry." She threw the scraps into the trash and muttered, "This is father's order. I can no longer participate." Elsewhere, female knights were searching in a panic. "Princess, where on earth is the princess?" The third princess of Pluto had changed into simple clothes and was hiding behind a tree. A knight cried out, "She said she was only going out for a picnic for a moment." On Eric's side, he scratched his head and thought, "The first and second princesses have not come? Seems they really are not coming. Damn it, they used to listen to everything I said." He yawned dejectedly and told himself, "If even the third princess does not show up, I will have to find some hole to hide in until the war ends." A voice called out, "Prince Eric?" He immediately shut his mouth and looked up. Oh, the third princess ran toward him, clutching a letter. Eric thought, she actually came. Eric put on a fake smile, wondering, as expected of her. What was her name again?" "Meanwhile," he said, "you have come, my lady." The third princess confessed with a blush, "Prince Eric, I missed you so much. Thank you for the beautiful letter." Eric smiled in silence. The third princess asked shyly, "Did you really choose me? Truthfully? I have had feelings for you for a very long time." She remembered when Eric was charming her sisters. "It is like a dream. Since you were always with my older sisters, I never dared to dream of this." She saw Eric reach out his hand and thought, but actually, he was watching me all along. Truly the prince of my life. The third princess reached out, and Eric immediately grabbed her hand. He tilted his head and shouted, shocking the princess into a daze. "Hey, is it ready now?" He ordered, quickly, "Seize her." The third princess backed away in fear, her eyes wide as she stared at him in confusion. He let go of her hand and clutched his head with a sigh. The third princess cried out internally, "Prince Eric, why are you doing this?" A knight stepped forward, grabbed her wrists, and covered her mouth. Eric said coldly, "Now father should finally be satisfied." Tears rolled down her face. She was led toward a carriage. I trusted him. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Hello there?" Nina was sitting inside the carriage with a spiked mace at her feet. She smiled at the third princess. The knight and the third princess were both equally shocked. Nina greeted them cheerfully. "A pleasure to meet you, third Princess Murdy." So adorable. Hearing Nina's voice, Eric immediately turned his head. Knights surrounded Nina to protect her. Eric roared in a rage, "You again!" Eric's guards shouted, "Your Highness, please flee immediately." The knight's hand that was holding Murdy dropped. She asked in shock, "Who are you?" Nina watched her guard punch the knight behind Murdy and smiled as she introduced herself. The daughter of the former Prime Minister Alensky of the Pluto Empire, Nina Alensky. "Don't forget my name," Eric shouted angrily. How did she know about this place? "It is impossible for the information to have leaked." Nina hugged Murdy and replied happily, "That is right. There is no way it leaked. So this must be fate." Nina stopped smiling and said seriously, "Just kidding." She whispered to herself, "It is all thanks to Sister Larcy's power. While Eric had been writing letters and muttering cheesy words like, "Let us marry, I only think of you." In Sheriold, Anne had used her clairvoyance to read every single letter. "No one but you," to the first princess, and so on. Chloe, with a dark expression, wrote as Anne spoke, "The second princess is..." Nina thought back to when she was with Anne and Chloe. The investigation had not been difficult at all. She remembered the moment Chloe was struck in the face, and when Anne said angrily, "I will never forget your cruel voice." Nina remembered Viola's terrified face. At this moment, Chloe was leading Murdy's knights. "Over here, third Princess Murdy is here," a knight shouted. "Princess Murdy," Eric roared. "No." He turned back and wondered, "Is she here too?" Nina's voice immediately rang out to stop his escape. Where do you think you are going?" He looked at the soldiers surrounding him and realized as he backed away, why are there so many? Were they hiding from the start? A sharp pin suddenly lunged at Eric's eye at incredible speed, leaving him unable to dodge. Nina held the pin and laughed happily. "Prince Eric, capture successful." Eric fell to the ground in terror, a sword blade immediately pressed against his neck. Nina stepped toward him. "It is okay. I did not actually poke your eye, so do not be so scared." She remembered Larcy's words and said, "Sister Larcy ordered that I must try to bring you back in one piece." Sheriold soldiers moved in to arrest Eric's knights. Nina's voice rang out again. Therefore, Murdy wept as she hugged her guard. Nina reassured her, "Prince Eric, please rest easy." Anne and Chloe arrived. Nina made a heart shape with her hands over her eyes and said, "Says the road to hell is actually quite safe." Eric gritted his teeth in fear as Nina continued, "Let us wait and see the price you pay for looking down on women." In the Sheriold palace, Xing bowed respectfully. Larcy said, "It seems Anne has succeeded as well." Jevon, sitting beside her, praised. Well done." Larcy added, "I must go there at once." He immediately asked with a smile, planning to go chop his head off. Larcy stood up and smiled with her arms crossed. "Not to that extent. I must go save my dear younger brother." She thought of Eric suffering in prison and continued, "Because he must die in Berry, not Pluto." The king expressed his gratitude. "I wish to offer my sincere thanks for rescuing my beloved third princess. Despite the unpleasant things that happened in the past, I am immensely grateful that you were willing to help. I highly value your spirit of justice and your courageous actions. Nina Alensky, from this day forward, I officially grant the title of Count to the Alensky family." Those present gossiped. To think a family that had fallen and even lost the prime ministership could rise like this in such a short time. The Alensky family is indeed something else. At that moment, Larcy stepped down from her carriage. She heard a call, "Your Majesty." She was pleased to see Chloe and Anne. "You have worked hard, well done." But Chloe proactively clarified, "No, actually, regarding Lady Nina's matter, I need to apologize to the Empress." Nina also cheered joyfully. "Sister, you have arrived. I am so happy." Larcy replied happily, "I heard your family's title has been restored?" Nina confirmed joyfully. "That is right. It is the reward for rescuing the young princess from those villains." But then Larcy teased her. "So you plan to snatch all of Chloe's credit for yourself?" She panicked and clarified, "I told her everything. That I helped Nina." Chloe felt no resentment. "The credits are not important to me. But Lady Anne as well, this was originally Her Majesty's plan. Truly uncontrollable. Acting like a real hero. Even in front of the frightened princess, Larcy did not hesitate to say, that cleverness of hers is certainly something." Nina continued to act friendly. "I am just so happy." Chloe asked anxiously, "Is this truly all right, Your Majesty? This credit should have been yours." Larcy replied happily, "Anyway, it is true that Nina helped. I will thank Chloe and Anne privately." Chloe was worried. "No, that is not what I meant." Larcy asked further, "So, what about Eric in the dungeon?" Eric was extremely indignant. Why must a prince endure this humiliation? He startled at the sound of Larcy's voice. "Still healthy? How disappointing, Eric. Plotting to kidnap the third princess. Compared to your usual self, this is a major mess." He shouted irritably. "Shut up. What is your scheme? Using such dirty tricks to trap me?" Larcy replied calmly. "I heard you are still insisting on that." The kidnapping failed and was just a misunderstanding. He had shifted all blame onto Pluto, claiming they framed him. What a terrible excuse. At least it is better than Nicola, who still thinks I am her ally. Eric irritably demanded, "Get me out of here immediately." He did not expect her fury. "But that personality of yours, is not it just too wretched?" Eric flinched as she attacked suddenly. He backed away with a cry of pain. Larcy emphasized, "The King of Pluto was overjoyed to hand you over. It seems he wants nothing to do with you or Beery anymore. He just confirmed that in this war, Pluto will stand with Sheriold. It is all thanks to you. You have worked hard." Only then did Eric realize bitterly, "You used me." He then tried to exert his magic and lunged toward Larcy, causing the room to suddenly ignite, yet she remained unharmed. This made him furious. Using fire to block fire. "You monster." Larcy continued to mock him. You are just mediocre. What can I do when you are the son of the man who murdered my brother? Even if you inherited the golden hair that symbolizes magic, you will never even reach my heels. You are just a useless person with neither power nor knowledge. To carry this nation? No, Eric. With your bad reputation spreading everywhere, you will be abandoned and become lonely. Now it is your turn. Hey, have you ever acted with the dignity of a royal? Have you ever helped your father with anything? Besides flirting with women, you have no ability at all. How shameful. But do not worry. I will send you back to Barry right now. For you. The execution block is waiting there. Look forward to it. With that, she turned and left immediately. As soon as he returned, he was cursed at you. Eric, what is this about being forcibly deported from Pluto? Even being tied up like this, I went to the trouble of giving you the most reliable subordinates? What the hell did you do? He shouted angrily. It is too noisy. Father does not even know what I had to endure. In the end, is not this all Father's fault for giving the orders? The king's face turned pale. Even Eric's mother did not dare utter a sound out of fear, but he continued to shout, Are those the words a father should say to a prince who just returned from a foreign prison? Just how ridiculous do you all think I am? From now on, do not you dare order me to do this or that? The king could only scream in despair. This boy, how dare you speak like that? Eric, after returning to his room, Eric felt exhausted. I never wanted to come back here anyway. Damn thing. Larcy's words echoed in his ears. The execution squad is waiting for you there. Along with her cold finger pointing at him, it made him hate her even more. Eric lost control and knocked over a mirror, shattering it. Larcy had now returned to Jevon's side. He asked curiously, You have sent him off on that carriage? She nodded. Yes, on a carriage for criminals. Since it was handled quickly, the king of Pluto was very satisfied. With Pluto fully on our side, Barry will have no real allies left. Conversely, the revolutionary forces will surely grow stronger. Everyone hoped to join hands with Jevon. Please accept this. We support your activities. If the leader is not incompetent, he said gently to Larcy, everything is going smoothly, is not it? She confirmed happily, yes, terrifyingly smoothly. By the way, Your Majesty, about Anne and Chloe, they clearly achieved great merit this time, yet all the credit went to Nina. Therefore for them, and for Sasha Chloe's master, I hope you can grant them a worthy reward. Jevon quickly agreed. Do as you wish. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then I thank Your Majesty. Then let us hold a banquet. As soon as they stepped into the banquet, everyone was wide-eyed at its luxury. Larcy called out happily, Come here, Sasha and Chloe. The three quickly replied, Your Majesty. We are truly grateful to be invited to such a grand banquet, Larcy announced. This is a banquet for you, after all. It is also to celebrate Sheriold's victory in advance. Chloe replied hesitantly, Can I really participate? Even Lady Viola is absent. But Larcy interrupted. But there are too many men here. We will invite Viola for afternoon tea later. Today, you are the protagonists. Just enjoy yourselves. The three happily nodded in agreement. The people at the banquet gossiped. I heard those over there are rumored to be the Emperor's mistresses. No, that is just a complete misunderstanding. Larcy then proactively left Jevon. Well, Your Majesty, I will see you later. Then two voices called out, Lady Sasha, Lady Anne. The two turned politely. Ah, everyone. Two elegant men took the opportunity to chat. We were personally invited by the Empress today. We will fulfill our duty to protect and escort you. The three happily accepted Larcy's thoughtfulness. I see. Thank you, sirs. Everyone's attention shifted back to Larcy. The Empress seems very happy. I heard she recently started participating in diplomatic activities. Originally in the position of a mistress, she was seen only as a bridge between the Emperor and other nations. Now she is both the Empress's confidant and an inseparable existence. She is another holder of power in our country. After a long time had passed, it was now after the banquet, the award ceremony. The first to step up was Sasha. She happily received the Emperor's blessing. Chloe and Anne were also called shortly after. Everyone present was joyful. Larcy seemed to feel relieved. Jevon's attention was always on her, seeing Larcy's satisfied smile. He hesitated for a long time. Then he turned firmly toward his beloved. He placed a passionate kiss on her lips, causing everyone present to gasp in amazement. Doing this in front of everyone? The atmosphere suddenly turned strangely silent. The next day, Chloe was shocked again. A private territory for me. Larcy confirmed with a nod. Yes. Currently you are staying at Sasha's mansion, right? She quickly refused. But I have not done anything yet. Seeing this, Larcy advised, wouldn't it be more convenient? Sasha's mansion is good, but having your own place is better. Sasha interrupted from beside them. Your Majesty, I think it is a great idea. But as for granting territory to me, Larcy immediately reassured her. If you are worried, I will send experts to assist. Besides, if it is Chloe, you will get used to it soon. As for the reward, I already received mine at the banquet. You are the women who shine in the Sheriold Kingdom. This is your well-deserved right. And if you have your own territory, no matter what happens in the future, I originally planned to grant territory to Anne as well. Hearing this, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for sending excellent guards to protect me, and thank you for letting me choose for myself. Larcy took this opportunity to ask further, are you sure you are all right? Some soldiers achieved even better results than that. But Anne replied sadly, no, Your Majesty. I prefer people who constantly praise Sasha and the Empress. As you can see, they are not allowed to come closer than 2 meters. If I see any strange signs, I will fire them immediately. Larcy felt satisfied upon hearing this. You have certainly become much brighter. Viola, do you really not need any territory or soldiers? She replied confusedly. For me, this is enough. Furthermore, I am truly sorry for my absence last time. Larcy quickly comforted her. Don't worry about it. We will have an afternoon tea party just for us. If there is a chance, you can make it up to me in any way you want, Viola. Xing suddenly appeared with a greeting. Your Majesty, a report has just arrived. She silently wondered. News from the kingdom of Biri, a request for a ceasefire. Everyone looked at her curiously. Is something wrong? Larcy gave a sinister smile. No, it is nothing at all. But in her heart, she was secretly delighted. Finally, they had realized their own limits. The king was furious upon hearing the news. Why is Eric so stubborn? Ever since he returned, he has stayed in that state, saying he does not want to step a foot out of his room. At this rate, we must stop the war. But how can we gather the countries of the southern continent? He quickly received an answer from his subordinate. They are dividing their forces in 2 for the resistance, while reinforcements from the other continent will. But Nicola, at this time, he continued, that is not what is important right now. But the subordinate continued. If things turn out like that, the problem is that the kingdoms of Pisces and Tro are on Sheriold's side. Even if they are weak countries, they cannot be underestimated. Hearing this, the king made his decision. Gather the prime ministers here immediately. Tell them to bring me the plan to seize the entire southern continent. At the kingdom of Pisces, the king analyzed the weight of the situation. If we do not accept Biri's request for military cooperation, will they mobilize their full force to attack our kingdom? I do not want to become an enemy of Sheriold, but if they have acted this way, there is no other choice. Biri's faction has surrounded us. How can we win? Let us just surrender. Meanwhile, at the kingdom of Tro, the king was also fearful. How can we possibly resist them? We cannot hope that Sheriold will personally step in to save a small kingdom like ours. But we cannot allow Viola to fall into a difficult situation. That child sacrificed herself for our kingdom. For Viola's sake, we will absolutely never surrender to Biri. Make an example out of them. As soon as they delay their response, consider that they have chosen the opposing side. Mobilize all military forces in the south of the continent and focus the attack on the kingdom of Tro. Larcy burst out laughing after reading the report. Honestly, how ridiculous. Every move Biri makes from behind, I have already heard about from the kingdom of Inns. Are they planning to use the kingdom of Tro as an example? So the request for a ceasefire was just to buy time. Jevon asked curiously. So, what do you plan to do? Larcy replied immediately. The answer is already prepared. Our allies. They dared to touch our allied nation. I wonder if I can ever forgive them. I intend to get to work immediately. Jevon became even more curious upon hearing this. Are you planning to act alone again? She replied calmly. No. I will take advantage of this. To show the entire continent the price to be paid for touching our people, let us carefully make an example out of them. Biri's warships were now about to dock. At the kingdom of Tro, the situation was extremely chaotic. Your Highness, Biri's invasion is surging like a storm. There are reports that Revzine and the kingdom of Nevton have also begun their attacks. We are surrounded. It is only a matter of time before Biri's troops near the border take action. Currently, we are just barely holding on, but at this rate, at the same time, the Duke of Tro appeared. Father! On the sea, Pisces and Biri forces are on Biri's flagship. The commander was urgently directing the soldiers. No need for separate announcements. Soon as we dock, seize it immediately. The king of Tro gave the order, only think about evacuating, leave me, and run. The appearance of their warships caused panic among the citizens. What are those ships? The chief commander of Biri declared. Now that the Pisces army has also joined, we have no more rivals. Absolutely do not show any sign of weakness. Chloe and Anne had not received the news yet. Report. Biri's army still has not noticed our presence on this side. Chloe secretly calculated that seizing the disguised national flags of the Pisces army was far too easy for the kingdom of Yulen, a commercial power. Everything they think is the Pisces army and are trying to capture is all fake. That identity belongs to Yulian, the one who raised the flag against Biri, the kingdom of Pluto, where the third princess was once kidnapped. Once the cannons hit, it is all over. Everything will be cleared away before they even dock. The actual Pisces army right now is currently out at sea, and they are in a state of total confusion. Captain, joining forces with Biri has become impossible now. That is exactly why the situation has turned out like this. To think we were surrounded by Sheriold's troops before we could even join forces? How could they know our actions so clearly? Xing quickly reported at this time. There are still no signs of them wanting to attack. Larcy replied calmly, Don't go too far forward, Xing. If we are attacked, there will be trouble. Because you are different from me. Xing's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. The two were suddenly attacked from behind. Larcy remained incredibly calm, making the two snipers look absolutely petrified. She even reminded Xing, keep your head down while walking on the deck. Now then, shall we? On the enemy's ship, chaos continued to erupt. Don't be foolish enough to provoke them. If a battle breaks out at sea, everyone will die in vain, Captain. A small boat from Sheriold is approaching this way. Furthermore, it is that Empress, that monster. Larcy was suddenly filled with excitement. It has been a while. I have climbed onto an enemy ship like this before. However, the purpose this time is not to attack. The captain quickly warned his men. Put your guns down immediately. You all know how terrifying the Empress's magic is. She gave a smirk. Then she made a proposal. Could you let us on board? We have no intention of fighting. He hurriedly asked, what are you plotting? Larcy added. As you can see, I am here to hold you back and, at the same time, offer some advice. It is best for the entire Pisces army to return to their country immediately. He interrogated her again. What do you mean? What are you planning to do to our country? Larcy continued patiently. Why do you think our Sheriold troops are here? He hesitated. That, only to be met with her blunt reply. Every one of your actions is in the palm of our hands. Meaning, the thing you should be worried about right now is not the kingdom of Tro, but your own beloved country. Do you really think your kingdom is still safe from us, Sheriold? I hope you will use your own eyes to confirm it. Even though Biri is still the breakwater for the south of the continent, how much longer can they protect you? Scene change. A few days ago, the raid on the kingdom of Tro, the kingdom of Biri, a voice rang out. Your Majesty, something big has happened, causing the king to panic. What is it now? The border checkpoint has been breached. This stunned him. What? The female guard continued to report. I heard that the border between the kingdom of Comet and the kingdom of Pluto was suddenly attacked. Do you mean they are heading this way? The king roared in anger. Just then, another voice rang out with a report. The chief commander has arrived. Our target is not Biri. At this moment, the tense atmosphere began to surge. A powerful warning was issued. But if Biri obstructs this transcontinental march, then combat is inevitable, and immediately we declare war. Hearing this, the king could not help but be shocked. So the target is not us, but the south of the continent. It seems so, the messenger guard replied. The queen let out a sigh of relief, but he was fearful. What should we do? If we do not stop them, it is no different from abandoning the southern nations, our allies. But currently, we cannot even face them. Furthermore, if war breaks out within the country, it will only further incite the already outraged citizens. But at the very least, should not we quickly report this to the south of the continent? Issue the order for the troops to move immediately. Unexpectedly, the king spoke in opposition. No. What about the plan? The invasion of the kingdom of Tro is our only remaining chance at victory. Then, he ordered, deliberately delay the report. Even if we send word now, it is already too late. This shocked the messenger guard. Was he really going to intentionally ignore the southern invasion? Thinking about that, tears fell from his eyes and he replied, I understand. And everything proceeded just like that. Back to the present, Larcy appeared and declared, every move of yours has been captured. In other words, but before she could finish her sentence, a gunshot rang out. It turned out to be Chloe acting on Anne's instructions, and she continued to order the soldiers to prepare the cannons, along with a warning, the place you need to worry about is not the kingdom of Tro, but your own beloved motherland. In the kingdom of Visis, where you abandoned your posts, do you think, we Sheriold will just let it be? Next, in the kingdom of Virgin, go see for yourselves, even the kingdom of Ribe. Bari is currently the wall of the south of the continent. Kingdom of Nebton, can they still protect you? At this moment, the king hurriedly ordered, immediately withdraw the troops currently in the kingdom of Tro. Bari has allowed the Scorpion Empire to conduct a transcontinental invasion. Right then, Lady Scorpion suddenly laughed loudly and mockingly. I can't stop laughing. With just our Scorpion Empire's army, we have already suppressed 80% of the southern continent. And yet you focused your entire force on a country as weak as Tro. Brat, you have provided quite a good piece of information. It was truly worth it to accept that ridiculous offer. Immediately, Lady Scorpion ordered, from this moment on, the ruler of the southern continent is our Scorpion Empire. At the same time, Chloe had destroyed 2 enemy ships on the ocean and captured the soldiers. The suppression is complete. According to plan, head to the Kingdom of Tro to provide support. Coordinate with the Comet Army to help the Kingdom of Tro. This is a joint operation with the Scorpion Army. Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers panicked. What, Scorpion? Impossible. When did they make this move? Why? How could Biri allow a transcontinental march? Furthermore, we have not received any contact. No, we have been abandoned. Anne spoke up. Bari currently has no strength to stop Scorpion. Moreover, even if news is sent, it is already too late. When they hear their motherlands are being invaded, Virginia and Nebton will be forced to withdraw. The Visis army will be the same, and eventually, they will no longer be able to intervene in the Kingdom of Tro. And by then, the Scorpion Empire will have finished the suppression. That truth. The Kingdom of Ribla, my motherland, We'll use its full force to spread it across the continent. Right then, the king of Ribla spoke up. Don't think that just because you are Sheriold's emperor's consort, you can say whatever you want. Inwardly, he sneered, having heard this girl was just a useless consort with no value or voice. To think someone like that would dare. However, Larcy immediately apologized and asserted, I cannot follow your orders, because currently Anne belongs to Empress Lars's faction. This took the king by surprise. Even Chloe was stunned. Lady Anne is somehow becoming more and more like the Empress. On the other hand, in the kingdom of Tro, the soldiers of Virgin and Neptune advanced together. Absolutely do not allow them to advance any further, but we have reached our limit. They grew fearful and panicked. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Captain, look. They were extremely wary of the crowd before them, the kingdom of Eulane's army, and even Pluto's army. It turned out the crown prince of the kingdom of Ribla had arrived. We are the allied forces of the kingdom of Eulane and the kingdom of Pluto. We are joining the battle as reinforcements for the kingdom of Tra. If you still value your lives, surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will mobilize our full force to destroy you. Back with them, Anne revealed to Chloe, we have merged with the defense forces of the kingdom of Tro. This made her happy. That is good, because the kingdom of Virgin and the kingdom of Tro are very far apart. So until the withdrawal order from their country arrives, it will take quite a while. Therefore, if this becomes a prolonged war, there is a chance they could successfully break through like this. Thanks to Lady Anne's mana, which can manipulate sound, we pinpointed the exact location of the Virginie army and were able to join forces with Tro. Chloe suddenly smiled. As expected, the Empress's plan is never flawed. Anne ate a cookie while reflecting. Surely, His Majesty will also feel very satisfied. Meanwhile, in the Sheriold Empire, Jivan called out. Immediately, a subordinate replied, Yes, sir. Has she not returned yet? If everything went according to plan, she should have made contact with the Pisces army by now, he replied quickly. Since she is on the southern continent, the return schedule is still pending. Right then, they felt a chill down their spines. His mood had grown even worse. From the moment the Empress left the palace, his temper had soured abnormally. It was not the first time the Empress had been away for a long period. When she personally charged into the Sea of Fire, not only the southern continent's waters, but after that, she even had a long journey ahead. Just then, a servant served tea to Jevon. His expression immediately changed. Why does this black tea taste so terrible? I apologize. You are worse than a dog. At that moment, they only secretly hoped. Please return soon, Your Majesty Empress. A few days later, the allied forces of Tro, Eulane, and Pluto encountered an obstacle. What is happening? The enemy is. Are they retreating? The soldiers were in total confusion. Is it all over? What on earth just happened? At the same time, Anne returned safely. Chloe could not hide her excitement. The guards immediately stood at the gate, ready to welcome her. The Empress had also arrived. Chloe, Anne, you two arrived here first. I see. You have both worked very hard. You've been very diligent. I am so glad you are both safe. The Scorpion army also did excellently. As for the southern nations that were the targets, I heard they have already suppressed all of them. This was one of the shortest wars in history. As expected, Lady Layla is truly different. Just as I thought. Shall we go now? As soon as they entered, Anne was warmly congratulated. Thank you for coming. This time, truly, thank you so much. When the siege was broken, we really lost our direction. For a small country like ours, we never expected you to mobilize such a large force for us. I did not even dare dream of it. That is only natural, as you are Sheriold's allies. And to all of you who did not betray us, we certainly could not leave you to your fate. I mean, our being here? Larcy reflected. It means we are completely different from those very people. Furthermore, this is the homeland of my precious friend. Please take this. It is a letter from Viola. Please, when everything is over, come visit our castle. You can also rest assured about future trade. The lady burst into tears. This is definitely Viola's handwriting. Larcy added, not only the White Whale Fleet, but starting from the Kingdom of Libra, various countries will not hesitate to cooperate. Those are truly precious words, the Crown Prince replied. Viola, as a member of our nation, is also playing a very active role. Suddenly, Larcy chuckled. That child? Even so, she implicitly admitted. Yes, that is right. You do not need to worry about Viola anymore. Just then, Sasha came to talk with Larcy. Scene change. The Count bowed his head over the table, with a look of extreme anger. Weren't our troops going to use the Kingdom of Tro as an example? Why did this happen? A war had taken place not as intended. Why are we being invaded like this? It is all because of that Scorpion woman. The countries on the southern continent have mostly been pacified. What, using Tro as an example? It seems some countries have already surrendered to Scorpion. At this rate, there is a chance we will have to face retaliation. Hearing this, the lady was in total panic. Retaliation? How could that happen? It will be the punishment for not stopping the invasion of the Scorpion forces? We have already received the official document mentioning exactly that. There is no other way about it. Clearly, we would have suffered losses if we had tried to stop them. As if they would ever accept that reason, the lady was stunned. What about the other countries? Those that could help us, is there really no one? If there were, we would have requested their cooperation long ago, the Count retorted immediately. Furthermore, the allied nations we worked so hard to gather have all fallen to Scorpion. And before we knew it, they have all joined Sheriold's side. We tried sending requests for help even to the Kingdom of Inns, but hearing this, the lady suddenly remembered. That is right, the Kingdom of Inns. Truthfully, they were the ones who asked us to fight against Sheriold. We must hold them accountable. However, the Count was furious. Help? How unimaginably shameless. No, perhaps I should say stupid for not realizing this was entirely a trap. Even though they surrendered to Sheriold because of Barry's second princess, the marriage was cancelled. The humiliation you must feel at her having an affair with another man, which even pains me. It would not be strange for all of you to go mad right now. Do you mean our forces should cooperate with Scorpion and attack Beery, I ask? What do we need to do? She replied firmly, you do not need to do anything. No, to be precise, it means you do not need to stand on the battlefield. I heard the Kingdom of Inns, due to the massive compensation to Sheriold, has still not fully recovered. All you need to do is provide information. We will handle this dirty work. Naturally, the achievements will belong to us. You won't have to experience any more ridiculous things, but only stand and watch. When Barry falls into a state of destructive misery, if you think that is enough for revenge. At that moment, the princesses were full of admiration for those words. So cool. A very enticing offer for the Kingdom of Inns. The Count was astonished. I truly did not expect you to make such an offer to us, the power second only to Beery. Right now, Scorpion can be considered the power immediately following Sheriold. Conversely, Beery was now sitting on a bed of fire. Just then, a voice shouted loudly, why is there only this much food? Causing the server to immediately apologize. Because Barry had been isolated, self-sufficiency in food had become difficult, and now it was even affecting the royal palace. At the Kingdom of Beery, the capital square marketplace, citizens could not help but argue and complain. Why have prices gone up again? Is this all there is? At this rate, we will all starve to death. I heard the nobles are hoarding everything. They are giving out rations over there. A voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. What? Where? It is the Revolutionary Army. Get in line in order. However, some were quite suspicious. That previous financial support, I do not know who it was from, but thanks to them, we were able to organize food relief, and were able to buy this and that. Then he decided to inform the leader. At this rate, even we will perish along with this country. It is time for us to rise up together. Scene change at a magnificent royal palace. Welcome back, Your Majesty Empress. It was Larcy. She had arrived safely. The Emperor personally came out to greet the Empress. Larcy could not hide her joy. Even if you had not come to greet me, I would have come to see you myself. Hearing that, Siobhan understood. It seems everything went smoothly. This made her grateful. Is all thanks to Your Majesty and Lady Layla. Simultaneously, Xing also followed behind the Emperor and Empress. Suddenly, Siobhan spoke up. I truly did not expect you to give all the spoils of war to her. Larcy laughed and replied, because we received help with the Kingdom of Tro issue, so as the price for Scorpion's participation, this was not a bad bargain. And I have also received a reply from Viola. I should go change my clothes first. Then I will go to Viola immediately. But then, Siobhan pulled Larcy back. Before that, making her wonder, why do not you prioritize spending time with me? Giovanni spoke up, but Larcy refused, saying she had more research to do. The Crown Prince thought to himself, His Majesty finished his work just for this moment. Even I was longing for the Empress to return soon. His Majesty's mood got worse every day. It was truly terrifying. Finally, Larcy spoke gently. Could you give me some time to bathe? On another note, Sasha wondered and asked Chloe, the Empress. Is she not coming today? It seems she returned today, she replied, but perhaps due to the long, tiring journey, she is likely resting. Just then, someone arrived, making them both curious. Who is it? Sasha could not hide her excitement. It is Her Majesty. Unexpectedly, Xing had arrived. It has been a while, Lady Sasha, Lady Chloe. I heard you two are always waiting for Empress Larcy here, so I thought it would be the same today. But truthfully, I apologize. The Empress won't be able to come today. Sasha felt dejected upon hearing this. Is that so? Is it because the Empress is not feeling well? Xing quickly replied, No, it is not that. It is just that today, His Majesty won't let the Empress go anywhere. Beside Jevon, Larcy smiled secretly. Are you satisfied with just this? It is lucky I was at least given some time to bathe. Seeing her lost in thought, Jevon asked, What is it? It is just that after the meal, the Emperor just lay there with his head on my lap. Compared to being called a tyrant, I did not expect you to be satisfied with only these things. You really are quite adorable, Larcy said, smiling to herself. Immediately, Jevon asked, Me? This made her embarrassed. No, it is nothing. Did I accidentally say that out loud? The Crown Prince there could not help but be stunned. The Empress. Did she speak unconsciously, daring to call His Majesty adorable? Right then, Jevon continued to tease. Say it again. This left Larcy extremely flustered. That was so rude of me. And suddenly, Jevon fully woke up. He propped himself up. Then he kissed Larcy's lips sweetly. Are you serious? In what way am I adorable? It is precisely these sides of you. Are you satisfied with only this much? Javan replied. For now, yes. Just being by your side makes me feel at peace. As for you, I am sure you are not satisfied with just this. Are you? Just with imprisoning the second princess and isolating Barry, making her live in agony, and making the king worry day and night. Then Larcy replied, of course not. On the contrary, I am looking forward to the future even more. Just then, Xing brought drinks into the room. Even so, Larcy still had a worrying concern. Everything was going according to plan. The remaining targets were only 3 people. Once that was finished, I would. As for the rest of it, I can't even imagine it afterwards. I have lived only thinking of hatred and revenge in that dark past, those mocking and cynical smiles. Afterwards, Larcy was lost in her own thoughts. This made Javan worried. He took a sip of wine before the starry night. Larcy shared a bedroom with the emperor. It had not been long since they started sleeping together, but this feeling of peace was growing deeper every day. They had been stuck together all day, and tonight would surely be. And just as Larcy predicted, indeed, Javan truly surprised her. He gently kissed her lips. Larcy was flustered. Wasn't it supposed to be just cuddling to sleep? Why so suddenly? But then Javan spoke. Don't do anything. This made Larcy even more confused. Javan continued. Today, just quietly receive my love. This made Larcy blush in embarrassment. Receive your love. Why so sudden? My heart. That was also when Larcy felt a burning excitement. The next morning, she woke up. Larcy realized it was already dawn and saw Javan putting on his clothes. She thought to herself, he is always so fast. Last night had passed like that. Passionate and intense. A night of firsts. Just then, Javan looked at Larcy. Are you awake? On the other hand, the servants bowed to Xing and asked, did you sleep well, sir? The crown prince also replied, good day to you. Afterwards, Xing went to knock on the door and called for his majesty. Suddenly the door opened. Javan ordered, wait for me for 5 minutes. Xing could not help but be surprised. He replied, I understand. And both of them stood waiting outside. Meanwhile, Javan pulled Larcy into a tight embrace. After a while, he left. I am heading out first. This made Larcy feel extremely shy. The emperor stepped out of the room. Xing and the crown prince immediately bowed. Suddenly, Javan spoke up. That wound on your mouth, do you want to erase it? Finally, even for the empress's attendant, he was willing to use his magic. But Xing refused, because Empress Larcy prefers it this way. Since he said that, Javan did not do anything further. Even so, he patted Xing's head gently and said, if you change your mind, let me know. At this, the crown prince witnessed it and was astonished by the emperor. Did something happen last night? He wondered. This time, Larcy had the same question. What on earth has been going on since last night? Breakfast was normal, however. Suddenly, Larcy gave a letter to Viola. Sorry I am late. It is all right. Thank you so much. You helped me deliver letters to my family. I am very grateful. To even receive a reply as well. It is only natural, as Viola has contributed much. Larcy replied with a smile. How fortunate, Lady Viola. Sasha, Anne, Chloe, thank you everyone. You must have been very busy while I was away. I heard about it. Sasha, sorry I could not visit yesterday. No, it is fine. I just went out to the garden on my own. But then Xing reminded them, today, His Majesty probably won't let her go anywhere, making them both surprised. Truly, you do not need to worry about it, because you will likely be busy soon anyway, Chloe replied to Larcy. Larcy nodded. I suppose so, as I have to leave again right now. Sasha was stunned. Is that so? Chloe continued to ask. Is there anything I can help with? If you need anything, please let me know. Hearing this, Larcy smiled and replied, thank you. Immediately, she changed her plans. In that case, explosives were part of the plan. Is everything ready? Indeed, it had been prepared. The expected infiltration period was about 1 month, but a month is too late. A month for a round trip. If you say it is too late, does that mean? It is His Majesty's birthday, is not it? Since it is held very grandly every year? Even so, Larcy had to speak up. Pardon me, but it is a bit unexpected. Regarding the birthday banquet, I thought you were not very interested in it. Up until now, that was true. But it is no fun without you, he replied quickly. Hearing this, Larcy's face turned red with both embarrassment and happiness. She replied quickly, I understand. I will definitely attend your birthday banquet. You must wait for me obediently. However, Javan bluntly replied, I can't promise that. Larcy stepped down from the carriage. I have arrived, my lady. Everywhere, people rose up demanding justice. Overthrow the Barrier royal family. It is because of Princess Nicola's betrayal that we have to suffer this war. I can't give any more. Prices have risen again. Inflation was increasing, plunging the people into misery. What can soldiers do? Traitors who only know how to wag their tails? Larcy and Xing walked while observing the kingdom. She realized the difference. It was completely different from when she came for the Pearl incident. Is this the prosperous capital of the Barrier Kingdom? Coming here was the right choice. Now, let us go. Try not to get noticed. People were everywhere. It seemed they were gathering to protest. The thing she was searching for was in the layers behind that. If the scale of the Revolutionary Army had grown larger than before, meeting the leader would not be that easy. Even so, to gather comrades, finding the main headquarters was a simple matter. The Revolutionary Army always craved more comrades. We must set out. Now is the time to decide. Until all the people gather, we will not stop. The scale is truly terrifying. Indeed, it far exceeds what I saw in the Scorpion Revolutionary Army. But with just a glance, Larcy knew well that the people leading this gathering were clearly not the leader. Where is the leader? The sun still sparkled through the leaves. Larcy approached the person leading the protest earlier. The leader? I can't reveal that. Your face is one I have never seen before. Yes, we are from the Noel region. Noel, the rural area in the south. I have been following the Revolutionary Army's activities for a long time. Larcy had not finished her sentence when the leader realized. Are you fallen nobles? Yes. After the royal family confiscated your territory and assets, and Beery's food supply became difficult, did you fall? They must have used many means to gather food then. The food supply was stolen from the whole village by Sheriold? No. The one who stole the food was Beery. We should have received Sheriold's protection from the start. I understand. My apologies. The leader showed clear helplessness. As for that noble, they previously provided a massive amount of money to us. I have checked thoroughly. There is no mistake. They want to support us further, so they insist on meeting the leader. Thanks to that money, our scale has since grown enough to provide food for the poor. That is how we were able to expand. No, they might want to hand us over to the royal family. They might be planning to infiltrate and turn us in. No matter how much money they have, they can't be trusted. After thinking, he made a decision. Relay this to them. If there is a will, we won't refuse. No matter the status, we welcome them, but not everyone can easily meet the leader. If they accept those conditions for support, we will be grateful. As expected. Truly, so smart I want to offer praise. Much more so than the royal family in Berry, I can't approach them. In Berry, with the status of a princess, I can't approach them. That is why they will be even more wary than now. Our situation is not good at all. Next week, our comrades will be publicly executed. Though it happens periodically, the upcoming execution is for one of our high-ranking officials. It is surely a trap to catch people like us when we try to rescue them. So for now, do not let yourself get caught up in unnecessary trouble. Whatever you want to say to the leader, give it up for now. I am not sure of the reason, but if you say so, I have no choice. Regardless, that is useful information. Xing, it is next week, right? That public execution. If done well, you can win the leader's trust immediately. Are you planning to support from behind? Or join the fight neither? If I do that, I will be late for my husband's birthday banquet. The public execution is a week away. There really is no need to try and wait until that day. I am the first princess of this country after all. I know every detail of the prison's security system. Release them. Not just one or two people standing on the execution platform, but that entire prison. Night came. The guards were drunk after a feast. You've worked hard, everyone. He stumbled along, singing as he went. Tonight is so beautiful. Suddenly, he saw Larcy's mysterious appearance. Can we talk for a moment? The officials and soldiers on this side were in chaotic, frantic state. Damn it! Where did those royal army soldiers lock up our comrades? It is not long until the public execution. We have investigated so thoroughly, and yet we can't even find the prison's location. It is surely not far from the execution site. Outside the prison, the starry sky shone above. Larcy had brought her team. There is no way it would be easily found. It is surely a top-secret facility out of our sight. Even if we find the guard's location, it will be very strict. Larcy's squad had already subdued all the guards. The soldiers were still very restless. The only way is to attack the square on the day of the execution. No matter how many guards the royal army deploys, with our current momentum, we can definitely do it. Rather than attacking the prison, which is like an enemy barracks, it will have a much higher chance of success. After infiltrating the area where the guards were resting, Larcy gave a satisfied smile. A bomb was thrown. The guards panicked. A bomb. Look closely. It is not lit. She picked up the bomb, smiling happily. The others still had not recovered their wits. I know, but how many comrades have been captured as of today? It is not just the comrades set for public execution. Women, children, and the elderly too. Just for daring to speak up in support, they were all dragged away. Those held in the dark heard a noise and were startled. Who are you? The guard did not even have time to finish his sentence before Larcy eliminated him. Greetings, seniors of the Revolutionary Army. Think realistically. Even if we found the prison, we can't get all of them out. And in the prison, it is not just our revolutionary comrades. There are also extremely vicious criminals mixed in. A tall criminal approached, intending to intimidate Larcy. Couldn't they attack us immediately after we saved them? The soldiers kept thinking of the worst-case scenarios. Larcy, on this side, was not afraid at all. Instead, she played along to lead the criminal into a trap. If they behave and escape like this, can I let them go? I do not care about the security in Berry. Then I will just have to take that weapon. If the entire Revolutionary Army raids the prison together, they might actually pull it off. Then would not most of them have to sacrifice themselves? Furthermore, we would need to outnumber the royal soldiers in that prison. Even a child knows that. Larcy quickly dealt a blow to take down the criminal. Now let us all escape quietly together. The imprisoned soldiers saw Larcy's previous kick and were astonished. The person we are looking for is this way. It was a revolutionary official. A revolutionary soldier with both hands bound, face scratched up, looking in a wretched state. He feebly asked, "Who on earth are you?" Larcy replied gently, "I am a newcomer." What is the point of starting revolutions if you accept sacrifice before you've done anything, even if the prison infiltration succeeds? Who knows how complicated it will be inside? Larcy pointed the way for everyone. The exit is this way. Everyone followed her instructions. The guards had been knocked unconscious and were lying everywhere. The revolutionary soldiers were immensely surprised. Did you kill all of them? How could that be? It was only those who resisted. If I wanted to kill everyone, I would have just used magic. But currently I have to hide my identity. So it is finished. And as for evidence, none will be left. Larcy picked up the bombs from earlier and threw them into the prison. Those rescued were incredibly surprised that Larcy had the courage to do so. Absolutely impossible. The soldiers on this side, despite coming up with many plans, were helpless in the end. Larcy looked at the rising flames with satisfaction, while everyone around her stood with mouths agape. I did not expect it to be this easy. At the Revolutionary Army's gathering point, 2 guards were still drowsy. Look, over there. A huge crowd is heading our way. Is it the Royal Army? No. That is official Louis. They are all comrades who were captured. Seeing their comrades return safe and sound, the soldiers could not hide their happiness. The leader saw Louis and ran over breathlessly. "You have returned safely? How did you escape?" Louis hesitated, looking toward Larcy. Seeing you for the second time, leader. Those people rescued us." The leader remembered. At that time, she was a newcomer. After hearing the story about the public execution from the official, "I did it because I wanted to be useful." "How did you do it?" "We did not even have the prison's location." "Is it just you guys? If you found the location, you should have told us?" "Because I thought you would not trust me. But besides that, I have something else to say. It is useful information that can only be told to the leader alone. Very useful information. Thanks to that, I was able to win the Emperor's trust. Tonight, I will come to see you again. If you trust me, please allow me to enter." With that, Larcy turned and left. "You have returned, my lady." Xing greeted Larcy very warmly. "Yes, nothing happened." "Right, yes. Last night, I saw a few soldiers' carriages. They were rushing toward the royal palace. It seems to be those who fled at the start. They likely received a request for support and troops from the palace. Since there was only one target, we did not even cross paths. I thought it would be like that. In only one place, because an explosion occurred. Xing peeked out the window. In only one place. Except for the prison, everything ended without being burned down, did not it? That is right. Did you use magic? I used the minimum amount, so as not to be detected as royalty. Whether more or less, everyone possesses some of it. Fire magic is. If they are a citizen of Barrier, this is. I thought you were preparing tea. Doesn't the lady also need to sleep now? I have also prepared hot water. Well, that is right. Truly, no one can keep up with how he handles work. Larcy thought for a moment, and then called her assistant over. "Xing, can I entrust my back to you?" Xing obeyed without hesitation. "I understand." Larcy undressed, using a towel to cover her front, revealing her back which would captivate anyone who looked. Xing gently wrung a cloth in the water. "Hey, are you all right?" "Even if you are a servant to make you scrub my back like this. If anything happens, His Majesty will." Xing tentatively placed the cloth on Larcy's back. "Pardon me." Larcy spoke comfortably. "It has been a while, has not it? Even when I first came to Sheriold, no maids came, so you helped me." "Yes. In the previous world, the battlefield was filled only with men, but only Xing was the one who did not mind. However, starting from next time, it might be difficult, because I feel very tense. Touching your skin is His Majesty's privilege. Having to lose my life over this might be a bit of a nuisance." Larcy laughed shyly. Surely he would not get angry at a dog, right? No, he definitely would be angry. "Please, for the Emperor's sake." "I understand." In the quiet room, the man Larcy met on her first day in Barry was eagerly waiting for her. Larcy finally arrived. "Pardon me. Thank you for allowing me to visit." "Leader," Larcy said in a steady tone, "I have been waiting for you. May I sit?" "All right. Before I state the reason, I want you to tell me one thing." "You?" He hesitated. "No." "Who on earth? Are you?" As he spoke, he sounded a bit fearful. Larcy gave a slight smile. "That is precisely the reason I am here. But are you sure you want to hear it?" After hearing the story, he was shocked. "What, Empress Lars? You mean the Empress of our kingdom?" Xing confirmed. "Yes, it is the first Princess Lars, whom the world calls the witch." "Stop talking nonsense. If you doubt it, I can provide as much evidence as you need." "Ah, no. There is no need. But if it is true, why hide your identity?" "Because I was once Barry royalty. Those in the Revolutionary Army would not easily trust me. Even if the leader does not see me as an enemy among the officials, there might still be someone who hates me just because I carry royal blood. So, first, for myself, I wanted to win everyone's trust, not as a princess. Fortunately, there was an opportunity to quickly prove myself. He asked in confusion. Don't tell me it is because of that you rescued all the captured comrades. Well, that makes sense. Since she was very royalty, knowing the prison location is understandable. Just for that reason? This is truly unexpected. Only destroyed one prison after all. Only destroyed one prison. If it is to receive everyone's trust, then I can do anything, because you are the warriors who will bring down the royal family, right? The other man did not dare say a word. Larcy gave a gentle smile. As for my identity, please keep it a secret from the others. There is no need for special treatment. Just keep an eye on me. Currently, the reason I joined the Revolutionary Army is to win your trust. That is all. I support everyone's activities. I support your activities. My thoughts have not changed at all. Larcy's image was always present in his mind, leaving the leader extremely anxious. The next morning, the Revolutionary Army's courtyard was bustling with noise. They waited in excitement, shouting, "They are here." Referring to the rumored recruits, they pointed toward Larcy. Thanks to you two, my wife was released. Thank you so much. Who on earth are you guys, anyway? Larcy replied cheerfully. Just newcomers? Thank goodness. It seemed her secret was still safe. However, the leader did not look very comfortable as he watched Larcy from a distance. Hey, did you really fail to find anything out about their identities last night? A comrade approached and asked him. Having more comrades is a good thing, but I still can't trust them yet. Perhaps it is because I was once betrayed by my own country. You as well, and me too. Even if only for a short time, the era under Sheriold's rule was so much better. The leader only bowed his head in silence. This is the command of His Majesty Emperor Jivon and Her Majesty Empress Lars. The people were overjoyed to hear that news. They might be receiving more food soon. Larcy was still enthusiastically chatting with everyone. I am grateful they rescued our comrades, but as for whether to let them join that plan, we must think carefully. If we happen to be betrayed, the leader recalled Larcy's words. Just keep an eye on me. No, let them cooperate. The next mission was of a nature that they would not easily support if they truly belonged to Barrier. It was the perfect way to verify them. In the plan to raid the Barrier Royal Army's garrison, the plan the leader devised made him feel somewhat at ease. On this side, Javon was in his office. Why is that, Your Majesty? You suddenly seem so unpleasant. It is nothing. Mark wondered to himself, is he still dwelling on it? Has that woman still not returned? Yes, if all goes according to plan, she is still currently undercover. The servant standing nearby did not dare move. It was the same yesterday, the day before, and today he asked the same question. Jevon's face was twisted in an irritable scowl. Pardon me, Your Majesty, the carriage is ready. I will be absent. I am not in the mood. Send anyone else in my place, by your command. We thought you would attend this time, as it is the Border Count's banquet. What is the fun in a banquet without my wife? Is he really saying things like that now, Mark worried? Then please look over this proposal. It is regarding Your Majesty's birthday celebration. A birthday celebration. Javon remembered Larcy's sweet words. Wait for me, and be a good boy, okay? Then he thought to himself, please return quickly.